The ethereal campus goddess implores. I beg you, treat me callously just once. Wang Anbai retorts, even begging requires queuing. In his previous life, a jest from his girlfriend plunged him into bankruptcy, followed by betrayal from his wife. Upon his rebirth, Wang Anbai yearns solely to become a heartless playboy. The story commences with him cornering the school's flower, his former girlfriend, at a hotel. Chapter 1. Punishment. Ah, darling, could you move a bit? Woo-woo. I may have been a tad forceful, but you were the one who coaxed me into the hotel. Don't frighten me. It wasn't intentional. I'm scared. Darling, I can make it up to you. Please get up. Wang Anbai struggled to open his eyelids. On the double bed lay pristine white sheets and a fluffy down comforter. A simple reading lamp graced each side of the headboard. The soft glow of light spilled onto the beige wallpaper, creating a cozy ambience. Where am I? It resembles a scene from a gentleman's visit to a shop. My head aches. A severe throbbing pain surged at the back of his head. He reached out, feeling something slick and warm, his hand stained with blood. What on earth? Wasn't I delivering takeout? Wang Anbai's college entrance examination results had been exceptional, securing his admission to Haida University. After graduation, he seized the tail of opportunity, transforming into a small business owner. Though his company was modest, life unfolded with vigor. From a destitute boy hailing from the countryside, through diligence and entrepreneurship, he evolved into a self-sufficient small proprietor, garnering respect from parents, relatives, and friends alike. However, just as his company flourished, he was sabotaged by a wealthy second-generation scion named Ma Tai. Consequently, the capital chain collapsed, leading to bankruptcy and a mountain of debt. His wife absconded with their money, and his parents fell ill from worry. Approaching his 40s, he felt ashamed and unable to return to his small hometown, resorting to earning money and repaying debts in the metropolis. By day, he donned a cheap suit as a salesman. By night, he rode a rented motorcycle to deliver takeout. One fateful delivery brought him to a villa district where he was greeted by his ex-wife, who had vanished with their money. Clad in an expensive silk nightgown, she graciously accepted the takeout. Subsequently, Wang Anbai received a generous tip of 50 yuan on his delivery app. He used 8 yuan from the tip to purchase a pack of cigarettes. As a first-time smoker, the acrid taste of inferior tobacco choked him, forcing him to bend over, tears cascading onto the concrete floor. The smoke stung his lungs. Are you awake? Wang Anbai lifted his gaze. Before him stood a girl, adorned in a floral sundress with delicate straps accentuating her graceful collarbone. The dress cinched at the waist, emphasizing her curvaceous figure. Beneath her youthful exterior simmered a rich essence. Chen Yao. Could it be that this was his college sweetheart? Staring at her exquisite visage, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Her eyes sparkled like a fawn in the woods. Her features were finely sculpted, and her skin was fair and supple, brimming with youthful collagen. Her slender frame exuded allure, a rare gem among the branches of youth. Was this truly the Chen Yao of his teenage years? Are you all right? I truly didn't mean it, she murmured, her beautiful eyes clouded with mist. It's all your fault for luring me into the hotel under the pretense of merely chatting, and then we ended up in bed, and you. Chen Yao stamped her foot anxiously. The hem of her dress swayed naturally, revealing her graceful calves, smooth as porcelain. She wore a pair of ivory Mary Janes, complemented by white lace ankle socks, the white pearls on her shoelaces bobbing with each step. Memories of the past began to assail Wang Anbai. He recalled that in his sophomore year, he had coaxed Chen Yao into a hotel room, only to be knocked unconscious by her with an ashtray. The incident spread, resulting in his social demise at school, earning him the moniker of the failed hotel room attempt guy. Even at subsequent class reunions, he would be the subject of teasing. Yet, how did I end up here? Could it be that I have been reborn? A sudden tightening in Wang Anbai's chest quickened his breath. He had read numerous web novels about rebirth, filled with thrilling tales of return and revenge. This reality, coupled with the throbbing pain at the back of his head, confirmed. I have truly been reborn. Given this second chance, I must not repeat the mistakes of my past life. Armed with this precious knowledge, I can achieve greater heights in this lifetime. That scoundrel Ma Tai better brace himself, and of course, so should this wretched girl before me. Wang Anbai later learned through Chen Yao's friend that the reason the wealthy second-generation scion targeted him was because of Chen Yao. Both of Chen Yao's parents were professors at Haida University, and her brother had leveraged their connections to thrive in the city, becoming a young CEO of a publicly listed company. Hence, Chen Yao was never in want of money and regarded Ma Tai's advances with disdain, even feeling quite repulsed. To shake off Ma Tai's pursuit, she casually remarked, "Do you even measure up to half of my ex-boyfriend's handsomeness?" It was this very comment that prompted Ma Tai to investigate Wang Anbai, ultimately leading to the ruin of his company. Wang Anbai was simply an innocent victim. The squabbles of the powerful can wreak havoc on the lives of the ordinary. Wang Anbai's 2 decades of hard work were obliterated. To this, he could only exclaim, "Two scoundrels. Since I have been granted a second chance, I shall suppress them all." Lost in thought, Wang Anbai was jolted by a plaintive voice. As soon as I mention it, you open your eyes, yet you claim it's not an act. This is truly infuriating. Wang Anbai propped himself up, gazing at the delicate girl before him, akin to a precious white orchid, and sneered, "Chun Yao." As he spoke, he gradually inched closer to Chun Yao, marveling at the resilience of a body in its 20s, seemingly unscathed despite the blows endured. As their bodies drew nearer, Chun Yao grew flustered, continually retreating until she found herself cornered against the wall, with no escape behind her. "Anbai, could you please remain calm?" Chun Yao did not believe that Wang Anbai would truly act against her. Having spent over a year together, she had long since discerned his character. He was somewhat insecure and sensitive, invariably heeding her every word. To her astonishment, Wang Anbai seized Chun Yao's wrist, swiftly pinning her against the wall, her delicate hands restrained behind her back. In contrast to her slender waist, the contours of her figure beneath the floral dress appeared even more taut and alluring. Such a charming form, yet untouched by the tempests of life. "You." Chun Yao turned her head in disbelief, never imagining that Wang Anbai would dare to lay hands on her. "Let me go." Her voice quivered slightly, fear creeping in as she sensed his unusual demeanor, worried that he might act impulsively and commit an egregious act against her. "Whatever you intend to do, my parents and brother will not let you off easily. Please, just calm down." Chun Yao pressed herself against the wall, with Wang Anbai behind her, her hands secured by his firm grip. Her slender yet curvaceous body was now immobilized. The futile struggle served only to heighten Wang Anbai's excitement. "Yao Yao, you don't truly like me, do you? How could that be? You only admire my handsome appearance and fine physique. Yet you have always looked down upon my humble origins, embarrassed to be seen with a poor boy from the countryside." These were the very words spoken by Chun Yao during their breakup at the conclusion of university. From the outset, she had maintained an air of superiority, her demeanor replete with condescension. Her family was affluent, her parents were professors, and her brother was a prominent CEO of a publicly listed company. The choice to be with Wang Anbai as her boyfriend stemmed not only from the aforementioned reasons, but also from his relentless pursuit in a past life, showering her with affection and care day after day. This incessant attention greatly gratified her vanity. Thus, she regarded this relationship as a boon to him, relishing in his admiration and dedication, while never genuinely contemplating his feelings or dignity. Wang Anbai, too, had not anticipated that his fervent devotion would only yield a fleeting amusement for her. More egregiously, it was because of her that he would ultimately face such a tragic fate. Wang Anbai abruptly raised his palm. The crisp sound reverberated through the room. The taut fabric stretched, rippling like waves. A bewildered expression filled Chun Yao's vibrant eyes. She felt a sudden heat and could only let out a delicate protest. "No." Chapter 2. The perfect life system. Wang Anbai's desire for vengeance against Chun Yao was not easily quelled by a mere plea for mercy. After all, she was one of the principal architects of his downfall. However, at this moment, Wang Anbai refrained from any extreme actions, merely harboring the impulse to strike her, to alleviate his pent-up frustration. Moreover, a venerable action mentor once imparted this wisdom to his disciples. During festive occasions, gifts must be given, even if the recipient expresses disinterest. Thus, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Chun Yao's delicate bangs clung to her forehead, glistening with beads of perspiration, while her flushed cheeks pressed against the wall. Her lips parted slightly, breaths coming in quick gasps, rendering her appearance both disheveled and pitiable. Wang Anbai's hand lingered momentarily on her shivering shoulder, softening his grip. He could not afford to inflict genuine harm. While bruises may fade, true scars would remain indelibly. Chun Yao sensed a shift. Initially, her fury was unbridled, rendering her unsteady on her feet. Again, emotion surged forth uncontrollably, only to be swiftly suppressed. After a prolonged silence enveloped the room, she finally opened her tightly shut eyes, her tear-drenched gaze meeting his. Wang Anbai regarded her with a similar intensity. In a timid voice, Chun Yao implored Anbai, "Please stop this. No more. This is what you said." After what felt like an eternity, he relented, though the swelling had already begun. "Wang Anbai, you scoundrel." Upon realizing the extent of her injuries, a wave of sorrow and indignation washed over her, and tears brimmed in her eyes, forming shattered pearls upon her lashes. Raised as a cherished princess, sheltered from harsh words, she now felt the sting of humiliation and rage at his degradation. "Wang Anbai, I will break up with you. I will tell my brother. You better be prepared." Chun Yao's expression was one of fury, yet her voice trembled uncontrollably, akin to a feeble kitten trying to sound fierce. Was this the most brutal declaration delivered in the most innocent tone? Wang Anbai simply raised his hand once more. "Stop." Her pupils dilated in shock, ripples of emotion coursing through her. With a stifled cry, she bit down on her lower lip, leaving an imprint. Such defiance was unacceptable. Again, I was wrong. The arch of her foot exaggeratedly heightened before gradually relaxing. Chun Yao was utterly exhausted, her legs softening as if melting like spring snow, struggling to bear her own weight. Wang Anbai noticed the faint blush at the corners of her eyes, a blend of allure and innocence. However, he merely scoffed and released his hold on her. Freed from his grasp, Chun Yao's legs finally gave way, her back sliding down the wall. The moment her delicate form met the ground, she gasped, instinctively springing back up, hands clutching her rear, her fingers trembling. Wang Anbai sat at the edge of the soft bed, casting a languid glance at the pitiful figure of Chun Yao curled up in the corner. Let's end this here. Leave. Chun Yao shot up, her lashes still glistening with unshed tears. The man who once lavished her with affection now regarded her with the gaze of a stranger, even suggesting a breakup without a hint of compassion. In disbelief, Chun Yao felt a surge of injustice and yearned to escape. As she attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through her, forcing her to lean back against the wall. Wang Anbai, seeing her struggle, shook his head in resignation, diverting his gaze to the pristine ceiling. He found little satisfaction in her suffering, only a fleeting sense of physicality. While Chun Yao was a treasure, Wang Anbai's true target of retribution was the one who had driven him to the brink of bankruptcy, Ma Tai. Yet, with a powerful father backing Ma Tai, achieving this revenge seemed a formidable task. This BYD truly has it good, he mused. Nevertheless, he could leverage his advantages to find a wealthy patroness to secure his first fortune. After all, there was no shame in a young man earning his keep through strength. Inexperienced, wealthy women often favored young men like him. Ding! Host detected a sense of confusion regarding future prospects. Perfect life system binding in progress. Oh wow! A system. How splendid. We are blessed. Wang Anbai realized that the moment to alter his fate had arrived. Perfect life system loading. Knowledge, wealth, romance, health. As the four pillars materialized in his mind, Wang Anbai could not help but internally critique, this system is even more meddlesome than my mother. Random reward acquired. Insights from 1,000 classic works. Random reward acquired. Tenfold rebate on a purchase under 50,000. Random reward acquired. Display of another's affection towards oneself. Random reward acquired. Minor enhancement of physical strength and endurance. My apologies for my earlier outburst. Such a considerate system. Advanced task. Simultaneously date 2 girlfriends, achieving at least a 60 affection level with both. Reward. Random premium reward. Advanced task. Perform 50 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats each day for 3 days. Reward. Unmatched endurance. Who would have thought you were this kind of system? Yet, the prospect of simultaneously courting 2 girlfriends made Wang Anbai furrow his brow. Did that make him a scoundrel? He saw himself as a principled individual, responsible in love and considerate towards his partners. Such behavior was beneath him. However, if he truly cared for them, he could not allow them to suffer. Thus, seeking someone to share the burden of his endurance seemed justifiable. Is it wrong to seek balance for one's partner? Convincing himself, Wang Anbai turned his gaze towards the huddled figure of Chun Yao. Well, if I must play the scoundrel, I might as well choose my target. Even someone as proud as Chun Yao could be molded under Wang Anbai's guidance. Yet, for the time being, he still harbored reservations about her. The thought of being a scoundrel felt unappealing, and he decided to postpone such thoughts. Does it still hurt? Wang Anbai's tone was considerably gentler than before. Chun Yao, affection level 2. Current affection level, 51. The information flashed in Wang Anbai's mind. Chun Yao, sensing the change in his tone, felt her nose tingle. Her expressive eyes misting over once again. I will never forgive you. You need not forgive me. Wang Anbai responded, rising from the bed. Let us each take some time to cool off. I do not wish for our current emotions to cloud our judgment. Adopting an approach of casting a wide net, neither proactive nor dismissive, Wang Anbai refrained from soothing her or suggesting a breakup. Given that the system's task was to date 2 girlfriends concurrently, he decided to nurture the situation. Can you stand? Chun Yao bit her lip, taking a couple of tentative steps forward, each movement pulling at her injuries, causing her eyes to redden further. Wang Anbai nodded. If you're fine, I shall take my leave. As Chun Yao watched him retreat, she instinctively called out. In the past, during weekends, Wang Anbai would always accompany her back, right to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Upon hearing a sound, Wang Anbai halted his steps, slowly turned around, and then suddenly raised his arm. Chun Yao instinctively flinched, her hands unconsciously retreating behind her. A flicker of panic flashing in her lively eyes. Chun Yao, affection level 2. Current affection level, 53. Wang Anbai. I seem to have stumbled upon something quite significant. What are you afraid of? I simply meant to remind you that the curfew is approaching. As he spoke, he shook his wrist, showcasing a cheap digital watch. You. Chen Yao scrunched her delicate nose. Be careful going back, or you could stay here for the night. Wang Anbai presented two optimal solutions. A tearful glimmer shone in Chen Yao's eyes. Her eyelids reddened, and crescent-shaped bite marks adorned her lower lip, rendering her appearance pitifully enchanting. Wang Anbai chose to ignore her and turned to leave. However, he still sent a message to Chen Yao's childhood friend and confidant, Guan Xin, sharing the hotel address with her. Chen Yao stared blankly at the door, her hands clutching the hem of her skirt, murmuring softly, I will never forgive you. Never. Never forgive. Chapter 3. The Campus Goddess Dormitory 404. Go, Ba. Use the water bubble. I know it. I've controlled it, and you still can't get it? A tower, Ba. Let me take down the tower. Stop messing around. A tower. The spring breeze wafted through the open windows of the dormitory, carrying with it the earthy sweetness of soil and an unknown floral fragrance. Strangely pleasant. A laptop sat on the desk, the sound of the keyboard clattering resounding through the room. Wang Anbai stood behind the three young men, doing squats while watching them play. The entire dormitory couldn't muster a single golden rank, yet that did not deter them from critiquing Wang Ji's masterful maneuvers in the comment sections. Go, Ba. You're being reckless. Didn't you just get ambushed? Observing the flushed faces of his friends, Wang Anbai couldn't help but grin. The familiar camaraderie, the familiar atmosphere. The beloved 404 dormitory, he was truly back. Wang Anbai recalled his past life, envying how his friends each owned a computer while his family's financial situation made such a purchase impractical. Nevertheless, his friends never let him feel isolated. They would always invite him to join them at the internet cafe for gaming sessions, arguing that using a laptop was quite limiting and hindered their gameplay. Though they could be a bit brash, they were fundamentally good-hearted. It was only when the screen displayed two glaring red characters that the three young men turned to face him. We thought you weren't coming back tonight. The speaker, Zhang Yang, stood around 175 centimeters tall, slightly shorter than Wang Anbai, with a sturdy build and a buzz cut. He had a somewhat flamboyant appearance, likely to appeal to a certain demographic in Chung City. I bet with Ba and Huazi that you wouldn't succeed tonight, and now I owe them 2 breakfasts. I trusted you. Zhang Yang lamented in frustration. After finishing a squat, Wang Anbai exhaled, sorry, your younger siblings might have to wait a few more years to meet you. Taking advantage of me, huh? Zhang Yang playfully punched him. It was apparent to anyone with a discerning eye that this was an imbalanced romance. Xiaoho, who wore glasses and had a lean physique, scoffed. Chen Yao is indeed beautiful, but her condescending demeanor is off-putting. All right, Huazi, just keep your comments to yourself. Interrupted Chun Changba, who, dressed in a tank top and flip-flops, turned to Wang Anbai and said, you know Huazi's emotional intelligence is in the negatives. While he spoke, Chun Changba couldn't shake the irritation that surged within him at the thought of his friend resembling a lovesick puppy at the mercy of Chen Yao. His dignity trampled upon. Given his friend's attributes, good looks, a fit physique, though financially modest, he believed that finding a girlfriend, if not as beautiful as Chen Yao, wouldn't be a challenge. Wang Anbai merely smiled nonchalantly at him. I broke up. As soon as the words escaped his lips, the dormitory fell into a hushed silence. Is that so? Wang Anbai found the situation rather amusing. The truth was, the nature of their relationship was somewhat ambiguous, teetering between breakup and not. Wang Anbai's declaration aimed to convey his single status to the outside world. For a scoundrel, especially one who currently lacked financial means, this was crucial. Such information must clearly signal availability. As for how Chun Yao would perceive this news, he had no concerns. After all, their relationship was ambiguous. Any narrative would suffice. Moreover, even if he were to disregard Chen Yao entirely, her affection level still fluctuated around 53, confirming that she still harbored feelings for him. Really? You broke up? The three roommates were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Anbai and Chen Yao breaking up? How could that be? Indeed, just a moment ago. He responded with an indifferent nod before lying down on the bed to begin doing push-ups. His friends took a moment to process this before accepting the reality as they observed Wang Anbai's certainty. The three of them instinctively contemplated a singular possibility. Only one scenario could lead to a breakup. Chen Yao had dumped Wang Anbai. They were already brainstorming ways to console him. Ba cautiously inquired, are you all right? The moment the words left his mouth, the trio sensed something amiss. If Wang Anbai were the one to be dumped, his usual temperament would have him retreating to an internet cafe for a night of gaming and drinking to cope, rather than calmly exercising here. Yet he remained composed, even able to crack a joke. Ba exclaimed, could it be? I initiated the breakup. Wang Anbai said, smoothly transitioning into sit-ups, his movements precise and fluid, his breathing steady. The system rewarded him with a slight enhancement in physical fitness, yielding significant results for a college student like him. His friends were utterly stunned, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. Do you believe him? I certainly don't. However, witnessing Wang Anbai's calm demeanor left them uncertain. How did it happen? Yangzi inquired with curiosity. After completing his task, Wang Anbai sat up, patting Yangzi's shoulder as if he were an elder imparting wisdom. Yangzi, you haven't experienced love, so you wouldn't understand. Love is a game of strategy, not charity. The one who invests their heart first is the one who loses. I used to be too serious about it. Don't hang on to one tree. Loosen your moral constraints a bit, try a few more times, and you'll progress from a learner to a master. At that point, you'll realize love is absurdly easy. Though Wang Anbai had never practiced this philosophy, his lack of experience did not hamper his ability to articulate. After nearly 2 decades navigating the complexities of society in his previous life, he had encountered all manner of people and situations. Haven't seen a pig run, but you've never eaten pork? He chuckled, adding, and besides, it's just a woman. Who knows, I might find someone even more beautiful than Chen Yao. His friends, still single, found his earlier musings profound and impressive, silently marveling at his newfound insight. They began to believe that perhaps Wang Anbai had indeed ended things with Chen Yao, feeling a sense of pride in his awakening. Yet, when he mentioned finding someone more beautiful than Chen Yao, they could only wish for him to reconsider his aspirations. Throughout the vast expanse of High University, only 2 individuals possess a slight edge over Chen Yao in terms of appearance and demeanor. It would be more accurate to say that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, each possessing their own unique merits. Without exception, these 3 are the campus goddesses, adored by many yet unattainable. One is named Shun Ruqing, whose stunning beauty elicits admiration, and her chilling aura is formidable. Her family background is equally intimidating. It is said that her grandfather wields considerable influence. The other is Su Qing, a professor at High University, often seen wearing delicate gold-rimmed glasses. Exuding an elegant and intellectual charm, her class is consistently overflowing with eager students. Alongside Chen Yao, these 3 undoubtedly embody the essence of campus divinity, figures to be revered from afar. Hey, Ba Zi, Wang Anbai approached Chun Changba. Could you lend me 50,000 yuan? I'll repay you next week. At present, he possessed little more than 1,000 yuan. The system's reward of the 50,000 yuan limit on spending with a tenfold return was a one-time opportunity that he intended to maximize. With nearly 500,000 yuan in startup capital, Wang Anbai could leverage his advantages to construct a commercial empire. The reason he turned to Chun Changba for a loan was that among their circle, he was the wealthiest, boasting a few tens of thousands in pocket money each month since 2015. When they first met in their freshman year, Ba Zi merely modestly claimed, "My family collects a bit of rent." It was only during a casual evening conversation about rising property prices and the profits from the buildings in Zhujiang New Town that Ba Zi, munching on spicy strips, made a nonchalant remark. "Those buildings in Zhujiang New Town? They belong to my family." It was then that his friends realized that Ba Zi's bid of rent referred to dozens of buildings, a stark contrast to the usual bragging based on square meters. As Chun Changba instinctively reached for his phone to input the transfer amount, he suddenly hesitated. 50,000? Zhang Yang and Ho Zi turned in unison, their gazes fixed on him. Have you lost your mind? They were all too aware of Chen Yao's privileged upbringing and understood Wang Anbai's lingering insecurities. Don't do anything foolish, Chun Changba cautioned. Wang Anbai recognized that his friends had misconstrued his intentions. He could not ask his family for the money, fearing it would cause them concern and knowing they might not be able to provide such a significant amount. After all, 50,000 was no small sum for his household. Unless he threatened, you wouldn't want to be grandparents at such a young age, would you? He might be able to secure a substantial amount. Of course, the red marks from a belt would also be plenty. I truly have encountered some issues, and I will repay you next week, Wang Anbai insisted. Chun Changba retrieved his phone again, entered his password, and transferred the 50,000 yuan. He trusted Wang Anbai's character. Hosey adjusted his glasses. I hope you won't spiral into despair, and I also hope you aren't borrowing money to buy a gift for Chen Yao as an apology. Wang Anbai sighed in exasperation, realizing that his past actions had left a deep impression on his friends. With that mouth of yours, you'll probably never find a girlfriend, he remarked. Hosey's face flushed, and he retorted, how do you know I won't find one in the future? Wang Anbai nodded slightly. Yes, I know. In his previous life, among the 4 roommates, Hosey was the only one still single at 30. Wang Anbai once introduced a business acquaintance to Hosey, a delicate girl with a serene temperament and a gentle demeanor. A week later, Wang Anbai texted to inquire about the progress, only to find that the girl had blocked him. After that, he never dared to make another introduction. The next day, around 10 o'clock. Wow, Wang Anbai exclaimed. The vigor of his 20-year-old body was undeniable, especially after the system's transformation. The dragon within him clearly indicated that it was time to seek companionship. No, two companions. His friends reluctantly rose from their beds and began their morning routines. After all, it was the weekend, and not sleeping in would be tantamount to wasting precious time. After breakfast, Jose, with little hope, asked, "Is anyone going to the library?" The entertainment options for university students were quite limited, especially for those who were single. Weekends were often spent either reading novels or playing games. The other three in the dormitory preferred the latter. "I'll go with you." Since accepting the system's insights from 1,000 masterpieces, Wang Anbai had developed an interest in novels and felt it was a good opportunity to practice. "Don't forget our lunch barbecue," Bazi reminded them. Although he said noon, it was already close to dinner time. "Understood," Jose replied as the two made their way to the library. Founded in the last century, High University boasts a rich history and a profound cultural heritage, ranking among the nation's finest institutions. The spring sun filtered through the gaps in the phoenix tree leaves, casting dappled shadows on the asphalt path. As Wang Anbai strolled through the familiar campus, he savored the memories flooding his mind, overwhelmed by nostalgia. The campus still featured the alluring senior sisters, dressed lightly, revealing their long, fair legs alongside the vibrant younger sisters with youthful blushes on their cheeks. The essence of youth was palpable, and the quality of High University was undeniably high. Upon entering the library, Wang Anbai casually pulled a classic from the shelf, ready to find a place to sit. A quick glance revealed a considerable number of people present. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a spot by the window, where a girl with long legs sat alone, surrounded by empty space. "Jose, let us sit there," Wang Anbai suggested, nodding towards the spot, gesturing for his friend, who was clutching a science fiction novel, to join him. However, Jose tugged at him from behind. "What's wrong?" Wang Anbai turned to ask. "Let's sit somewhere else," Jose whispered. "That's Shun Ruching." Wang Anbai's gaze shifted from her long legs upwards, silently assessing her. Shun Ruching was clad in a sleek black dress, the sharp tailoring accentuating her nearly ethereal figure. Below her waist extended breathtakingly long lines. In his previous life, Wang Anbai had encountered numerous women renowned for their legs, but he could always find flaws. Some were slender, yet too bony, others plump, but lacking definition, and many were simply disproportionate. Yet Shun Ruching was different. The lines of her legs beneath the black dress were neither excessively slender nor overly full. The astonishing ratio of her waist to legs was nearly perfect. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as a work of art. It was a pity for Wang Anbai that she was wearing a long skirt today. If it had been a short skirt or jeans, her long, beautiful legs would have been fully showcased. Moreover, her demeanor was cold, exuding a palpable sense of detachment. Wang Anbai's gaze lingered on her profile, which was serene and exquisite, each contour meticulously defined, every inch of her features perfectly balanced. Even after living 2 lives, this remained the most stunning profile he had ever seen. He also noted the high heel she wore, the 3 or 4 centimeters added to her stature, making her appear well over 170 centimeters. What's there to fear? Besides, there's no spacious place nearby, Wang Anbai said, linking his arm around Jose's shoulder. Jose looked a bit bashful. Sitting near her makes me a bit anxious. You go ahead. What about sitting next to her? Wang Anbai pointed to a sweet-looking girl in the distance. She was Guan Xin, a childhood friend and close companion of Chen Yao. Not only adorable in appearance, but also charming in stature, cutely petite. Guan Xin cast a fierce glare in this direction, and Wang Anbai's gaze collided with hers, earning him a sharp glare in return. Observing Guan Xin's menacing demeanor, Wang Anbai surmised that Chen Yao had likely been pouring out her grievances, lamenting about her misfortunes. After raising an eyebrow in her direction, he flashed a grin, which only served to inflate Guan Xin's cheeks in indignation. "Well, speak up," Wang Anbai urged, giving Jose a light pat on the back. Jose pondered for a moment before deciding against it. Feeling somewhat ill at ease, Wang Anbai imparted sagely, in today's society, pursuing a girl requires a thick skin. Only by taking the initiative can one savor the fruits of labor. Otherwise, the opportunity will forever elude you. There exist numerous methods for courting a girl, and even dedicated tutorials online, but the essence lies in seizing the initiative, which accounts for a significant portion of the endeavor. Pausing for emphasis, he added, of course, one could also refrain from taking the initiative. Jose, now visibly agitated, retorted, "What do you mean?" He continued, "You either need to be as handsome as I am, or it's a case of the eagle devouring the chick." Enraged, Jose exclaimed, "How crude." Wang Anbai countered, "There are even cruder things." To which Jose snapped, "Be quiet." Wang Anbai suggested, "Find a piece of pork belly." Ultimately, Wang Anbai found himself seated diagonally opposite Shenruching. While Hosey settled nearby, Wang Anbai's gaze fell upon the ethereal goddess, whose encounters with him had been scarce in their past lives. Years of dance practice had bestowed upon her a graceful physique, her alabaster swan-like neck inviting an irresistible urge to bite. This uniquely pale complexion, illuminated by the sun, appeared even more translucent, as though one could glimpse the faint azure veins beneath her skin. She was engrossed in her reading, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed, forming the faintest of creases. Even her frowning was excessively beautiful. Wang Anbai's intentions were clear as he approached her. He simply wished to woo her. In life, there is no need for undue pretense. One should confront their innermost desires openly. Having lived 2 lives, Wang Anbai deemed pursuing Shenruching a foolproof venture. If he failed, he would lose nothing. If he succeeded, it would be a delightful reward. However, he reminded himself to maintain a calm demeanor and not to force the issue. The crux of the matter is that if one dares to pursue a girl of Shenruching's celestial beauty, with her enviable legs and illustrious lineage, it begs the question, what other girls would be beyond reach? As for whether he is worthy of her, that is not his to determine. It is only the feelings of the other party that hold weight. Wang Anbai recalled that throughout his 4 years of university in his previous life, this cold goddess had never been in a relationship. After all, anyone standing before her would inevitably feel daunted. Furthermore, the formidable background of the Shun family, rumored to be quite powerful, had erected an invisible barrier that was challenging for ordinary individuals to breach. Even suitors from well-off families who bravely approached her found themselves met with merciless rejection. Over time, a tacit boundary emerged among the men and women, a collective understanding that any who dared to approach Shenruching would be met with hostility. Wang Anbai noted that she had been holding her book for quite some time without turning a page, her fingers lingering in a state of stillness, her brow furrowing deeper. The novel she clutched was titled The Sound and the Fury. No wonder. The entire content and insights of this book swiftly flooded Wang Anbai's mind. The Sound and the Fury, published in 1929, was penned by American author William Faulkner. It narrates the tale of a fictional small town, primarily focusing on themes of familial decline, the oppression of African Americans, racial discrimination, the agony of love, and moral disintegration. Employing techniques such as recollection and stream of consciousness, it presents the characters' inner worlds and psychological states from multiple perspectives. This complex narrative style, coupled with intricate plots, renders the book exceedingly obscure and difficult to comprehend. Even seasoned professors at Haida University would hesitate to claim complete understanding. Seeing Shenruching's delicate fingers still tracing the edges of the pages, Wang Anbai gently remarked. Approaching this novel through its historical context would make it significantly easier to comprehend. Shenruching lifted her gaze, her clear eyes lingering on his face for 2 seconds. Ah, Wang Anbai, what a coincidence, she said, her voice cool and distant, imbued with a palpable sense of aloofness. Wang Anbai chuckled softly. Indeed, quite the coincidence. They had attended the same high school, albeit in different classes, leading to their almost complete lack of interaction throughout their time there. They had only become acquainted during monthly exams, often seated next to each other, as seating arrangements were typically determined by academic performance. It proved that diligent studying had its merits. On one occasion, Shenruching's pen malfunctioned during an exam, and Wang Anbai had casually passed her another. After finishing that subject, she didn't return it, which didn't bother Wang Anbai. He merely found it curious. The next day, however, he discovered a new pen placed on his desk, clearly labeled with his name and exam number. Very principled, he mused. Back then, Wang Anbai was still quite naive. Had it been now, he might have playfully said something like, the second 1S on the house. However, knowing Shenruching's character, such a move would certainly have landed him on her blacklist. Wang Anbai observed that Shenruching's fondness for him fluctuated around 42. Through the system, he had grasped the mechanics of this affection scale. For 2 strangers, the initial mutual affection would be 0. Upon their first meeting, if one found the other's appearance and demeanor appealing, the affection score would rise, typically not exceeding 40, representing the first impression. As they gradually got to know each other and engaged in conversation, the affection would incrementally increase. An affection score of 42 indicated that she held a relatively favorable impression of him. In contrast, Chen Yao's score was only 53, albeit after a significant altercation. The affection ratings provided by the system were somewhat ephemeral, merely serving as a reference. For instance, if Wang Anbai were to slap the behind of a girl with an affection score of 80, even if she were in a foul mood, she might still respond with a resounding slap in return. Ah, what a coincidence, he repeated as Shun Ruching set her book down atop her remarkably long legs. A gesture of politeness that signified her lack of aversion to exchanging a few pleasantries with an old classmate from university whom she had not contacted since. What brings you to read such an intricate novel? Wang Anbai initiated the conversation, genuinely curious. This stream of consciousness style of writing was likely to leave even Haida's professors bewildered, let alone the students, given its complexity. It's quite difficult to comprehend, Shun Ruching replied coolly. Wang Anbai inquired, what do you mean? He searched his mind for the most fitting analogy. It's akin to a layered mystery game, filled with uncertainties and surprises. With each riddle solved, one not only acquires new knowledge, but also a sense of accomplishment. A ripple of recognition flickered in Shun Ruching's cold eyes, as if she had encountered a kindred spirit. After all, to articulate such a feeling accurately, one must have experienced it firsthand. She nodded gently in affirmation. Her demeanor, typically composed, rarely betrayed any significant emotional fluctuation. Wang Anbai raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing that this girl might possess some masochistic tendencies. Ah, Shun Ruching, you do enjoy the thrill of it. Moreover, having received an excellent education since childhood, she was well versed in painting, singing, playing the piano, and even ballet. Her physical flexibility was remarkable, effortlessly executing splits and backbends. How exhilarating, Wang Anbai murmured. In fact, gaining an understanding of the historical context of this novel will allow you to appreciate the content beyond its pages. Shun Ruching appeared intrigued. Is there information available regarding its historical context? Well, it might be quite challenging to find, he replied. Wang Anbai continued. However, if you wish to hear it, I can recount it briefly for you. My apologies. Shun Ruching pondered for a moment, ultimately unable to resist the allure of his words and refrain from formalities. Had they been strangers, or if he had left a negative impression, she would have declined. Now, however, she regarded him as a kindred spirit, a fellow book lover engaging in a normal exchange. She moved slightly closer. Wang Anbai sought not to intrude upon others. Shun Ruching nodded, comprehending his intent. Wang Anbai leaned forward, meeting Shun Ruching's slightly inclined posture. The distance between them abruptly diminished, the tips of her cascading hair brushing lightly against his wrist, sending a slight tickle through him. Simultaneously, Wang Anbai inhaled the subtle fragrance emanating from her, a natural allure reminiscent of wealth. Based on his experiences from a previous life, he knew that such an effortlessly exquisite scent was often of considerable value, possibly even a bespoke fragrance crafted just for her. This novel was birthed during the Great Depression. As warm breaths brushed against their ears, a delicate blush spread from her earlobe, painting her porcelain skin with hues of pink, while her slender fingers instinctively tightened around the book. Suddenly aware of their proximity, Shun Ruching felt it was too close enough to sense each other's breath. With a strong sense of personal boundaries, she found herself ill at ease in such an environment. Her body began to stiffen unnaturally, goosebumps appearing on her alabaster skin. Wang Anbai too recognized the discomfort and promptly withdrew, creating sufficient space between them before continuing his explanation. Shun Ruching's once distant expression softened slightly. Occasionally, as she caught the nuances of his words, her cold, clear eyes shimmered with ripples, akin to a spring breeze stirring the surface of a tranquil pond. Wang Anbai's voice was hushed, almost inaudible in the library's secluded corner. Nonetheless, it was nearly impossible for Shun Ruching to avoid attention. From the moment she entered the library, she had been the focus of many gazes. Unbeknownst to them, the eyes in the reading room converged from various corners. Even though they had separated slightly, their postures still resembled that of a young couple sharing whispers. Many boys watched with envy, their eyes wide with disbelief, while girls glared at Wang Anbai, filled with jealousy and resentment. Shun Ruching, the archetype of a serene and beautiful older sister, possessed a magnetic allure that was simply irresistible to some girls. Who is this scoundrel? Who dares to get so close to the goddess Shun? Some even pretended to pass by, merely to catch a glimpse of Wang Anbai's face. Not particularly handsome, he could barely be deemed presentable, and not tall, yet he seemed acceptable enough. Who is this guy? A relative? Surely. Only a small number of people were aware of Wang Anbai's relationship with Chun Yao. Chun Yao claimed it was awkward to disclose since both their parents worked at the same university. At social gatherings, she maintained an ambiguous stance regarding their relationship, neither confirming nor denying it. She relished this feeling. Thankfully, Chun Yao insisted on a semi-secret romance. Otherwise, Wang Anbai would have been easily recognized and subjected to ridicule on campus forums. Outrageous. Scoundrel Wang Anbai is two-timing, one of whom is the cold goddess of Shun Ruching. Beware. Ladies, beware the scoundrel Wang Anbai. Jose had also set aside his beloved science fiction novel, staring blankly at the seemingly intimate interaction between the two. This is unreal. How dare he? She is the cold goddess of the entire school, and Shen Ruqing comes from a prominent family. Doesn't this guy feel any sense of inferiority? If he were in that position, he would probably struggle to articulate his thoughts. If this scene were to be narrated to Yang Zi and Ba Zi, they would undoubtedly berate themselves for being lost in their books. When Guan Xian witnessed this scene, she cursed Wang Anbai as a scoundrel, a big scoundrel. Immediately, she pulled out her phone and opened WeChat. Guan Xian, Yao Yao, Wang Anbai is a big scoundrel. Da Yao Yao lounged lazily on her dormitory bed, her fingers gliding over her phone screen. She wore a white tank top, which, due to her ample figure, struggled to contain her curves, occasionally revealing a glimmer of smooth skin. Below her alluring waistline hung a pair of shorts, her fair and proportionate legs swinging back and forth in the air. At present, her rear was still swollen, and she had to maintain this position. Recalling the scene from last night, when a powerful hand had struck down mercilessly, the pain mingled with a tingling sensation, causing her cheeks to flush with heat. That damn Wang Anbai ugh. Chen Yao sent her a cute cat emoji. Guan Xian, Wang Anbai is a big scoundrel. He's south getting close to Shen Ruqing. Chen Yao, Guan Xian, it's true. They were sitting together in the library, reading. Chen Yao, they both attended the same high school. What is the big deal about sitting together to read? Guan Xian, no, I'm telling you, they were practically glued together. Glued together? Chen Yao murmured, thinking her friend was overly sensitive. While she felt a twinge of rivalry towards Shen Ruqing, who always overshadowed her, she had to admit that Shen Ruqing was flawless, leaving no room for criticism. If she had to point out a flaw, it would be that she was too aloof. Yet, strangely, people were drawn to that. How could such a lofty goddess be interested in Wang Anbai? Chen Yao, must have been blind to be attracted to him. And then he had the audacity to strike me. Chen Yao, it's fine. Guan Xian, why aren't you worried? Chen Yao sent a reassuring emoji. After a moment, a photo appeared on her phone. It depicted a slender and elegant silhouette, long yet not frail, with the marks of Shen Ruqing's years of dance training deeply etched into her posture. Chen Yao could identify her merely from the back view. The male figure in the photo was none other than Wang Anbai, his familiar face unmistakable. Chapter 6, Ching Ching and Bye Bye. In the photo, Wang Anbai lowered his head, his gaze fixed on Shen Ruqing's profile, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Shen Ruqing tilted her head slightly, revealing a breathtaking side profile. The distance between them was almost intimate, as if sharing a secret, enveloped in a soft halo of light, resembling a scene from an idol drama. Chen Yao stared blankly at the photo sent by her friend, her fingertips trembling slightly above the phone screen. After a long pause, she replied, what can a single photo prove? Besides, why should I care who he chooses to get close to? Chen Yao suddenly felt a wave of irritation. Typing, didn't I say last night? I am breaking up with Wang Anbai. Guan Xian, what you said last night was that you wanted to break up with Wang Anbai. Chen Yao, it's the same thing. Guan Xian sent a comforting emoji. Then, she typed, well, breaking up can be good. Wang Anbai doesn't deserve you. Chen Yao, After sending her final message, Chen Yao tossed her phone aside, burying her entire face in her fluffy pillow. Bastard. An unfamiliar sensation of bitterness washed over her heart, surging like a tide, even causing a strange prickling in her nostrils. I don't even like him. It was just a fling. Her muffled voice, buried in the cotton, trembled slightly. Detected emotional fracture of the host. Wang Anbai was inhaling the fragrance, savoring a delicate patch of snow white beneath the black collar. At first glance, it appeared rather mundane. Yet in truth, Shen Ruqing was quite the enigma. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Temporary Task 1. Mend this relationship. Reward. Enhancement of appearance and demeanor. Temporary Task 2. Abandon this relationship. Reward. Enhancement of appearance and demeanor. A rift in the emotional bond? Wang Anbai struggled to divert his gaze from Shen Ruqing and instead focused on Guan Xian, seated 2 seats away. When Guan Xian met his gaze, she hastily lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. However, upon reflection, she realized she had done nothing wrong. Why should she feel guilty? The one who ought to feel remorse was Wang Anbai, the notorious scoundrel. With a sudden determination, she lifted her head, her petite chin slightly raised, and her almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation, resembling a puffed-up kitten glaring back. Wang Anbai squinted, noting how expressive the younger girl was. And what was with the glaring? If she continued, next time he might just strike her and her friend too. Guan Xian, it seemed, had likely relayed the scene they encountered in the library to her close companion. causing Dayo to feel disheartened and contemplate abandoning the relationship, to mend or to forsake the relationship. The allure of enhanced looks and demeanor aligned with the path of the honest man. Wang Anbai sensed the system's malice and an undercurrent of discrimination. What was wrong with being honest? Had the honest man offended anyone? He shook off these thoughts and continued discussing the historical context with Shun Ruching, only allowing himself a long sigh of relief once he finished, leaning back against his chair. He became acutely aware of his dry throat, having unwittingly spoken for nearly half an hour, truly exhausting. Shun Ruching listened attentively, while Wang Anbai had to consider numerous factors. Concerned she might not grasp certain points, he substituted complex terms with simpler ones, and to avoid monotony, he sprinkled in a few amusing anecdotes. At that moment, he truly understood the challenges faced by teachers. Maintaining a student's focus for a continuous 45 minutes without allowing them to drift off was indeed skill. On that teacher's day, gifting a small alarm clock to a teacher was utterly misguided. Wang Anbai silently lamented for a moment, recalling his naivete back then. Thinking practicality was all that mattered. Shun Ruching, having absorbed a plethora of information, was still reflecting. Her eyes cast downwards, her long lashes fluttering slightly, casting delicate shadows on her porcelain skin. Observing her furrowed brow as she contemplated, Wang Anbai felt an unexpected vitality emanating from her usually aloof visage. It was worth it. After all, in the realm of interpersonal relationships in our culture, reciprocity is paramount. This time, I have bestowed my knowledge upon her, and the next, it shall be her turn to exert effort. Each carries their own burdens. How do you feel? Wang Anbai gently inquired after a while. Shun Ruching snapped back to reality, expressing her admiration for his erudition. I had no idea you were well-versed in foreign history. Wang Anbai replied, I enjoy conquering obscure novels. Thus I've gleaned a bit more. Shun Ruching sincerely remarked, that's impressive. Wang Anbai, ever modest, responded, I've just read a bit more. If you encounter anything unclear in the future, I can explain it to you. That would be troublesome, wouldn't it? She teased. Not at all. It's akin to a teacher taking a particular interest in a promising student. Wang Anbai sensed that Shun Ruching had more of an elder sister vibe. Little sisters require coaxing, while elder sisters need admiration. So, you are the teacher, and I am the student, Shun Ruching said, a faint smile gracing her lips. The smile, though fleeting, made her previously cold demeanor appear more genuine and vibrant. We are each other's mentors. Wang Anbai perceived a diminishing sense of distance from her. In her cool gaze, there flickered an inquisitive glimmer. In the future, should I encounter anything unclear, how shall I find you? Wang Anbai had perhaps underestimated her sensitivity. Without hesitation, he suggested, let us add each other on WeChat. A silence enveloped the air for a couple of seconds, yet Wang Anbai remained unfazed, smiling nonchalantly. In any case, he was not one to impose. Shun Ruching opened her white Birkin bag, resting beside her, and retrieved her phone. Wang Anbai did the same. Moments later, the screen displayed a successful friend request. WeChat was in hand. Not far away, Hosea had been observing Wang Anbai, his jaw dropping in astonishment as he witnessed the two exchanging phones to add each other's friends, exclaiming, what the heck? They just became friends? And if I'm not mistaken, it was Shun, the goddess, who took out her phone first. Wang Anbai cursed under his breath. However, compared to Yao Bai, he found himself more invested in Qingbai. Though the chances of Qingbai blossoming were slim, it was still preferable to Yao Bai. Within the library, many had witnessed this scene. In their minds, Wang Anbai had already been condemned to a slow death. Yet, upon introspection, the pair appeared rather pleasing to the eye. The woman exuded an air of cold elegance, while the man was strikingly handsome, imbued with a scholarly charm. Together, they resembled a poster for an art film. As the rain began to fall, Shun Ruching's slender fingers brushed past her ear, tucking away a few rebellious strands of hair. Wang Anbai instinctively followed the movement of her fingers, noting her nails were neatly trimmed and exuded a healthy pale pink hue. It seemed the weather forecast truly needed to be viewed inversely. Wang Anbai gazed out the window, where the sky was overcast, and the glass was etched with fine streaks of water. Just moments ago, they had reminisced about amusing anecdotes from high school, mostly with Wang Anbai speaking while Shun Ruching interjected occasionally. That was simply her nature. Yet, the atmosphere remained pleasant. However, as they both turned their attention to the window, they noticed several onlookers observing them intently. The vibrant exchange they had been enjoying suddenly descended into an awkward silence, particularly after Wang Anbai had commented on the weather forecast, needing to be interpreted inversely. They found themselves sitting in stillness, gazing out the window, feigning busyness. In moments of laughter and conversation, one might unconsciously overlook the ambience, but when seated opposite a member of the opposite sex and under the scrutiny of numerous eyes. The atmosphere became palpably peculiar. Wang Anbai did not wish to frighten her away. Thus he lightly teased, "You're quite famous at school." "I don't desire that," Shen Ruqing replied, her lips pursing slightly, her brow furrowed. She had a cool temperament and disliked noise. When her friends clamored to accompany her to the library, she had slipped away secretly. "I hope I'm not causing you any trouble." What a considerate girl she was. Wang Anbai reassured her, "Not at all. For we are innocent." "Innocent?" Shen Ruqing paused momentarily. Wang Anbai extracted a pen from the pen holder, deftly inscribing 4 characters on the paper, before sliding it across the table towards her. "Ching bye-bye." The corners of Shen Ruqing's beautiful eyes curved slightly, her tone laced with rare teasing. "I feel you're quite clever." Chapter 7, Bye-bye. As dusk settled, the leaden clouds hung low, and rain fell diagonally against the library's tall windows, tracing fine rivulets on the glass. The droplets cascading from the eaves tapped against the bluestone steps, intermittent like the sound of an old pocket watch opening and closing. Inside the library, soft lighting spread, casting a gentle glow upon the bookshelves and long tables. Wang Anbai fell into a moment of contemplation. The word suddenly came to my mind, and I found it rather amusing, so I uttered it casually. If it were Chen Yao, Wang Anbai would retort, "What can I do?" However, in the case of Shen Ruqing, given their less familiar rapport, such a question seemed rather out of place. The two women possess contrasting personalities. Chen Yao is haughty, while Shen Ruqing embodies a serene aloofness. Chen Yao is vibrant and exuberant, whereas Shen Ruqing is notably more composed. Yet, teasing the ethereal goddess is undeniably intriguing. Indeed, my family affectionately calls me Ching Ching. Shen Ruqing smiled faintly and coolly remarked, "Does your family also call you bye-bye?" Such an assertive inquiry. Wang Anbai replied, "Generally, those who are familiar with me call me Xiao Bai." Shen Ruqing paused momentarily before continuing. "Mr. Su will be giving a literary lecture at Haida on Wednesday. Would you care to join?" Shen Ruqing presumed that Wang Anbai shared her interests and would be keen to attend Mr. Su's lecture. "Sure," Wang Anbai said, pleasantly surprised by Shen Ruqing's invitation. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, the time approached noon. "Shall I treat you to lunch?" Shen Ruqing's tone remained cool and pleasant. "As a token of gratitude," she added. "Gratitude for my guidance?" Wang Anbai responded with a hint of humor. "No, I have plans with my roommates." He was rather fond of barbecues and yearned to catch up with some old friends he hadn't seen in over 20 years. He glanced out the window, where the rain continued to fall steadily. "With this downpour, I could lend you my coat." "No need," Shen Ruqing replied, her slender fingers typing on the screen, the cool white light reflecting her exquisite jawline. "My roommate will bring an umbrella." As she put away her phone, Wang Anbai spoke, "Goodbye. See you on Wednesday." Shen Ruqing jotted down a few elegant strokes on the piece of paper, marked Ching Ching bye-bye, and slid it toward Wang Anbai. "Goodbye." Shen Ruqing stood up, her hair gracefully arcing as she turned. After her departure, Wang Anbai was astonished to discover that her legs were even longer than he had imagined. A strikingly enviable waist-to-hip-to-leg ratio. Almost flawless. What a pity she wasn't wearing black stockings. As Shen Ruqing walked away, the men and women who had been observing her a moment before quickly diverted their gazes. Her presence was undeniably commanding. Wang Anbai shifted his focus from her slender silhouette to the white paper on the table. Beneath Ching Ching bye-bye, 2 delicate characters were added, bye-bye. A smile crept across Wang Anbai's face. It seemed the aloof goddess was not entirely detached from the world. At the library entrance on the steps, Tian Su stood with her arms crossed, 3 long-handled umbrellas leaning against her legs, her fingertips idly tapping her elbow. Her features were strikingly beautiful, adorned with subtle smoky makeup. Gleaming silver hoops dangled from her earlobes, and her wavy, golden-brown hair was occasionally tousled by the wind. "Why must I bring another umbrella?" She squinted, scrutinizing her sneaky friend with piercing eyes and a displeased expression. "To give away," Shen Ruqing replied, unperturbed by the scrutiny, her demeanor tranquil, not even batting an eyelash. "Give away? To a boy or a girl?" Tian Su raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with skepticism. "A boy," Shen Ruqing stated coolly. The air stilled for a second. "A boy," Tian Su exclaimed, her incredulity evident as she gazed at Shen Ruqing as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. Shen Ruqing would give an umbrella to a boy? Unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. In her mind, Shen Ruqing was notoriously indifferent to the opposite sex on campus. Moreover, unbeknownst to many, due to familial circumstances, she harbored a slight aversion to male contact. Tian Su was aware of this, which only amplified her astonishment. "Shen Ruqing, you haven't been possessed, have you?" Tian Su dramatically raised her hand to check her friend's forehead. Shen Ruqing sidestepped her probing fingers. You'll help me deliver it. You want me to deliver it? Tian Susu exclaimed. Am I part of your little play? Shun Ruching, observing her friend's exaggerated demeanor, suddenly regretted their acquaintance. Yet, if she were to deliver an umbrella to Wang Anbai herself, the campus would surely buzz with various outrageous rumors. Though Shun Ruching was indifferent, avoiding it would be preferable. Are you going? Of course. I'll help you deliver it. Tian Susu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The second-to-last table by the window, he called Wang Anbai. And he helped me with some research. She paused before adding, it's merely a matter of returning a favor. Tian Susu excitedly agreed. I understand it's a favor. Ching Ching. You don't need to explain. He is indeed quite handsome. Just deliver the umbrella and return. Don't say anything unnecessary, Shun Ruching cautioned. Don't cause me trouble. Rest assured, I promise to only deliver the umbrella and not utter a single word, Tian Susu declared, seizing the umbrella and turning to head inside. Moments later, Shun Ruching realized she had mistakenly grabbed the wrong umbrella, but by then, Tian Susu had already vanished. That umbrella had been purchased by her mother, an extravagantly ostentatious piece, quite costly. After a couple of days of novelty, her mother had handed it to her daughter, and Shun Ruching had casually placed it among her collection of umbrellas in the dorm. The thought of her mother alone gave Shun Ruching a headache. No matter, she thought. Inside the library, Wang Anbai was engrossed in dream of the Red Chamber, smiling indulgently at the interactions between Bao Gu and Lin Mei Mei. He could recite the text almost verbatim, as if the words were engraved in his mind, validating the system's exceptional quality. Setting the book aside, he inquired Hosey, are you all right? After Shun Ruching left, Hosey had taken a seat beside him. However, Wang Anbai felt an oddity in Hosey's gaze, a hint of something unsettling. Could it be that after being single for too long, Hosey was now eyeing him with admiration? A chill ran down Wang Anbai's spine. That simply would not do. He resolved to help Hosey find a partner soon. If he failed, he would have to send Hosey to Changshu, lest he remain in the dorm and become a nuisance to the others. Hosey also set down his book and said, you are Wang Anbai, right? Wang Anbai looked up to find a rather attractive girl before him, her features radiant and her eyes adorned with subtle smoky makeup, her wavy, golden brown hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore a fitted black t-shirt that revealed a hint of her delicate collarbone and tight jeans that accentuated her curves perfectly. She was quite tall, almost as tall as Shun Ruching, and her figure was commendable, enhanced by her elegant makeup. It's me. Here, that's your umbrella, Tian Susu stated, placing the umbrella before Wang Anbai. Oh, thank you, he responded, taken aback by how thoughtful Shun Ruching truly was beneath her cool demeanor. Such a wonderful older sister figure. Who will be the lucky one to win her heart? After a few seconds, Wang Anbai noticed her standing there, her bright eyes scanning him curiously. Is there something else? He asked politely. Tian Susu nodded, retrieving her phone from her jeans pocket. Let us add each other on WeChat. Hosey glanced at Tian Susu before looking back at his friend. After a breakup, could a sudden surge of romantic prospects be on the horizon? Perhaps he should also pursue a relationship and then break up afterward. At over 20 years old, he and T even held a girl's hand. If Wang Anbai knew his thoughts, he would merely chuckle. Without a foundation, how could you build anything? You're wasting your life. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Anbai took out his phone and added Tian Susu on WeChat. All right, goodbye, she said, turn to leave. Not long after, Wang Anbai received a message. Tian Susu, shall I forward Ching Ching's WeChat to you? Wang Anbai, I already have it. Tian Susu, as expected. Wang Anbai, I feel as though I've been ensnared. Tian Susu, don't misunderstand. I'm merely curious about how far you can go. Go on, brave warrior. Huh, I've already reached the finish line. Wang Anbai replied. Is there a record for the highest achievement? Tian Susu, you are making history. Wang Anbai chuckled. Then you shall be the witness of this history. Tian Susu, huh, may I boldly inquire how many girlfriends you have had? This is for her. It's merely your own curiosity. Wang Anbai, 1. Tian Susu, may I inquire further about what your family does? Knowing it's presumptuous, yet you continue to ask. Wang Anbai, workers. Tian Susu, no worries. Shun Ruching is not materialistic. She can spend her own money. After all, she is wealthy. How comforting she is. However, the reason Shun Ruching is indifferent to materialism is that she comes from a prestigious family, having lived in a lavish environment since childhood. Clothing and bags in the six-figure range are merely everyday items to her. Wang Anbai simply replied, no need for a household registration check. Wanting to cure her best friend's mild disdain for men, Tian Susu typed, I will help you. Help me? Wang Anbai did not pay much attention. However, this girl is rather straightforward. According to Wang Anbai's judgment, Tian Susu fits the mold of a buddy. Being with her allows for lighthearted and comfortable conversations. The presence of the elder sister type, Shun Ruching, is more prominent, while the younger sister type, Chen Yao, is also considerable. Chen Yao's best friend, Guan Xin, undoubtedly belongs to the younger sister category. Different types of girls require different approaches. For instance, Chen Yao can be quite assertive, so much so that when she gets angry, she can easily be soothed and then continue her assertiveness. She seems to thrive on this dynamic. In his past life, Wang Anbai was too naive, otherwise he would have already made significant progress. As for Shen Ruqing, he could appropriately show vulnerability and then suddenly become assertive to seize the moment. Double kill. Shen Ruqing is not so easily managed. She is far too intelligent and sensitive. Setting down his phone, Wang Anbai began to tackle the issue with Hosey. What were you about to say? Nothing. Hosey adjusted his glasses. Wang Anbai was taken aback. Hosey's gaze towards him had grown even more peculiar. Chapter 8. Wang the Fortune Teller. Lao Bing Barbecue. A time-honored barbecue shop near Haida University. The establishment is kept tidy and the flavors delightful with reasonable prices. In his past life, after graduating, Wang Anbai came here to reminisce, only to find the meat skewers disappointingly small and the flavors altered. Over the years, the costs of raw materials, rent, and utilities have all risen. Yet, Lao Bing Barbecue primarily caters to college students. If they were to raise prices significantly, they would lose their competitive edge and would have no choice but to scale back. However, as it stands, eating here is still a gain. Chen Changba reserved a window-side private room on the second floor. During holidays, this place is always packed, and without a prior reservation, one cannot hope to secure a spot. Chen Changba and Zhang Yang ordered a generous amount of oysters, kidneys, and chives. Wang Anbai could not fathom the purpose of these single men enjoying such delicacies. Doesn't it make their hands sore? It is simply a matter of preference. One can choose not to eat, but it cannot be absent, especially since it is Chun Gongzi who is footing the bill. Among the group, it is mostly Chun Changba who treats, and they all tacitly avoid letting Wang Anbai pay. They say he is a dog eater, yet they are quite considerate of his financial situation, as he is the most financially constrained among the four. Chen Changba glanced at the umbrella standing against the wall beside Wang Anbai, furrowing his brow. The milky white canopy subtly revealed intricate patterns within, with a pale golden, curved handle, exquisitely crafted. Chen Changba had seen a similar style in his cousin's social media, priced in the 5-digit range, handcrafted and custom-made. Chen Changba replied in the comments, SB, where did this umbrella come from? A girl from the library gave it to me. Hosey tends to speak the truth. Chen Changba, Zhang Yang. Both turned their scrutinizing gazes toward Wang Anbai. After all, the four of them had finally become single men, and now this fellow seemed poised to betray the revolution. Who would have thought he would have such romantic prospects? Zhang Yang remarked sarcastically. Chen Changba understood the value of the umbrella, feeling a pang of unfairness. He had been pursuing a senior girl for nearly half a year, lavishing gifts upon her. Yet they remained stuck at the level of mutual affection. At least he believed so. Meanwhile, Wang Anbai had girls pursuing him, and one of them was a wealthy woman. How outrageous! Wang Anbai helplessly explained. In a library, I did a small favor for Shen Ruqing. She had her roommate lend it to me. Oh, so it was merely a favor and a loan. Chen Changba felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He thought, I'm not that much worse off than Wang Anbai. And I have money. Zhang Yang hesitated. Which Shen Ruqing? Wait, who? Shen Ruqing? Chen Changba was taken aback. If he remembered correctly, there was only one Shen Ruqing at Haida. The two looked to Hosey for confirmation. Hosey nodded. Chen Changba was greatly astonished, silently walking to the window to light a cigarette, exhaling puffs of smoke. Shen Ruqing. She is the goddess Shen. Zhang Yang playfully punched Wang Anbai, scolding him. You are truly despicable. You'd better drink 2 bottles to make amends. No, 3. Hosey chuckled at their lack of worldly experience. They were so easily flustered. Wang Anbai had yet to disclose the intimate moments he shared with Shen Ruqing in the library. It was merely a coincidental favor, and he likely wouldn't have any further interaction with her. Wang Anbai opened a few bottles of liquor. Come, let us eat. In his previous life, Wang Anbai cherished this period. At the dining table, there was no pretense, no flattery, and certainly no need for facade. After several drinks, the brothers began to express their true feelings, leading to many humorous tales. If only he could relive this moment, how wonderful it would be. Chen Changba, lacking decorum, tossed his cigarette but out the window and then threw an arm around Wang Anbai's shoulder. You'd better drink a few more bottles. Forget it, just one more. Zhang Yang nodded. Your apology seems sincere. I'll let you off with half a bottle. Wang Anbai chuckled, while the brothers spoke harshly. They were truly reluctant to see him suffer from excessive drinking. I saw him add Shen Ruqing on WeChat. Hosey continued to speak the truth. What? Chen Changba and Zhang Yang Chun's eyes widened, launching into a tirade against Wang Anbai. Despicable. How dare you? That's Shun-ruching. To see a brother adding the goddess on WeChat feels worse than dying. You must drink more today, no? 2 more. Wang Anbai retracted his earlier thoughts. It was Shun-ruching who had taken the initiative to add him. From Hosie's perspective, that was how it appeared. Damn it, you truly are inhuman. 3 bottles. No, 4. Wang Anbai suddenly felt that none of the brothers were truly human. Wang Anbai also added the girl who gifted him the umbrella on WeChat. Hosie continued spilling the truth. Wang Anbai, you better not go to the restroom today. Wang Anbai silently shot Hosie a sidelong glance, contemplating sending him straight to Chung City. Hosie, eager to continue his revelations, suddenly sensed a chilling aura and instinctively swallowed his words. Guilty Wang Anbai assumed the role of a waiter, serving drinks and food to his companions while silently enduring their criticisms. None of them drank excessively. They remained in a state of mild inebriation, a blend of clarity and haze. Wang Anbai himself didn't consume more than the others, yet he resolutely refused to let them go to the restroom. Those scoundrels! Amidst their banter, he learned from Chun Changba that the umbrella in question bore a considerable value, no less than 5 figures, a testament to the wealth of the petite heiress. Excluding the 50,000 borrowed from the bank, Wang Anbai found himself with slightly over 1,000 to his name. He sighed, realizing he needed to amass some wealth quickly. Not only did he have several adopted sons to provide for, but he also couldn't be treating Shun-ruching or other girls to street food at every meal. They might not express it, but he felt a pang of guilt. It was rather shabby, especially for Shun-ruching, who had been accustomed to the finest since childhood. Without money, he simply couldn't support her. Yet, if they were truly to be together, he wouldn't need to bear that burden, as her family was affluent. However, this would lead to some awkward conversations in the future, particularly regarding how he managed to woo Shun-ruching. Chun Changba placed a hand on Wang Anbai's shoulder. Genuinely glad to see him stepping out from Chun Yao's shadow, Zhang Yang expressed admiration, remarking on Shun-ruching's rarity in associating with boys, and how impressive it was that he had managed to connect with her so soon after breaking up with Chun Yao. Wang Anbai, feeling somewhat speechless, redirected his attention to the others. Changba, what progress have you made with your senior? After a moment of contemplation, Chun Changba replied. We started saying goodnight to each other. So, essentially no progress. Wang Anbai chuckled. These spicy chicken wings are still as potent as ever. 0 progress. If she even shares personal matters like bathing with me, Changba insisted defiantly. Wang Anbai regarded him with pity. It's rare to see a rich second generation turned into someone like him. Stop wearing tank tops, switch to a normal short-sleeve shirt, and replace those flip-flops glued to your feet. Do those 2 things, and then you can pursue her best friend. Fuming, Changba retorted, am I that kind of person? Wang Anbai chuckled. You were in your previous life. Indeed, such behavior was quite unbecoming. Zhang Yang interjected. I have a little cousin whose grades aren't great and wants to come a high to work. Do you guys have any job recommendations? How old is she? Changba inquired. 18. No way. I can't take charge of the family business for a few years, so I can't help, Changba lamented. Without education or skills. Coming to Haishur is worse than finding a job back home, Hosie suggested. And unlike boys, girls can't just endure hardships and suffer a little. After some light-hearted banter, Wang Anbai turned to Zhang Yang. Are you close with her? He recalled that in his previous life, Yang had also asked but to no avail. We're quite close. Her parents have inquired through others, but it's indeed tricky, Zhang Yang admitted, sounding a bit disheartened. What is her personality like? Is she reliable? Wang Anbai continued. She is quite well behaved, Zhang Yang replied, suddenly alert, staring at Wang Anbai, as if he were a predator. What do you want? Nothing, Wang Anbai replied, exasperated. Why are you so defensive? When you were asking, you were fine. Now that I'm asking, you act like I'm a thief. Yangzi, I'm your good brother. A true friend. Wang Anbai lamented. You've changed, Yangzi. Hosie chimed in. You're the one who's changed, Wang Anbai. Both Changba and Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Wang Anbai felt a twitch in his eye, suddenly perceiving himself as an outsider. After a bit more boasting, as the evening drew to a close, Wang Anbai rapped on the table. Let me tell your fortunes. Zhang Yang, intrigued by the supernatural, replied, Sure, Xiaobai, you've taken up mysticism now? Tell me, will I become the world's richest man? World's richest? No, you're destined to be a car salesman, Wang Anbai retorted, ignoring him and secretly sipping his juice. Changba, that name is inauspicious. Chapter 9. Chun Yao cannot escape the clutches of fate. Chun Changba, the long dam has sunk. You need to stabilize the dam. Advise your father to grow steadily without reckless ventures. In his previous life, Chun Changba's father, Old Chun, fell into a trap while contracting land for development. When the real estate market shifted dramatically, policies tightened, and bank loans dried up, he ended up losing everything. An absolute victim, a pawn in someone else's game. Don't worry, old Chun has made it through these years. His judgment is sound, Changba dismissed. Wang Anbai understood that Changba wouldn't heed the warning. Nor was there any reason for him to do so. But it mattered little. When the time came, he would intervene to safeguard the family business of this adopted son. Wang Banzian, it's my turn now, Zhang Yang said, finding the situation amusing. Zhang Yang, you thrive and falter with your character. You must learn to temper your exuberance, Wang Anbai advised. Hey, that is surprisingly accurate, Zhang Yang responded, taken aback. My former classmates have polarized opinions about me. Those who are close are fiercely loyal, while the others speak ill behind my back. How could it not be accurate? Wang Anbai had seen his later life unfold. He could predict what kind of wife Zhang Yang would marry, having witnessed his tumultuous journey. In his previous life, Zhang Yang's career was fraught with challenges, and his personality remained unchanged in the workplace. Those who disapproved of him were no longer as gentle as during their school days. They didn't hold back and would stab him in the back whenever possible, leaving him to frequently change jobs and move between cities. Hosey adjusted his glasses. It's my turn now. Wang Anbai nodded. Xiaoho, just keep your mouth in check. Hosey immediately countered. That is not right. Exactly. Both Changba and Zhang Yang chorused. Humph. Hosey decided not to stoop to their level. Wang Anbai chuckled and patted Hosey on the shoulder. Hosey had indeed been doing quite well, being a technical expert revered in each company. However, during his first job, his sharp tongue had earned him the ire of the leadership. Realizing he was being targeted, he didn't cower and promptly submitted his resignation. The second company's owner also disliked his manner of speaking but valued his skills, offering him the position and compensation he deserved. Back then, Hosey managed a team of 30 to 40 people, enjoying weekends, holidays, and year-end bonuses with benefits at their peak. When Wang Anbai fell on hard times, only Hosey extended a helping hand, lending him a significant sum of money. Although it was termed a loan, both knew that Wang Anbai lacked the means to repay it at the time. It was essentially a gift. Wang Anbai held this gratitude close to his heart. While he couldn't repay him now, he could only hope that Hosey would find greater success in the future. As they drank to their fill, they strolled back to their dormitory. Typically, if they hadn't consumed much, they would head to an internet cafe to play games, but tonight, they had clearly indulged a bit too much. Their camaraderie was commendable. Sprawled across their beds, they quickly drifted into deep slumber, with Zhang Yang snoring thunderously. After completing his daily tasks, Wang Anbai glanced at his phone. It was just past 10 o'clock. It was time to embark on his next mission, to win over to Yao Yao. Wang Anbai devised a simple yet effective plan. During their sophomore year, their relationship was at its peak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accompanied him to the hotel. Previously, their interactions were limited to cuddles and sweet nothings, but that time, Chen Yao hadn't anticipated Wang Anbai's intentions, resulting in her accidentally knocking him unconscious. By their senior year, Chen Yao had nearly lost all affection for Wang Anbai, leading her to propose a breakup naturally after graduation. To effectively grasp the essence of the Yao Yao, Wang Anbai must seize this opportune moment. He picked up his phone and stepped onto the balcony, closing the door behind him. Opening WeChat, he dialed Chen Yao's voice message. The screen displayed that the call had been rejected. How bold of you to hang up on me, woman. You are indeed playing with fire. Yet, despite his words, a smile played upon Wang Anbai's lips, the corners of his mouth curving upwards uncontrollably. The WeChat was not blocked, and the voice call was not met with cold indifference, as if she were pretending not to see. Being hung up on was, in itself, a statement. The Yao Yao was conveying to Wang Anbai in this manner. I am upset, but I have not given up on you. This relationship can still be salvaged. However, a mere phone call would not suffice. What she desired was for Wang Anbai to completely lower his pride, to call repeatedly, to apologize with genuine humility, to coax her, to plead with her, and to admit his faults in order to alleviate her grievances. She awaited to see just how much pride Wang Anbai could relinquish to win her back. Compared to her previous life, the Yao Yao had made significant progress. If such an incident had occurred in her past, with Chen Yao's temper, she would have blocked him on WeChat without hesitation. Instead, she would have found herself chasing after Chen Yao for days, like a devoted puppy, explaining and apologizing. Yet, after witnessing Wang Anbai's cold detachment the previous night, she found herself reluctant to block him on WeChat. The Yao Yao was indeed like this. Wang Anbai, too, had come to realize the effectiveness of tough love. In dormitory 406, Chen Yao lay on her back on the bed, the cold light of her phone screen illuminating her exquisitely sculpted features. The delicate straps of her tank top left faint imprints on her collarbone, while the fabric subtly shifted with her rhythmic breathing. Her long, slender legs lay together, 10 pearl-like toes curling unconsciously. Her pert bottom had begun to swell less, though occasional twinges of pain accompanied a slight tingling sensation. Since seeing that photo, Chen Yao's mood had soured throughout the entire afternoon. Guan Xin, perceptive as ever, noticed her best friend's unusual demeanor and suggested calling Wang Anbai to inquire about the situation. Chen Yao immediately declined, firmly stating that there was no longer any relationship between them. Having spent over a year with Wang Anbai, they rarely quarreled, as most of the time it was merely her throwing a tantrum, with Wang Anbai promptly yielding to appease her. However, this time, not only did Wang Anbai cruelly spank her, but he was also seen laughing and chatting with another woman. What infuriated her further was that the person who would typically be the first to apologize had now ceased all contact with her. This time, she truly swore to never again acknowledge that scoundrel. Yet, every time a WeChat message notification chimed, her heart would race uncontrollably. As night fell, the rhythmic breathing of her roommates grew steady, but Chen Yao remained fixated on her phone screen, engulfed in a disconcerting sense of suffocation. She had always been cherished and coddled, never having experienced such discomfort. Suddenly, the phone screen illuminated, and the name Wang Anbai flashed before her. In that instant, her breath caught, and her emotions unraveled. Her eyelashes fluttered, her lively eyes instantly clouded with tears, glistening under the cold glow of the screen, rendering her even more enchanting yet tinged with fragility. De Yao Yao lifted her face, stubbornly refusing to let the tears fall. Yet, the proud woman unhesitatingly tapped the reject button. Then, Chen Yao continued to stare at her phone screen, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing against the chilly glass. Time stretched like an elastic band, each second feeling particularly excruciating. After a long while, the second voice call did not come through. Chen Yao suddenly felt a pang of regret. The bitterness rising in her nose compelled her to whisper, "Will it kill him to call again?" She tossed her phone onto the pillow and buried her face in the blanket. The darkness was filled with inescapable images, and the emptiness in her heart intensified. Chen Yao could no longer hold back. Her shoulders trembled uncontrollably as tears rolled down her fair cheeks, soaking the pillowcase. In the stillness of the deep night, her sobs were subdued into fragmented whimpers. Ding! At that moment, the phone screen lit up again, accompanied by a familiar ring. Chapter 10. De Yao Yao's True Nature. Yao Yao. Chen Yao bit her lower lip hard, yet could not suppress the soft whimpers escaping her throat. "I have something to say. Go ahead." Wang Anbai understood that Chen Yao had not invested much in this relationship. Her feelings were not deeply entrenched. He estimated that, after a good cry, when she awoke the next day, the pain in her heart would dissipate significantly. Once this wave of emotion passed, he anticipated that winning Chen Yao back would be exceptionally challenging. However, the simple reconciliations they had enjoyed in the past were clearly not Wang Anbai's intention now. Thus, he made these two strategically planned calls. The first was knowingly destined for rejection, yet he still dialed, laying the groundwork. He wanted her to feel as though everything might return to how it once was. Her boyfriend admitting his mistakes and trying to placate her, while she pretended to be reluctant to forgive. After being hung up on, Wang Anbai deliberately delayed making the second call, waiting for the moment when Chen Yao's hopes would plummet to their lowest. Only when a person is at their most vulnerable does one dare to make the second call. Unsurprisingly, she answered, "Indeed, it is only in loss that one learns to cherish." The choked sobs emanating from the receiver confirmed that his calculations had been relatively accurate. Wang Anbai felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he had become somewhat manipulative, yet he felt little remorse. Silently, he offered a brief prayer for forgiveness to the heavens. As for whether Yao Yao had fallen asleep, that was unlikely. She often confided her worries to Wang Anbai until the early hours. "I have been reflecting during this time." Wang Anbai's voice was perfectly hoarse, expressing that he had been concerned about their relationship all along. "Now I realize, over this past year, I have been selfish, naively believing that you liked me. You are a kind-hearted girl, unwilling to hurt me, and have been enduring this relationship with great difficulty." As his words hung in the air, distinct sobs echoed from the other end of the line. To love someone, Wang Anbai paused, his tone tinged with sadness. "It is not about possession or control. As long as you are happy every day, it matters not to me." His voice trembled slightly. "I will not bind you any longer." "That is not it. That is not true." Chen Yao's fingers trembled around her phone, her voice laced with unprecedented panic. She believed Wang Anbai's declarations. After all, he still embodied the persona of an earnest, devoted, and warm-hearted man. Who would suspect a lie from a familiar, honest man? Wang Anbai pretended not to understand. "You are still so kind, but truly, you need not force yourself. Be a little selfish from now on, all right? Anbai, you are not being conceited, and I am not enduring this relationship." Chen Yao choked on her words. Her speech fragmented. Chen Yao nearly implied her feelings, yet Wang Anbai felt it insufficient. Yao Yao, it's not worth it. I am not worthy of your kindness. Perhaps breaking up would be best. Anbai, I do like you. Chen Yao finally managed to utter this statement through her tears, and in that moment, all her pride crumbled. I'm downstairs at the girls' dormitory. Wang Anbai suddenly interjected. Chen Yao's breath hitched, her mind momentarily blank. Okay. The sounds of confusion erupted from the other end of the line. Soon, Wang Anbai encountered Chen Yao, who was hastily exiting the dormitory building. She donned a violet women's windbreaker, the hem just long enough to cover the roots of her legs, while her two elegantly proportioned, fair legs were exposed to the cool air, glistening softly under the lights. With her swift movements, the flesh on her thighs quivered slightly, round and full, imbued with a youthful elasticity that seemed almost tantalizing. As they drew closer under the streetlight, Wang Anbai, upon catching a clearer glimpse of her, found himself silently confessing to the heavens for a good 10 seconds. Before him, Chen Yao's gaze was imbued with a haunting sorrow, her eyes rimmed with red, and streaks of tears still fresh on her pale cheeks, where crescent-shaped bite marks adorned her lower lip. Her slender, jade-like fingers unconsciously twisted the sleeves of her attire, her knuckles turning white from the pressure, while her delicate shoulders quivered gently as she stifled a sob. In that moment, she appeared to possess a fragmented yet vivid vitality that would evoke sympathy and a protective instinct in anyone who beheld her. Wang Anbai reached out to caress her cheek, tenderly wiping away the remnants of her tears, and instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Chen Yao's body was astonishingly soft, exuding a faint fragrance reminiscent of gardenias. Trembling slightly within his arms, Wang Anbai subtly tightened his grip, relishing the incredible curves he felt against him. Truly, she was a treasure among her peers, astonishingly exquisite. It was also apparent that Chen Yao had once studied dance, although she had not persisted as diligently as Shen Ruqing. As he felt her breathing gradually steadying, Wang Anbai slid one hand beneath her knees and the other supporting her back, effortlessly lifting her up. Yao Yao, let's find a different place. All right, she replied softly. By the lakeside on campus, the willow trees swayed gently, and the silvery moonlight descended like a veil of mist, casting a shimmering mosaic of light across the lake surface. Wang Anbai sat quietly on a bench, with Chen Yao nestled completely in his embrace. She curled up like a languid cat, the tips of her hair faintly releasing a floral scent reminiscent of shampoo. Wang Anbai thoughtfully removed his jacket and draped it over her fair, shapely legs. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time was nearing 11 o'clock. The university had mercifully extended the dormitory's closing time to 11:30 on weekends. Thus, they had a full 40 minutes to themselves. Yao Yao, my hands are freezing, he confessed candidly. The spring night's breeze remained brisk, particularly by the lakeside. What should we do then? Should we head back? Chen Yao suggested, attempting to rise. Wang Anbai gently pressed her back down. Just warm my hands. All right, she acquiesced, extending her delicate, pale hands, yet he evaded her grasp. Ultimately, an opening appeared at the hem of her windbreaker. Beneath it, Chen Yao wore only a thin tank top and a pair of shorts, likely having hurriedly thrown on the oversized jacket in her haste. Eventually, amidst her reluctant struggles, Wang Anbai successfully warmed his hands against hers. Her hands were cold, while his were warm like a hand warmer. Noticing Chen Yao's compliant demeanor, Wang Anbai leaned down and pressed his lips to her slightly pale ones. She immediately turned her head away, but he grasped her delicate chin, gently realigning her face. After a prolonged moment, she could no longer withstand his persistent exploration and lightly pushed against his chest, prompting him to relent. A silken thread glimmered under the moonlight. Wang Anbai observed Chen Yao, who was now gasping for breath. Her fair neck had taken on a blush that spread to her ears, and her lively eyes, akin to those of a fawn, were now glazed and heavy-lidded. In their previous life, even until their senior year, they had only shared hand-holding and brief embraces. Now, merely in their sophomore year, they were tantalizingly close to taking that final step, yet had not crossed it. From the arrogance of their past life to the submission of the present, all it required was a transformative shift. The transition from a warm-hearted boy to a scoundrel could be accomplished in a single rebirth. Why did you come over? Chen Yao shyly nestled her face against his chest, causing her voice to sound muffled. Wang Anbai tightened his embrace. I wanted to see you one last time. After all, you will no longer belong to me. This statement pierced Chen Yao's heart like a fine needle, filling her gaze with a mix of pity and affection. Anbai, you're so foolish, she chided, referring both to his weight beneath the dormitory and to his belief that she did not harbor feelings for him. How dare you scold me? He retorted playfully. Are you trying to kill me? Chen Yao exclaimed in surprise, her voice echoing distinctly in the tranquil lakeside. Wang Anbai, attempting to pacify her, felt her delicate body become increasingly agitated, prompting him to cease his teasing. Yet, Chen Yao did not forget to interrogate him that night. Why did you strike me with such cruelty? You were so forceful. I was in pain for a long time. Faced with this inquiry, the previous incarnation of Wang Anbai would have hurriedly apologized, carefully coaxing her while promising to never repeat such behavior. However, in this life, he was a scoundrel. Having regained consciousness after being knocked out, his mind was still somewhat hazy. You truly fainted. I thought you were deliberately trying to scare me. Chen Yao said, her voice laced with guilt as she offered an apology. I'm sorry. Wang Anbai merely smiled nonchalantly before explaining, I have my faults too, and when I sensed you didn't tea like me, I acted impulsively. After a pause, his tone softened, but then I realized you have always been so accommodating towards me. Chen Yao felt a pang in her nose, the tears she had just managed to suppress threatening to spill over once more. She blinked rapidly, forcing them back. Then what about you and Shenruching? In this dominant moment of their relationship, Chen Yao's voice involuntarily faded to a whisper. What was meant to be a staunch accusation came out almost tenderly, as if she were pouting. Surprised by her own unusual tone, she clutched the fabric of Wang Anbai's shirt, her fingers wrinkling the material. Her heart raced restlessly within her chest. This unfamiliar vulnerability filled her with confusion, anxiety, apprehension, and fear, a tumult of negative emotions swirling within her. Yet at the same time, she found herself slightly entranced by the subtle thrill that came with this admission of weakness. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, creating a soft sound. Suddenly, Chen Yao realized that, unbeknownst to her, the balance between them had begun to tilt quietly. Wang Anbai, raising an eyebrow, thought to himself that what was meant to come would inevitably arrive. Chapter 11. A torment for Chen Yao. What is wrong with Shenruching? Wang Anbai feigned ignorance, blinking innocently. Sometimes, silence serves as the best explanation. Chen Yao huffed twice, her nose slightly wrinkled, determined to reclaim control in this confrontation. What do you think is wrong? She asked, her voice instinctively rising in pitch. I have no idea, he replied. Well, think about it, she challenged, recalling their encounter in the library. I can't remember, he responded dismissively. You aren't allowed to touch me, she declared, grasping his arm. Feeling the chill in the air, Wang Anbai immediately softened. It was just an old classmate catching up a few pleasantries. Still trying to argue? I'm ignoring you. Chen Yao turned her face away, her cheeks puffed up in silent indignation. Determined to teach him a lesson, she employed a tactic that had worked in the past, knowing it would usually make Wang Anbai relent and appease her. Ignore you? That is practically a reward. Wang Anbai continued to focus on warming his hands. Truly, she was remarkable, youthful yet not naive. Ultimately, Chen Yao, who was not quite as innocent, found herself conceding. Wang Anbai settled down, and the scene captured Chen Yao as she worked to calm her tumultuous breaths. Captured in a moment were you and Shenruching, a sight that stirred a wave of emotions. Wang Anbai pinched her playfully, challenging her, dare to surveil me? Chen Yao suddenly recognized her inability to withstand his demeanor, replying, Anbai, you have changed. The tumultuous fluctuations of emotions invariably alter one's character, Wang Anbai remarked. This transformation evoked a complex mix of feelings within Chen Yao, both distaste and affection intertwined. Guan Xin had fortuitously taken a photograph. Biting her lower lip, she continued, I know you are acquainted, but why the apparent intimacy? Faced with a conundrum, Wang Anbai provided an explanation. The library mandates silence, thus we had to sit closer. The photo may appear intimate, but it is merely a matter of perspective. Well then, you must refrain from being overly close with other girls in the future. Chen Yao lifted her chin. I shall feel jealous. Wang Anbai chuckled. If you do not return to the dormitory tonight, I shall concede to your request. Chen Yao, fully aware of Wang Anbai's ulterior motives, promptly declined. No. His question was deliberately posed, setting the stage for what was to follow. By what right do you dictate my actions? She retorted, I am your girlfriend, and if you persist in this manner, I shall truly be upset. This had been Chen Yao's usual weapon, yet this time her resolve was evidently lacking. People require social interaction, Wang Anbai stated nonchalantly. But must it exceed boundaries? Chen Yao whispered. Wang Anbai remained silent, merely locking eyes with her. In that moment, Chen Yao was struck by a sudden awareness of her own insignificance. Silence enveloped them. I must return, Chen Yao declared coldly, her voice icy. Very well, Wang Anbai acquiesced, releasing her and escorting her to the foot of the dormitory. The journey was marked by an absence of words. As Chen Yao prepared to leave, Wang Anbai grasped her wrist. She turned back, her lively eyes widening slightly, her lashes fluttering, and expectations shimmering in her gaze. I remember you have always wished to visit the Aegean Sea. If you have time this summer, I shall take you. Ah, all right, Chun Yao replied mechanically, feeling a sense of loss as she stepped through the dormitory's entrance. The stairs seemed unusually lengthy today, and she absent-mindedly counted her footsteps. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching the upper floor, she suddenly realized her vision had become blurred, her lively eyes already glistening with unshed tears. As she shed her outer garments and nestled into bed, the cold sheets clung to her warm skin. The emotions she had suppressed erupted at that moment. Sourness, pain, sweetness, all surged within her. Yet this time, she did not choke back sobs or weep. She simply allowed the tears to trickle down her cheeks, dampening her pillowcase. What troubles you, Yao Yao? Guan Xin climbed down from the upper bunk and burrowed into Chun Yao's covers. Having overheard Chun Yao's voice message earlier, she gathered that the two had likely reconciled. Yet why was Chun Yao crying? She had never witnessed her friend so profoundly affected. Chun Yao embraced her close friend, burying her face in her chest, and choked out her sorrow. Guan Xin gently patted her back. Who has dared to make our little princess cry? Xin, he has changed, came the muffled response from beneath the covers. So, have you truly broken up with Wang Anbai? Guan Xin inquired softly. Chun Yao shook her head. Then are you two back together? Chun Yao continued to shake her head. Guan Xin was perplexed. What then is your relationship at present? I do not know. Do you still have feelings for him? Chun Yao lifted her tear-streaked face, nodding pitifully. Observing Chun Yao's tear-stained visage, Guan Xin felt an inexplicable absurdity wash over her. Their relationship had reversed. Her best friend, ensnared by Wang Anbai. Temporary task. Mend this relationship. Reward. Enhancement of beauty and temperament. Reward in progress. Wang Anbai stood before the bathroom mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. His features appeared significantly more refined, exuding an aura of affluence that money could not buy. His demeanor was reminiscent of the wealthy protagonist depicted in romantic novels, an air of aristocratic aloofness. With such looks and presence, he could easily debut, even if he lacked the skills of singing, dancing, rapping, or basketball. He chuckled softly and returned to his dormitory, lying back on his bed, his fingers tracing his palm, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Yao Yao is truly wonderful. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly discontented with his past self. It is through experience that one matures. Recalling Chun Yao's pleading tone, Wang Anbai's emotions became a tangled web of exhilaration, reluctance, and a tinge of heartache. Indeed, Wang Anbai could be perceived as a scoundrel. Yet, at his core, he possessed a benevolent nature. Thus, he aspired to bring happiness to every girl he encountered. Chun Yao's final request was simple, yet he knew he could not fulfill it. Nevertheless, Wang Anbai understood that even if he crossed boundaries with other women, as long as it was not excessively egregious, Chun Yao would likely forgive him. In that moment, all she sought was a straightforward promise, even one that required no adherence. Yet Wang Anbai could not muster even that modicum of tenderness, not even the effort to lie and placate her. Chun Yao sensed this absence immediately, which led to her sudden, cold demeanor. Wang Anbai, of course, had his own considerations. He was acutely aware of Chun Yao's delicate princess disposition. If he indulged her whims too soon, their relationship would swiftly revert to its previous patterns. At the same time, Wang Anbai did not wish to sacrifice the whole forest for a single tree, even if that tree was an exceptionally rare treasure. Should he concede to her desires? Their affectionate exchanges would likely lead to Yao Yao clinging to him incessantly, depriving him of opportunities to explore the forest. In such a scenario, not only would he be unable to explore the forest, but even the slightest proximity to other trees would likely be keenly detected by her. Wang Anbai did not mind Yao Yao's attachment. He simply preferred not to indulge her at this moment. As he pondered these thoughts, he gradually drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, his friends awoke with groans, lamenting the onset of a new day. "Help me take attendance," Chun Changba lazily called out. He was merely being indolent, and considering his impending return to inherit the family business post-graduation, university felt like a mere formality to him. Attendance and sign-ins, these superficial tasks, were akin to side quests in a video game, optional, dictated by his mood. "Also help me take attendance," Wang Anbai tossed over, rolling onto his side. "Classes? I've been reincarnated. What need have I for classes?" He had plans to venture out and earn money today. His previous excellent academic performance allowed him to recall much of the course material, and he intended to review it when time permitted, ensuring he would not fail. Of course, failing would not be catastrophic. When a person possesses nothing, others may sneer at their academic failures and inability to graduate, as if it were the gravest of sins. Yet, for someone who has achieved success, the same experiences become evidence of their uniqueness and genius. The past of the successful transforms into legend, while the efforts of the unsuccessful go unnoticed. In this life, Wang Anbai's numerous failures were destined to culminate in success. Zhang Yang and Xia Ho glanced at the two occupying the upper and lower bunks, accustomed to Chun Changba's absenteeism. However, Wang Anbai's truancy was a novelty. He was known for his punctuality in attending classes. Did he drink too much last night? Is he heartbroken? They paid little mind to it, jokingly calling out, "Call me Dad. Adoptive father. Adoptive father." Wang Anbai lazily rose from his slumber after briefly indulging in a guilty pleasure, feeling a twinge of hunger. Following a quick shower, he commenced his system tasks. Advanced task: perform 50 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats each for 3 consecutive days. Reward: unmatched endurance. Completed. Reward distribution in progress. Chapter 12. Guan Xin. Wang Anbai could perceptibly sense that his physique had become more robust and his thoughts clearer. The most immediate sensation was an abundance of energy coursing through him. He could easily carry 3 bags of cement for an entire morning without breaking a sweat. Ascending the stairs, he felt capable of effortlessly besting 3 opponents in quick succession. Endurance was indeed a virtue, Wang Anbai mused while stroking his chin. The Yao Yao curled up, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer." The long-legged goddess kicked him off the bed, commanding, "Get lost." Advanced task: perform 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats each, along with a 10-kilometer run for 6 days. Reward: significant enhancement of physical strength and power, slight increase in speed. Wang Anbai silently scrutinized the system panel, noting the doubling of task requirements, now including a 10-kilometer run. Instinctively, he flexed his newly toned arm muscles, reveling in the surge of power within him. The initial novice reward had granted him a modest boost in strength, transforming him from a fragile college student into an ultimate powerhouse. Now, he had acquired unparalleled endurance. He felt as though he could take on 10 opponents, be they 10 muscle-bound warriors or merely 10 chickens. Completing these tasks seemed utterly effortless. His gaze fell upon the reward description, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. A significant enhancement in physical strength and power. It was important to note that even the previous minor improvement had bestowed upon him a physique that surpassed the ordinary. A major enhancement. Was he to evolve in the direction of a superhuman? No, I aspire to be a citizen of my homeland, Wang Anbai rationally quipped. He then summoned the panel for his romantic endeavors. Advanced task: simultaneously date 2 girlfriends, achieving a favorability rating of at least 60 with each. Reward: random premium reward. Last night, Wang Anbai had checked the Yao Yao's favorability rating, which fluctuated around 70. Initially close to 80. The rapid increase in favorability was largely due to Chun Yao's prior affection for him. The 53 favorability rating was the result of a single slap from Wang Anbai. One more to go. For the sake of the task, his next girlfriend could not be Shunruching. This campus goddess was highly sensitive, her demeanor cool and detached, making progress in a short time quite challenging. After pondering for a moment, Wang Anbai concluded that as long as the favorability reached 60, it sufficed even if they were merely dating for a fleeting second. Thus, he wasn't genuinely seeking a girlfriend. He merely needed the favorability to meet the criteria. He silently drafted a few conditions. 1. Favorability must be easily elevated within a short time frame, strictly for the task. 2. She could not be a girl from Haida University, as the risk of exposure was too great. 3. Ideally, she should be amenable to financial persuasion. Currently, he lacked the means to indulge those who were more affluent. 4. Mature women were acceptable, provided they were not married. Wang Anbai held firm principles. Even as a scoundrel, he would never cross that line. The infamous boss Chow, who had a penchant for married women, was, in this regard, a paragon of ethics. He had never forcibly claimed a married woman. His targets were solely widows. Such high moral standards were truly remarkable. As for how a married woman became a widow, one would have to inquire about the formidable blade wielded by Boss Chow. After listing these criteria, Wang Anbai felt satisfied and resolved to seek accordingly. He was not in a rush. Once his endeavors took off, women with a favorability rating above 60 would be plentiful, all eager to draw near him. As for his career, Wang Anbai's first objective was a tea shop. A venture low in cost, high in profit, and a market ripe for exploitation in this era. A thriving business would also attract nearby, working women and campus beauties. Once the operational model for the tea shop matured, he could easily entrust its management to a capable store manager. In Wang Anbai's eyes, this was a golden age. Even establishing a chain of tea shops would not satiate his ambitions. After all, if he were to live as he did in his previous life, with his fate subject to the whims of others, What would be the purpose of his rebirth? Are you heading out? Chun Changba poked his head out from the bed, his hair tousled and eyes bleary as he gazed at Wang Anbai, who was tidying his attire. Wang Anbai looked up. Yes, let's go for a stroll together. That sounds splendid. I have nothing planned today. Chun Changba, feeling bored, promptly leapt from the bed, finishing his grooming in mere minutes. Wang Anbai scrutinized him. Bazi, do you have an obsession with slippers? Chun Changba donned a tank top, draped a light jacket over it, and completed his look with long pants and slippers, appearing rather mismatched. Ah, it's just a habit, and besides, the weather isn't cold, he replied. Suddenly pausing, Chun Changba's gaze fixated on Wang Anbai, assessing him from head to toe. What's wrong? Ah, nothing. I might have been seeing things. Let's go, he said, rubbing his eyes. As he felt Wang Anbai's visage seemed even more handsome, his aura inexplicably captivating. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion. How could that be possible? He must have still been groggy from sleep. Once they exited the campus gates, Wang Anbai opened WeChat. To his surprise, Shen Ruqing had taken the initiative to message him. Shen Ruqing, are you free this afternoon? Wang Anbai, yes, what is the matter? Shen Ruqing, well, I have something to discuss. Wang Anbai, all right, I'll return your umbrella. Shen Ruqing, okay. The conversation lacked any warmth, filled with curt responses. Wang Anbai grumbled a few times before messaging Chen Yao. The Yao Yao had yet to respond to several of his messages, likely still sulking over last night's incident and unwilling to acknowledge him. As the saying goes, a good woman fears a clingy man. After an incessant barrage of voice messages from the persistent Wang Anbai, the Yao Yao's defenses finally crumbled. She was still in class and could only hang up the call to type. What are you doing out of school? Wang Anbai, earning milk powder money for the kids. Chen Yao, if you don't agree to my previous request, don't even think about touching me. As if agreeing meant he could touch her immediately, Wang Anbai replied. I don't recall mentioning with whom I would have children. Did you assume too much? Chen Yao, then go have children with a sow. Wang Anbai, I'd much rather have children with you. Chen Yao, how shameless. Wang Anbai, what is the point of modesty? You're all I need. Chen Yao, you so disgusting. Wang Anbai, there's even more disgusting stuff. Chen Yao sent a sticker of don't come any closer. Chen Yao, shall we have lunch together at the cafeteria? In his previous life, they had never shared a meal on campus, as Chen Yao wished to keep their relationship under wraps. But in this life, it was Wang Anbai who hesitated. He desired her. Wang Anbai, it'll be tough for me to make it back in time, but I'll try. Chen Yao, you do your thing. No need to rush back for me. Wang Anbai, such a good girl. Chen Yao, currently, the Yao Yao's mood seemed stable, obediently compliant, and he felt an urge to tease her. After a while, Chen Yao sent another message. What about the afternoon? I can wait for you. I'm sorry. I have an appointment this afternoon. Wang Anbai replied. Wang Anbai, I have something to attend to. Chen Yao had not replied to the messages, likely believing that Wang Anbai was merely making excuses. Wang Anbai chuckled inwardly, knowing that once the milk tea shop became a sensation across the campus, Chen Yao would come to realize that he was genuinely occupied, and she would undoubtedly feel a pang of guilt, compelled to make amends with him. Chen Yao tossed her phone into her desk, her small white teeth grinding in frustration, producing a faint creaking sound. Guan Xin tilted her head towards her best friend. What is our little princess upset about now? Chen Yao retorted indignantly. I invited Wang Anbai to dinner, and he said he was busy. Guan Xin raised an eyebrow. Well, he might genuinely be occupied. Besides, weren't you two in a Cold War? Guan Xin continued. What could he possibly be doing? P.S. just brushing me off. He initiated the Cold War by messaging me first. Chen Yao, feeling a twinge of guilt, added. He was the one who backed down first. Guan Xin facepalmed. And you called him a dinner? Yao Yao, where's your dignity? Moreover, he is still entangled with Shen Ruqing. Aren't you going to address that? Chen Yao fell silent, mumbling after a pause. Regardless, this time it's a total Cold War. You've said that several times recently, but every time you end up crying your heart out, Guan Xin remarked. A knowing look in her eyes. Yao Yao, Wang Anbai has you firmly in his grasp. Chen Yao extended her delicate hand, mischievously saying, Xin, I'll continue to assist you tonight. I've already made significant progress. Guan Xin instinctively recoiled. When you can't win an argument, you start bullying me. Who told you to be weaker than me? Chen Yao replied triumphantly. Besides, my sister has such a good figure. How did you end up looking like a runway? My sister and I don't share the same mother. She is from my Uncle S side. Guan Xin shot back, glancing at Chen Yao as disproportionately ample bosom. You owe that to Wang Anbai, don't you? Chen Yao recalled the warmth from last night, her cheeks flushing crimson, the delicate hue spreading to her porcelain neck. Guan Xin huffed. You say Wang Anbai isn't worthy of you, yet you've practically surrendered yourself to him. Chen Yao gritted her teeth. You're not escaping tonight. We're sleeping together, and I'll ensure to assist you thoroughly. Guan Xen, reminded of that peculiar feeling, suddenly felt timid and gazed longingly at her best friend. Yao Yao, I was wrong. Chen Yao coldly rejected. It's too late. How unfair. Guan Xen pouted, appearing small, helpless, and pitiful. Chapter 13, Guanning. Who are you chatting with? Chen Changba noticed his friend engrossed in his phone. Curiosity piqued. Chen Yao, Wang Anbai replied candidly, aware that the guys would eventually find out. Chen Changba stared, astonished. Aren't you two broken up? Wang Anbai recited a classic Playboy line. Breaking up doesn't mean it's over. It merely changes the nature of the relationship. He added silently in his heart. The new roles could be those of siblings, or perhaps something else. Isn't it awkward to stay in touch after a breakup? Chen Changba pondered, then slowly replied, 6. The main commercial street adjacent to High University was expansive. Even on a Monday, throngs of people filled the thoroughfare, with shop signs stretching endlessly along the street. Now that we're out, we must first treat our stomachs. Chen Changba rubbed his hands together, pausing in front of a tastefully decorated Japanese restaurant. Their eel rice is exceptional, Wang Zhanlong declared with righteous fervor, dragging him into a modest Huangmin chicken shop despite his friend's discontented gaze. The establishment was small, with tables and chairs tightly packed. After placing their order, Wang Anbai leaned against the counter to chat with the proprietress. The proprietress, seeing this young man's vibrant demeanor and courteous nature, instantly beamed, engaging him in conversation. In no time, Wang Anbai had gleaned a wealth of information about the street. To truly understand a place, there was no one better than a long-established local businessperson. Even intimate details about which owners were involved with their staff were laid bare. Wang Anbai took note. Once the server brought out 2 plates of Huangmin chicken, Wang Anbai finally excused himself from the proprietress's lingering gaze. What were you discussing with her? She seemed quite reluctant to let you go, Chen Changba remarked, slurping his rice soup. Just getting to know the local situation, Wang Anbai replied, mixing his rice into the Huangmin chicken, relishing the combination. Getting to know the situation? Wait. Chen Changba set down his chopsticks. You're not suggesting you want to open a shop around here, are you? Wang Anbai nodded. That is indeed my plan. Dude, think carefully. Chen Changba urged. Having been influenced by his family's business dealings, he possessed a degree of insight into the entrepreneurial world. Just understanding the local environment elevated his opinion of Wang Anbai. Many people, lacking their advantages, often rushed into business ventures, only to suffer losses before learning from their mistakes. But ordinary individuals couldn't afford the cost of trial and error. Chen Changba was skeptical about the prospects of opening a shop on this street. Fearing Wang Anbai might fall into a trap, he lit a cigarette, his expression grave. The foot traffic is substantial, but the rent is high, and competition is fierce. Businesses are engaged in price wars. Without sufficient capital reserves, you won't last 3 months. Wang Anbai nodded internally, acknowledging Chen Changba's astute analysis. However, the seemingly fatal issues to others were trivial in his view. The rent for a 50-square-meter milk tea shop was manageable, and currently, the milk tea industry was in a blue ocean phase. The well-known brands like Nayuki, Haiti, and Baidao had yet to saturate the market. Some even had not yet emerged. Adopting the successful business models of these brands was a wise move. Bazi, what do you think about opening a milk tea shop? Wang Anbai casually inquired, eager to gauge his friend's business acumen. Chen Changba inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed. For the average consumer, it's too extravagant. Regular drinks are only 3 to 4 yuan, while milk tea costs upwards of 10. This price point guarantees a limited market. Consumer perceptions are evolving, Wang Anbai countered, his eyes shimmering with determination. We're not selling milk tea. We're offering a lifestyle by creating a hit product, generating media buzz, and employing scarcity marketing. We can make young people feel that holding our milk tea cup is akin to being at the forefront of fashion. Chen Changba paused, astonished, surveying Wang Anbai, who articulated opportunities that had eluded him despite years of exposure to the business world. Should I invest? Wang Anbai extended an olive branch. I genuinely envy you for your decisiveness. My family won tea, let me start my own venture, Chen Changba admitted, enviously. As for investing, I'm still skeptical. If you need more funds, I can lend you another 100,000. Brother, I poured all my savings from years of red envelopes into this. I've been saving for over 20 years and still can't part with it. Wang Anbai chuckled. Ahem, no need to borrow money. But you're missing out on your first billion in life, Wang Anbai said meaningfully with a smile. Chen Changba scoffed. You think a little shop selling sweet water can make waves? I don't believe you can pull off anything significant. Wang Anbai's smile deepened. If you ever want to invest in the future, I still welcome you. But remember your current stubbornness. Chen Changba retorted with a chuckle. After their meal, Wang Anbai and Chen Changba found a rental shop. Peering through the glass door, they saw a space of about 60 square meters, ample for a tea shop. And they could even set up a few casual seating areas. Wang Anbai dialed the contact number on the door, and a deep voice answered from the other end. Wang Anbai expressed his interest in leasing, and the landlord readily agreed to come over. As the two individuals stood outside the storefront, idly passing the time with a few cigarettes, a strikingly graceful woman approached from across the street. "Are you here to rent the shop?" Guan Ning, balancing on her slender high heels, paused momentarily to regard them, a flicker of doubt dancing in her eyes. The pair appeared to be in their early 20s, dressed simply and modestly, resembling students from a nearby university, rather than individuals capable of readily producing substantial rent. Yet, one of the young men stood tall, his physique well-defined and his handsomeness exceedingly pronounced. He exuded an innate air of nobility that deterred casual approach, yet irresistibly encouraged furtive glances. He resembled a leading man from a romantic drama, more so than any fictional protagonist. Guan Ning felt an inexplicable warmth creeping up her ears as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, discreetly adjusting her breath. After years of navigating the intricacies of the business world, she had encountered countless elite talents, yet in this moment, she distinctly sensed her heart miss a beat. Concurrently, Wang Anbai was observing her intently. Her chestnut curls were elegantly styled into a delicate low bun, revealing her elegantly sculpted swan neck. Her refined makeup complemented her radiant features, with simple diamond earrings gracing her ears. Clad in a meticulously tailored office outfit, her fitted blazer was paired with a chiffon blouse, the hem of which was tucked into a form-fitting pencil skirt that accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous figure. The proportion of her waist to hips was astonishingly striking. Beneath the skirt, her long, smooth legs were elegantly clad in sheer black stockings, and she stood confidently in a pair of black stiletto heels by Romy. She epitomized the essence of an urban beauty, exquisite, exuding the charm of a mature woman, a savvy and discerning professional. Wang Anbai quietly assessed as he caught a whiff of her subtle fragrance. "I am the landlord you contacted," he inquired politely. "The landlord is my father," Guan Ning replied, unconsciously softening her tone, her voice infused with the unique intellect and gentleness characteristic of a career woman. "He has an urgent matter to attend to, so I am here to show you the property. Please come in." Producing a key from her bag, she unlocked the glass door with a soft click, allowing Wang Anbai and Chun Changba to follow her inside. "What business do you plan to establish if you rent this space?" Guan Ning's gaze flitted between the two. "I will be renting it alone, intending to open a milk tea shop," Wang Anbai replied, surveying the premises with evident satisfaction. Guan Ning nodded slightly, feeling an inexplicable joy upon realizing that he was starting a business on his own. "Are you students from the nearby university?" she asked. "Yes, we attend High University," Wang Anbai answered. Her eyes sparkled with interest. "What a coincidence. I am also a graduate of High University, which makes me your senior. Moreover, my sister is currently studying there as well." Wang Anbai's gaze swept over her refined features. "To be honest, our cohort lacks such a beautiful senior." His words were not mere flattery. After all, her striking features and enviable figure were indeed not typical of a college student. Chen Changba stared at Wang Anbai in astonishment. "When did you become so eloquent?" Chapter 14. "Oh no, I've truly become a seductress. You flatter me too much. I won't be lowering the rent for you, Junior," Guan Ning replied, though a smile graced her lips, revealing her delight. She held a strong confidence in her appearance, and indeed, she had every reason to do so. Furthermore, compliments from such a distinguished young man were far more gratifying than those from balding middle-aged men. Honestly, Wang Anbai met her gaze squarely. "How much is the monthly rent for this shop?" Guan Ning adopted a more businesslike demeanor. "That depends on your leasing proposal. A 2-year lease is required, with the option to renew at the end of the term." Wang Anbai articulated his intention. "After the lease ends, I plan to purchase the shop outright. Although by then the brand will have expanded nationwide, and this location may hold no real value, it will still possess sentimental significance as the founding store." Wang Anbai was a nostalgic individual. "That sounds agreeable," Guan Ning nodded slightly. "You should be aware of the rental rates in this area. This shop, though only 63 square meters, commands at least 8,000 monthly, with utility self-managed. 15 years, 63 square meters, 8,000 monthly. Such is the reality of High City." Wang Anbai reflected. However, based on his past experiences, he knew that commercial leases typically allowed for a negotiation range of 10 to 15%. Therefore, there was certainly room for discussion. He cast a glance outside. "Senior, the greenery in front will divert foot traffic, potentially impacting business. What do you think?" While an average university student might falter in the presence of such an imposing landlord, Wang Anbai was undeterred by her stature. Guan Ning regarded him with mild surprise. That is indeed a valid concern. I can reduce the rent by 200 per month. Wang Anbai countered. The building's shaded location will decrease foot traffic in winter. Guan Ning nodded. Indeed, another 200 off. Wang Anbai continued. The load-bearing walls will affect the layout of renovations. 200 less, Guan Ning agreed. Chun Changba stared in disbelief, eyes wide as he watched the back-and-forth exchange. Are you two playing a negotiation game, or what? Wang Anbai himself was taken aback. This landlord senior had completely dropped her pretense, merely nodding in agreement. He quietly opened the system panel to check Guan Ning's favorability rating towards him. Guan Ning favorability. 66 Wang Anbai. Oh no, I've truly become a seductress. Let's settle on that then. Based on his earlier assessments, he estimated the actual rental price for the space to be between 7,200 and 7,500. However, he had negotiated it down to 6,600, with the landlord graciously rounding it down to 6,500. That was a savings of at least 700 per month, amounting to 8,400 over a year. Wang Anbai felt a surge of panic. What if this exquisite and charming landlord was tempted by me? I'm in urgent need of assistance. Don't overthink. Guan Ning's voice was gentle. The issues you mentioned do indeed exist. Moreover, she leaned slightly forward, the fabric of her office skirt tightening just enough to accentuate her alluring curves. Wang Anbai found himself momentarily dazed, questioning why such thoughts were crossing his mind. All of this was Chun Yao's fault. The two shared a certain resemblance. However, while Chun Yao was still in her youthful phase, with a slender frame supporting her impressive curves, Guan Ning had reached a stage of maturity. Her high heels and professional attire rendering her tall and captivating, with a waist-to-hip ratio that was quite extraordinary. As for Shen Ruqing, she possessed the archetypal dancer's physique. Her form was flawless, with an elegant, elongated stature and legs that were nothing short of art. Each had their unique charms, all striking in their own right. Wang Anbai's mind suddenly flashed back to the image of his ex-wife, who, in comparison to these women, paled in both looks and charisma. The most infuriating aspect was that when his company faced dire straits, she had immediately absconded with their funds, vanishing without a trace. This betrayal had plunged Wang Anbai deeper into despair. He wondered if he would ever encounter her again in this lifetime. If so, he would ensure that she faced the consequences of her actions. And what about? Wang Anbai turned his gaze to the senior who had remained silent for a while. Guan Ning, showing her considerate nature, remarked, I truly understand the hardships that come with starting a business as a university student. Back in the day when I graduated, I too faced many obstacles and felt quite helpless. In reality, Guan Ning had entered her uncle's company right after graduation, experiencing no real hardship. However, she was fiercely ambitious, and with her parents intent on honing her skills, she had concealed this connection, relying solely on her own abilities to achieve her current status. However, it seems that nearly everyone in the company is now aware that the owner is her uncle. Wang Anbai subtly stepped back a half step, his peripheral vision sweeping over the taut fabric of Guan Ning's pencil skirt. It was on the verge of bursting, yet she maintained an air of decorum. Who would have thought that such a contrasting side existed in this senior? Nevertheless, given the reduced rent, Wang Anbai was not one to overlook kindness. In this era, it is rare to encounter a woman as considerate as her. A genuine smile glimmered in his eyes. Once the milk tea shop opens, feel free to come by for a drink. I shall personally prepare it for you. Guan Ning delicately brushed her fingertip against her earlobe, the diamond earrings swaying gently with her movement. I shall eagerly anticipate it, but should the flavor disappoint, I will not hesitate to leave a negative review, she quipped. Wang Anbai chuckled. I assure you, the taste is impeccable. My specialty is the rich, thick milk tea with blackcurrant. At that moment, Chun Changba, who was nearby, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Damn it, being handsome has its perks. You can charm beautiful women anywhere and even secure a rent reduction. Just then, the glass door creaked open, and a bespectacled young man entered, his white shirt's sleeves neatly rolled up to his elbows, exuding an air of scholarly cleanliness. Excuse me, is this Miss Guan? His gaze unabashedly fixed on Guan Ning, his eyes gleaming behind the lenses. I am, she replied, momentarily diverting her attention from Wang Anbai. The fleeting hint of irritation in her eyes swiftly replaced by a professional smile. And you are? Upon receiving confirmation, Zheng Chen's gaze intensified with fervor. He seemingly adjusted his collar nonchalantly, making the Omega watch on his wrist more conspicuous. I am Zheng Chen. I contacted Mr. Guan yesterday regarding renting this premises, but he was unavailable. I reached out to him again, and he instructed me to come directly to you. Guan Ning suddenly recalled that her grandfather had mentioned this matter during their phone conversation yesterday, but unfortunately, Zheng Chen had chosen the wrong moment. She had been engrossed in a drama at home, and had dismissed him without a second thought. Weekends were her sacred personal time, and no one was allowed to disrupt her binge-watching. Business discussions should occur during her working hours, allowing her the legitimate excuse to skip work. I know that guy. He's from the student union at Haida University, and he can be quite pretentious, Chun Changba remarked in a lowered voice to Wang Anbai. Once, he had Hosey move some materials for him, and when Hosey ignored him, he threatened to give him a demerit. I had to step in to smooth things over. I've dealt with him before. If he dares to bully Hosey, you won't have it easy. Wang Anbai keenly observed the other man's feigned gestures. Does he come from wealth? Chun Changba was uncertain. Not really. I mean, he has some money, but compared to you, he belongs to an ordinary family. And how does he stack up against me? Wang Anbai inquired. Chun Changba candidly replied, it's akin to comparing myself to him. Wang Anbai smirked. So, does that mean he could offer a higher price for the shop? He found it amusing that renting a space could be so lively, presenting him with a rival. Chun Changba spoke meaningfully. It seems that the competition for the storefront is not as straightforward as it appears. How so? Chun Changba patted his back. Brother, I'm beginning to appreciate your business acumen. Chapter 15. Snap and Clap. Brother, I advise you to speak your mind and not keep us in suspense, Wang Anbai threatened. Chun Changba confidently stated, I suspect that his intention to rent this shop is likely to open a milk tea store. Just look at the size of this place. It seems appropriate. That's only one aspect, Chun Changba scoffed. While his family may not be wealthy, he has a relative abroad who is a real big shot. Zhang Chun can't stop bragging about it, practically wishing his relative were his father. Can you guess what business his relative is involved in abroad? Wang Anbai had a hunch. Ming De. Exactly, Chun Changba confirmed. They're in the tea beverage business abroad. Wang Anbai immediately understood. It seemed that his relative had sensed the opportunity in the domestic tea shop market and had invested in Zhang Chun as a test run. Wang Anbai nodded. But whether it was a trial or an attempt to seize the market, it was of no consequence to him. Business inherently involves competition, and survival of the fittest is the norm. Moreover, Wang Anbai's ambitions extended far beyond a mere milk tea shop. He envisioned his own brand flourishing nationwide, even internationally. Even if Zhang Chun were to open a milk tea store backed by a powerful ally, Wang Anbai would still ensure they experience the true meaning of a reborn individual's overwhelming advantage. I must admit, I'm somewhat impressed, Chun Changba remarked. You, a mere university student, seem to possess insights that resonate with those of a seasoned business magnate abroad. Learn from me, then, Wang Anbai replied, feigning nonchalance. Chun Changba asked, is this shop still up for grabs? Wang Anbai pondered momentarily. I could certainly play a trick on him, but if he genuinely wishes to open a milk tea shop, it wouldn't be necessary. Raising the rent to deceive Zhang Chun would be a simple task, but at this moment, Wang Anbai was eager for him to open sooner. Besides, in the end, who the shop would be rented to ultimately depended on the senior's decision. The rent you offered is already the lowest on the entire street. Chun Changba scoffed. Just because you're handsome, do you think the senior will certainly rent it to you? Where does that confidence come from? Wang Anbai joked. I could make thick milk tea for the senior. As he spoke, Wang Anbai turned his gaze toward the two engaged in conversation. Zhang Chun also directed his gaze towards him, smiling politely at Chun Changba, who returned a perfunctory greeting. Yet, Wang Anbai astutely detected the underlying disdain in Zhang Chun's smile. Despite the well-crafted facade, he still appeared too naive in Wang Anbai's eyes. Ah, youth is a marvelous thing, with all emotions plainly written on one's face. Wang Anbai mused inwardly. Zhang Chun leaned slightly forward, his voice smooth as jade. Miss Guan, in business, it is customary to respect the order of arrival. Besides, you have yet to sign a contract. Guan Ning maintained her professional smile. He arrived first. After all, I made no commitments to you yesterday. Yet, given that no contract had been signed, it would be fair to afford me a chance to compete. Zhang Chen's insistence on renting this space stemmed not only from its suitable size, but also from the significant allure of the beautiful landlord. He believed that, with his family background and acumen, he might win her favor. Why are you being so persistent? Guan Ning was beginning to feel irritated. I have already discussed the price with that student. Miss Guan, perhaps you would consider my offer before making a decision, Zhang Chun said, his confident smile unwavering. Miss Guan? Guan Ning spros furovet. I heard from a friend that you graduated from Haida University. Coincidentally, I am currently studying there myself, so you are indeed my senior. Zhang Chun explained, feigning familiarity. Guan Ning's expression turned icy. Are you particularly interested in my background, Mr. Zhang? Just a coincidence, he replied. In truth, he had managed to gather little information, only knowing that the landlord was named Guan Ning, strikingly beautiful, and employed at a certain company. Coincidence? Guan Ning scoffed lightly, her eyes flashing with coldness. She felt an unusual anger towards those who pried into her private affairs. Please refer to me as Miss Guan. After all, I'm no longer a student at Haida. Zhang Chen's face instantly grew awkward. Understood, Miss Guan. Wang Anbai's gaze lingered on Guan Ning's slightly top profile, keenly observing the unfolding scene. Investigating a girl's background should either be done flawlessly or approached casually when the opportunity arises, allowing for a natural deepening of the relationship. There was no need to lay everything bare so directly. However, in truth, I could offer a higher rent for this establishment. Zhang Chun presented what he considered to be his trump card. Guan Ning's gaze flickered with amusement, her crimson lips curving into a slight smile. Very well. Name your price, and I shall listen. Noticing the other party's attitude softening, Zhang Chen's expression eased, yet inwardly he scoffed, despite her facade of aloofness. It was evident she was swayed by money. As for the price, Zhang Chen's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Wang Anbai's unassuming attire, and he felt a surge of confidence. Unless Chun Changba intervened, Zhang Chun believed he had enough clout that Chun would not openly confront him. 9,000 a month. He quoted a figure that surpassed the market rate, inquiring if Miss Guan found this price agreeable. As he spoke, Zhang Chen's eyes inadvertently wandered down the elegant line of Guan Ning's neck. Her tailored blazer accentuated her curves, while the fitted skirt perfectly outlined her slender waist and shapely posterior, leading down to her long, silk-clad legs. Zhang Chun swallowed unconsciously, having navigated the professional landscape for years. Guan Ning could see through Zhang Chen's trivial thoughts, and her disdain deepened. She promptly extended her long fingers and beckoned Wang Anbai. Junior, come here. Wang Anbai, intrigued by the exchange, stepped closer to her side. Senior, what can I do for you? Junior? Senior? Zhang Chen's face flushed a deep crimson, and he glared at Wang Anbai, his eyes blazing with ire. Guan Ning chuckled lightly. This student is offering me 9,000 for rent, a significant amount more than yours. I must say, Wang Anbai raised an eyebrow, noting the peculiar tone in her voice, as she simultaneously mocked Zhang Chun and flirted with him. Senior. The tea's flavor is becoming quite pronounced. Zhang Chun, caught off guard, shot a challenging look at Wang Anbai. Wang Anbai cheerfully replied, what can be done? It seems I must concede. Seeing Wang Anbai yield, Zhang Chen's smile widened. Indeed, throughout history, the highest bidder prevails, especially when the student has voluntarily stepped aside. Guan Ning shot Wang Anbai a look of frustration, then, in front of everyone, linked her arm through his. What will you do now? Wang Anbai was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant aura, his arm brushing against something soft. Then rent it to me. Guan Ning, slightly shorter than him. He lowered his gaze to meet hers. What else with that expression of enjoyment? Wang Anbai wondered if Guan Ning was simply using this as an opportunity, and it had been premeditated. Zhang Chun stood frozen in shock at their intimate gestures and playful banter, as if struck by lightning. The color drained from his face. Had he truly been a fool? Chun Changba, lingering behind the group, lit a cigarette silently, observing Chun Yao, Shun Ruqing, and Guan Ning, who all seemed to enjoy stirring up trouble. Let us see how you handle this moving forward. Well, I initially intended to rent it to you, Guan Ning declared with a sense of triumph. Wang Anbai was proactive. His arm, which she had taken, slid down naturally, giving a gentle pat on her ample backside. The sensation was soft and inviting, surpassing even the firmness of the Yao Yao. Guan Ning shivered involuntarily, warmth creeping from her ears to her cheeks. Wang Anbai hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from her. Was she truly that sensitive? In an instant, the composed professional transformed into a woman exuding desire. Guan Ning shot him a resentful glare. Wang Anbai remained unfazed, as if nothing had transpired, thinking, you can use me as a pawn. But the barrel points back at you. Actually, there are many shops available for rent on this street, he casually reminded her. Ah, indeed. Zhang Chen finally came to his senses. Miss Guan, we might have an opportunity to collaborate. He forced a polite farewell, turning away with quickened steps. Wang Anbai shook his head with a smile. You still need practice, my friend. I remember delivering meals to my ex-wife's villa when I was down on my luck, maintaining a calm demeanor without a flicker of emotion. In truth, Wang Anbai had nearly succumbed to his impulses then, but the remaining wisdom reminded him that others were counting on him. As he reminisced, a sudden sharp pain shot through his arm, turning to glance. He saw two delicate fingers fiercely pinching the flesh of his arm. Damn it, I've been pinched. Chapter 16. Friends indeed. What's wrong, senior? Wang Anbai feigned innocence. I was deceived by my junior's appearance. He looks like a gentleman, yet his hands are quite unrefined. Guan Ning's eyes glinted mischievously as she cast a sidelong glance at the audacious young man. Wang Anbai chuckled inwardly, recognizing her tough exterior, but knew that once faced with something tangible, she would soften like cotton candy. However, the brilliance of this unspoken game of flirtation lay in their mutual understanding without verbal acknowledgement, savoring the sensation of unspoken intimacy. Had it been a more naive girl, she might have pretended nothing had happened, maintaining a facade of calm while her heart surged with tumult beneath the surface. At this juncture, congratulations were in order. Their story had commenced. Yet, should they articulate it, it would merely serve to advance their relationship a step further. This subtle tension of unexpressed desire could perhaps be sensed in Shunruching. Senior, it's time to let go. Wang Anbai sighed. Guan Ning felt a tinge of embarrassment, questioning why she had resorted to such childish behavior. Her ears flushed, she quickly released her grip on him, retracting her fingers from their earlier hold. The area that had been pinched felt numb. It was likely to bruise for several days. Guan Ning brushed back a few stray strands of hair, regaining her composure and adopting her usual professional demeanor. The monthly rent is 6,500, utilities to be paid by you for a 2-year lease. The contract will be ready for your signature tomorrow. This was the Guan Ning he preferred. Yet Wang Anbai remained resolute. I will transfer a 50,000 deposit first. The full payment will be settled upon signing the contract tomorrow. Actually, we could pay together tomorrow, Guan Ning suggested kindly. Wang Anbai's stance was firm. It must be today. The money has to be handed over now. Otherwise, where will the subsequent 500,000 come from? Very well, Guan Ning replied, slightly taken aback, surprised that the seemingly casual junior had such principles. Wang Anbai took out his phone. Senior, let us exchange contact information. My WeChat is my phone number. Guan Ning suddenly chuckled. I've been calling you Junior all this time, yet I don't even know your name. Wang Anbai, he replied, adding, and as in peace. Bai as in purity. What a lovely name, reminiscent of a male lead in a romantic drama. Guan Ning's eyes sparkled with delight at the name. Senior, perhaps you should watch fewer idle dramas, Wang Anbai thought to himself. He also observed an intriguing aspect of Guan Ning's personality. She would gradually shift from a professional demeanor to an idle drama enthusiast, only to suddenly revert back, creating a striking contrast. I am Guan Ning, with Ning meaning to condense. You may call me Senior, Guan Ning, or even Sister Guan Ning, she introduced herself. If you still call me Junior, I expect you to call me Senior. Wang Anbai understood the dynamics well. The titles of Junior and Senior represented a private familiarity, but in public settings, she should be addressed as Guan Ning or Sister Guan Ning. Senior, I've transferred the deposit. Please confirm. Guan Ning smiled as she received the transfer, eagerly anticipating her milk tea. I promise you'll be satisfied. By the way, Guan Ning edged closer by half a step, the faint scent of perfume lingering between the two of them. Should any issues arise with the store, feel free to seek my assistance, she offered. Wang Anbai nodded obediently. Then I must trouble you, Senior. Internally, Guan Ning bit her lip. This seemingly docile junior had just audaciously slapped her backside. The stark contrast ignited an inexplicable warmth within her, reminiscent of those seemingly aloof yet secretly cunning male protagonists in idle dramas. Wang Anbai turned back to converse with Chen Changba, blissfully unaware of the intense gaze burning into him from behind. There was no further negotiation. They agreed to meet at the same time the following day to sign the contract. Wang Anbai reflected on how busy he had become since his rebirth. He had to meet Shunruching that afternoon, return the next day to sign the contract, and the day after to attend a lecture with Shunruching. Thankfully, he was resilient, yet he hardly had time to deal with the Yao Yao. Guan Ning gently turned the key, the metallic core clicking softly as the store door locked with a satisfying sound. She turned back, her slender fingers gliding down the lapel of her suit, subtly smoothing the minor creases in her attire. I need to return to work now. I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow, Junior. See you tomorrow, Senior. The sound of her stiletto heels echoed crisply against the marble floor, gradually fading into the distance. Before departing, Wang Anbai glanced at Guan Ning's favorability rating, which fluctuated around 72. He felt perplexed. Such a high rating usually indicated closeness, yet this was their first meeting. Surely, it couldn't be warranted? Was he truly becoming a charm demon? Wang Anbai recalled Guan Ning's figure, her OL skirt, slender waist, peach-shaped derriere, black silk-clad legs, and high heels. Perhaps he should take advantage of the situation? The two stood before the glass entrance of the store, Chen Changba sullenly cradling his cigarette. What am I even doing here? Wang Anbai reassured him. You serve as a great ornament. Suddenly, Chen Changba's expression turned serious. What exactly is your relationship with Chun Yao now? Friends after the breakup. And what about Shunruching? A friend I'm currently pursuing. And Guan Ning? A friend I wish to pursue. Chen Changba fell silent. After a long pause, he pulled out another cigarette, lighting it quietly and taking a deep drag. Bro, don't play with fire. Wang Anbai looked at him disdainfully. What qualifications do you have to say that? You're the one chasing your girlfriend only to end up pursuing your best friend. I can control the temperature. Wang Anbai retorted. Chen Changba coughed from the smoke. You should take it easy. Come on. I'll treat you to milk tea, Wang Anbai said, patting his shoulder. Let us head to our favorite shanka milk tea. Chun Changba's eyes brightened. At least you know how to handle things. It wasn't necessarily that shanka milk tea was exceptional. Rather, the person making it was extraordinarily beautiful, a divorced woman in her 30s, raising a child, and absolutely stunning. Discussions about her on the campus forum had remained perpetually popular, with students affectionately referring to her as the milk tea shishir. Unfortunately, she would no longer be seen next semester, as she had been lured away to become a store manager with a high salary. Since then, the business of shanka milk tea had plummeted. Hello, Dad, the store has been rented out. As soon as Guan Ning arrived at the company, her father called. All right, your mother and I will be abroad for some time longer. You'll manage those stores. Just handle it as you see fit. Okay, by the way, how much is the rent for this store? 6,005. A long silence followed from the other end of the line. Finally, her father spoke. His tone laced with inquiry. What is going on? This time, it was Guan Ning's turn to be silent. She couldn't possibly tell her parents that she lowered the rent simply because the charming young man renting the store resembled a lead character from an idol drama. If she were to speak the truth, her parents would likely be thrilled. They were worried about her being 27 and still single, which is why they had gone abroad to escape the stress. But admitting that would be too embarrassing, wouldn't it? After a lengthy pause, her father sighed. Just don't let your mother find out. Understood. All right then. Hang up if there is nothing else. Remember to contact your uncle if you need anything. Got it. After hanging up, Guan Ning leaned back in her chair, opening a messaging app to idly scroll. She sent her sister a voice message. Xin, I met a particularly handsome guy today. Chapter 17, I must pursue him. After lunch, the two best friends returned to their dormitory. Chen Yao immediately began to dominate the less experienced Guan Xin, seeking revenge for their earlier verbal sparring during the lecture. Unwilling to be subdued, Guan Xin summoned her training in the art of resistance, fighting back valiantly. However, Chen Yao was exceptionally gifted, and with merely 30% of her strength, she swiftly overpowered Guan Xin. Though Guan Xin was reluctant, she had no choice but to glare at her with her round, expressive eyes, conveying her defiance against the humiliation suffered. Even though the duel concluded rapidly, both incurred significant costs. Chen Yao's white spaghetti-strap dress lost its charm, the hem brushing against her legs, revealing a hint of her matching undergarment. Guan Xin was no better off. Her slightly longer spaghetti-strap dress caught the fray of battle as she attempted to fend off Chen Yao's advances with her knees, causing her garment to flutter around her. Both dresses were white, but unlike Chen Yao's, Guan Xin's undergarment was a soft pink, exuding a certain cuteness. Xin, I'm about to exact my revenge, Chen Yao declared with a mischievous smile, her small hands beginning to weave seals to restrain Guan Xin. Flushed, Guan Xin struggled, her eyes glistening with tears. Yao, I'm serious, stop it. Ignoring her pleas, Chen Yao continued with her incantations. Their playful tussle shook the very foundations of their surroundings, causing the bed to creak under the strain. Ultimately, Guan Xin exhausted her energy and begged for mercy to conclude the skirmish. Chen Yao casually brushed aside the hair sticking to her collarbone, looking down at her friend with a smirk. Do you dare to defy me again? Guan Xin panted, turning her face away. I won't acknowledge you anymore. Really? Chen Yao leaned closer, whispering into Guan Xin's ear. Then I'll just have to be even more excessive. You're so annoying, just get up. Guan Xin flailed, pushing at Chen Yao's shoulder. Only then did Chen Yao relent, rolling on her side. Guan Xin, irritated, turned her back on Chen Yao and pulled out her phone to check her missed messages. Her finger pressed lightly, and her sister's voice message from half an hour ago rang out in the quiet room. Xin, I met a particularly handsome guy today. Guan Ning's voice, laced with amusement and a hint of lazy charm, filled the air. Knowing her sister well, Guan Xin curled her lip. You're just all talk. You've said this before, but never acted on it. Guan Ning quickly replied, this time is truly different. He perfectly fits my aesthetic. And we've already made some progress. What kind of progress? Guan Xin asked skeptically. Remembering the flirtation in the store, Guan Ning couldn't help but smile. Let us just say there's been progress, and he is actually my tenant. Guan Xin furrowed her brow suspiciously. I suspect he is after an easy ride. He has his principles, Guan Ning replied, feeling a twinge of guilt after sending the message. Yet, lowering the rent was merely a normal bargaining tactic, and he was adamant about paying a deposit, which demonstrated his integrity. All right then, what do you plan to do next? Guan Xin responded. Guan Ning spoke with a hint of entanglement in her tone. He is merely a sophomore, yet I am already 27. If I take the initiative, it feels rather peculiar, and I am still deliberating. Guan Xin could not help but roll her eyes, her voice laced with exasperation. Sister Guan Ning, could you please take a good look at yourself in the mirror? With a face like yours, people would believe you are still a university student. Moreover, there are plenty of age gap romances these days. Guang Xan understood Guang Ning well. She possessed beauty, an enviable figure, a respectable job, and a commendable character. Yet when it came to matters of the heart, she was as sensitive as a shy mimosa, retracting at the slightest touch. Those suitors who dared approach her were often frightened away by her instinctive retreat. At 27 years old, her romantic history was as pristine as a blank canvas. While her theoretical knowledge on the subject was extensive, a classic case of a verbal champion, it was essential that she encouraged this infatuated fool, ensuring that the little courage she had mustered did not dissipate. Their uncle and aunt were deeply concerned about Guang Ning's marital prospects. Chen Yao wrapped her arms around Guang Xian's slender waist from behind, resting her chin on her shoulder with curiosity. What are you two discussing about age gap romances? Is Sister Guang Ning smitten? Guang Xian sighed in resignation. Sister Guang Ning has finally encountered someone who stirs her feelings, only to discover he is just a sophomore. And now she is torn between whether to take the initiative. Chen Yao lifted her chin thoughtfully and asserted, "How rare it is to meet someone who makes your heart flutter. Missing out could lead to a lifetime of regret." Indeed, Guang Xian nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Chen Yao eagerly urged, "Then what are you hesitating for? You must pursue him." Guang Xian pressed the voice button. "Sister Guang Ning, you wouldn't want to regret this for the rest of your life, would you? In a few years, you'll be turning 30, and finding someone so compatible will become increasingly difficult." After a considerable pause, Guang Ning finally replied, "If the opportunity arises, I'll invite him out. You should join us for a meal." Guang Xian understood her sister's subtlety and chose not to pierce through her delicate feelings. "Sound good. I must witness for myself just how charming the man is who has captured Sister Guang Ning's heart." After sending the message, Guang Xian sighed. Despite Guang Ning's striking presence and formidable aura, the moment she was touched, she would retreat into her shell. "Take me with you. I want to go too." Chen Yao exclaimed excitedly, tightening her embrace around Guang Xian. "Are you going to be a third wheel?" Guang Xian pushed her away in disdain. "Go find your Wang Anbai. He's broken up with me." Chen Yao replied without hesitation, her face suddenly sulky. Guang Xian feigned agreement. "Uh-huh, you've broken up." Chen Yao, undeterred, leaned closer. "Think carefully. Among the three of us, only I have romantic experience. I'll be far more useful than you." Guang Xian pondered for a moment and found herself unable to counter. "Let's wait for Sister Guang Ning to decide." Wang Anbai stood outside a milk tea shop, holding a freshly purchased drink, his mood rather dismal. Chun Changba stood beside him, also holding a cup of tea, gloomily enveloped in smoke. The two stood silently, gazing at the passers-by, without exchanging a word. "The milk tea goddess is off today," Wang Anbai remarked. The shop staff were allowed 4 days off a month, provided they avoided weekends, allowing for flexible scheduling. Clearly, today was not their lucky day. Chun Changba flicked his cigarette but to the ground and ground it underfoot. "Where to play this afternoon?" Wang Anbai replied, "Back to school." "Are you already tired?" Chun Changba mocked. Wang Anbai shot him a meaningful glance. "Brother, you truly have no idea how enduring I can be. I have an appointment with Shun Ruching this afternoon." Chun Changba abruptly turned his head. "You bastard! You beast!" Chapter 18, The Damn Ba. Instead of returning directly, they veered into the eel rice restaurant that Chun Changba had long yearned for. Wang Anbai felt that since Ba had come out with him today, he should at least fulfill this small wish. Besides, he was meeting Shin Ruching at 3, and it was not yet 2. "Father treats, order whatever you like." After returning money to Ba, Wang Anbai, with 450,000 still in his account, spoke with confidence. "Then I shall properly indulge my dutiful son." Chun Changba snatched the menu, ordering eel rice, fried tempura, sweet shrimp, and even 2 bottles of sake. While waiting for the dishes, Chun Changba pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and slid it across the table to Wang Anbai. Wang Anbai glanced down, a slight smirk appearing. "You've got some connections." Chun Changba beamed with pride. "Zheng Chun inquired about your situation. I didn't spill a single truth and even managed to extract the fact that he really wants to open a milk tea shop. He can't keep secrets, and he has probably already bragged about it in the circle." Wang Anbai handed the phone back, and Chun Changba took it. "I even found out the location. It's right across from the shop you rented." Wang Anbai nodded. If several similar stores were located on a commercial street, there would indeed be competition. But it was not as severe as one might expect. However, being only 100 meters apart was tantamount to a duel, determining both superiority and survival, especially in an era where brand concepts were still vague. "Why are you not worried at all?" Chun Changba furrowed his brow. "Zheng Chun may not be very capable, but he has legitimate industry bigwigs backing him." Wang Anbai shrugged it off. "Let me show you what the disparity between milk tea shops looks like." "Fine. I'm eager to see where your confidence comes from." Chun Changba tapped his fingers along the table's edge, but his sudden interest in you makes me think he might be looking for trouble. No worries. He wants to stir up any significant waves. After all, I'm here. Chun Changba nodded in agreement. Wang Anbai smirked, suddenly feeling that Ba was even more pretentious than himself. As soon as the servers set down their dishes, Chun Changba eagerly twisted open a bottle of sake, pouring both of them a full cup without hesitation. The pale yellow liquid swirled in the small white porcelain cups. Clink! The two toasted and drank in one gulp. Just as Wang Anbai picked up his chopsticks, a second cup of sake was thrust in front of him. After downing half a bottle, Wang Anbai finally pressed down on Chun Changba's hand. Bah, that's enough. Enough? Chun Changba wrenched his hand free. Damn it, you're drinking with me today. Ba's face flushed, his neck veins bulging, grinning maniacally. Wang Anbai's heart suddenly sank. This was bad. Ba had been driven mad by his provocations. Today was a life-or-death situation. In the end, Wang Anbai staggered to pay the bill, totaling 770 yuan. The bulk of the expense was due to the drinks, with each bottle costing over 100. And they had consumed 4 bottles. Upon returning to the school dormitory, Chun Changba swayed unsteadily, his grin wide. Didn't Shun Ruching have an appointment with you? Hurry up and go, huh? You bastard. You scoundrel. Wang Anbai was in better shape than Ba, but his head still felt light. All he wanted was to collapse in a bed and sleep. The sweetness of the sake had been deceiving, and he hadn't anticipated such a strong after effect. Wang Anbai took out his phone, intending to message her about rescheduling. However, upon opening it, the first thing he saw was a message from Shun Ruching. Meet at the library. Wang Anbai suddenly realized that they were already running late for their appointment, having passed the agreed time by over 10 minutes. Moreover, Shun Ruching's message was sent over 20 minutes prior. Damn it, Ba, you truly are a terrible person. Wang Anbai glared at the grinning Ba. If Shun Ruching had been waiting, she must have already been there for at least 10 minutes, and likely up to 20. However, given Shun Ruching's composed nature, she would not wait that long for him. Wang Anbai inquired through text. Are you still there? If she had left, it would have been just right for him to return to his dormitory and sleep, explaining everything upon waking. Soon, the phone chimed with a message notification. The screen illuminated with a response that was remarkably in line with Shun Ruching's character. Wang Anbai felt a twinge of guilt for making a girl wait for over 10 minutes. He cast a glance at the wall-supported Ba. Can you manage to go up by yourself? Chun Changba waved his hand dismissively. What are a few drinks? Just hurry along. Ba, take care on your way up. For heaven's sake, don't knock your teeth out. Wang Anbai replied to Shun Ruching. I'll be there shortly. Caught between friendship and love, Wang Anbai chose the latter. After all, that scoundrel Ba deserved it. Under the shade of a tree not far from the library entrance, Shun Ruching held her phone, occasionally glancing at it, her brow clouded. Passers-by moved in a steady stream, and the vast majority couldn't resist stealing glances at the tall, graceful figure beneath the tree. Even those inside the library would sometimes peer through the windows to look outside. Shun Ruching had become a picturesque scene. Isn't that Shun Ruching? It's rare to see her around. The sparse figures surrounding the library gathered on benches under the tree, surprised by the unusual behavior of the usually aloof goddess. You're late. She's been standing there for almost half an hour. Who could she possibly be waiting for? How could my goddess Shin be kept waiting for so long? That's just outrageous. Shouldn't the focus be on who could make her wait this long? Aren't you curious? It's probably her best friend. Who else could it be? If it were just Shun Ruching standing there, the crowd would merely glance a few times without sparking curiosity. However, now that she had been waiting for nearly half an hour, frequently checking her phone, it was evident she awaited someone. The only individuals who could afford such indulgence from the cool goddess were likely her close friends. Yet what if it were a boy? The surrounding male and female observers couldn't help but speculate, anxiously fearing their guesses might be true. The fact that the aloof goddess was single was universally accepted. She was unattainable for most, and no one could reach her. This notion oddly brought a sense of balance, as if beautiful things were meant to be distant, admired from afar. Yet, if the goddess were to acquire a boyfriend, it would feel more painful than death. Just like celebrities, who attract admiration when single. But the moment they reveal a romantic relationship, fans swiftly turn against them, posting bitter comments. I'm sorry for being late. From a distance, Wang Anbai spotted the figure beneath the tree, her heavenly long legs and delicate posture unmistakable. He noted that Shun Ruching was particularly stunning today. She wore a short gray shirt, the top button casually undone, with a Cartier necklace draping elegantly over her exquisite collarbone, refracting shards of light against her pale skin. She paired it with light-colored straight-leg trousers, a departure from her usual long skirts, fully revealing her enviable proportions. The trousers, while not clingy, still highlighted her slender waist, and her curves were perfectly accentuated. With her legs aligned, there was hardly any gap between them, straight yet not the spindly kind. They were neither excessively thin nor overly curvaceous. Years of dance training had endowed her legs with perfect curvature, a blend of grace and strength. However, much of it stemmed from her natural endowments. Even years of dance would not bestow such remarkable leg lines upon the ordinary. Upon witnessing the true outline of Shun Ruching's legs, a wave of impulse surged within Wang Anbai. Bah, you truly deserve to be damned. Chapter 19. A Flirt with Shun Ruching. Wang Anbai gazed at her cold demeanor, intending to lighten the atmosphere, as her aura radiated an excessive chill. He uttered a trivial remark. If a guy stands someone up, the girl would definitely be upset, right? No, Shun Ruching replied coldly, never lifting her gaze from her phone. Clearly, she was upset, and Wang Anbai was aware he had erred. However, the normally indifferent goddess exhibited an unexpectedly endearing side when sulking. Even the coldest of them can harbor a youthful spirit. Suppressing the more unsavory thoughts, Wang Anbai inquired, "Have you been waiting long?" "I just arrived," Shun Ruching replied coolly. "Just arrived?" Wang Anbai smirked. He surveyed the area, noticing many pairs of eyes fixated upon him, including several girls. The emotions expressed ranged from hostility to a smattering of shock and heartbreak. Usually, Wang Anbai would not have cared, but today he felt a bit intoxicated by the situation. Fueled by liquid courage, he met their gazes, most of them retreating in defeat. For those unwilling to yield, he maintained his stare until they succumbed. Immediately, a heartbroken boy grumbled, "Who is this guy? How is he making Shun wait for him? I'm so jealous. Look at Shun's expression. She's definitely angry, right? Of course. Try being stood up yourself. This guy is truly despicable. And so shameless, too. Don't hold me back. I want to confront him." His friend was speechless. "Dude, can you at least try to stop me? Come on, he's a handsome guy. What right do you have to oppose him? That's Shun Ruching. What given the right? In comparison to him, you're just an ugly duckling. I might as well take a swing at you first. Who knows? Maybe they're related." Simultaneously, many girls were heartbroken, lamenting softly, "Please tell me this isn't real. I haven't even had a chance to get close to Shun yet. Boo-hoo. I'll flirt with him so Shun realizes he's a scoundrel." "Huh, you're just after his looks." Another girl chimed in. "And what makes you think you could charm him away with Shun around? Do you have Shun Ruching's celestial beauty? Stop it, please, don't mock me, boo-hoo. No man is worth a thing. My goddess Shun is in danger. Maybe they're cousins." Through Wang Anbai's relentless efforts, he eventually managed to sway the crowd's judgment. "I was delayed by something. It wasn't intentional." "I'm sorry." Wang Anbai offered an explanation intertwined with an apology, delivering a 1-2 punch. "It's fine," Shun Ruching replied coolly. Her gaze still fixated on her phone, not a single eyelash fluttering. Wang Anbai raised an eyebrow. "Ah, Shun Ruching, you say it's fine, but it's clear you're quite upset. Much like many girls, they might claim indifference, but if not offered something, they would feel unhappy," later mockingly exclaiming, "Can you even handle this?" Of course, the underlying sentiment was anger. This type of girl's anger differs from most. She won't throw tantrums or make a scene, merely wrapping herself in silence. She's the kind who cannot be appeased no matter how one tries. But if one truly gives up on soothing her upon their next meeting, one would be regarded as a stranger. Such girls can be easily placated. It's just during the phase of being hard to soothe that one needs to deliver a grand gesture. This would shatter her current state. There are countless ways to achieve this, yet one must tread carefully. Otherwise, they may indeed end up as strangers. Wang Anbai took 2 steps forward. The distance between them drastically diminished, the faint scent of her elegant perfume lingering in the air. "You called for me, but you haven't mentioned what it's about yet." Wang Anbai's gaze fell upon her exquisite visage, nearly level with his own. Even in flat shoes, her elongated figure stood at over 1.7 meters. Should she don heels of 5 or 6 centimeters, she would scarcely be shorter than him. Wang Anbai himself was just shy of 1.8 meters, though he claimed the full height in public. "It's Susu. I would like to invite you to join our club." Only then did Shun Ruching put away her phone, lifting her eyes to meet Wang Anbai's, who was now within arm's reach. Gazing at his face, she felt a slight pause, her long lashes fluttering rapidly as if to confirm that what she beheld was not a mere illusion. There appeared to be a subtle difference since their last encounter. "Have you been drinking?" Shun Ruching's nostrils flared slightly as she wrinkled her nose to sniff the air. "It's fine. I'm feeling rather buoyant right now." Wang Anbai chuckled inwardly, maintaining a serious demeanor as he replied, "I just rented a storefront on the commercial street and had a meal with the landlord." Shun Ruching's expression softened somewhat, though the coolness in her eyes remained. "If you're unwell, we can postpone. I will speak to Susu." "It's nothing. I haven't drunk much." Wang Anbai waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. Shun Ruching nodded lightly, "Then let us proceed." Suddenly, a playful impulse surged within Wang Anbai. Her petulant demeanor was irresistibly adorable. You were angry just now? Shen Ruqing pressed her lips together, casting a frosty glance at him from the corners of her eyes. I was not. Then why did you keep staring at your phone, ignoring me? I was explaining to Susu why I was delayed. But didn't you say you just arrived? Shen Ruqing regarded Wang Anbai's mischievous grin with barely concealed irritation. Then who made me wait for so long? That would be my fault. Wang Anbai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Shall we go? Where are you taking me? Shen Ruqing's expression hardened. Her gaze icy as it fixed upon the ground. She suddenly felt disinclined to move. Shall we? Wang Anbai tilted his head. Shen Ruqing remained statue-like, offering him not even a glance. Wang Anbai reached out suddenly, grasping her wrist. The fabric of her shirt was soft against his touch. Yet the delicate skin beneath felt even softer. Ching, what is wrong? Shen Ruqing froze entirely, her wrist trembling slightly as if seared by a branding iron. Let go. Then shall we walk? Wang Anbai promptly released her. Shen Ruqing's brow was frosted with displeasure as she glared at him, but then she recalled his inebriation. She reassured herself. He was drunk. There was no need to argue with a drunkard. Follow me, she icily commanded, hastening forward as if to escape. Emerging from the shade of the trees, her pale skin glistened under the sun, almost translucent, revealing faint blue veins beneath. Wang Anbai trailed behind, admiring her graceful silhouette. The extraordinary proportion of her legs turned even the simplest of walks into a visual feast. The loose fabric of her trousers billowed elegantly with each step, occasionally revealing a glimpse of her fair ankle. Sunlight cast dancing shadows on the ground, swaying rhythmically. As they walked away, onlookers were left heartbroken. They're holding hands. Oh no, who claimed they were just relatives? Step forward. Look at the forums. Someone has already posted. Wow, the Haida forum has exploded. Chapter 20. 404 Literary Society. Throughout the journey, Shen Ruqing maintained her silence, leading the way with her long strides. Wang Anbai's mind cleared, realizing how reckless he had been, silently admiring the graceful curve of her waist that swayed gently with her movements. Why didn't Susu contact me directly? Wang Anbai quickened his pace to walk alongside her. How would she contact you? Shen Ruqing reverted to her usual aloof demeanor, as if the earlier quarrel had never occurred. It was under the relentless persuasion of her best friend that she reluctantly agreed to assist in contacting Wang Anbai. However, Shen Ruqing was not the type to soften under persistent pleading. Her compliance stemmed more from the threat of complaints to her mother, who had long wished for her daughter to socialize more, specifically enlisting Susu to supervise. Shen Ruqing understood that refusing Susu would only lead to more trouble after her complaints. What kind of club are you establishing? Wang Anbai subtly shifted the topic, his mind cautioning against careless friendships. He possessed Susu's WeChat contact, the very friend who had sold out her best companion. You'll find out when we get there. All right, Wang Anbai conceded. At this moment, Shen Ruqing returned to her first impression, yet the dynamics between them felt somewhat awkward. Following Shen Ruqing upstairs, she paused before the door of an activity room. Wang Anbai glanced at the doorplate, which read, 404 Literary Society. The name sounded rather unique, and he couldn't help but smirk slightly. As he pushed the door open, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. It was a scene straight out of a Japanese anime, a typical club activity room. Several long tables were arranged into a large workspace, surrounded by ordinary student chairs. Solid wood bookshelves lined the walls, each filled with an array of books that emanated a warm glow. A gentle breeze wafted through the open window, playfully stirring the corner of a pure white curtain, casting flickering shadows on the floor. Isn't it lovely? This was personally designed by Ching. Susu lounged lazily in a chair, her two fair legs casually crossed, her wavy golden hair swaying gently with her movements. She had draped her jacket over the back of her chair, wearing only a form-fitting sleeveless top that accentuated her alluring curves, undeniably striking. Wang Anbai inadvertently caught a glimpse of her transparent shoulder straps, his gaze trailing down along her collarbone, catching a hint of delicate allure at the neckline. Quite impressive, he remarked genuinely, recognizing that she was equally captivating, though perhaps slightly less so than Yao Yao. Moreover, under the right lighting, Chen Yao appeared even more striking, her back barely concealed. Susu's gaze flitted between the two of them. It's been precisely 45 minutes since Ching stepped out. I almost thought you two wouldn't come. Where have you two been sneaking off to? Shen Ruqing had unconsciously seated herself beside Susu. Feeling a chill emanating from her, Susu promptly fell silent. Wang Anbai chose an empty chair, noticing two other girls in the club who were watching him with curious eyes. Allow me to introduce. Susu clapped her hands. This is Wang Anbai. Isn't he handsome? He is quite knowledgeable in literature, Feel free to ask him anything you don't understand. Wang Anbai nodded, slightly embarrassed. Susu turned to the girls seated across the table. This is Zhang Jiji and Li Qian from our dorm. Aren't they both beautiful? They're still single. Wang Anbai greeted them one by one, noting that even without Shun Ruching, the overall beauty of this dormitory was remarkably high. If Shun Ruching were included, it would be an undeniable blow to the other dormitories. One could scarcely find another dormitory in Haida that was as visually stunning. Both girls had their own distinct personalities. Zhang Jiji was quiet, and after greeting, she averted her gaze. In contrast, Li Qian was more vivacious, her eyes unabashedly roaming over Wang Anbai. A playful smile gracing her lips. Wang Anbai paid little heed to her, turning to Susu and inquiring, "Did you establish the 404 Literary Society? I never would have guessed you were fond of reading." With her golden wavy hair, smoky makeup, silver earrings, and alluring demeanor, she appeared to be someone who frequented nightclubs, creating an oddly incongruous image in a literary society. Indeed, the founder is none other than myself. What kind of gaze is that? One must not judge a person by their appearance. Do you understand? Tian Susu blinked. Don't you think having a secret base at school is incredibly cool? Indeed. Wang Anbai speculated that the latter sentiment was more prevalent. Is the name of the literature club also your creation? Wang Anbai pondered in shock. Could it be that she, like him, harbored an affection for Liu Bei from the Three Kingdoms? With a sense of pride, Tian Susu declared, 404. A metaphor for the loss of meaning and erroneous decoding, deliberately concealed, fragmented, or elusive significance. Doesn't that possess a certain depth? Wang Anbai couldn't help but retort, spouting a torrent of words. Isn't it merely indicative of an author's random scribbling, resulting in the novel encountering a 404 error, leaving readers to guess wildly? The summary can be distilled into 3 words, censored by the river crab. So, you presented this theory to the school committee, and they approved it? Tian Susu suddenly faltered, her gaze drifting slightly. Actually, I applied under the banner of Qingqing. Wang Anbai understood. With Shun Ruching's background at High University, everything naturally received a green light. So, what do you say? Would you like to join our big family? Tian Susu winked at him mischievously, her meaning clear. Wang Anbai shot a sidelong glance at Shun Ruching beside him. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief who has you in their sights. He was already in her sights. Another saying goes, no matter how vigilant you are, a domestic thief is the hardest to guard against. And currently, the domestic thief was already present. Poor long-legged goddess had already been arranged clearly by her good friend. Wang Anbai did not disappoint Tian Susu's goodwill and readily agreed. Tian Susu felt a wave of relief regarding his attitude. One should know how many people were eager to join the 404 Literature Club. Some even offered to help her secure elective course credits, while others directly presented her with a stack of shopping cards, all of which she ruthlessly rejected. Tian Susu took a set of keys from the bookshelf, removed one, and handed it to Wang Anbai. You are now the vice president, Xiaobai. Today, 2 members have yet to arrive, so we will introduce you later. Very well, President Tian, I shall do my utmost. Wang Anbai responded, playing along, and it was indeed a position of some authority. Shun Ruching cast a cold glance at the 2 of them, her fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop, producing a soft sound. I have no other business. I'm returning to the dormitory. Tian Susu swiftly grasped her wrist. Don't be hasty. It's only a little past 4. Sit for a while, and we can have dinner together before heading back to the dormitory. Shun Ruching frowned slightly, about to speak, when Tian Susu suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of which, what were you 2 up to that took so long? She squinted, scrutinizing both of them. Shun Ruching lowered her gaze to her phone, her peripheral vision catching Wang Anbai, her lips pressed together in silence. I was held up by something unexpected. Wang Anbai explained. Tian Susu's eyes widened in surprise, her voice rising sharply. So Qingqing has been waiting for you? For a full 40 minutes? Yes, that's the case. Wang Anbai glossed over the preceding incident at the library. Shun Ruching's slender fingers, holding the phone, imperceptibly relaxed. As his words faded, the entire activity room was enveloped in an odd atmosphere. The 3 girls simultaneously turned their astonished gazes toward Shun Ruching. As roommates who spent every day together, they knew her character well. She detested tardiness, and her patience rarely exceeded 5 minutes. Yet, Wang Anbai had made her wait for over 40 minutes. If there were no underlying intricacies between them, even the furniture in this room would be incredulous. Li Qian suddenly remarked to Wang Anbai, "You're impressive." Tian Susu even felt her matchmaking efforts were superfluous, echoing, "You're truly remarkable." The usually quiet Zhang Jiji also spoke up, her voice soft yet clear. Indeed, quite impressive. The cool goddess remained focused on her phone screen, her fingers unnaturally stiff. Chapter 21. Gossip. Impressive? I have even greater feats. Wang Anbai, not being a naive boy, certainly understood the implications behind their words. Ordinarily, with her friends egging her on and her own lack of visible disdain, this budding relationship could progress smoothly. However, Shun Ruqing's silence did not equate to acquiescence. She seldom expressed her emotions. The development of such a character undoubtedly stemmed from significant external influences. Wang Anbai glanced at Shun Ruqing, her profile still breathtaking, with a subtle blush gracing her ears. This was the advantage of her fair complexion. She couldn't conceal even the slightest emotional fluctuation. There was turmoil within her, yet whether it was positive or negative remained uncertain. This is unfair. Tian Susu suddenly slammed the table, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Why should Qingqing be willing to wait for you so long? The question was directed at Wang Anbai, though her peripheral vision remained fixed on Shun Ruqing. Previously, Tian Susu believed her friend was merely unopposed to interacting with Wang Anbai, intending to use him to help her friend overcome childhood shadows. Yet now, it was evidently more than mere lack of opposition. Shun Ruqing's fingertips hesitated on the phone screen, then resumed their mechanical scrolling, beginning to feign indifference. She couldn't even explain why she had waited so long, and the fact were laid bare. Any defense at this moment would only seem like a desperate cover-up. Wang Anbai also maintained a taciturn silence. After all, it wasn't Tia's place to answer. Hey, Tian Susu waved her hand in front of them, chuckling. Are you two playing a game of who speaks first loses? Zhang Zhiji gently interjected. Susu, please don't stir up trouble. Wang Anbai spoke up. You know about the incident in the library between me and Qingqing Susu. This time, Qingqing is merely repaying a favor. Shun Ruqing silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was the case. Tian Susu suddenly realized an intriguing detail. This is the first time I've heard a boy refer to Shun Ruqing as Qingqing. Li Qian blinked. It's my first time hearing that too. Qingqing. Shun Ruqing's finger on the screen froze entirely. She herself was oblivious to the significance of the address. Wang Anbai appeared nonchalant. I call you Susu too. What is the big deal? Can this truly be compared? Tian Susu exaggerated her tone, yet her gaze remained fixed on Shun Ruqing. In my opinion, there's no difference at all. Wang Anbai replied indifferently. There's a world of difference. Tian Susu elongated her tone meaningfully. Qingqing has never allowed boys to call her that. It's too noisy. Shun Ruqing suddenly raised her gaze, her cold stare sweeping over the group. They were momentarily subdued by her formidable aura, and silence fell instantaneously. Tian Susu's throat bobbed as she swallowed her teasing words. Li Qian playfully mimicked zipping her lips. Zhang Zhiji bit her lip, her eyes flitting between Wang Anbai and Shun Ruqing, softly suggesting, why don't we talk about something else? Tian Susu cleared her throat. Zhiji, last time you mentioned your lingerie was too tight. Did trying on Qianqian's help alleviate the discomfort? Susu, Zhang Zhiji's ears instantly flushed crimson, nervously glancing at Wang Anbai. Only then did Tian Susu realize, with a delayed reaction, that there was now a male member in the 404 Literature Club. It's fine, say more, I'll love to listen. Wang Anbai smiled, his expression devoid of any embarrassment. Zhang Zhiji's ears turned beet red, as if they could bleed, hastily grabbing a book to shield her face, wishing she could vanish into the pages. Wang Anbai subtly leaned towards Shun Ruqing, who seemed to sense it and slightly turned her head toward him. Qingqing, could you do me a favor? Wang Anbai whispered. Shun Ruqing narrowed her eyes, her long lashes casting a shadow beneath. Speak. Wang Anbai lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. Please sketch a design for a milk tea shop. It need not be overly professional. Simply envision it as you imagine. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shun Ruqing nodded gently. She was not fond of being indebted to others. The act of waiting for Wang Anbai was merely an excuse. Rising gracefully, she strode towards the shelf, retrieved a stack of sketching paper along with an array of colored pencils, and extracted a professional drafting ruler from the pencil holder. After deftly laying out the paper, she cast a sidelong glance at Wang Anbai. Is it very professional? Wang Anbai, resembling a client with specific demands, began to articulate his wishes, sophisticated yet simple, but not excessively minimalist. The color palette should predominantly feature light hues, ensuring a visually uncluttered appearance. He meticulously detailed the shop's dimensions, interior layout, and functional zones, also narrating the decor style of upscale milk tea shops from his past life for Shun Ruqing's reference. Saving money was not the goal. The crucial aspect was to engage her in the process. What would it feel like for her to witness her personally designed decor style materialize into reality? In a sense, it was akin to a proud parenting moment. After absorbing his words, Shun Ruqing pondered for a moment. I'll have it ready for you the day after tomorrow. Thank you for your efforts. Wang Anbai nodded, secretly calculating that he would ask her to assist with naming the shop tomorrow, as he indeed lacked talent in that area. At that juncture, Tian Susu approached, inquiring, "Are you opening a milk tea shop?" "Indeed," Wang Anbai replied with a smile, promising, once it's inaugurated, all members of our club will enjoy half price. Tian Su suggested, "Great. I'll make sure to drink until you incur losses." Wang Anbai chuckled inwardly. The profit margins of milk tea were beyond the imagination of an outsider. Suddenly, Tian Susu exclaimed, "Starting a business before even graduating from university? Anbai, you're quite ambitious." "Just giving a shot," Wang Anbai replied nonchalantly. Tian Susu pressed on, "Have you thought of a name?" "Not yet. I'm not good at naming things." Wang Anbai thought that since the topic had been raised, they might as well name it now. "President Tian, please lend a hand." Upon hearing this, several girls' eyes brightened, eager to participate. Li Qian raised her hand. "How about calling it Drink a Hammer Milk Tea Shop? Isn't that distinctive?" Tian Susu rolled her eyes. "That is far too aggressive. I suggest tea in harmony." The group fell silent. Zhang Jiji peered out from behind a book. "How about tea color observations? It's a homophone for observing words and expressions. What peculiar names are these?" Wang Anbai turned his gaze to Shun Ruqing, who was engrossed in her drawing. Though focused on her work, she had absorbed the discussions around her. Sensing the attention, her pencil paused slightly as she contemplated. "Peach blossoms in full bloom," she announced in her cool, melodic voice and resumed her work. "Let us settle on that." Wang Anbai quickly decided, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. "Oh." Tian Susu suddenly elongated her tone, casting a meaningful glance between the two. She then moved to sit across the table, squeezing between Zhang Jiji and Li Qian, their three heads huddling together. The activity room was momentarily filled only with the soft sound of pencils on paper and the hushed giggles of the girls across the table. Observing this scene, Wang Anbai couldn't help but smile. Integrating into other small circles was no simple task, and forcing oneself into them often met with resistance. Yet, at that moment, it felt entirely natural. He relished the atmosphere, with his wife diligently working and the girls whispering secrets. For a moment, with nothing to occupy him, Wang Anbai turned his head to Shun Ruqing. A few strands of hair swayed gently with her focused movements, her lips unconsciously pursed, and the pencil in her hand produced a soft scratching sound on the paper. "You're quite dedicated," he remarked. Time slipped away in serene silence. When Shun Ruqing finally paused, the sketch had taken shape, outlining the essence of the milk tea shop. She lifted her gaze, meeting Wang Anbai's focused stare, instinctively flinching for a moment before returning his gaze. "We'll leave it at this for today." "One moment," Wang Anbai said, pulling out his phone to capture a photo of the sketch. Shun Ruqing nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Suddenly, both became aware of the room's excessive quietness and turned their heads toward the table opposite them. There, the three girls were staring intently at the tablet before them. Mouths agape, eyes wide, their expressions akin to startled sloths. "What's wrong with you all?" Shun Ruqing inquired, puzzled. The trio chorused in unison, "Gossip." "Who's gossip?" Wang Anbai felt a sudden chill at the nape of his neck. The three girls exchanged knowing glances, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. Shun Ruqing's curiosity was piqued. "What gossip is so mysterious?" "Show me." Tian Susu hesitated momentarily. "It's about you too." Chapter 22. Fame. University students may occasionally slack off in their studies, yet their efficiency in spreading gossip is unparalleled. When engaged in serious matters, they may procrastinate, but their speed in crafting posts is lightning fast. At that moment, on the Haida Forum, a title was rapidly climbing to the top of the homepage. Shun Ruqing waited in front of the library for an hour, upon meeting a mysterious boy. She revealed a charming demeanor. The two parties involved unconsciously leaned closer, both fixated on the eye-catching title on the tablet. Behind them, the trio of girls formed an aligned row, 6 eyes scanning back and forth between the tablet and the two of them like searchlights. From Wang Anbai's perspective, though the title was exaggerated, it was undoubtedly of professional caliber. The renowned goddess's name alone in the title was enough to entice countless clicks. There were many idle onlookers, and Shun Ruqing had her fair share of admirers. Coupled with the sensational plot of waiting for an hour, thus breaking her carefully cultivated persona, it was akin to tossing a piece of meat to hungry wolves. The keywords mysterious boy and revealing a charming demeanor were particularly inspired, effectively capturing the psychology of the gossip-hungry audience. Even knowing it might be clickbait, one couldn't resist the urge to click and discover the truth, willingly falling for it. Wang Anbai suddenly felt a strong desire to meet this master of sensational headlines. Someone who could craft gossip so compellingly, it certainly required talent. He hoped to recruit such an individual. Shen Ruqing cast a detached glance at the exaggerated title, her exquisite features betraying no sign of emotional fluctuation. She had grown accustomed to her presence in campus forums. However, this title was different. Wang Anbai clicked on the post, and lengthy paragraphs appeared immediately. At approximately 3 p.m. today, I was studying in a seat by the window in the library and witnessed an unbelievable scene. The cool goddess enacted a scene akin to a stone waiting for her husband. At that moment, Shen Ruqing stood under the shade of a tree near the library, initially thought to be waiting for a friend. However, after half an hour, I noticed she remained in place, frequently checking her phone and glancing toward the intersection, clearly displaying a sense of longing. However, another half hour passed, and a boy suddenly appeared, so close to Shen Ruqing that they could almost hear each other's heartbeats. Now, here comes the main point. Shen Ruqing first revealed a rare smile, then feigned anger as she turned her face away, clearly pouting over her boyfriend's tardiness. Even more sensational was that the boy directly intertwined his fingers with the goddess's hand. When they left, Shen Ruqing's ears were flushed. Additionally, according to eyewitnesses, this boy's looks and demeanor were comparable to a star. Furthermore, insiders revealed that the two had shared intimate interactions earlier in the library. Lastly, I stand by my words. Every statement above is true. If any part is fabricated or exaggerated, let thunder strike me down, and may I suffer a terrible fate. Upon reaching the conclusion, Wang Anbai's lips twitched in disbelief. Was his brother truly indulging in such grand theatrics? He hesitated to venture into the comments section, as even a cursory thought would reveal that it had undoubtedly erupted into chaos, with an array of words flying about. How does it feel to be a celebrity? Came the teasing voice of Tian Susu from behind him. Not great, Wang Anbai replied, acutely aware of the repercussions this post might have on his reputation. Although the photographs within the post were indistinct, it wouldn't be long before he was exposed as Shen Ruqing's boyfriend. At that point, amidst the many blossoms of High University, the peach, cherry, plum, lotus, daffodil, and rose in hues of white, pink, and brown, gathering them will become exponentially more challenging. More importantly, there was the potential for an explosive flower, the Yao flower. Could he truly not manage it? Hot jibai. Indeed, being a scoundrel within a single institution, especially when entangled with two renowned goddesses, was an insurmountable challenge. The poster of this thread must be brought to heel. Wang Anbai narrowed his eyes, a dangerous smile curling upon his lips. Once he had him under his control, he would ruthlessly manipulate and exploit him. Let the CPU compel him to purchase luxurious mansions and extravagant cars, ensnaring him in a lifetime of debt, forever to dwell in the shadow of financial burdens. Since he was already famous, there was no turning back. Tian Susu squeezed closer, her face adorned with an ant-like grin. Who told you both to be so careless? With your feigned anger and hand-holding, do tell me, how far have you progressed? Zhang Zhizhi and Li Qian immediately entered a state of eager anticipation, their eyes wide with excitement at this live spectacle. Shut it. Shen Ruqing shot a sharp glance at her friend, her usually cool tone laced with an unusual hint of irritation. Isn't it chaotic enough already? The content of the post was utterly ludicrous. It depicted her as a lovesick stone, displaying a delicate demeanor, akin to a young girl who coquettishly awaited her boyfriend's affection. Was Shen Ruqing truly so humble? And what gave Wang Anbai the right? It was one thing for outsiders to spout nonsense, but even her friends joined in the fray. Like a shark scenting blood, Tian Susu relentlessly pursued. Are you brave enough to admit that everything in that post is fabricated? Shen Ruqing, irritated, pursed her lips, unwilling to argue. A surge of impulse surged within her, a desire to strike Wang Anbai with a couple of punches. Ultimately, whether it was hand-holding or the post itself, or the raucous encouragement of her friends, it all stemmed from him. It was all his fault. Had it not been for him, how could she have found herself in such a troublesome predicament? So you concede, do you? Tian Susu pressed on. Concede? Shen Ruqing felt her temper flare as her pale complexion flushed a delicate shade of pink. Zhang Zhizhi and Li Qian gasped in astonishment. Oh dear. Could it be that these two truly have something going on? Having endured the chaos of the day, Shen Ruqing's emotions were a tangled mess, teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Wang Anbai had indeed held her hand, but she neither liked nor disliked him. She simply wished for the uproar to cease. The three sisters widened their eyes in shock, rendered speechless. You waited for him for 40 minutes, and then he even held your hand, yet you aren't angry at all? You brought him to the literature club, and even helped him with design sketches. When did Shen Ruqing become so accommodating? Is this truly the cool goddess we know? After venting her frustrations, Shen Ruqing suddenly regretted it. Oh no, this was a social death, and Wang Anbai was right there listening. How could she utter such words in his presence? If anyone was to suffer social death, it couldn't be just her alone. Shen Ruqing launched a counterattack. Why don't you ask him why he held my hand? To her surprise, the seemingly honest Wang Anbai was so proactive in pursuing girls. The three sisters turned their astonished gazes towards him, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Wang Anbai's body froze. His astonishment reflected in his eyes as he swiftly glanced at Shen Ruqing, who deliberately averted her gaze. He never anticipated Shen Ruqing would take such a bold stance. What had happened to her cool goddess persona? Should he claim it was deliberate or merely accidental? In any case, he couldn't use drunkenness as an excuse. That would place her in a precarious position. Claiming he liked her? Too passive. Just playing around? Too juvenile. Unable to resist? Too shameless. It was a difficult question to answer. If Shen Ruqing chose to strike, she would certainly go for the jugular. Think, Wang Anbai, think. He urged himself. After a brief pause, he said, actually, I was holding her wrist. Li Qian immediately interjected. Is there a difference? There's no difference, Wang Anbai admitted. But I simply wanted to hold it. And the reason? Tian Su pressed, as if she were a detective on the verge of uncovering the truth. Yes, the reason? Li Qian's eyes sparkled with the fire of gossip. Zhang Zhizhi also regarded Wang Anbai with a gaze full of intrigue. Unfazed, Wang Anbai declared, there is no reason. I simply wanted to hold it. Is there a problem? The three sisters, along with Shen Ruqing, were simultaneously taken aback by his audacious declaration. This man was utterly brazen. Chapter 23. Coercing Shen Ruqing. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Wang Anbai had effectively quelled the commotion, extinguishing the conversation entirely. Tian Su and the others, realizing they could not pry open this thick-skinned individual, found themselves at a loss for words. Shen Ruqing shot her friends a murderous glare, desperately signaling, keep asking. Hurry up. I can't face this alone. However, Tian Su had already wilted. With no hope of support from her friends, Shen Ruqing cast her eyes towards her two equally unhelpful roommates, who were similarly disheartened. What use were they? The tall goddess took a deep breath, quietly pulling out her phone to feign disinterest. Ah, so this is the true Shen Ruqing. Beneath that cool exterior lies a cunning heart, Wang Anbai mused with a mischievous smile. This post is bound to have a significant impact on you, isn't it? Wang Anbai fixated on Shen Ruqing's seemingly composed profile, deliberately provoking her. This inquiry held another layer of intent, as he wondered if he could leverage her background to make the post vanish. Perhaps Chun Yao had yet to see it. Shen Ruqing felt as though she had perished. The dead do not hear, nor can they speak. Tian Su answered for her. There will undoubtedly be an impact. But there isn't much we can do. Campus forums require real name authentication, right? Wang Anbai continued to entice. You mentioned real name authentication, which means overly outrageous comments should not arise. Tian Su, with her wealth of experience, explained, comments like today's are inescapable. They will only exacerbate the issue, and such obviously false rumors typically fade within a few days. Unless, she cast a knowing glance at the two, unless some individuals are not false. Wang Anbai's plan had fallen through, leaving him with no choice but to accept the reality. Chun Yao truly posed a headache. Su, can you trace the identity of the poster? Tian Su grew cautious. What are you planning to do? This is a lawful society. What could I do, from a professional standpoint? I think he has a knack for sensationalism and might be worth befriending for future use. Shall we investigate? Tian Su's peripheral vision caught sight of her lifeless friend, for it was only Shen Ruqing who possessed that capability. The dead girl nodded. Though the motion was so slight, it was nearly imperceptible. Tian Su raised her hands in surrender, indicating, you see for yourself. Well, thank you. Wang Anbai stood, tucking the key to the 404 Literature Club into his pocket. I'll be heading back now. How about we grab a meal together? Tian Su invited with a mischievous grin. Shen Ruqing could no longer feign death and tugged at her best friend's sleeve. Wang Anbai naturally noticed. Perhaps it was her deliberate ploy to catch his attention, for Shen Ruqing was quite cunning. However, he was not the type to be shamelessly forward, so he had no intention of approaching her. After casting one last glance at Shen Ruqing, who was still pretending to be lifeless, Wang Anbai waved to the group. Let us go. As they made their way halfway, Wang Anbai took out his phone and began typing. Don't forget the lecture on the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. If you choose not to attend, there may be more scandalous revelations, such as XX and XX being high school classmates, or XX having pursued XX for a decade. It wasn't until after dinner, when he returned to the dormitory, that his phone vibrated. A simple hum appeared on the screen, a classic response in the style of Shen Ruqing. Wang Anbai chuckled at the message. This was hardly a threat. If Shen Ruqing truly wished to avoid it, even placing a knife to her throat would be futile. It's settled then, he replied. lightly tapping the send button. Given Shen Ruqing's character, she would undoubtedly follow through on her word. If he hadn't sent her a message threatening her today, she might have even enlisted someone else to pass along the design sketches, refusing to show her face. Boys, after all, must take the initiative when the moment calls for it. In the dormitory, Chun Changba was boasting about his takeout, evidently a gesture of affection from his two foster fathers. Upon seeing Wang Anbai return, he instantly donned a schadenfreude expression, albeit one that was particularly bitter. Xiaobai, have you seen the post on the High University forum? Zhang Yang hastily hung up a call with a freshman girl, sitting upright on his bed. Xiaoho silently closed the novel in his hands, observing Wang Anbai's expression. He had initially thought there might be something between Wang Anbai and Shen Ruqing, but it seemed she likely had a boyfriend. I saw it. I believe the entire school is now aware, Wang Anbai replied. Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. That's incredibly explosive. Who is that guy who could win over Shen? The goddess? I'm so envious. Wang Anbai chose not to comment on this rather crass statement. Hold your envy. He hasn't won her over yet. Xiaoho shot a glance at Zhang Yang. You were the one who previously egged them on. Zhang Yang suddenly realized, wait bro, this news about Shen Ruqing having a boyfriend, does it affect you? Not at all, Wang Anbai shrugged. That's good. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, adding earnestly, we're just ordinary students. Girls like Shen Ruqing are on an entirely different level. It's good that you can see reality. Wang Anbai suddenly felt that Zhang Yang's words were sharper than Xiaoho's. Xiaoho remarked, even if it does affect you, there's nothing to be done about it. After all, Xiaobai can't do anything. He can only bear the weight of this disparity alone. Hosey, I underestimated you. Wang Anbai sighed in exasperation. He resolved to inform them of his identity as Shen Ruqing's rumored boyfriend, so they wouldn't worry. Yes, they were definitely worried. Moreover, his identity would likely be exposed within 2 days, and he would inevitably face their approach. As for the matter of his reputation, anyone with a modicum of sense should already have guessed he was the male lead in the post. Actually, no need to explain, Bazi interjected. You know best how it feels. Hosey added a cutting remark. He must have had thoughts about it before. Who knows how difficult it is for him now? Wang Anbai looked at Bazi in confusion. He had already finished his meal and was leaning against the window, exhaling smoke. Did he genuinely want to see his best friend suffer while Shen Ruqing waited for her rumored boyfriend? If his best friend had to put on an act, it would be more unbearable than death. Wang Anbai didn't comprehend his thoughts. Even if you're not upset, you don't need to voice it. We all understand. After finishing his cigarette, Chun Changba dramatically shuffled a deck of cards and called out to the others. Come, let's play poker. The loser has to get breakfast tomorrow morning. You all play first. I need to make a call. Wang Anbai didn't elaborate, turning towards the balcony. Hurry up, we need one more player, Bazi urged. The glass door gently closed, muffling the noise from inside. Wang Anbai opened his phone and dialed Chen Yao's number. The moment his identity was revealed would coincide with the day he broke up with Chen Yao. Even in the best-case scenario, being forced to choose between the two would be the situation he dreaded the most. He couldn't simultaneously pursue two of the most esteemed goddesses at the same university. It would be a disgrace for a scoundrel. Thus, in the realm of ordinary, conventional, and masterful strategies, Wang Anbai chose the most audacious one. He would self-destruct. Chapter 24. The scoundrel's perfect maneuver in the girls' dormitory. Chen Yao lounged lazily against Guan Xen, boredly scrolling through drama. The other two roommates had gone out to socialize, a setting akin to a mixer organized by acquaintances, and hadn't returned since the afternoon. Although they had extended a token invitation to her and Guan Xen, neither of them wished to attend, especially since the invitation was merely a formality. After all, bringing Chen Yao along would make her the center of attention, and which girl would want to be overshadowed, especially in front of boys? Chen Yao tossed her tablet aside, suddenly finding the drama utterly unengaging. At this hour, Wang Anbai would usually message her punctually, keeping her company to alleviate her boredom. Now, even when she reached out, he brushed her off, claiming he had no time. That dog of a man, having touched her, now fails to appreciate her. She turned to Guan Xen, beginning to complain. Xen, the only difference between my boyfriend and a corpse is that he is still alive. Guan Xen reopened her tablet, coolly retorting, and he still occupies the title of your boyfriend. Chen Yao nodded in agreement, reaching for Guan Xen's tablet. Change it. This drama is an affront to my intelligence. Guan Xen countered, aren't they all like that? Otherwise, my sister wouldn't be so foolish in relationships. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and Lu Yu and Yu, when returned from their date, their faces alight with excitement. Yao, Xen, have you seen the High University forum? Chen Yao lazily lifted her eyes. What is up? She and Guan Xen had spent the entire afternoon cooped up, engrossed in their show, completely oblivious to the happenings outside. Lu Yu spoke mysteriously, you'll find out when you see it. It's about Shun Ruching. The mere mention of Shun Ruching's name pierced through Chen Yao's ears like a needle, instantly conjuring the image of that photograph in the library. She quickly opened the High University forum, where the top post was indeed about Shun Ruching. The two best friends hadn't even finished reading the content of the post when they set their phones down and questioned, is this fake? Especially for Chen Yao, who frequently encountered rumors in the forum. She was all too familiar with such baseless gossip. This post was excessively exaggerated. After waiting an hour, the stone of despair. The display of charm. It was so fabricated that she lost all interest in reading it. I have a friend who was there. She saw it with her own eyes. Though it wasn't as exaggerated as described in the post, Lu Yu asserted confidently. Chen Yao furrowed her brow slightly. So it's possibly true? Lu Yu nodded vigorously. Yes, there are many people present, including my friend, who all witnessed it. One can hardly imagine what kind of extraordinary person could make Shun Ruching act so coy. Yu mused. Exactly. Lu Yu concurred. That's Shun Ruching we're talking about. The boys lining up to pursue her stretch from the teaching building to the school gate. Chen Yao could no longer absorb their gossip. Her mind kept replaying the scene from that night, when she suggested not to be too close with other girls. Wang Anbai's silence pierced her heart like a dagger, causing a dull ache to resurface time and again. Chen Yao couldn't help but let out a soft snort. Now, it seemed that Shun Ruching had a legitimate boyfriend, leaving Wang Anbai's attempts at flattery utterly futile. When he eventually turned back to her, Chen Yao silently clenched her fists, vowing to give him a piece of her mind, making him experience the bitterness of being neglected. Suddenly, her phone rang, and the name Wang Anbai glared at her from screen. With a cold huff, she picked up the phone and strode towards the balcony. So now he remembers to seek out his legitimate girlfriend? It's too late. A love that comes too late is worth less than a dog. The moment she answered the call, she had already devised a scathing retort for Wang Anbai. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Wang Anbai's familiar voice came through the receiver. Chen Yao scoffed and replied icily, what brings you to call me? Have you finally finished being busy? Or have you simply run out of things to do? At that moment, Wang Anbai felt a jolt within him. Her tone was decidedly off. Did she know? Drawing on his years of experience, Wang Anbai swiftly assessed the situation. Chen Yao's tone should have been one of playful complaint, rather than the almost heartless chill and barbed sarcasm she was displaying. Then there was the content of the call. Surely she wouldn't misunderstand something? Trying to maintain an air of nonchalance, Wang Anbai probed. Isn't that right? The moment I had free time, I called you right away. Chen Yao exploded. He had the audacity to admit it so brazenly. What a shameless dog of a man. What infuriated her more was the realization that in his eyes, she, as his legitimate girlfriend, was worth less than even a single finger of Shun Ruching's. Did he have to wait until she was taken before remembering he had spare tire? Her finger hesitated over the hang-up button, but then she reconsidered. Letting him off the hook so easily would be too lenient. She needed to scold him to vent her frustrations. Moreover, if she swallowed her anger now, waiting for him to come back and coax her into reconciliation would only make her seem desperate. Wang Anbai. Chen Yao's voice suddenly rose, each word seeming to be squeezed out through gritted teeth. What do you think you are? What do you take me for? A substitute for Shun Ruching? A backup? A plaything that you can summon and dismiss at will? Let me tell you, I, Chen Yao, am not some worthless piece of trash. Who do you think you are? Just because you're handsome, you think every woman fancies you? Bah, you forgot about me when you were being all lovey-dovey with Shun Ruching, and now that she has a boyfriend, you remember there's a fool waiting for you? Dream on. From today onwards, you better stay as far away from me as possible. If I see you within 10 meters of me again, I will personally take you down. After enduring her tirade, Wang Anbai actually felt relieved. Thankfully, she had not yet realized that he was the male lead in the thread. Yao Yao, I don't understand why you're berating me like this. What does this have to do with Shun Ruching? He feigned ignorance. What did I do wrong? You, still pretending. Chen Yao snapped back. Yet doubts began to creep in. Had he not seen the forum post? If that were the case, he had thought of calling her the moment he was free, only to be met with an unexpected barrage of accusations. Even worse, she had unwittingly dragged Shun Ruching into this, clearly indicating jealousy. The thought made her scalp tingle, and her earlier fury dissipated considerably. Did you see the post on the Haida forum? I did. Chen Yao quickly regained her earlier intensity. Then why are you still pretending? Don't tell me you don't understand anything. A light chuckle came from the other end. I'm not pretending. The person in the post is me. Chapter 25. It was my misunderstanding. You? Chen Yao's body jolted, her voice shifting in pitch. Clarify your words. The rumored boyfriend of Shun Ruching in that post is indeed me, but the situation is not as you think. I was about to explain it to you when I got hit with your barrage of accusations. Chen Yao felt as if the world was spinning around her. Her mind was buzzing with 1,000 thoughts, leaving her numb. So the truth was that it wasn't tea because Shun Ruching had a boyfriend that Wang Anbai came back to her, but rather he had intended to clarify the situation. A wave of heat washed over her, turning her face crimson. All her previous outbursts, those cutting remarks, had been nothing more than jealousy, misplaced and unjustified jealousy. The realization made her so embarrassed that her toes curled. Even more shocking was the revelation that the mysterious boyfriend, who had captivated the attention of every girl in school and made Shun Ruching wait in exceptional circumstances, was none other than her own boyfriend. On the other end of the line, Wang Anbai continued to explain, I needed help designing the layout for a milk tea shop, which is why I asked Shun Ruching for assistance. Hey, Yao Yao, are you still there? Chen Yao could no longer process his words. She hung up and stumbled back to her bed, collapsing onto it and smothering her burning face with a pillow. Ding dong, a notification chimed from her phone. Peeking out from the edge of the pillow, she saw a message from Wang Anbai. Upon opening it, a beautifully crafted design sketch for a milk tea shop came into view, accompanied by his message. The situation isn't as exaggerated as described in the post. I was busy renting the shop this afternoon, which is why Shun Ruching had to wait a bit longer. This is the design she helped create. After the embarrassing incident, Chen Yao resolved not to act dead like Shun Ruching. She typed, I misunderstood, but it's all your fault. After sending the message, she tossed her phone to the foot of the bed. What's going on? Guan Xian asked, peering in with curiosity. Lu Yu and Yuan also cast concerned glances her way. Nothing. It's all good. Came a muffled response from the pillow, tinged with indignation. Guan Xin, quick to react, yanked the pillow from her face. Why is your face so red? Where's it red? Chen Yao shot her a glare, sitting up nonchalantly. What are we talking about? Lu Yu racked her brain, saying, oh right. My friend said that Shun Ruching's rumored boyfriend is from our school. Guan Xian asked curiously, do you know who it is? Lu Yu shook her head. It's still a mystery. If you hear anything, let me know right away. Chen Yao gazed at them with a complex expression. The mysterious boyfriend who had set the entire school abuzz was, in fact, her boyfriend. In dorm 404, Wang Anbai sat cross-legged on his bed, contentedly playing poker with his friends. The game, brought by Xiaoho from his hometown, was called Fill the Big Pit. The rules were uncomplicated. Each person would put in a base stake, receive 2 hidden cards, and based on those cards, decide whether to call or fold. After that, community cards were revealed in 3 rounds, with the final goal being to achieve the highest total value from 5 cards. This thrilling game quickly gained popularity throughout the entire floor, thanks to Xiaoho's promotion. Wang Anbai glanced at his recently dealt hidden cards, a pair of kings. Not only did kings have a high value, but he also had the potential to form a 3 of a kind. It would be worth taking the risk. Even with a pair of 3s, he nonchalantly pushed out 5 chips, and then casually picked up his phone. Noticing a message from Tian Susu. The poster is Zhou Ping from Class 5 of the Business Administration Department. Wang Anbai raised an eyebrow and replied, you found out so quickly? Tian Susu replied, just a phone call. Wang Anbai, impressive. Tian Susu, it's just a small matter. Wang Anbai, although aware that Shun Ruching came from a prestigious family, had always found the specifics of her background to be a mystery. He typed, what exactly does her family do? How are they so influential? Which younger sister shall I chat with? The already discarded Zhang Yang approached. My niece. Wang Anbai was joking. You have a niece? Zhang Yang loket utterly bewildered. Yes, she's already in university. Zhang Yang's interest was immediately piqued. Can you introduce her to me? Wang Anbai shot him a sidelong glance. Don't you already have a junior? Too young, not interesting. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Wang Anbai glanced at his robust physique. His signature buzz cut and his eternally unchanged white tank top secretly amused. With your look, if you stood on the streets of Chengdu, no one would say you were mature. Chun Changba narrowed his eyes impatiently at Wang Anbai. Are you still chatting while playing cards? Are we playing or not? Damn it. I haven't even settled the bill for the drinks you forced on me this afternoon. At that moment, only the 2 of them remained at the card table. Wang Anbai dramatically pushed all his chips forward. This round will determine the victor. The loser will be responsible for breakfast for the entire dorm tomorrow. Are you up for it? Sure, who is afraid? Chun Changba unhesitatingly went all in. The alluring Zhang Yang dealt the cards. And Chun Changba received an ace while Wang Anbai got a king. Ah, habeti sabet. Wang Anbai didn't even look, directly lying back on his bed. What a show-off. Chun Changba revealed Wang Anbai's hidden cards, and to his astonishment, there were 2 kings, making a total of 4 kings. Hosey patted his shoulder. Such an obvious trap, and you fell for it. Don't forget breakfast. As Zhang Yang climbed down from his bed, he couldn't resist adding a jab. Chun Changba retorted, annoyed. Am I someone who can't afford to lose? Just send me a message about what to eat. It was only then that Wang Anbai had the leisure to check his messages, where Tian Susu's remarks were as nonsensical as ever. Have you already inquired about your future in-laws? Followed by a dog emoji. Wang Anbai teased. Yes, having a goal gives one direction to strive for. Tian Susu quickly replied. Wake up. Some heights cannot be reached through effort alone. I suggest you consider living off a woman instead. Her parents are quite open-minded and easy to talk to. Wang Anbai couldn't help but chuckle. Open-minded and easygoing? They just haven't encountered Huang Mao. He envisioned a scene. In the grand mansion of the Shun family, the elderly couple elegantly sipping afternoon tea when suddenly the door is kicked open, and he drags their precious daughter in, immediately kneeling on the ground. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I will take good care of your precious daughter from now on. Surely, the Shun couple would see their blood pressure spike on the spot. However, the girl herself is quite avant-garde in her thinking, and Wang Anbai enjoyed bantering with her. I have too great an appetite to live off a woman. On a serious note, what exactly is Qingqing's background? Tian Susu, a secret you will know in the future. Wang Anbai speculated. Qingqing's personality is largely shaped by her family environment. Her parents are busy with their careers and neglect her. So she must be from a family of group executives, right? Tian Susu sent a series of exclamation marks. You figured that out. But it's much more than that. It's mainly about Shun Ruqing's grandfather. Wang Anbai, by the way, I've always been curious. Why are you so eager to matchmake me and Qingqing? With such enthusiasm. I thought you were like a maid in ancient times. A maid would follow her mistress when she got married, which implies being at the master's beck and call. Just like paying in Dream of the Red Chamber. Tian Susu instantly replied with a rolling eyes emoji. You really have no shame. Chapter 26. An invitation from Guanning. Tian Susu continued to message. Actually, I just want Qingqing to interact more with boys. But I didn't expect her to be quite tolerant of you. Wang Anbai nodded, probably thanks to the good impression she had of him during high school. The chat box indicated that the other person was typing repeatedly, and finally, a long message came through. When Qingqing was a child, the house was always filled with the sound of things crashing. Later, as her parents aged, they became more affectionate, as if they were newly in love. However, Qingqing's personality became set. She has always maintained a cold and aloof demeanor around strangers, especially boys, and she even seems to detest physical contact. Averse to men? Unexpectedly, the long-legged goddess had such a childhood. Poor proud spirit. If this gets out, those who admire Shun Ruqing may lose sleep over it. Although Wang Anbai had never experienced it, he could understand. Some people heal their entire lives with their childhood, while others spend their lives healing from their childhood. Family significantly shapes a child's personality, but Wang Anbai believed that since Shun Ruqing grew up in a harmonious family, her character would changed drastically. That face naturally exudes a sense of cold attachment. So, you intend to use me to help Qingqing become more cheerful? Tian Susu. I do feel bad for not being straightforward with you. I see you're enjoying this. So stop the nonsense, and just say whether you're willing or not. Just for those heavenly long legs, I'm more than willing. Wang Anbai thought with a playful smile. Aren't you afraid of inviting a wolf into the house? Just you? Go ahead and try. Wang Zhanin certainly wouldn't let anyone look down on him, and he liked to bargain as well. If I managed to win your best friend, surely I deserve some compensation, right? Tian Susu. ISN Qingqing enough? Wang Anbai. Who can predict matters of the heart? What if she suddenly has an epiphany and then kicks me to the curb? Wouldn't I have wasted several years of my life? Tian Susu. If she doesn't want you, I'll take you. Wang Anbai had already acknowledged Tian Susu in his heart. She was undoubtedly a rare and good friend. It's a deal then. I Tian Susu always keep my word. Good girl. This sincere friendship was both moving and exhilarating. I shall go mad at night. With Tian Susu on my left and Qingqing on my right, a pair of best friends. In any case, Wang Anbai would eventually make Tian Susu realize, oh no, I've truly become a maid. The next day, the morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the dormitory. Chun Changba kept his word, entering with several bags of steaming breakfast. After finishing breakfast, unexpectedly, Chun Changba went to class. Wang Anbai felt guilty. He had driven the poor kid crazy, preferring to attend class rather than go out with him. As the dormitory door clicked shut, silence enveloped the room. Wang Anbai stretched lazily, surveyed the empty dormitory. An knowing smile graced his lips. When a boy is alone, he must engage in some exercise. This exercise can take various forms, but it must be persistent to yield results. Thus, Wang Anbai began doing push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, and then he ran 10 kilometers. Upon returning to the dormitory, he opened the system panel. Advanced task, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10 kilometers running for 6 consecutive days. Reward, significant increase in physical strength and power. Slight increase in speed. Another day dedicated to the evolution of the homeland. After washing up, Wang Anbai stepped out of the school gate and and was surprised to find Guan Ning already waiting at the entrance. Wang Anbai had arrived half an hour earlier than their agreed time. Guan Ning still wore her exquisite makeup, but today her outfit had changed. She had opted for tailored women's trousers instead of a bodycon skirt and black stockings. The structured cut of the trousers perfectly highlighted her slender waist while accentuating her voluptuous curves. The flowing fabric of the trousers moved naturally with her slight movements, and the taper design at the ankles perfectly showcased her long legs and high heels. Unlike the directness of a bodycon skirt with black stockings, this was more subtle, inviting exploration. "Good morning, senior." Wang Anbai stepped forward to greet her, his voice imbued with the refreshing essence of the morning. As Guan Ning turned at the sound, the diamond earrings by her ears swayed gently with her movement. She regarded the younger student before her, who stood a head taller, and a flicker of delight danced in her eyes. "Good morning. Take a look at the contract first." The glass door emitted a crisp sound as it swung open, and Guan Ning retrieved the prepared contract from her handbag. After a quick perusal, Wang Anbai found no issues and swiftly completed the signing. Along with the $50,000 from yesterday, he transferred her $34,500, covering a year's rent, which included a month's deposit. Initially, he had contemplated gifting her a generous red envelope, considering the substantial savings of $700 monthly, which amounted to nearly $17,000 over 2 years. The allure of a wealthy benefactor was indeed tempting. However, after some thought, he decided against it and resolved to express his gratitude in another manner. Guan Ning produced a set of keys from her bag and handed them to Wang Anbai. "Here are 5 keys. All yours now." "All right," he replied, pocketing the keys. "Is there anything else you wish to convey, senior?" A playful smile graced Guan Ning's lips as she teased. "After such a generous discount, aren't you going to treat me, your landlord, to a meal?" "Of course, that's no problem," Wang Anbai readily agreed, as he was a person who valued gratitude. "Shall we go now or another day?" "I was joking." She paused, her voice inadvertently softening. "I actually want to invite you to dinner, and I'll bring my sister and her friend along." Having said that, she discreetly observed Wang Anbai's reaction. Guan Ning felt her sister's words resonating. At 27, her peers had children in kindergarten. This rare encounter with a captivating young man ignited a yearning in her. If she missed out due to shyness by the time she reached her 30s, she might lack the courage to initiate such invitations. Moreover, in many idol dramas, women often took the initiative. "Invite me to dinner? Why?" Wang Anbai's conviction grew that Guan Ning must be attracted to him. If that were the case, why include her sister and friend? Guan Ning had a ready excuse. "I want to enjoy your milk tea for free in the future, so this dinner is merely a precautionary measure. Milk tea hardly costs much. It's only right for me to treat you." Wang Anbai thought that if he believed this reasoning, he would truly be lacking in judgment. Yet he refrained from puncturing her playful facade. Wang Anbai was no stranger to being pursued by girls. Since middle school, he had grown accustomed to receiving various subtle or overt confessions. However, being pursued by such a stunning career woman was a first for him. He discreetly appraised the alluring figure before him. Her exquisitely beautiful face, a slender waist paired with a peach-shaped posterior, and her long legs accentuated by high heels, all aspects that stirred his desires for conquest. Furthermore, her personality was a delightful juxtaposition, oscillating between the poised career woman and the naive character of an idol drama. Wang Anbai was eager to reciprocate her kindness, especially since they were outside the school, where the likes of Shun Ruqing and Chun Yao would remain oblivious to their interactions. "I'll treat you," Guan Ning asserted with a serious demeanor, her tone leaving no room for rejection. Wang Anbai suddenly chuckled. "In that case, why don't we compromise? I could cook instead." Guan Ning was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her eyes. "You can cook? Aren't young people nowadays living off takeout?" This included Guan Ning herself, who either ordered takeout or dined at her uncle's home. "I often cook at home," Wang Anbai replied. Guan Ning's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Then let us plan for the weekend at my place." "All right," he nodded in agreement. Wang Anbai had no desire to meet her sister and her friend, but it seemed unavoidable this time. He thought to himself that another cooking session at her home could certainly lead to a more intimate setting for just the two of them. Chapter 27, by Shujia. After parting ways with Guan Ning, Wang Anbai headed straight to the Shanka milk tea shop. Upon opening the door, the wind chimes emitted a bright sound. And while the shop's decor might appear novel to outsiders, to Wang Anbai, returned from a previous life, it bore a nostalgic, retro charm. His purpose for visiting today was to recruit. But to his disappointment, the sought-after milk tea goddess was still absent. "1 cup of the black brick milk tea, please." After placing his order, he casually inquired, "Is Bai Jia not here again today?" This particular milk tea was quite popular, its taste decent, though excessive sweetness could quickly become overwhelming and nauseating. Soon replaced by the refreshing allure of fruit tea. The young female staff member, while operating the machine, replied, "Bai Jia has personal matters to attend to. She is on leave for the week. Do you know her?" As she handed over the prepared milk tea. Her curious gaze fell upon the uniquely charming young man before her. "I do," Wang Anbai said, leaning casually against the counter. "Is your shop hiring part-time staff? My university schedule ISN T2 packed, and I'm looking for something to do." The young lady's recognition soared. "You're from Haida University too?" "I'm from the business administration department. I have a lot of free time in college, which is why I'm here part-time." Wang Anbai contemplated as he sipped his milk tea. "What is the pay like?" "Bai Jia takes home $4,000 a month, and our part-timers earn $15 per hour." She wiped down the counter, sighing. "If it weren't for the proximity to school, I would have switched jobs long ago." Wang Anbai nodded, lightly tapping his fingers against the cup. With a monthly income of only $4,000, it was no wonder Bai Jia had been poached. He feigned disappointment. "I discussed a part-time position with Bai Jia last time, but I hadn't made a decision. I wanted to ask her opinion again, but I didn't expect her to be on leave." "Don't you have Bai Jia's contact information?" the young lady asked, wiping the machine. Wang Anbai shrugged. "I had gotten around to asking." The young lady hesitated for a moment before lowering her voice. "Let me give you her number." She pulled a notepad from under the counter and quickly jotted down a series of digits. "Thank you." Wang Anbai accepted the note she kindly handed over. Just as a cheerful voice called out from behind him, "What is your name?" "I'm Meng Cici." Wang Anbai turned to face the young lady with a ponytail clad in her work uniform. Meng Cici, favorability 59. Such a high level of favorability upon their first meeting indicated that he indeed possessed an enchanting charm. He mused that with a mere flick of his finger, he could easily win her over. "I'm Wang Anbai," he replied with a radiant smile, exuding an air of unapproachable elegance. As the shop's door chimes jingled, the young lady gazed at his retreating figure, nervously twisting the edge of her apron. Outside the milk tea shop, Wang Anbai dialed the number of the milk tea goddess. He remembered her name well, Bai Shujia, impressed not only by her beauty, but also because her name reminded him of a character from a novel he had read. A protagonist who had faced considerable misfortune. "Hello, who is this?" came a gentle yet fatigued voice from the other end of the line. Wang Anbai got straight to the point. "I'm the owner of the Tao Ji Yao milk tea shop, and I'd like to invite you to be our manager." There was a moment of silence on the line. "I need to think about this." Bai Shujia's tone was clearly cautious. Wang Anbai could envision her hesitance. After all, his youthful voice might easily be mistaken for that of a scammer. However, he had no choice but to earn her trust. "Why don't we meet to discuss this in detail? You can voice any concerns directly. Where would you like to meet? You choose the location." After a brief contemplation, Bai Shujia said, "Let us meet at the Shengping community. We can talk at the cafe near the entrance." "No problem. I'll head there now. Is that convenient for you?" "Yes, it is." Wang Anbai hailed a taxi to Shengping community, spending over 30 yuan, while the driver wore a sullen expression. It was an isolated area, and the return trip would likely be made empty. This was a quintessential old residential complex, with some of the exterior tiles having fallen off. Yet the greenery was well maintained. At the entrance, an elderly security guard, his hair graying at the temples, was dozing off in the guard booth. The residents here were primarily ordinary working-class individuals. As Wang Anbai approached the entrance, a sharp argument reached his ears. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit gripping a young woman's wrist with an iron hold. Wang Anbai discreetly stepped closer, adopting a bystander's demeanor. He typically disliked intruding on others' affairs, especially personal matters. However, the young woman being restrained was Bai Shujia, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans. The curves beneath her shirt quivered slightly with her struggles, while her jeans hugged her rounded, pert figure, embodying the classic pear shape. Although her waist was not as slender as that of a girl, it remained firm and toned, revealing no signs of having borne children. Her voluptuous form exuded a ripe sensuality. With her hair casually tied back into a ponytail and a gentle oval face, she radiated a warm aura. Yet at that moment, her expression was one of sheer panic. Her fair wrist was reddening from the tight grip, and she was desperately trying to break free. The middle-aged man wore a congenial smile, appearing benign, yet his actions betrayed a darker nature, particularly the greed and desire glinting in his eyes. "Shujia, it's been tough for you these years alone, with children and the elderly depending on you. It pains me to watch. Just let go of your hand." Bai Shujia's eyes reddened with urgency as she twisted her wrist in an attempt to escape. As a divorced woman, being accosted by a man in public would surely invite gossip and scorn from neighbors. Not only did the man refuse to release her, he tightened his grip further. "Will you change your stubborn ways? Wouldn't it be easier to live lightly? Why torment yourself? If you're with me, you can have whatever you desire." "Xie Chong." Bai Shuja trembled with rage, tears brimming in her eyes as she tore into him. You have a wife and children at home. How can you say such things? Are you even human? Xie Chong was the owner of a milk tea shop, and for the past 2 years, he had made veiled advances, which Bai Shuja had pretended not to understand. Recently, he had grown bolder, touching her hand when the shop was empty or standing too close behind her, to which she had discreetly recoiled. Just last week, seizing the opportunity while she was taking stock, he had boldly confessed his feelings. Terrified, Bai Shuja had taken the day off and planned to resign, only to find him shamelessly at her home. Unperturbed by her rebuke, Xie Chong had sworn, I truly like you. Just be with me, and I'll divorce her immediately. His other hand inappropriately wandered toward her waist. Bai Shuja fought to block his hand. If you continue like this, I will call the police. With a frustrated retreat of his hand, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. I'm only concerned for you. It's crowded here. Let us discuss this at your home. Bai Shuja was acutely aware of his intentions. Left alone at home, she would be at his mercy. I advise you to give up. I will not have any dealings with someone like you. Xie Chong sneered, don't forget, your salary is still with me. If you want it, you'd better behave. That money is for medical expenses. Bai Shuja could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her gentle face. You're nothing but a beast. It's not like I fathered your child. Why should I care if she dies? Stop pretending to be a virtuous woman. He brutally dragged her toward the stairwell, his grip so fierce it felt as if he would crush her wrist. Don't forget, Chanqian's treatment costs must be paid promptly. Even a month's delay is unacceptable. Bai Shuja felt as if struck by lightning, her body trembling at his words. Despair filling her tear-filled eyes. Please don't do this. She stumbled as he pulled her along, the marks of his grip turning her delicate wrist a shade of purple. Her earlier fierce resistance gradually yielding to feeble shivers. Noticing her growing submission, Xie Chong quickly donned a false smile. Shuja, I'm doing this for your own good. If you're with me, I'll cover all of Chanqian's treatment costs. Bai Shuja stood there, numb, her lips trembling as she mechanically shook her head. Seeing her reaction, Xie Chong's eyes sparkled with a predatory glee as he eagerly seized her wrist, dragging her toward the shadowy stairwell. Hey, good sir, shouldn't we observe some order? Xie Chong turned to face the voice behind him. He was now impatient, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with raw lust. His lips quivering from hurried breaths. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Mind your own business. Wang Anbai, hands in his pockets, replied. Do you know who my father is? I don't care about your father. Xie Chong's inflamed gaze suddenly cleared. He scrutinized the young man before him, dressed modestly. Yet the calmness and innate elegance exuded were not qualities easily cultivated by an ordinary family. He had investigated Bai Shuja's background, which was why he dared to be so brazen. Yet he had never heard of her having any ties to a wealthy heir. Who is your father, young man? Xie Chong's voice involuntarily lowered, loosening his grip on Bai Shuja. Bai Shuja had ceased her tears, staring blankly at the young man who had appeared so suddenly. The mingling of relief and worry for her daughter's medical expenses created a complex emotional turmoil within her. Upon realizing that this young man had overheard every humiliating word exchanged with Xie Chong, her gentle cheeks flushed with shame, burning as if seared by a branding iron. Bai Shuja lowered her head, biting her lip hard. Wang Anbai looked at the beautiful woman before him and comforted her. Sister Bai, everything will be all right. It's not your concern. You should leave. Bai Shuja feared that this kind-hearted stranger would suffer retribution from Xie Chong. Wang Anbai smiled. Don't say that. You're being too distant. Chanqian still calls me uncle, and you underestimate my capabilities. Bai Shuja looked up in confusion, her tear-filled eyes widening slightly. She had little recollection of his handsome face, yet he seemed to know her situation intimately. This realization stirred a peculiar unease in her heart, yet oddly provided a sense of reassurance. Hearing their exchange, Xie Chong recognized that today's plans had been thwarted. However, facing Wang Anbai's indifference reignited his competitive spirit. He still sought a reason to test this young man. After all, if he were easily intimidated by mere words, then his years of experience had been in vain. What infuriated him further was the thought of leaving in a dejected manner, as it would tarnish his reputation if word got out. Young man, care for a cigarette? Xie Chong suppressed his anger, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his suit pocket, forcing a smile as he offered it forward. Wang Anbai glanced at it, soft wash on, and waved his hand, declining. He still remembers in his previous life, with the rewards given by his ex-wife. He purchased a box of cigarettes for 7 yuan. After finishing that box, he never smoked again. It wasn't for lack of desire, but rather due to financial constraints. A box costing 7 yuan, with 2.5 boxes a week, amounts to 175 yuan, and over the course of a month, that totals 700 yuan. Rounding it off, The money spent on cigarettes over several years could have purchased a car. Now that he is financially stable, he has no intention of smoking. Health is paramount. Xie Chong lit a cigarette for himself, inhaled deeply, and remarked, I still do not know who your esteemed father is. My father is Wang Chong. When one is out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. Individuals like Xie Chong are quite common. They flaunt their connections and enterprises, behaving arrogantly, looking down on everyone as if they were mere children. To deal with such individuals, one merely needs to wield greater power, and they will promptly transform into obedient subordinates. Xie Chong quickly ran through his mind, having never heard of such a person, but it was not surprising. His social circle was rather modest, far removed from the true elite of Haisher, and moreover, there were too many big shots in Haisher. He could only turn to others to inquire whether such a person existed. May I ask what industry your esteemed father is engaged in? Wang Anbai was well aware that he was testing him, so he replied, My father prefers not to disclose that, but I can certainly tell you about my nephew's endeavors. Xie Chong was taken aback. A family business? This was no ordinary wealthy facade, but rather a genuinely intricate and formidable entity. He even moderated his breathing. I am all ears. Wang Anbai continued, My nephew, in his youth, was rather naive and spent a few years mingling in society. However, after the crackdown, he washed his hands of it. Now, thanks to friends, he has opened a few bubble tea shops. Xie Chong's face twitched. What you described is precisely my own experience. Nevertheless, these details were no secret. Those in the business circle had heard of Xie Chong's rise to wealth. Little brother, are you jesting? Bai Shujie gazed at the two, well aware of who Xie Chong was. At this moment, she was astonished to see him being so played by a young man that he did not dare to lose his temper. However, Wang Anbai's next words left her utterly shocked. Ayist, I am not joking. I am simply toying with you, fool. Xie Chong did not expect such a blatant affront, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot with rage, his anger surging. For many years, no one had dared to humiliate him so openly. Wang Anbai began to temper the situation. In my entire life, apart from my father, no one has dared to lay a finger on me. Upon hearing this, Xie Chong's inflamed eyes gradually regained clarity, and his hands involuntarily relaxed. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing much of his fury. This seasoned veteran, who had crawled through the gray areas for years, was, in fact, rather timid, fully aware of the consequences of provoking the wrong person. However, Wang Anbai shifted his tone. Is a man who can be humiliated and yet dares not retaliate truly a man? This remark struck Xie Chong like a sharp blade, causing his face to redden again, the veins on his forehead pulsating anew. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, Wang Anbai softened his tone. In the past, Han Xian endured humiliation, and King Gojian of Yu bore hardship. The greater the character, the more one must understand the importance of timing. Xie Chong was somewhat dazed, but still grasped that this was the other party's way of offering him an exit, and he nodded in agreement. Bai Shujie watched in astonishment. Her lips slightly parted, her large eyes brimming with tears, as she observed the scheming Xie Chong, now resembling a dog, being trained and led around. This dramatic shift made her unconsciously clench her clothes, while a flood of indescribable emotions surged within her as she secretly appraised the tall figure of Wang Anbai. Curious about the origins of this suddenly appearing young man, settle by Jie's wages and offer an apology. Then we can consider this matter resolved. Wang Anbai's tone was calm yet firm. Xie Chong's expression stiffened. Little brother, the wages will certainly be settled. I could even add a couple of extra months. But as for the apology, that depends no need for extra months, Wang Anbai replied nonchalantly. Whether you apologize or not is entirely up to you. He pretended to be a scion of privilege, both to intimidate Xie Chong into avoiding trouble and to reclaim Bai Jie's wages. She had earned that money through hard work and must have it back. As for any subsequent retaliation from Xie Chong, Wang Anbai did not give a second thought. Being in the same line of work and having taken Bai Shujie away in front of him, this grudge was now firmly established. However, with his extensive experience navigating the business world in his previous life, if he truly decided to play dirty, he could be exceedingly ruthless. He had once been the victim of such underhanded tactics himself. Xie Chong took out his phone and began to transfer funds without further ado. After completing the transaction, he awkwardly forced out 3 words towards Bai Shujie. I was wrong. Once everything was settled, Xie Chong glanced at Wang Anbai, who nodded, and only then did he turn to leave. Wang Anbai watched his retreating figure, reflecting that this seasoned player, although conceding, at least maintained a semblance of dignity on the surface. His pace, though swift, did not betray panic, unlike Chun Chun's hurried escape, where his back was so rigid one would think he was marching in lockstep. Thank you. Bai Shujie's soft voice trembled slightly as she lowered her head. her fair fingers unconsciously tidying the loose strands of hair by her temples. Wang Anbai took a step forward and leaned slightly closer. Bai Jia, have you perhaps forgotten something very important? Chapter 29, by Shujia's misunderstanding. This sudden question caused by Shujia's body to tremble, and she looked up at Wang Anbai, perplexed. What? Wang Anbai, however, had caught a fleeting glimpse of her inner turmoil, even feeling the flesh at the top of her thighs subtly quiver. Truly, she was the kind of charming bubble tea goddess capable of igniting the fantasies of adolescent boys. Her curvaceous, yet not overly ample pear-shaped figure was incomparable to that of a mere girl. We spoke earlier. Wang Anbai raised his hand to gesture as if making a phone call by his ear. Oh, it was you. Only then did Bai Shudia realize that this young man who had come to her aid was the owner of the bubble tea shop they had just been discussing. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. A rich, second-generation entrepreneur? I am Wang Anbai. He introduced himself naturally. I often visit the Xianka bubble tea shop, and I have also met your daughter, Qian. Bai Shuja had regained her composure, smoothing her disheveled hair. I apologize for the spectacle. Being a mature woman, even though Xie Chong had just shredded her remaining dignity, exposing her vulnerability to Wang Anbai, she managed to maintain a calm exterior. Every family has its own challenges. Wang Anbai, ever considerate, shifted the topic. So, may we discuss the collaboration today? Bai Shuja glanced at her reddened wrist and disheveled clothing, hesitating for a moment. Let's go upstairs to my place. She could not afford to lose this job. Wang Anbai nodded and followed her into the dimly lit corridor. Even after climbing 7 flights of stairs, his breathing remained steady. Upon entering, a faint jasmine fragrance wafted towards him. Bai Shuja gestured for him to sit on the sofa while she turned to prepare tea. Moments later, she brought over a steaming pot of tea and set it on the table. I'll go change my clothes first, Bai Shuja said before walking toward her bedroom. Wang Anbai's gaze swept across the impeccably tidy living room, where a small vase with wildflowers adorned the coffee table, and a picture of mother and daughter hung on the wall, exuding a warm domestic atmosphere. Yet, beneath this warmth lay a stark reality. There were no fruits on the table, and the sofa was worn and peeling. As Wang Anbai lifted the teacup, he suddenly heard a soft click, the sound of the door lock engaging. She's quite cautious. Bai Shuja did not keep him waiting long. She soon emerged, clad in a sleek black short-sleeved dress. The sleeves clung tightly to her voluptuous arms, leaving indentations, while the fabric at her bust was stretched to an exaggerated curve, quivering slightly with her every step. The sight was nothing short of breathtaking. The skirt flared out, supported by her wide hips and ample backside, cascading down to her ankles, revealing only her home slippers. The exquisite proportion of her slender waist juxtaposed with her generous hips showcased the advantages of her pear-shaped figure to perfection. The aura of a married woman enveloped her, amplified by the traces of tears she had shed, exuding a palpable sense of widowhood. Wang Anbai discreetly averted his gaze, for a mere glance longer would ignite an overwhelming desire. After all, he was there for business, and the boundaries of that business could shift with the unfolding circumstances. Bai Shuja glided over and settled onto the couch, bringing with her a waft of jasmine fragrance. Her hands rested gently on her abdomen, and her long legs were elegantly crossed beneath her skirt. Have you received the salary from Xie Chong? Wang Anbai took a sip of tea, maintaining an impassive demeanor. The jasmine tea, with its fleeting bitterness, was soon enveloped by the sweetness of the flower, proving to be quite delightful. It seemed fate had intertwined his path with jasmine today. Bai Shuja nodded appreciatively. Yes, I have. Thank you so much. You deserve it, Wang Anbai replied. Consider coming to work as the manager at my shop. Currently, the salary is 8,000 a month. Think it over. 8,000 was nearly the peak salary for a store manager during this period. No need to think, Bai Shuja began eagerly. Wang Anbai interjected. Hold on. Let me outline my conditions first. Her eyes were a mixture of gratitude and anxiety. She yearned to repay his kindness while desperately needing the income. I am still in university, and the responsibilities of a manager may be more complex than you imagine. From store renovations to employee training, every detail will require your oversight. Bai Shujia's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and a faint smile graced her lips. I have experience in these matters. Although I was just an ordinary employee at Xie Chong's, I handled many manager-level tasks: inventory, scheduling, quality control. These were all under my purview. And most importantly, Wang Anbai continued, sipping his tea, you must execute any order I give without question. The marketing strategies of the future were too advanced for the present. Any hesitation could lead to unnecessary losses. He required not just a manager, but an executor capable of flawlessly implementing his business strategy. Should she prove herself worthy, he intended to entrust her with the management of the tea beverage sector. Knowing her background, he felt a considerable sense of assurance. Upon hearing his words, Bai Shuja momentarily froze, her interlaced hands tightening unconsciously. The implication of following any command without question was stark, as a woman in her 30s. She could not fail to perceive the almost naked suggestion therein. Stealing a furtive glance at Wang Anbai, she was soon engulfed in a whirlwind of internal conflict. The costs of her daughter's medical treatment, her empty savings, Xie Chang's vile demeanor, and the image of the young man before her all flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern. She was not a woman of loose morals. Even in her most desperate times, she had never contemplated selling herself, for otherwise she would not be plagued by financial worries. Wang Anbai had already consumed several cups of tea and was perplexed by Bai Shujia's ongoing turmoil. After all, he was merely asking her to follow work directives. Was it truly so burdensome? Have you come to a decision? Bai Shuja bit her full, rosy lip, finally managing to squeeze out 2 words through her clenched teeth. Let me think. Let you think? Wang Anbai furrowed his brow, assessing the overly tense beauty before him. Deep in contemplation, there seemed to be a subtle misunderstanding between them. Her request to think was, in essence, more tantalizing than a simple affirmation. Given her character, such words were, in a roundabout way, a form of consent. Isn't this forcing me into a moral quandary? Wang Anbai gazed at her delicate, radiant oval face, her inherent gentility making it difficult to be cruel. Bai Shuja sensed his unabashed scrutiny, her cheeks flushing crimson, akin to a ripe peach, before she averted her gaze. This slight display of shyness only added to her allure, making her all the more enticing. Wang Anbai activated his system, which indicated that Bai Shujia's fondness for him fluctuated around 69. This number spoke volumes. She was embroiled in conflict, shyness, and restraint, with only a hint of resistance. Bai Shuja was unable to surpass the mental barrier she had erected. In truth, Wang Anbai could assist her in overcoming it. After all, he was not a paragon of virtue. His current entanglements with Chun Yao, Shun Ruqing, and Guan Ning were telling, and soon there might be a fourth. Nevertheless, he drew a firm line for himself. He could not take advantage of her vulnerability, especially not at such a sensitive moment. After a mental tug-of-war, Wang Anbai subtly shifted his position, reducing the distance between them to a perilously close proximity. The floral fragrance enveloped them, and he could even sense the warmth emanating through the delicate fabric of her dress. Bai Shuja, like a startled rabbit, tensed up yet did not retreat, only lowering her gently rounded face slightly. This rare display of modesty only heightened her allure, igniting an insatiable yearning within him. As the old adage goes, men have 2 great desires: to lead respectable women astray and to guide fallen women toward redemption. These 2 statements laid bare the nature of men. Wang Anbai was no exception, even to an exaggerated degree. His hand drifted from his thigh to the side, gently squeezing the soft and surprisingly elastic fabric of her skirt. She must engage in regular exercise, perhaps yoga or the like. Just as thoughts of her physique crossed his mind, his descending hand was suddenly halted by Shujia's grip. I need to use the restroom, she stammered, supporting her weakened body as she hurriedly made her way to the bathroom without a backward glance. Wang Anbai's fingertips lingered with the warmth of her touch as he gently stroked them, his breathing gradually calming. How had he allowed himself to become so impulsive? He glanced down at his youthful form, 20-something, a time of vigor and vitality, especially within a body that felt inexhaustible. He was in dire need of a release. Yet, he could not place all the blame on himself. Bai Shuja's luscious figure, gentle demeanor, and heavy aura of femininity, coupled with the vulnerability she inadvertently displayed, acted as potent aphrodisiacs. Even a saint would struggle to maintain composure in such a situation. Soon, the sound of running water emanated from the restroom, not the splashing of shower but rather the flush of a toilet. Chapter 30. Drinking. When Bai Shuji emerged, the light makeup she had worn earlier was gone, and droplets of water still clung to the ends of her hair, evidence that she had splashed cold water on her face. Without the embellishment of cosmetics, her warm and bright oval face appeared softer. Her skin still fair, but now imbued with a delicate radiance. Based on Wang Anbai's experience, it was clear that Bai Shuji's makeup was of inferior quality. Quality cosmetics enhance natural beauty seamlessly. In contrast, lesser products tend to obscure one's attributes, rendering even the finest features somewhat duller. This time, Bai Shuja took a seat on the stool opposite the couch, her straightened back accentuating her ample bosom even more dramatically, directly facing Wang Anbai. Wang Anbai was not fond of being pointed at, yet this moment was an exception. The lingering atmosphere of ambiguity had yet to dissipate completely, and neither of them spoke, leaving the living room enveloped in a delicate silence. Wang Anbai refrained from clarifying any misunderstandings, for not all misconceptions are detrimental. Bai Shujia, being a mature woman seasoned by life's experiences, took the initiative to break the silence. Where's the new store located? She inquired. Wang Anbai replied. It is situated on the same commercial street where you previously worked. I estimate that renovations will officially commence the day after tomorrow. Bai Shujia's full lips pressed together slightly, her demeanor betraying a hint of concern as she hesitated to continue speaking. Do not worry, Wang Anbai reassured her, though he was untroubled by Xie Chang's potential provocations. He recognized the impact it would have on Bai Shujia and felt compelled to devise a solution for this predicament. By the way, how is Qianqian's health? At the mention of this, a shadow of sorrow quickly swept across Bai Shujia's features. She suffers from blood syndrome, a hereditary condition. Every weekend, she must go to the hospital for treatment, and it has been nearly 2 years. I see, Wang Anbai responded, aware of the prolonged treatment cycle associated with such an ailment, and that a complete cure would depend on the patient's circumstances. The treatment costs must be quite substantial. At least 6,000 each month, Bai Shujia admitted, bearing the immense pressure alone with her modest salary of 4,000, supplemented by her mother's pension, which barely covered Qianqian's medical expenses. Although they managed to fill this bottomless pit, their lives remained frugal and strained, with every aspect, kindergarten fees, daily necessities, and so forth, requiring meticulous budgeting. In fact, even without Wang Anbai extending an olive branch, she had been contemplating a job change. Wang Anbai could discern her financial struggles. Their dilapidated apartment, located on the 7th floor without an elevator, had a monthly rent that would not exceed 1,000. At first glance, the living room appeared cozy. Yet upon closer inspection, it revealed an air of destitution. You have truly endured a lot over the years, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Bai Shujia's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she struggled to suppress her emotions, her body trembling despite her efforts. For the past 2 years, she had bottled up a myriad of negative feelings, with no one to inquire about her well-being. It seemed that everyone had grown accustomed to her current state. Her wardrobe contained only the worn garments from 2 years ago, and she had to ration her cosmetics, though she did not require them. As a woman in her early 30s, she still harbored a deep yearning for them. The afternoon teas and travel photos shared by her peers felt like echoes from a distant world. She merely toiled day after day to earn a living, meticulously counting every penny, silently bearing her grievances, much like the humiliation she endured from Xiechang today. What else could she do? Life must continue as if nothing had transpired. Everyone believed she should be strong, and even she had begun to accept this falsehood, that she needed no comfort, no support, only to grit her teeth and persevere, believing that life would eventually improve. Yet, in reality, this was far from the truth. Every person, regardless of gender, longs for understanding and care deep within. However, this yearning only manifests at specific moments. For instance, if someone is engrossed in their tasks or is already in good spirits, unexpected concern may only trigger wariness or impatience. True empathy does not reside in the abundance of concern, but rather in the precision of timing. Wang Anbai observed Bai Shujia's warm and radiant countenance, easily noticing her reddened eyes and the tremors that still coursed through her body. Having experienced the plight of his past life, he understood the facade of strength she maintained, unwilling to lose composure even in her most vulnerable moments. He contemplated stepping into the restroom to give her a moment to collect herself, but unexpectedly, Bai Shujia rose swiftly and hurried toward the bathroom. Wang Anbai mentally counted, once for the physical blow and twice for the emotional strike. The third could indeed be simultaneous. Unfortunately, the soundproofing in this shabby apartment was inadequate. He could hear muffled voices from next door. Who sent you the hotel address? Ah, isn't that your buddy? He sent it to the wrong person. He meant to invite you for a game of mahjong. I'm heading over now. Bai Shujia lingered in the bathroom noticeably longer, and when Wang Anbai inquired about the jasmine fragrance once more, her eyes still bore a hint of redness. Perhaps we should consider relocating. I'll cover the rent. Wang Anbai's intentions were not rooted in sympathy, for sympathy only dampens one's spirits without altering circumstances. He simply wished for Bai Shujia to change her living environment. This wretched abode offered no privacy. No need, Bai Shujia replied, her voice resolute. She understood that accepting such an offer would lay their relationship bare. No matter how challenging life became, she was determined to preserve her dignity. Wang Anbai could sense, even through the modest barrier of 2 taels of meat, that he knew her thoughts all too well. Given that she had fallen into the clutches of a scoundrel like Wang, any resistance would prove futile. She could only silently endure. First, Xiechang knows you live here, which jeopardizes your and your daughter's safety. Second, should any unforeseen circumstances arise at the store, you would be able to respond promptly. Bai Shujie appeared tempted, but stubbornly shook her head. This is an employee benefit. If all goes as planned, you'll have a neighbor, a girl, who is also one of our staff. Wang Anbai recalled that during their last barbecue, Zhang Yang had mentioned a sister interested in working in Haishur, which provided a perfect opportunity to assist him. You needn't go to such lengths, Bai Shujie said, her expression a mix of complexity as she regarded him. Any command, Wang Anbai deliberately elongated, must be followed unconditionally. Bai Shujie involuntarily tensed. Wang Anbai reassured her, rest assured. This is genuinely an employee benefit. As the saying goes, connections facilitate matters, regardless of their nature. Very well then, Bai Shujie finally acquiesced with a slight nod. Let us proceed with this arrangement. With the neighbor secured and other details settled, Wang Anbai rose to take his leave. However, Bai Shujie suddenly grasped his wrist, her soft touch causing his heart to skip a beat. It's already this late. Let us have lunch before you go. Wang Anbai's heart sank. Lunch? He had thought she meant something else entirely. He half-jokingly asked, is there any wine? A mature woman in her 30s would surely grasp the underlying implication. Bai Shujie shot him a glare, then turned away, her lips curling slightly in amusement. Only cooking wine. Cooking wine? A glimmer of amusement danced in Wang Anbai's eyes. Mature women possess an allure all their own. If it were Chen Yao or Shun Ruqing, the former would merely command him not to drink, while the latter would feign ignorance and abstain. Guan Ning might engage in half-hearted persuasion, yet none would be as playful as Bai Shujie, who could return the jest. Wang, the scoundrel, seized her wrist in return. Cooking wine will suffice. Chapter 31. The Literary Society. Wang Anbai sat in the returning taxi, feeling somewhat unsatisfied as he let out a satisfied belch. He had enjoyed a meal of 4 dishes and a soup. And Bai Shujie's culinary skills were commendable. She could easily serve as a cook in a wealthy household. However, a lunch devoid of wine felt somewhat lacking in charm. Bai Shujie was certainly not the type to feign innocence. She genuinely poured him a glass of cooking wine. Nevertheless, observing her in an apron while cooking, Wang Anbai resolved to do just that on his next visit. The next time would be the day after tomorrow, as he was scheduled to attend a lecture with a long-legged goddess tomorrow, and the formal contract signing with Bai Shujie would take place the following day. Before departing, he instructed her to prepare thoroughly, promising to bring along a few bottles of wine on his next visit. Bai Shujie merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Wang Anbai, with a resolute demeanor, advanced her a month's salary and instructed her to contact him should she encounter any difficulties. Bai Shujie similarly nodded, yet her gaze noticeably softened, glistening with unshed tears. Wang Anbai reflected on the maturity of women, noting how they possess a certain understanding, unlike the Yao Yao, who cannot even meet the simple request of returning to the dormitory. Initially, he had no such intentions, and even if he did, it should have been approached with gradual care. A woman like Bai Shujie, outwardly gentle yet inwardly resilient, harbors an innate stubbornness that remains unmoved by external influences. For an ordinary person to unlock the door to her heart is akin to scaling a great height. Had it not been for the humiliation inflicted by Xie Chang today, which shattered her last vestige of dignity, he would never have been afforded the opportunity to glimpse the softness beneath her armor. As Wang Anbai toyed with his phone, a smile graced his lips. The abilities bestowed upon him by the system had finally found their purpose, though the efficacy of his endeavors remains to be assessed. Upon returning to school, he found himself with rare moments of leisure, only to realize that he had nothing to occupy his time. In his previous life, he was either studying or attempting to placate Chen Yao. It was only after his rebirth that he comprehended the futility of soothing Chen Yao. Recognizing that he must confront her instead, he contemplated reaching out to Chen Yao to teach her the significance of returning to the dormitory, but refrained, believing it would serve as a punishment until she realized the importance of it herself. Moreover, the bustling campus was filled with people. Given Chen Yao's notoriety, she would easily be recognized, leading to undesirable consequences. Back in his dormitory, he dialed his mother's number. After several rings, the call connected, and a voice imbued with warmth yet tinged with anxiety came through. Anbai, is something wrong? His mother, Li Wan, was always attentive, while his father, Wang Cheng, also shared the same concern. In his past life, Wang Anbai rarely initiated calls home, usually only doing so when funds were running low. His parents, on the other hand, would diligently call twice a month, punctually at mid-month and month-end. Zhang Yang once jested, saying, "Your parents must be checking if you're still alive." During one of those calls, Wang Anbai had jokingly remarked, "Yang, the lubricant has run out," which left Zhang Yang visibly flustered, and he later spent considerable time explaining himself and requesting Wang Anbai to confirm the situation. "Everything's fine. I see that the end of the month is approaching. Have you run out of money? I'll have your father send some over shortly. Li Wan reassured him, confident in her son's frugality. Wang Anbai had always been regarded as a good child by his parents and relatives. His admission to the prestigious high university further embellishing his reputation as a source of pride for them. However, his two uncles scoffed at this, often pointing at Wang Cheng and proclaiming, "Your family is so impoverished. What use is an education? You should be earning money instead." Ironically, their own children had merely scraped by to enter mediocre institutions, yet they boasted of their achievements at every opportunity. When Wang Anbai ascended to the status of a small entrepreneur, his uncles eagerly approached him, reaping numerous benefits. However, when he fell from grace, they swiftly reverted to their original selves, offering scornful remarks. Even now, the thought of their duplicitous faces stirred feelings of revulsion within him. "Mom, I've partnered with friends to open a milk tea shop. I won't need to ask for living expenses anymore." A sudden silence enveloped the other end of the line, followed by Li Wan's worried voice. "Just be cautious and don't be deceived." Wang Anbai feigned nonchalance. "Don't worry. It's a popular trend for college students to start businesses, and it's merely a small milk tea shop, hardly a significant investment. Even if it fails, the loss won't be substantial." He claimed to be in partnership with friends, hoping to alleviate her concerns. "As long as you are aware, I will inform your father of this news once I finish work. He'll likely indulge in a couple of drinks tonight," she replied. Wang Anbai couldn't help but smile. His father was the archetypal dad, understanding yet never openly expressing his emotions. "When I return home for the summer vacation, I'll bring Dad a couple of good bottles of wine." Li Wan sternly warned, "You're not to bring him alcohol. If you dare, I'll give you a discount on your legs. All right, I'll buy you a gold bracelet. I see you've been longing for one, but haven't been able to purchase it." "Now, that's more like it," she responded, then shifted the topic. "Your cousin for your second uncle's family is getting married at the end of the year." The implication was clear. She envied others' children who had already settled down. In their hometown, marriages occurred early, with many barely reaching 20 already having children. "When summer comes, I'll bring my future daughter-in-law home. Stop joking. If you dare to bring anyone back, I—" The line fell silent for a moment. "Actually, meeting her is fine. Do you have enough money to treat her? I'll ask your dad for more." Li Wan suddenly recalled that he no longer required living expenses. Wang Anbai smirked, finding her practicality amusing. The conversation continued for a while, with Li Wan primarily speaking while Wang Anbai listened, yet he could sense the joy woven through her words. In his previous life, the two of them had enjoyed a brief period of prosperity before he fell into a mountain of debt, forcing them to take on multiple jobs to help him repay, ultimately deteriorating their already fragile health. In this life, Wang Anbai vowed to ensure they would embrace numerous grandchildren. After hanging up, the dormitory fell into a tranquil silence. Ba Zi, Zhang Yang, and Xiaoho had yet to return. Wang Anbai decided to visit the 404 Literary Society, hoping to encounter an unwed heiress and her maid. Upon re-entering the 404 room, he was greeted by the same cozy ambience. The afternoon sun cast dappled shadows across the long table, and the open window allowed a gentle breeze, carrying an unknown floral fragrance to swirl within the room. It was quiet inside, as Tian Susu was absent. However, Shen Ruqing was present, seated in the shadows at the edge of the light by the window, her slender fingers gripping a pencil as she sketched on A4 paper. Today, she wore a beige Chanel-style jacket over a pearl-white silk blouse, complemented by a black high-waisted skirt that shimmered delicately in the light. The skirt flowed gracefully along her waistline, draping elegantly over the chair in soft folds. Whenever she adjusted her posture, the hem swayed gently, subtly outlining the breathtaking contours of her legs. Being an aficionado of legs, Wang Anbai noted that she wore a pair of silver high heels adorned with fine crystals. They were not ostentatiously flashy. Rather, they reflected a refined brilliance as the light shifted. He found these heels particularly appealing, rivaling the classic black and red stilettos, especially when worn by Shen Ruqing. Chapter 32. Teacher Susu. Wang Anbai approached her, taking a seat in the adjacent chair. Shen Ruqing caught a glimpse of the figure appearing beside her from the corner of her eye, but chose to ignore him. The previous social embarrassment, compounded by the subsequent threatening text message, left her harboring lingering resentment towards this insufferable man. That night, upon returning to the dormitory, Tian Susu had relentlessly questioned her feelings about Wang Anbai, to which she had replied, "I do not like him." When Tian Susu inquired further, "Then why do you show him such exceptional tolerance? I have never seen you treat me this well." Shen Ruqing clarified, "I do not dislike him." Tian Susu, taken aback, responded, "So you do dislike me?" Shen Ruqing nodded. Hurt, Tian Susu pressed on, "Rephrase that. Do you have feelings for him?" Shen Ruqing nodded again. "What kind of feelings?" The urge to hit him. Shen Ruqing then asked, "Can you create an opportunity for me?" Tian Susu weakly replied, "I cannot do that." In this exchange of banter, the tide turned, ultimately leading to Tian Susu's defeat. Shen Ruqing was genuinely, fervently wishing to deliver a thorough beating to the insufferable man beside her. This man had initially presented himself as an erudite and refined gentleman during their first encounter, exuding an air of decorum in every gesture. Yet, during their second meeting, his true nature was laid bare as he began to invade her personal space, his actions becoming the talk of the entire school. With a tightening grip around her pen, Shen Ruqing felt her frustration mounting. Wang Anbai, blissfully unaware of the animosity he had incited, idled away his time simply admiring the beauty of flowers, particularly the exquisite bloom that was Shen Ruqing. He propped his elbow upon the table, cradling his chin in his palm, his gaze shamelessly lingering on her profile. No matter the angle, her side profile radiated an arresting beauty. Especially when illuminated by backlighting, her porcelain skin appeared almost ethereal, enveloping her in a delicate halo that rendered her nearly otherworldly, coupled with her innate air of aloofness. Wang Anbai suddenly grasped the ancient poet's descriptions of beauty as resplendent as the sun rising amidst dawn or as radiant as a lotus emerging from tranquil waters. In comparison, the so-called celestial maidens depicted on television seemed somewhat pedestrian. As Shen Ruqing meticulously delineated her lines, Wang Anbai silently observed a peculiar sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Here was a girl of divine beauty, deeply engrossed in her craft, an experience he had never encountered in his past life. Sunlight filtered through the gauzy curtains, casting a mosaic of shadows between them. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. The only sounds in the activity room were the soft rustle of pencil against paper and their gentle breaths. Wang Anbai relished this tranquility, just the two of them, cocooned in silence. However, this serene interlude was abruptly shattered when the door of the 404 Literature Society was flung open with unceremonious force. Responding to the commotion, Wang Anbai turned to find it was the maid, her bright features adorned with a subtle smoky eye, her golden waves cascading down without any adornments today. She carried 2 cups of chilled fruit tea, droplets of condensation glistening on the transparent walls of the cups. Both contained green grape tea. Xiao Bai, what are you doing here? She inquired, calling him by his nickname. Irritated by the interruption, Wang Anbai contemplated relegating her to cleaning duties. Bah! Tian Susu made her way to the table in brisk strides, placing 1 cup of tea with a thud in front of him, before settling herself in the adjacent seat. This is for you. Wang Anbai's expression brightened, contemplating her elevation to the status of concubine. Shen Ruqing slowly turned her head, her cold, narrowed eyes fixating on the cup of fruit tea before Wang Anbai. It was she who had been parched, threatening Tian Susu to procure the 2 cups. Thus, why should she drink it? Noticing her friend's gaze, Tian Susu smiled carefreely. Let us share a cup, or if you find me distasteful, you both can enjoy one together. Shen Ruqing saw through her friend's ploy and chose to ignore her, returning to her work. Xiao Bai, I'm giving you the fruit tea. Qingqing looks displeased. Tian Susu insisted, her eyes urging Wang Anbai to take the initiative. Had it been any other boy, he would likely have returned the cup to the girl in a similar situation. However, Wang Anbai remained unmoved, continuing to gaze at Shen Ruqing. No, rather, he was admiring the flower. Tian Susu, exasperated, discreetly kicked him under the table. Why did you kick me? Wang Anbai turned, bemused. Surprised, Tian Susu exclaimed. Do you not understand? I'm creating an opportunity for you two to connect. With such emotional ineptitude, how could he claim he could win Shen Ruqing's heart? Shen Ruqing shot a frigid glare at Tian Susu, conveying that if she could not have that cup of fruit tea, she would ensure her friend faced the consequences. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Tian Susu quickly beckoned Wang Anbai closer. Once he leaned in, she whispered in his ear, honestly, do you know how to pursue a girl? Of course, I'm a scoundrel. How could I not understand? Wang Anbai nodded vigorously. Tian Susu's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Then do you know why I gave you this cup of fruit tea? To drink, he replied matter-of-factly. Lower your voice, she hissed, rolling her eyes in frustration. You're hopeless. Listen, since that incident last time, hasn't Qingqing been avoiding you, leaving your relationship in an awkward state? Wang Anbai shrugged helplessly. Exactly, Tian Susu exclaimed, exuding exasperation. Seize the chance with the fruit tea to engage her in conversation, and slowly the ice will melt. Wang Anbai's expression shifted to one of realization, and he complimented, brilliant, truly brilliant. Stop being so glib. Tian Susu pushed him playfully. Hurry up. Following her directive, Wang Anbai leaned towards Shen Ruqing, placing the fruit tea beside her drawing. This is for you. Shen Ruqing's cool voice replied. Thank you, but you should drink it. Originally, Susu didn't intend for me to have it. I couldn't possibly accept it, he said with a hint of self-deprecation, even a touch of grievance. Tian Susu, overhearing this, frowned, realizing he had unwittingly revealed his thoughts. As Shen Ruqing observed Wang Anbai's moment of embarrassment, a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. She reached for the fruit tea, but just as her fingertips were about to brush against the cup's rim, Wang Anbai's hand suddenly enveloped hers. The warmth of his touch caused Shen Ruqing to freeze, her entire arm tensing as her fingers instinctively curled. The stark contrast between the icy cup and his heated palm sent tiny shivers across her alabaster skin. To her astonishment, Wang Anbai's finger began to caress the back of her hand, gently tracing the delicate contour of her knuckles. Her heart raced, and a flush crept up her ears, spilling over to her neck, a soft pink hue that stood out against her fair complexion. This was no coincidence. Wang Anbai must have done this intentionally. He was toying with her, so brazenly, without any reason. How dare he? Shen Ruqing, flustered and indignant, raised her gaze only to find that Wang Anbai's attention was not on her, but rather directed at her friend, adorned with a look of eager learning. Her eyes narrowed as she followed his gaze, locking onto Tian Susu, whose bright eyes widened in surprise. I. Heaven knows she had only instructed him in the art of casual flirting, not to engage in such brazen behavior. I truly did not teach him to do this. In this unspoken game, while Wang Anbai had managed to touch the hand he had longed for, Shen Ruqing savored the refreshing fruit tea. Only Tian Susu emerged from this encounter with her trust in her friend shattered, left feeling like a pawn in Wang Anbai's game. Shen Ruqing had already withdrawn her hand. Her piercing gaze fixated on her friend, now clearly aware that she had orchestrated the unfolding events to this point. Tian Susu recognized this and glared at Wang Anbai with a mixture of resentment and reproach. I considered you a good brother, confiding in you about Qingqing's secrets and exerting effort to help you win her heart, and yet you turned on me, treating me like a fool. Ungrateful scoundrel. You will pay for this. It's about to rain. I must return to gather the laundry. At the brink of her fury, Shen Ruqing would have to settle the score with him another day. Tian Susu dashed towards the door in a flurry. With a resounding slam, the door closed, and the activity room descended once more into silence. Once again, the room was left with only Wang Anbai and Shen Ruqing, the air thick with a subtle yet palpable awkwardness. Shen Ruqing's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, the warmth lingering on the back of her hand from their previous contact, making her unconsciously stroke that patch of skin with her thumb. Suddenly, she turned to Wang Anbai, her gaze icy. You haven't been drinking. Her cool voice held a dangerous edge, as if she were poised to exact swift retribution at any moment. It is often said that drinking leads to mishaps, yet for Wang Anbai, abstaining from alcohol was the true source of trouble. He firmly asserted, Su taught me this. If you don't believe me, you can ask her when you get back. Shen Ruqing bit her lip, an almost inaudible hum of annoyance escaping her. She had anticipated this shameless fellow would resort to such a cunning defense. The irritation was compounded by her own inability to counter it. Thus commenced their unspoken duel of wits. She taught, and he learned? Wang Anbai declared, I can't let Susu's efforts go to waste. You merely seek to take advantage. I do not. You do. You do not. The corners of Shen Ruqing's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, a barely there smile gracing her lips, akin to the sudden crack of ice upon a lake, stirring the heart with unease. Is there not a hint of selfishness? It had always been Wang Anbai casting his line in the waters. It was unfathomable that he would be the one caught. None. Wang Anbai leaned in closer. Yet here you are, surprisingly not angry with me. Unlike last time. I was only irritated with Su for meddling, Shen Ruqing replied, turning her head to evade his breath. It was akin to being brushed by a dog-s paw. I've grown accustomed to it. Wang Anbai chuckled. An ordinary dog-s paw wouldn't even touch the hem of someone's garment. Shen Ruqing felt her cheeks flush. Ordinary does not equate to someone being this shameless. Though her tone was frigid, it could not conceal the slight tremor in her voice. She was beginning to struggle against this audacious man. Wang Anbai, seasoned in the art of seduction, would not relent so easily. The principle of never pursue a retreating enemy applied to warfare, yet in matters of the heart. One must strike at the core, especially when the other party is suppressing their emotions. If shamelessness could lead to success, he continued to close the distance, his heated breath grazing her porcelain-like cheek. In this world, it seemed there were no individuals who cared for their dignity. Shen Ruqing instinctively arched her back, pressing her slender frame against the chair, instantly adopting a demeanor that was both distant and frosty. Stay away from me. The more she maintained her aloofness, the more Wang Anbai was compelled to draw her closer. Faced with the cool goddess who exuded an aura of unapproachability, His desire for conquest surged like never before. Rather than retreating, he inched forward, reducing the space between them to less than a fist's width. Shun Ruching, along with her chair, was pressed against the corner by his assertive stance. In that moment of shared gaze, her heart raced wildly. An inexplicable warmth spreading from their locked eyes throughout her entire being, even causing her fingertips to tingle. Simultaneously, an unprecedented complexity of emotions threatened to engulf her. Having never experienced such feelings before, she was unsure of what it was, but she did not attribute it to affection. "Ching, your face is quite flushed," Wang Anbai remarked, noticing the pink hue at her ears, continuing to tease her. "Is merely hot." Shun Ruching lowered her lashes, her eyes darting towards the unnervingly close distance between them, silently expressing her discontent. "Move aside." Wang Anbai feigned distress. "My leg is numb. I can't move." Irritated, Shun Ruching pushed against him, only to find him unyielding. Biting her lower lip, she suddenly lifted her long leg to kick Wang Anbai. With a sharp sound, her silver high heel dropped to the floor, her pristine white sock nearly slipping off, precariously dangling at her toes. Wang Anbai's throat involuntarily bobbed. Her delicate ankle, akin to white jade, and the alluring arch of her foot were taut with embarrassment, her rosy toes curling instinctively. The tighter she held her foot, the more striking the blush on her fair skin became, igniting an irresistible urge to touch. Noticing his gaze, Shun Ruching swiftly withdrew her leg, wrapping it around her chest, then turned her face away, silent and averted, transforming into an ice sculpture. Wang Anbai gazed at the rarely compliant Shun Ruching, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. This was what he called a stimulating therapy. "Don't emulate my lack of handsomeness." He could, however, test the waters, but he must be cautious about the extent of his probing, lest he end up in a small dark room. Should he find himself confined in such a place, he must never reveal his mentor's name. Wang Anbai understood Shun Ruching's character. Intelligent as she was, her emotional sensitivity surpassed that of others. Yet she buried her feelings deep within, a form of self-preservation. If Shun Ruching continued to evade, no man, including himself, would ever have the opportunity. Even women would find no chance. Wang Anbai aimed to gently tap, to gradually pry open her lips and allow the emotions she deliberately ignored to surface. As he gazed upon her exquisite skin and breathtaking beauty, his fingers twitched slightly. At that moment, an abrupt ringtone shattered the tranquility of the room. Wang Anbai retrieved his phone from his pocket, noticing there was no caller ID. "Stop posing as a statue. Your phone is ringing." Shun Ruching immediately thawed, reaching for the phone on the table, but alas, it was just out of reach. To retrieve it, she would have to lean forward, inevitably pressing her body against Wang Anbai, akin to throwing herself into his embrace. "Step aside." This time, Wang Anbai moved, merely extending his arm to fetch her phone. Shun Ruching shot him an exasperated glance as she took the device, her brow furrowing at the screen before she answered the call. Given the proximity, Wang Anbai could hear a gentle female voice emanating from the receiver. "Ching, what are you busy with? It took you so long to answer." "Mom, I have something to attend to." Wang Anbai's warm breath brushed against her cheek, eliciting a subtle shiver. Shun Ruching endeavored to maintain her voice steady. "It's nothing. I'll hang up now." "Don't hang up. Every time you cut the call too quickly, you turn irritable, just like your father." "I can converse for ages with Su." Her mother feigned grievance. "You don't care for your dear mother at all. All right, you speak." Having said that, Shun Ruching slightly raised her head, clearly mouthing a word to Wang Anbai. Her lips silently formed the word roll. Wang Anbai couldn't help but chuckle. Her flustered demeanor was amusing. Yet, he was not one to simply endure her ire. He raised his hand and lightly pinched her cheek, his fingers brushing against her skin with a delicate touch that sent shivers down her spine. Shun Ruching's cold eyes widened in disbelief. No one had ever dared to act so audaciously towards her. Just then, her mother's voice on the other end rose in pitch. Ching, is there a boy next to you?" Chapter 34. What's wrong with making a sacrifice? "No." Shun Ruching's voice plummeted to an icy tone. "But I distinctly heard a boy's laughter." Her mother paid no mind to her daughter's frigid tone, accustomed to it. "Tell me his name. Is he your classmate?" "He." "I said there isn't." Shun Ruching interrupted coldly. "It's not something to be ashamed of." Her mother's tone was laced with amusement. "If you don't mind, can I speak with him? I'm hanging up." With that, Shun Ruching promptly ended the call. Wang Anbai had no intention of conversing with Shun's mother. Should he genuinely desire it, he could simply grasp Shun Ruching's wrist, bringing both her and her phone to his ear. However, observing her current state, on the verge of losing her temper, he deemed it wise to retreat. Moreover, in matters concerning a future mother-in-law, even he found himself instinctively avoiding confrontation, an instinct perhaps ingrained in the male psyche. Even the most formidable, like Huang Mao, would instinctively temper their demeanor in the presence of future in-laws. Not to mention, he had been teasing her daughter relentlessly. After hanging up, Shun Ruching remained silent, her gaze icy as it bore into him. Wang Anbai, sensing the atmosphere, took a step back and, lacking in dignity, bowed in apology. I'm sorry, Shun. You are simply too adorable. I couldn't help myself. Leave, Shun Ruching stated, her tone devoid of any emotional nuance. Actually, I wanted to invite you to dinner. Wang Anbai echoed the words Shun Ruching had spoken during their first encounter, as a token of gratitude. Though he said this, the cunning man was acutely aware that the campus was teeming with onlookers, particularly with Chun Yao lurking in the shadows. This dinner was simply not feasible. Upon hearing this familiar line, Shun Ruching momentarily lost her focus. No need. Wang Anbai bent down to retrieve the fallen high heel, his fingertips brushing against the non-existent dust on its surface. Then I shall take my leave. He gently placed the shoe beside Shun Ruching's foot. Remember to eat on time. There's no rush for the design draft. Shun Ruching imperceptibly nodded. As the door to the activity room closed softly, she rested her cheek against her bent knee, her gaze fixated on the silver high heel at her feet. After a long pause, she slowly leaned down, her slender fingers smoothing the slight creases on her white ankle socks before donning her shoes once more. Returned to her desk, she picked up a pencil, intending to continue her work, yet the tip hovered above the paper, refusing to make contact. Instead, she absently twisted the pencil in her fingers. After a while, her phone chimed with a message notification. She opened her phone to find a voice message from Tian Susu. Ching Ching, it's time to eat. When Wang Anbai returned to the dormitory after dinner, he found his 3 roommates huddled together, engrossed in a game of cards. He leaned over to observe the commotion while casually scrolling through his phone. Before long, his WeChat erupted with a flurry of notifications. Tian Susu bombarded him with a series of aggressive question marks, filling the screen to capacity. Wang Anbai, undeterred, began typing. I'm blocking you. You dare. Tian Susu shot back. A mere maid dares to shout at her master? Wang Anbai, you scoundrel. Insult me if you must, but don't take it out on yourself. A maid's life is valuable too. Get lost. I'll never help you again. Wang Anbai could not afford to lose this ally, Susu, just as the West could not afford to lose Jerusalem. Moreover, neither the master nor the maid could escape this situation. Susu, let me explain. All right. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, I'll head to the boys' dorm and accuse you of being responsible for my pregnancy, ruining your reputation. Wang Anbai raised an eyebrow at her audacious scheme. Indeed, it was precisely the sort of thing Tian Susu would do, clearly agitated. Is your aim to bring me and Ching Ching closer? After a moment without a reply, Wang Anbai felt compelled to continue messaging. This girl was unresponsive, leaving him feeling as if he were a comedian without a straight man, creating an uncomfortable tension. Actually, after you left, I pinched Ching Ching's face. She wasn't even mad. Thanks to you. Tian Susu replied instantly. Impossible. Wang Anbai smirked as he typed. Only a scoundrel would lie. If you don't believe me, ask for yourself. If she does inquire, the outcome will be tragic for you, and I shall ensure to visit her grave annually. Tian Susu sent another message. With your audacity, I believe you, but I don't buy that Ching Ching isn't angry. Wang Anbai responded. Ching Ching is easily appeased. Huh. Tian Susu continued typing. So, I'm meant to be used and then discarded like trash? Where's your conscience? What strange wording. You're not a TT. Wang Anbai retorted. Yet, from her choice of words, he sensed that her anger had diminished significantly. She merely required a little more fuel to ignite the fire. For the sake of my best friend, what is the harm in a little sacrifice? But I must clean the dormitory for a week for Ching Ching to forgive me. I can assist you. Get lost. You, a mere maid, should not speak to your master in such a way. Tian Susu sent a middle finger emoji. Wang Anbai, not one to back down, decided to find time to teach her the proper etiquette befitting a maid. Despite Tian Susu's seemingly aggressive appearance, her golden hair, smoky makeup, and a height of 170 centimeters paired with provocative attire, she was, at her core, a naive and sweet girl. Such naivete would enable Wang Anbai to reveal to her the harsh realities of society, its darkness, and various alternative methods of navigating life. Setting down his phone, he joined the card game, starting to play a round to fill the pit. After just a couple of hands, Chun Changba confronted him, ultimately leading the 3 to share a hearty breakfast at the pit. Xiaoho, ever the provocateur, chimed in, perhaps we should let it go. The pit has just been rejected by his white moonlight, and now he is feeling down. You could buy it for him, Zhang Yang suggested, patting Xiaoho's shoulder. Xiaoho recoiled, forget it. Wang Anbai recalled the melodramatic memories from his past life. After being rejected, the pit would inevitably argue with his ex-girlfriend the following day. only for her friend to send him comforting messages later. The Pit would realize he had been strung along, leading to a budding romance with her friend. Pit. Wang Anbai smirked. Why not just pursue her friend instead? Get lost. Chun Changba exploded. Do you think everyone is as fickle as you? Zhang Yang added Xiao Bai. Your suggestion is too malicious. If the Pit genuinely pursued her friend, it would create an awkward situation between the ex and her friend. Wang Anbai set his phone down, looking at the group. But what if the Pit actually ended up with her friend? Don't insult my integrity. Chun Changba retorted decisively. Zhang Yang concurred. Exactly. The Pit would have to be inhumane to do something like that. Xiaoho adjusted his glasses. That is simply animalistic. Wang Anbai chuckled, eagerly anticipating the moment when the Pit would face the consequences of his actions. The Pit would surely end up with her friend. Would anyone dare to wager? Chun Changba moved to the window, lit a cigarette, and disdainfully remarked, if I were that kind of person, I'd have you call me daddy for an entire semester. Conversely, you call me daddy for a semester if I'm wrong. I'll join in, Zhang Yang chimed in. Wang Anbai queried, what about you, Xiaoho? Xiaoho shook his head. I won tea. Chun Changba scrutinized Xiaoho with skepticism. In the battle between emotion and reason, he unhesitatingly chose the latter. Xiaoho declared, I'm not naive. Chapter 35. The chain reaction following the revelation of identity. At midnight, the lights in the dormitory were extinguished. Many were already fast asleep, and the entire campus had succumbed to slumber. However, at this moment, the Haida Forum was buzzing as brightly as day, with a prominently featured thread boldly declaring, the true identity of Shun Ruqing's boyfriend is actually him. This post was yet another creation from Zhou Ping, meticulously detailing every aspect of the unfolding drama. The photograph of the student ID, the class schedule information, name, and age, all of Wang Anbai's personal details, have been thoroughly exposed, transforming him into the talk of the campus. The comments beneath the post have exceeded 10,000, and it's worth noting that it is already late at night, with the student population of H University being only around 50,000. By dawn, this number is likely to escalate further. The comments section has erupted into a cacophony, primarily divided into several factions. The most vocal group is the Defenders, comprising numerous male and female students who staunchly uphold the goddess's innocence, asserting that this is undoubtedly a malicious rumor and demanding the moderator to delete the post immediately. The onlookers are indifferent, fanning the flames of discourse, relishing the chaos. The eyewitnesses fervently recount the details of the scene, with some even posting blurry photos from different angles as evidence, insisting that the incident is undeniably true. The disillusioned fans express their heartbreak, declaring they will no longer follow this matter, while others vehemently voice their feelings as if they have been gravely deceived. Lastly, a small faction of derisive supporters, the Qingshi faction, remains vulnerable and pitiable, trembling under the onslaught from the dominant groups, yet still obsessively discussing the aesthetic compatibility of the two. In the girls' dormitory, Shun Ruqing crouches barefoot on Tiansu's bed, burying her face in the pillow she cradles. This posture reveals the alluring contours of her back, the slender waist abruptly blossoming into a fuller curve, the silk sleep pants clinging tightly, accentuating her rounded form. Tiansu, seated cross-legged before her, lets her shoulder straps slip down her arms. Our mother will return to Haisher in half a month and insists on meeting Wang Anbai. What can I do? I can't perform miracles. Upon meeting Tiansu, Shun's mother took an immediate liking to her, and given their compatible personalities, she has come to regard her as a daughter. In short, the trouble is of your making, and you must resolve it. Tiansu, wanting to retort, finds herself at a loss for words. It was indeed she who had arranged for Qingqing to pick up Wang Anbai that day. And it was she again who had asked Wang Anbai to bring fruit tea for Qingqing today. Yet, this was never her intention. Wang Anbai is truly a troublemaker. How could our mother know of Wang Anbai? Shun Ruqing casts a skeptical glance at her. Our mother saw the post. She saw both threads. Feeling cornered, Tiansu leans forward, her expression filled with grievance. It wasn't Timi who spilled the beans. As she moves, her shoulder strap slips further down. Shun Ruqing's gaze follows the strap down slightly. I never suspected you. Tiansu snorts softly. Your eyes have betrayed you. Don't forget, our mother and the principal have a long-standing friendship. If she wants to know something, it's merely a matter of time. Shun Ruqing frowns slightly, her fingertips sinking into the pillow. The crux of the issue is that she has already believed the rumors and insists on meeting Wang Anbai. If you must meet, then do so. What is the problem? Shun Ruqing immediately declines. No way. Then what should we do? Tiansu hangs her head, leaning against the wall, surrendering to despair. Seeing her best friend in such a state, Shun Ruqing grits her teeth in frustration. Just say he is your boyfriend. That our relationship is a misunderstanding. No way. Tiansu suddenly sits up straight, her shoulder strap slipping completely off. It's settled then. Shenruching's tone is resolute. I will find a way to make this matter fizzle out. Shenruching shoots her a cold glare. You had better. Tiansu asserts confidently, I will. After which, she picks up her phone and opens the comment section of the post. Look at all the CP fans of you and Wang Anbai. They all say this pairing is quite delightful. Shenruching's heart skips a beat. In another dormitory building, Chun Yao has just finished her evening routine and emerged from the bathroom, only to find her 3 roommates neatly seated on the edge of their beds, their gazes fixed intently upon her. Her fingers, which have been applying face cream, freeze mid-application. What's wrong? Just take a look for yourself. Wang Xin hands her a phone. Chun Yao's finger glides across the screen, her furrowed brow slowly relaxing, her expression shifting from indignation to complexity. Although Wang Anbai had already explained the situation, witnessing the post firsthand still left her breathless with absurd dissonance. They are the couple spoken of by many. What does that make her? The third party in everyone's eyes? A mistress? Why must she endure such indignation? With this thought, Chun Yao's previously relaxed brow furrows once more. Wang Anbai. Liu questions her. Isn't your boyfriend? She and Yuan are uncertain, only knowing that Wang Anbai has been pursuing Chun Yao, who seems to have accepted him but has never explicitly stated the nature of their relationship. However, through their frequent late-night phone calls and the tone Chun Yao uses, which is distinctly affectionate, along with weekend date details, it is largely confirmed that they are indeed together. Liu Yu and Yu, when privately speculate that perhaps Wang Anbai could no longer tolerate Chun Yao's haughty demeanor, leading him astray. Wang Xin is even more puzzled. As a close friend, she knows the true nature of their relationship, yet feels utterly bewildered at this moment. He and I have long since parted ways. With Chun Yao's pride, she would never explain to them, simultaneously engaging in a silent gamble with Wang Anbai. Wang Xin certainly doesn't believe this. Just a few days ago, everything seemed fine, and if they had truly broken up, Chun Yao would surely have sought her out to cry. Liu Yu and Yu, when exchanged knowing glances, to them, Chun Yao's demeanor clearly indicates she is merely putting on a brave front. With her boyfriend as public infidelity making headlines, her proud nature would naturally compel her to feign indifference to save face. Last time we were gossiping about this. Liu Yu reflects, what kind of extraordinary person could capture the heart of the aloof goddess? I never expected it to be someone familiar. Yuan hurriedly gestures for Liu Yu to stop talking. I never thought. Chun Yao grits her teeth, as if forcing the words out. Liu Yu continues. When did you both break up? Not even we knew. A long time ago. Liu Yu expresses some regret. In her eyes, Wang Anbai is not only handsome, but also possesses a rare good character. She half-jokingly adds, what a pity I didn't know, otherwise who knows. I might have had a chance. Guan X's wide, round eyes dart back and forth between the two, her expression more animated than ever. She is stunned. Although she doesn't grasp the specifics, her understanding of Chun Yao assures her that there is no way these two have actually broken up. Chun Yao, amused by the absurdity, retorts, it's not too late for you to pursue him now. Liu Yu shakes her head vigorously, but that's Shenruching. Who could possibly take a man from her? Indeed, Chun Yao maintains her smile. Who could rival her? Liu Yu suddenly realizes that Chun Yao is implying something. I didn't mean it that way. Yuan pulls Liu Yu away. It's already past midnight. Time for bed. In the boys' dormitory, Zheng Chan adjusts his phone's brightness to blinding levels, his fingers incessantly zooming in on the student ID photo. It cannot be mistaken. This is the very guy he fought over a storefront with on Commercial Street. He is actually Shenruching's boyfriend. He clenches his phone tightly, his molars grinding noisily. You don't deserve it. Zheng Chen anticipates that someone will trouble Wang Anbai. When that time comes, he won Team Mind, giving him a hard push from behind. Chapter 36. The Transmission of Embrace. In the early morning, a small conference room in the administrative building of H University. Sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the oval conference table surrounded by genuine leather chairs. Principal Jiang Fangmin sits at the head of the table, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface, his steady gaze sweeping over those present. The vice president in charge of academic affairs, Zhou Yuan, is flipping through documents, his brow increasingly furrowed. This morning, several students reported to me. Director Li adjusted his glasses. They claimed that there were malicious rumors circulating on a forum that tarnished the reputation of a female student. Should we consider temporarily closing the forum or contacting them to delete the posts? It is not unusual for young people to cause a stir, especially since the truth of the matter remains to be verified. Jiang Fangmin waved his hand, a smile spreading across his face, the corners of his eyes crinkling with benevolence. However, how prepared are we for Mr. Su's lecture at the school today? Vice President Zhou Yuan set down his folder. Everything is ready. Zhou Yuan, a middle-aged man in his 40s, stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall, his protruding belly giving his suit sharp angles. Jiang Fangmin nodded slightly. Have we submitted the complete list of recommendations for this year's Lanting Literary Competition? The Lanting Literary Competition is held every 3 years and is jointly organized by the National Literary Research Association, provincial writers' associations, and leading publishing houses. It is regarded as the Olympics of the literary world in our country, where renowned writers and directors such as Han Han, Jiang Fangzhou, and Ning Hao have made their debuts. The event takes place at the prestigious Tsinghua University. Zhou Yuan's expression instantly turned sour, his round face etched with worry. He picked up the folder on the table. The list has been submitted, but as you know, literature has always been a shortcoming of our school, and these students truly lack competitiveness. Jiang Fangmin sipped from his teacup before speaking slowly. You understand the significance of the Lanting Literary Competition during your predecessor's tenure. We achieved nothing, and I expect to see breakthroughs under your leadership. Zhou Yuan felt a bead of sweat form on his back. Fully aware that those who stand out in the Lanting Literary Competition are exceptionally talented, while our university has never prioritized the development of the humanities. For now, we can only play it cool. Reforms must be implemented gradually. I promise to bring back a trophy in the next edition. Jiang Fangmin was not swayed. It is unwise to expect instant results, but I want to see progress, even if it is just a little. He had to exert pressure. The prestige of this literary competition is immense, and many have risen to fame through it, often surpassing the benefits of extensive recruitment campaigns. As a leading institution, it is disheartening that our university has consistently performed worse than even second-tier colleges in this competition, returning empty-handed year after year. As the principal, he bore immense pressure and was deeply troubled by this matter. Several secretaries and directors exchanged knowing glances, all unconsciously turning their attention to Zhou Yuan. This vice president, who had been in office for less than 3 years, was now staring blankly at the documents, each wrinkle on his round face conveying despair. Having to deal with the burden of the Lanting Literary Competition, the prospect of promotion seemed bleak, and he feared it might even reflect poorly on his record. Zhou Yuan could only sigh helplessly. I will select a new batch of candidates for recommendations. In dormitory 404, a few students were enjoying breakfast while scrolling through their phones. The usually somber class group chat was now ablaze with excitement, notification pings resonating as everyone clamored to discuss Wang Anbai. Chen Ning exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this for real, old Wang?" Yang Rongrong added, "I haven't seen you around lately. Turns out you were off on a date with the goddess." Feng Zihan chimed in. "With so many people, you thought you could pretend not to see it, huh?" Curiosity bubbled over, with classmates eager for first-hand information. Having secured the affections of the campus's most renowned beauty, the class felt a sense of pride, ready to boast about it. Wang Anbai, wanting to indulge their curiosity, decided to share some details that hadn't made it to the forum. He typed, "Just friends. Come on, that's not fair, keeping secrets from the brothers." Chen Ning pressed. "Old Wang, can you show some sincerity?" Zhao Huasun added. Xiao Bai has clarified things. Could you all calm down? Stop believing every rumor. Feng Zihan asked, "White brother, do you know a girl named Zhang Zhizhi from Shunruqing's dorm?" Just calling him brother seemed insufficiently sincere. Just as Wang Anbai was about to put down his phone, Yang Rongrong suddenly sent a message. "Wang Anbai, I want to hug the goddess Shun. Can you fulfill this small wish for me?" "Goodness, you aren't even pretending anymore." "Are you?" Wang Anbai replied. "I suggest you hug me first, then I'll hug Shunruqing, and then you'll get to hug her." Chen Ning exclaimed, "When did you become so shameless?" Yang Rongrong insisted, "You're not allowed to hug Shunruqing." Wang Anbai set his buzzing phone aside and tore his second youtiao into small pieces. This was the quintessential way to eat youtiao in Jin City. The golden fried dough, sticks floating in creamy soy milk, perfectly crispy when soaked for just 3 seconds and delightfully soft when left for 10. The aroma of oil, the fragrance of dough, and the richness of soy milk melded together, wafting enticingly. Finally, he pulled out a piece of tissue to wipe his mouth, having not purchased the icy sour plum drink, as he had just finished the hot soy milk. "So you're keeping secrets from your brothers too? We were worried about how you were holding up." Zhang Yang stared at Wang Anbai with a resentful look. "I never expected Shunruqing's rumored boyfriend to be you." Beside him, Xiaohu had been casting sideways glances at him since morning, as if to say he was not being a good brother. Wang Anbai replied nonchalantly, "It's not something worth broadcasting. We were just a bit close, and someone posted about it on the forum, making it known to the whole school." Xiaohu adjusted his glasses. "I've noticed you've changed since breaking up with Chun Yao. You've become increasingly pretentious." Chun Zhongba, wearing a sour expression, nodded in agreement, having been subjected to Wang Anbai's pretentiousness for days. He had thought keeping his distance would bring peace, yet this guy's pretentiousness radiated like a satellite, making it impossible to escape. Life is short. What is the difference between not being pretentious and being a fish on the shore? Wang Anbai leaned back in his chair, comfortably burping. Zhang Yang tightened his grip around his neck. Spill some real insider info, or we'll have to deal with you according to dormitory rules. Wang Anbai couldn't help but laugh. Although Yangzi spent all day surrounded by female juniors, his image was quite misleading, likely being seen as a mere friend. But watching them toil away had stirred a restless heart within him. There's not much I can teach you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang tightened his grip even more. Don't give me that. If you can win over a goddess like Shun Ruching, how can you say you know nothing? I warn you not to say nonsense. Currently, we're just friends. Even if he were to pursue her, Wang Anbai would only ever declare that they were merely friends. One tree cannot block his path. He needs an entire forest. With countless concubines and maidservants in his palace, it would be a waste not to indulge daily. But he could. Zhang Yang remained undeterred. A friendship is still a good start. White brother, teach me how to talk to a goddess of her caliber. Do you really want to know? Zhang Yang nodded eagerly. Absolutely. All right, then let us discuss. Wang Anbai cleared his throat. Chun Zhongba and Xia Ho quietly perked up their ears, the former nursing emotional wounds, while the latter had never been in a relationship, both seeking a breakthrough. Chapter 37. The Benefits of Being Roommates. To speak frankly, Yangzi, do you think I'm handsome? Wang Anbai asked. Zhang Yang nodded without hesitation. Do you think you're handsome? Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Are you more handsome than me? After much deliberation, Zhang Yang shook his head. So, being handsome is all that matters. Chun Zhongba and Xia Ho, upon hearing this, suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to throw Wang Anbai out of the dormitory. Zhang Yang realized he had been played, yet Wang Anbai spoke a profound truth, albeit one that pierced his heart. Gritting his teeth, he mockingly inquired, Teacher, what if I'm not handsome? Wang Anbai scrutinized Zhang Yang from head to toe, much like a vendor selecting pork at a market. Yangzi, given your appearance, physique, and demeanor, you would rank as a mere hometown boy in the eyes of the otaku in Chung City. I suggest you consider a different path. Chun Changba could no longer bear the scene. I propose we deal with Wang Anbai according to dormitory rules. I cast my vote. Xia Ho raised his hand in agreement. Zhang Yang flexed his wrist. I have no objections. The three exchanged glances, and suddenly, they sprang into action. Zhang Yang surged forward, locking Wang Anbai's shoulder, while Xia Ho and Chun Changba pounced on his legs like famished tigers. Aruba! Aruba! They chanted as they attempted to lift Wang Anbai and slam him against the bedpost. However, the awkward reality was that Wang Anbai remained utterly immovable, akin to an iron pillar welded to the ground. Spare me, you lot, he said, shaking his shoulder lightly, causing the three to stumble backward as if they were mere trinkets cast aside. They exchanged astonished glances, rendered speechless. When had Wang Anbai become so strong? When did I train? Wang Anbai mused, contemplating his imminent transformation into a true citizen of the nation. At that point, he would be unstoppable. You're impressive. Zhang Yang's face was a canvas of existential doubt, and the other two shared a similar expression. Unable to argue or pretend, they found themselves outmatched even in a scuffle. The dormitory was thick with an atmosphere of impotent rage, a desire to inflict harm without the means to do so. Enough of this nonsense. Let us discuss serious matters. Wang Anbai turned to Zhang Yang. How is our sister faring in her job search? Our sister? Zhang Yang paused, then quickly responded. She hasn't found anything yet. Just in time. My newly opened milk tea shop needs staff, offering a monthly salary of 4,000, and housing is provided, Wang Anbai added. As a transitional opportunity, it's quite suitable. You open a milk tea shop? Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Anbai nodded, stating that renovations would commence in the next couple of days. Xia Ho clicked his tongue. Now I see. Chen Yao must have been a hindrance. Ever since your breakup, your personal and professional life has flourished. Chun Changba shot a meaningful glance at Xia Ho, noting that Chen Yao had little to do with it. Wang Anbai still had lingering ties with her. With Guan Ning and Shun Ruching added to the mix, this scoundrel was practically a collector. Chun Changba considered that on the day the milk tea shop opened, he must devise a plan to gather all these ladies together. It would be fascinating to see how Wang Anbai would handle it. This thought brightened Chun Changba's mood, erasing the gloom from being rebuffed by Senior the previous night. Little did he expect that by that time, there would likely be more than just these few ladies involved, and they would be divided into several factions. The venue may be small, but the guests would be formidable. This is promising. I'll call her shortly, Zhang Yang said, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Xia Ho noticed a key detail. Housing provided? That's not a common perk for a tea shop. Zhang Yang's joyful expression instantly froze, and he mechanically turned to Wang Anbai. Please provide me with a reasonable explanation. Damn it, you have such little faith in me. Wang Anbai retorted angrily. Could I ever fall for a brother-sister? Is your sister comparable to Shenruching? To Qinyao? Or, all right, Zhang Yang interjected, raising his hand, though the words stung like daggers to the heart. He had to admit they were true. It's just that girl-esque character. Brothers often forever perceive their sisters in the most unflattering light. There exists a type of person who, having grown accustomed to the scent of home flowers, becomes numb and seeks the fragrance of wild blooms. Chun Changba spoke with the wisdom of one who had weathered many storms, raising an eyebrow suggestively at Wang Anbai. Wang Anbai shot him a glare in return. You better be referring to flowers. Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, cast another doubtful look at Wang Anbai. Great, I played the good guy for nothing, Wang Anbai sighed. Nonsense, Zhang Yang exclaimed, throwing an arm around Wang Anbai's shoulder with a radiant smile. Among brothers, can we not trust one another? Had it not been for the wary eyes surrounding him, Wang Anbai might have almost believed it. Hosey, do you want a girlfriend? Huh? Xiaohou was caught off guard by the sudden question. Wang Anbai pulled out his phone and quickly shared a contact. Li Qian, Shenruching's roommate. Xiaohou panicked, stammering. I don't know how. The first time for a boy is inevitably fraught with tension. I'm talking about dating. Just express your interest. Xiaohou's ears turned visibly red as he hesitated, his expression practically revealing the answer. The opportunity is yours. Seize it. Wang Anbai clapped Xiaohou on the shoulder. Wang Anbai was not one to play the matchmaker, as such endeavors often led to complications. But who could deny Hosey's worth? In his past life, when Wang Anbai was in distress, only Hosey had extended a helping hand, lending him a significant sum of money, whereas others lent with the expectation of repayment. Hosey's lending was an act of compassion, aware that Wang Anbai could not repay it. Wang Anbai remembered all of this. Of course, he would not haphazardly play matchmaker. Having previously learned about Li Qian through Tian Susu, he knew she had a balanced worldview, a sunny and vivacious personality, and was quite attractive with an appealing figure, as evidenced by Zhang Zhizhi trying on her clothing. It was rare to find someone with such a combination of qualities in today's society. When Tian Susu half-jokingly brought her up, Li Qian had merely laughed and urged her to hurry, but upon learning about Hosey's character, she had nodded shyly, saying she would give it a try. A lively and cheerful girl paired with a reserved yet sharp-witted bookworm, an unexpected yet harmonious match. The thought of Li Qian flustering Xiaohou to the point of crimson cheeks was simply delightful. For the sake of ensuring this adopted son has a fulfilling university experience and to rectify the regrets Wang Anbai had voiced while intoxicated in his past life, he was genuinely concerned. Adopted son, Wang Anbai gazed at Xiaohou, who was lost in his phone, and sighed like a caring father. Do not let my heartfelt intentions go to waste. Chun Changba, observing the scene before him, suddenly felt a surge of discomfort and shame for his earlier thoughts. Wang Anbai had always been openly sincere with his brothers, displaying a remarkable sense of loyalty. While feeling ashamed, Chun Changba also felt a flicker of anticipation. He looked at Wang Anbai, silently signaling, what about me? My turn is next. To his surprise, Wang Anbai lazily flopped onto the bed, declaring, if we don't head to class soon, we'll be marked absent for old Lu's lecture. Chun Changba swiftly retracted his previous thoughts when a shop opened. He would ensure Wang Anbai faced the consequences. Chapter 38. The Cold Goddess is extremely aggressive. Attending class was out of the question. Wang Anbai had arranged to meet Shenruching at 2 in the afternoon. Even if he had a free morning, he would prefer to stay in the dormitory. Entering the classroom now would likely turn him into a spectacle for the other students. With fame comes scrutiny. Wang Anbai thought as he efficiently tidied up the breakfast mess left by his adopted sons and grabbed a mop to make the dormitory floor gleam. After completing his daily system tasks and taking a shower, he stood before the dressing mirror with his shirt off. His muscles were beginning to define themselves, not in an exaggerated manner that would evoke envy from other men, but rather in a suitably toned physique. This was the result of a novice who had persisted in fitness for several months, and yet he had achieved it in just a few days. Such a physique would hardly draw a second glance from the men at the gym, yet if spotted by women, it would elicit gasps of admiration. Wang Anbai took great satisfaction in his current form, exuding health and vitality. Unlike some individuals who resort to steroids and other substances in their pursuit of muscularity, leading to frequent tragic news within the bodybuilding community, he activated the system panel. Progressive task, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run, to be completed over 6 days. Reward, significant enhancement of physical strength and power with a slight increase in speed. Progressive task, simultaneously date 2 girlfriends, ensuring both have a favorability rating of at least 60. Reward, random premium reward. Wang Anbai rubbed his chin. estimating that he would likely accomplish the romantic task by tomorrow. Given by Shujia's personality, persuading her to acknowledge him as her boyfriend would be an arduous challenge. However, once he pried open her lips, everything would fall into place. With a resolute attitude bolstered by the system's rewards, Wang Anbai felt utterly confident, believing that even the formidable beast would ultimately yield to his will. With the tasks at hand and nothing else to occupy him, Wang Anbai leaned against the headboard, idly scrolling through his phone. At this moment, the short video platform was in a phase of rampant growth. Various channels surged like a torrent, filling live streams and comment sections with their content. At this point, Douhai had only recently launched, and the era of substantial sales was still far from realization. This emerging blue ocean of traffic was an opportunity Wang Anbai would not overlook, though certainly not to recruit those alluring young women clad in tight yoga pants, twisting alluringly before the camera. Around 1:30 p.m., at the entrance of the library, Wang Anbai stood at the foot of the steps, scrutinizing the tall goddess approaching him. Shen Ruqing's ensemble today was strikingly different from her usual style. She had gathered her long hair into a sleek high ponytail, and her subtle makeup enhanced her already cool demeanor. A loose white windbreaker enveloped her figure entirely, the zipper reaching her chin, with the hem cascading down to mid-thigh, paired with straight-leg jeans and flat shoes. This androgynous look, combined with her height of over 170 centimeters, made her resemble a supermodel on the runway, accentuating the hidden sharpness within her cool aura. Girls passing by frequently cast glances, drawn in by her alluring yet forbidding attire, which seemed to scream, "Keep your distance," only to stir their hearts even more. Wang Anbai sighed inwardly, intrigued as to why she had wrapped herself so tightly. This was far from her usual fashion. Was she guarding against thieves? Wait a moment, could I be that thief? After the incident with the silver high heels, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Wang Anbai felt a surge of indignation. Was he truly that type of person? So she enjoys wearing loose jeans, does she? One day, he would surely have her experience the silk beneath her trousers. The combination of her cool demeanor and enviable legs, dressed so enticingly, was simply unfathomable. Perhaps the cold weather was a factor. Wang Anbai glanced up at the overcast sky. A chill breeze carrying dampness brushed against him. Why was it that every time he arranged to meet Shen Ruqing at the library, the heavens seemed to open up? He had completely forgotten that he still had not returned her umbrella. He stepped forward, teasingly saying, "Today I'm not late." Shen Ruqing cast a brief, icy glance his way, her voice colder than the weather. "Do you need me to award you a little red flower?" How forthright, Wang Anbai mused, recalling how he might have gone too far at the literary society. Or perhaps it was just that certain days of the month. Had Su ruffled her feathers again? "Should I help you vent? You've been the one irritating me, you know," Shen Ruqing retorted, exasperated by his shamelessness. Yet, Su was equally guilty of stirring trouble. Why not just put her out of her misery? While killing her was out of the question, Wang Anbai had discerned that today's long-legged goddess had cast aside her usual icy demeanor, revealing an unexpectedly aggressive side. Shen Ruqing's foul mood stemmed from her mother, specifically requesting to meet the man standing before her. Though Tian Su had assured her she would find a way. Knowing her friend's character, she was more likely to create chaos than resolve matters. In the end, it would fall upon her to clean up the mess. Gazing at Wang Anbai, Shen Ruqing's long lashes fluttered slightly, and she suddenly realized she could pass this troublesome task on to him. After all, he was the one who had sown the seeds of this predicament. "My mother wants to see you," Shen Ruqing stated bluntly. "See me?" Wang Anbai raised an eyebrow, wondering if Shen's mother had caught wind of the rampant rumors surrounding her daughter and himself. He was curious whether this meeting would be a summons or a reprimand. Perhaps she'd offer a few million to rid herself of her precious daughter, allowing him to profit in both love and wealth. "Your mother wants to meet me? Splendid. When?" With the Shen family's influence, evasion was not an option. Wang Anbai was well aware of this. Shen Ruqing's breath hitched slightly. He had actually agreed. Moreover, he dared to escalate the situation by directly calling her mother-in-law. This man was truly toying with her, and it seemed he had grown addicted to it. Shen Ruqing narrowed her cold eyes, her fair skin tinged with a hint of red from irritation. "I don't want you two to meet. You said you wouldn't be at Haida that day." Wang Anbai replied. "Do you think I can evade this?" After a brief pause, Shen Ruqing imperceptibly nodded, realizing they must approach the matter through her mother. "The design for the milk tea shop is finished. I'll go to room 404 to retrieve it later." "Thank you for your help. Consider it a favor owed," she said. Wang Anbai noticed that their lingering at the library entrance had drawn numerous curious, displeased, envious, and even surprised gazes, akin to witnesses reveling in the announcement of their favorite couple's romance. Was this the price of early fame? He felt little concern over it. His thick skin shielded him from embarrassment. If he were someone like Hosey, with a more introverted nature, he might have found it hard to control his body under such scrutiny. Shenruching also sensed the heated stare surrounding them. She had previously ignored such attention, but now, standing beside Wang Anbai, she felt a ripple of emotion. She recalled Su Su's words. As time passed, rumors would dissipate on their own, unless some were not unfounded. She instinctively pressed her lips together, indifferent to others' opinions. Her conscience remained clear. Time to go, Shenruching said, her gaze fixed ahead, her tone calm. Indeed, Wang Anbai replied. As the two walked side by side toward the library, his eyes catching the faint blush creeping to her ears, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 39, The Watchdog. Before the academic report hall on the third floor of the library, a crowd began to form a long queue. Several students donned blue and white work badges, maintaining order at the entrance. Please present your student ID for registration. The staff continued to relay instructions. When Shenruching arrived, she silently handed over her student ID, placing it on the registration desk. The young man in the white shirt glanced at the document, suddenly pausing before lifting his head. The glint in his eyes behind the glasses was unmistakable. Please wait a moment. His tones softened considerably as his fingers swiftly danced across the registration form. Meanwhile, another staff member hurried off toward the academic report hall. Wang Anbai's gaze swept over the name tag on the young man's chest. Gaomi. He could not help but chuckle. The disparity in treatment was all too palpable. While indifferent to the students preceding him, he effortlessly switched to a mode of affability. The world that judges by appearance. When Wang Anbai arrived, he casually placed his student ID on the table. Gaomi paused upon seeing the ID, slowly lifting his gaze. This young man indeed bore a striking resemblance to his photograph, with an aura that the lens could not capture. As Wang Anbai felt the other's gaze lingering on his face, a shiver ran down his spine. Even in a world so focused on appearances, one ought to maintain proper orientation. Is there a problem? Gaomi snapped back to reality, his tone suddenly stiffening. I apologize, but you do not have an appointment. Hence you cannot enter. Wang Anbai glanced at Shenruching, who wore a slight frown and gently shook her head. He then turned to the boy behind him and inquired. Classmate, did you make an appointment? No need, the boy replied, bewildered. The poster said anyone interested could participate. The students in line exchanged glances, and those who had already entered paused to observe the commotion. The collective gaze of the crowd shifted between Shenruching, Wang Anbai, and Gaomi, quickly discerning the underlying tension. Clearly, they were being targeted. The two already captivating figures had now become the center of attention. Wang Anbai turned back, tapping his fingers lightly on the registration desk, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips as he regarded Gaomi. Care to explain? Gaomi maintained his composure, stating without a flicker of emotion, according to the regulations, students with disciplinary records must make an appointment to participate in academic activities. I need to verify your information. Please wait aside. Regulations could be formulated at any time, especially since he was operating within the bounds of the rules. Wang Anbai's expression turned playful in his previous life. He had been a diligent student, a model pupil, entirely unblemished by any disciplinary issues. This excuse was rather flimsy. He mused that he had likely offended quite a number of Shenruching's admirers. However, most were merely all talk. Those who would genuinely confront him were, to some extent, lacking in mental acuity. If it were Wang Anbai, he would never leave his opponent a way out in a real contest. Such trivial antics were simply too mundane. The quality of rivals in this generation was remarkably low, bordering on childish. Wang Anbai casually rested his elbow on the table, propping his chin in his palm, a genial smile adorning his face. Was it the child behind you who prompted you to act this way? Gaomi's hand trembled slightly around his pen. Yet he retorted firmly, please do not obstruct the registration process. You are wasting everyone's time. Don't be so tense. Wang Anbai replied in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. What is the name of the little friend behind you? Is he one of your group? Are you his little dog? Enough. If you continue to hinder my work, I will have no choice but to record a major offense against you. Gaomi slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Bang! The students observing began to murmur among themselves, many expressing indignation at the blatant show of power. A few even discreetly raised their phones to capture the moment. One was the rumored boyfriend of the aloof goddess, while the other was a staff member from the university. Should this confrontation be recorded and shared on the university's forum, it would undoubtedly ascend to the top of the charts. Wang Anbai chuckled at Gaomi's exaggerated reaction. Impatience does not suit you. Your cunning is far inferior to that of your predecessor. Do you truly believe that a student recognized as exemplary by the school leadership would have a disciplinary record? Gaomi was momentarily taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The excuse he had fabricated now felt utterly absurd. Yet, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, he could only stubbornly persist. Well, whether there is a disciplinary record requires verification. Your status as an exemplary student also needs to be confirmed. Wang Anbai disregarded the latter part of the statement, directly questioning, "Are you challenging the school leadership's assessment of exemplary students?" "No." "Then you are indeed abusing your authority to make things difficult for me." "No, that is not the case." "Then you are still questioning the school leadership." I'm not. Neither this nor that. So many eyes are upon us. You and I. This. Gao Mi was left speechless, the heat of countless gazes making him feel acutely uncomfortable, a damp patch forming on his shirt. The spectators could not suppress their laughter at his sudden turn from arrogance to this state of disarray, the contrast proving too amusing to endure. Some even whistled, reveling in the unfolding drama. Through this commotion, the crowd began to form a basic understanding of this enigmatic rumored boyfriend, bold, a formidable opponent, and exuding an inexplicable calmness. A few quick-witted students had already pulled up past lists of exemplary students, only to find his name conspicuously absent. Wang Anbai's reputation now bore additional labels, a master of deceit and possessing skin thicker than a fortress wall. Many female students harbored silent concerns for their beloved aloof goddess, hoping she would not fall prey to his manipulations. "Can I enter now, Gao Mi?" Wang Anbai inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the paper tiger. Gao Mi swallowed hard, rendered speechless. He had never encountered such a tenacious adversary, one who not only dared to defy authority, but also skillfully maneuvered him into a corner. "Thank you for your understanding, Gao." Wang Anbai lightly patted him on the shoulder, poised to step inside. "Forget it. Let us go back," Shun Ruqing said frostily, moving to his side. "What's wrong?" Wang Anbai was aware that Shun Ruqing had a penchant for peculiar and esoteric literary works, and it was she who had invited him to this lecture. Although Mr. Su might not deliver a captivating discourse, it would at least satisfy her curiosity. Wang Anbai sensed that among the girls, he exhibited a unique tolerance for Shun Ruqing, often finding delight in teasing her. "I have lost interest." Shun Ruqing cast a cold glance at Gao Mi, her voice dripping with evident disdain. Gao Mi opened his mouth to protest, but upon meeting Shun Ruqing's icy gaze, he swallowed his words. Wang Anbai asked, "Are you truly unwilling to listen?" After a moment of contemplation, Shun Ruqing replied, "It's akin to a fly landing on a cake. I have no appetite." Wang Anbai blinked. "Then let us make a fresh one. I cannot face your future mother-in-law if you remain so thin." Chapter 40. Shun Ruqing's overwhelming girlfriend power. Shun Ruqing realized that she had become immune to this level of teasing, even too apathetic to feel the urge to halt it. This irritating adaptability. It felt like being the spoiled wife of a domineering CEO in a romance novel, helpless and unable to resist. However, her nature vehemently opposed this passive sense of being led. She had been perfectly fine alone until suddenly invaded in a rough and unreasonable manner, leaving her with an acute sense of insecurity. "I want to listen, just consider it accompanying me," Wang Anbai added. "You did promise me that day when I threatened you." Upon hearing this, Shun Ruqing immediately recalled his childish threat and her inexplicable acquiescence. She turned her face away. "Fine, let us listen." At that moment, commotion erupted within the academic hall as a tall male student, accompanied by several staff members, strode out. Wang Anbai looked up. The leading male was robust, clearly irregular at the gym. Aside from his eyes, which were rather ordinary, his features bore a sharpness reminiscent of an eagle. However, his vacant and juvenile gaze diminished much of that sharpness, rendering it somewhat disconcerting. Thus, he cannot be referred to as Hawkeye. At best, he is merely a chicken eye. Accompanying chicken eye is a familiar figure, Zhang Chun, who still sports a white shirt and glasses, with his hair meticulously styled to resemble an adult. His overall appearance is rather ostentatious, yet undeniably fashionable at the moment. Upon witnessing this, Gao Mi felt a surge of confidence. Swiftly stepping in front of Wang Anbai, "You are not permitted to enter." "Bark, bark, bark." Wang Anbai was suddenly startled by the sound of barking. "Your mimicry is quite impressive, Gao Mi." The student who had previously lowered his phone now discreetly raised it again, while several others who had already entered the venue halted and turned back. The onlookers, initially believing the conflict had subsided, soon realized another figure had arrived. Observing the shift in Gao Mi's demeanor, most deduced that he was the one orchestrating events behind the scenes. Those capable of gaining admission to Haida surely possess intelligence. Yet they often lack social experience and the ability to adapt to sudden changes, as exemplified by Gao Mi's earlier speechlessness. Although the crowd had gained some insight into this rumored boyfriend, it was evident he surpassed Gao Mi by a considerable margin, leading them to feel that this time, Gami might face a setback. However, Wang Anbai remained unfazed, turning to Shen Ruqing with a teasing remark. I believe the issue lies not with the cake, but rather with the bakery. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Anbai felt a sudden chill around his wrist and looked down to find a delicate, fair hand gripping his arm. What? Shen Ruqing, with her astonishingly proportioned long legs, pulled Wang Anbai towards the hall, the hem of her white windbreaker slicing through the air with each stride. Gaomi, upon witnessing this, grew anxious and hurriedly approached with several staff members to obstruct their path. Yet, Shen Ruqing did not falter. She merely lifted her gaze slightly, her indifferent expression sweeping over the group. In that instant, they froze in their tracks, while the spectators were momentarily stunned by her unexpected action. The air thickened into an eerie silence. In this frozen tableau, only the two figures, one leading and the other following, flowed in the interplay of light and shadow. Clatter. A girl attempting to capture the moment was so startled that her hand trembled, causing her phone to tumble to the ground, shattering the screen into several pieces. The camera lens dislodging. They're holding hands. The scene erupted into chaos, with gasps and exclamations intermingling. Did I see that correctly? No way. These two can't really be dating, right? No way. Could it be that Shen Ruqing is pursuing him? The limited vocabulary of the university students was laid bare in that moment, as they struggled to find a second adjective beyond no way. Several girls instantly transformed into starry-eyed admirers. Senior Shen looks absolutely stunning. Who knew the aloof goddess could be so assertive in a relationship? So handsome. Why am I the one being held? Stop. Wang Anbai. I'm on my knees begging you. Can you just disappear? Zhou Ping, who had already pinned 2 posts, stood at the back of the crowd, witnessing the entire spectacle unfold. His mind was buzzing with ideas for the post title and content. This would undoubtedly surpass the previous 2 by 100-fold. He could already envision the comment section transforming from the 7 warring states into a tripartite power struggle. The once persecuted innocent party, now trembling in the corners, was finally poised to rise. And all of this was thanks to him, Zhou Ping. He suppressed the immediate urge to rush back to his dormitory and write the post. As a seasoned onlooker, he needed to stay and gather more material. Missing any crucial plot points would lead to eternal regret. Meanwhile, Wang Anbai, being pulled along, felt a tempest of emotions brewing within him. Even as a scoundrel, he found it difficult to decipher Shen Ruqing's intentions. A woman's thoughts are not inherently complex, except when they reach a certain level of sophistication. With a little understanding, one can often see through the underlying logic behind her words and actions. At that point, the initiative lies in your hands. Controlling the situation becomes merely a matter of time. I'm sure many a rogue has experienced this. The most daunting scenario is when she suddenly deviates from the norm, leaving you bewildered until a seemingly innocuous moment brings clarity. Having come to this realization, he felt growth in his experience, yet certain lessons remained unlearned. Nevertheless, for a girl to assertively grasp your hand in full view of others undoubtedly marks a qualitative leap in their relationship. If she dares to hold your hand today, tomorrow she may silence you, and the day after that, you might just find a way to silence her in return. Wang Anbai pondered this. Yet he couldn't help but worry about how to explain the situation to Chun Yao. He certainly desired both, for in this day and age, even children understand the principle of having one cake and eating it too. Moreover, she was indeed the formidable Empress Chun Yao. That innate aura of authority, even after experiencing it once, left a lasting impression, young, affluent, and commanding. Being a scoundrel is truly challenging. Did you even consult me? Wang Anbai silently lamented as he regarded the wrist that was firmly held. Truly, Shen Ruqing, you were something else. Wait. In that moment, Wang Anbai was struck with a sudden epiphany, vividly recalling the mindset he had adopted when he previously bullied Shen Ruqing. That sense of helplessness, the feeling of being at someone else's mercy, it was as if he had finally understood the cycle of cosmic justice. Gazing at the tall figure before him, exuding an overwhelming aura, Wang Anbai found himself at a rare loss for words. As they passed by the chicken Ai and Zhang Chun, the former wore a polite smile, extending his hand in greeting. Hello, I am Hanjua. Yet, Shen Ruqing showed no sign of stopping, dragging Wang Anbai past him without a second glance. Wang Anbai could only nod in acknowledgement. The nod was not a gesture of politeness. It was a silent vow. I will remember you. Chapter 41. The Cunning of the Dragon and the Phoenix. Hanjua's outstretched hand remained suspended in the air. Yet his smile never wavered as he watched the retreating figures of the pair. His father had always taught him that those who aspire to achieve greatness must remain unperturbed in the face of adversity, unaffected even by the most daunting challenges. Particularly when confronting adversaries, one must never reveal their true thoughts. Even if consumed by jealousy or publicly humiliated, he maintained a dignified smile. While internally he seethed. How dare you steal the woman I have set my sights on? Zhang Chun observed Han Zhuo, admiration flickering in his eyes. The demeanor exuded by this scion of a prominent family was indeed captivating. He recalled the rumors he had heard, claiming Han Zhuo was merely a frivolous playboy, petty and vengeful, frequently causing trouble at school, and would have been expelled long ago were it not for his father's influence. Now, those rumors seemed utterly exaggerated and absurd. Indeed, not all rumors should be taken at face value, Zhang Chun mused, his eyes glimmering behind his glasses. Aligning oneself with such a figure is undoubtedly a wise choice. He is not a burden, but rather a formidable ally lurking in the shadows. Your men are ineffective, Han Zhuo remarked, turning his gaze towards Zhang Chun. This situation was unforeseen. Who could have predicted Wang Anbai's appearance here? Zhang Chun chuckled awkwardly. Given the commotion this has caused, you need to help Gao Mi resolve it. The two of them had been deliberating on how to deal with Wang Anbai, only to unexpectedly find themselves face to face with him. Me handle the aftermath? Han Zhuo narrowed his eyes, exuding a sharpness that was somewhat intimidating. Zhang Chun nodded, continuing, Han Xiao, this incident was instigated for your sake. Now that it has spiraled out of control, it is only fitting that you take responsibility. You cannot simply walk away from this. Then tell me, how should I take responsibility? Such a simple tactic, and you fail to comprehend it? Zhang Chun felt a surge of urgency, suspecting that Han Xiao simply wished to disregard the matter. Han Zhuo, he implored, we, your brothers, are here to serve you. In this world, loyalty is of utmost importance. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Zhuo raised his hand and swiftly delivered 2 sharp slaps to the back of Zhang Chun's neck. I need you to instruct me on how to conduct myself, Zhang Chun exclaimed, teetering from the unexpected blows, his glasses skewed precariously on his nose. At that moment, his mind went blank, and he neglected to adjust his glasses, staring wide-eyed at Han Zhuo in disbelief. He never anticipated that the seemingly enigmatic Han Zhuo would erupt in such sudden aggression. Is this behavior even characteristic of a rational human being? Han Zhuo sneered. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. Clarify your position. If you're to be a subordinate, then act like one. How dare you ask me to teach you? His father had once advised against revealing one's true intentions to adversaries, but he had never stipulated that one could not do so with allies. Zhang Chun remained in a state of confusion. Han Zhuo extended his hand, leisurely adjusting Zhang Chun's glasses. But since we are allies, rest assured, I will assist Gao Mi. We cannot afford to engage in internal strife before we have dealt with Wang Anbai. Zhang Chun thought to himself that at least this person demonstrated some awareness of the larger picture. However, after adjusting the glasses, Han Zhuo playfully flicked Zhang Chun's forehead, producing a light pop sound. This familiar gesture left Zhang Chun's head buzzing, rendering him utterly dazed. Han Zhuo turned to leave, stating, it's time to strategize on how to handle Wang Anbai. Zhang Chun, still in a stupor, followed behind, his mind struggling to grasp the unfolding events. Why was it that Han Zhuo treated adversaries with such cordiality while bullying his own people? Zhang Chun cast a furtive glance towards the exit at the end of the corridor, internally debating whether it was still possible to abandon ship and escape. The 3rd floor of the library was illuminated brightly, with over 200 seats arranged in a fan shape, the wooden desks and chairs glimmering under the warm light. The deep gray carpet was impeccably clean. Under the gaze of numerous onlookers, Shen Ruqing tugged Wang Anbai through several rows of seats. The area erupted with a chorus of astonished exclamations. Am I seeing things? This, oh my. Those students who had arrived earlier were oblivious to the earlier confrontation at the entrance, but now, witnessing the usually aloof goddess holding hand with a boy, the sweet display of affection struck them with overwhelming force. As they made their way to the middle rows, Shen Ruqing suddenly released Wang Anbai's hand with decisive ease. Taking her seat while crossing her enviable long legs, her gaze fixed firmly on the podium ahead. The man beside her was a stranger to her. Wang Anbai was not about to let this incident pass lightly. Ching, it seems we have stirred up some attention again. Shen Ruqing feigned indifference, retrieving her phone from her jacket pocket, the cool screen casting a glow on her porcelain-like face. Fate indeed possesses a remarkable sense of irony. Wang Anbai's gaze fell upon her delicate fingers, typing away. The first time, he had grasped her wrist, attempting to lead her away. Now, she had taken the initiative to grasp his wrist and pull him along. Shen Ruqing acted as if she had not heard, her slender fingers continuing to tap the screen, the occasional soft click of her nails against it echoing in the air. Wang Anbai raised an eyebrow. So you can take advantage and then act as if you don't know me? Huh? Oh, Shen Ruqing. The vindictive man subtly leaned closer to her, discreetly squeezing her slim waist under the cover of his coat. Shen Ruqing's loose jacket immediately contoured into an exaggerated curve, the result of years of dance training. Her waist was nothing short of astonishing. Even through the fabric, his fingertips could distinctly feel the taut, supple texture of her form. Such a waist could very well be the death of me, Wang Anbai thought inwardly. The benefits of dancing are manifold. Not only can one perform a split, but one can also bend backward at a perfect 90 degrees. Yet even so, Shen Ruqing continued to ignore him, save for her delicate earlobes, which subtly flushed a rosy hue. Like plum blossoms blooming in the snow, her beauty was breathtakingly exquisite. Wang Anbai could only retract his hand, after all. They were in plain view of countless gazes. He found her typical icy demeanor both infuriating and amusing. He adored her composed and aloof appearance. Yet he despised how effortlessly she managed to escape his grasp. You enjoy playing the ice princess, do you? When the opportunity arises, I shall make you perform to your heart's content. At that time, any movement or sound from you will be met with stern retribution. Hello, Wang Anbai. It's nice to see you again. A clear, melodious voice rang out beside him. Shen Ruqing instinctively turned her head, only to meet Wang Anbai's gaze, which bore a teasing smile. In that fleeting moment, she quickly averted her face, the high collar of her jacket failing to conceal the sudden flush that crept up her fair neck. Chapter 42. Is this also considered a battlefield? Is the seat taken? Meng Sisi inquired, lightly tapping the empty spot beside Wang Anbai. Wang Anbai's gaze lingered on her face for 2 seconds before he replied with a smile. No, it isn't. With a hint of Korean features, she skillfully accentuated her advantages, her makeup style similarly leaning towards a Korean aesthetic. While not strikingly beautiful, she was certainly pleasing to the eye. During her part-time job at the milk tea shop, Meng Sisi's attire and makeup were quite simple, which caused Wang Anbai to momentarily falter. Unlike Shen Ruqing and Chen Yao, who were naturally endowed with exceptional beauty and did not rely on cosmetic enhancements, Meng Sisi today donned an academic-inspired outfit, a black blazer over a light blue shirt, paired with a striped pleated skirt and knee-high black stockings, all complemented by a pair of small leather shoes. She also sported twin ponytails, as Meng Sisi gently pressed the sides of her skirt and sat down. Her legs elegantly aligned, knees snugly touching, making the pleated skirt drape more neatly. The skirt was relatively short, just enough to prevent any accidental exposure. Although she wore safety shorts beneath, the male psyche often operates differently. A glaring bikini on full display may catch their eyes for mere moments, but the allure of the mysterious, hidden from view, tends to evoke their deepest curiosity. I never imagined you would be so well known in school, Meng Sisi remarked, her eyes subtly glancing towards Shen Ruqing, implying more than her words conveyed. Neither did I, Wang Anbai replied. Meng Sisi blinked. My roommate is quite infatuated with you too. Her enthusiasm mirrors that of a devoted fan. She may be in for a disappointment, he remarked. Meng Sisi leaned in slightly, a hint of nervousness on her youthful face. Why do you say that? What do you think? Wang Anbai countered with a question, secretly wondering if she was fabricating her claims. How would I know? She pouted slightly. I believe you do know, Wang Anbai teased. Stop with the riddles. You're clearly very concerned, she pressed, her eagerness evident despite her attempts to conceal it. She exhibited a modicum of acting skill, albeit not extensive, sufficient for a television drama. Most girls unlock such talents only after having dated a boyfriend, Wang Anbai mused inwardly. I suppose there is no need for responsibility. Just take a guess. My roommate will discover that the couple she idolizes isn't even together? Wang Anbai nodded. Meng Sisi's face lit up with a playful smile, her tone teasing. You mustn't deceive me. From the perspective of Wang Anbai, his years of experience suggest that this display of affectation is still a deliberate performance intended for himself, simultaneously expressing pleasure and naturally revealing a fondness. However, it cannot truly be classified as a showcase of tea art. After all, the young lady has a commendable grasp of propriety, deftly articulating the whimsical thoughts of youth. Suddenly, Shen Ruqing's cool voice interjected between the two, as she unceremoniously thrust her phone into Wang Anbai's hands. Meng Sisi instinctively straightened her back. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, it inexplicably evoked a sense of pressure akin to a thorn in her back. What was there to feel guilty about? Shen Ruqing wasn't going to devour her, and besides, Wang Anbai was akin to her. Both were striving to make ends meet. She continually reassured herself. Wang Anbai lifted the phone to examine it, and the resentment emanating from Tian Susu was palpable. Ching, let me tell you. Wang Anbai's roommate spent an entire morning discussing science fiction with Qian. That silly girl pretended to be interested just to find topic. And now she's so dizzy, she can't even find north. The accompanying chat screenshots were filled with dense passages of Xiaoho's science fiction theories, while Li Qian's responses were sparse. You should have Wang Anbai teach him. Otherwise, this child is beyond saving. The corners of Wang Anbai's mouth curled upwards. Indeed, Xiaoho had not disappointed him. He quickly typed "got" on the screen and returned the phone to Shun Ruqing. Seeing that he was free from distractions, Meng Sisi leaned closer to Wang Anbai. As she leaned in, her twin ponytails gently swayed. Sister Bai told me she has resigned. The sudden proximity of her body triggered an instinct engraved in male DNA, causing Wang Anbai's gaze to unintentionally focus on her, noting that her curves appeared rather unremarkable compared to the affluent Bai Shujia and the youthful Empress Chen Yao. She was on an entirely different tier, and her subtlety paled in comparison to the enigmatic Shun Ruqing and the generous Tian Susu. Yet, she was certainly preferable to Guan Xin. Wang Anbai inquired, "What else did Sister Bai tell you?" Meng Sisi displayed a look of surprise that he was aware. Sister Bai told me that the milk tea shop owner, Xie Chong, is not a good person, so I quit too. That's quite good. Are you looking for a part-time job? I haven't been searching lately, but if you come across something suitable, do let me know. I would like to join you. Wang Anbai's eyelid twitched sharply. The implications in her words were more overt than he had anticipated. The dilemma was Shun Ruqing was seated right beside him. He discreetly stole a glance, only to find her expression unchanged as she responded to Tian Susu's messages. At that moment, Shun Ruqing's conversation with her friend was somewhat absent-minded. A slight, inexplicable discomfort stirred within her. She attributed this subtle emotion to the innate human instinct of possessiveness. It was akin to the childish jealousy of forbidding one to play with another. Ridiculously immature. I still don't have your contact information. Meng Sisi smiled as she took out her phone, opening the QR code interface and presenting it to Wang Anbai. To him, the decision of whether to add her was hardly a dilemma. He simply added her without hesitation. As he swiftly retrieved his phone, the notification sound of a friend request resonated, and he immediately locked his gaze on Shun Ruqing from the corner of his eye. It had been previously noted that Shun Ruqing was adept at suppressing her emotions. Thus, he was not concerned about her overthinking, but rather feared her lack of thought. True to form, Shun Ruqing's fingers hesitated imperceptibly as she typed, a fleeting moment that, although quickly passed, did not escape his notice. The playful smirk on Wang Anbai's lips betrayed his amusement. Shun Ruqing's demeanor was indeed entertaining. The tantalizing ambiguity of their relationship before officially defining it was rather delightful. Moreover, the more she upheld her aloof facade, the more captivating she would be when that facade inevitably crumbled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This was perhaps the self-imposed entrapment of a cool goddess. He wondered how she would fare if Meng Sisi were replaced by the fiercely aggressive Chen Yao. When Wang Anbai shifted his gaze away, he realized the hall had unwittingly quieted down, with all eyes directed towards the entrance. Several school leaders were accompanying two middle-aged men as they entered with measured steps. Meng Sisi leaned closer to Wang Anbai's ear and whispered, "The one in loose black attire with graying hair is Writer Su. And beside him is our director Lu from High University, followed by several teachers." Wang Anbai nodded, the warmth of her breath laced with a hint of orange blossom fragrance, causing a slight warmth to rise within his youthful frame. Chapter 43. I truly did not intend to show off. Writer Su ascended the podium while the others took their seats in the front row, and the entire auditorium fell silent. "Hello, everyone," he tested the microphone, and his warm voice echoed throughout the hall. "I am honored to be here at High University to engage with all of you. I believe many literature enthusiasts present are familiar with my works, but as per convention, I shall introduce myself. Su Changchun, born in 1958, has been writing for over 30 years. Regrettably, I only have the fish to present." He continued, "The origin of my pen name is rather amusing. The marigold, also known as the everlasting flower, was my first love's favorite tea during university. Hence, I adopted this pen name. Now, it has become a source of teasing for my wife." The auditorium erupted in knowing laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Su Changchun added, "Over the next 4 days, I plan to discuss the well-trodden topic of the 4 great classical novels. Although the subject matter may be dated, I have accumulated some unique and interesting insights over the years that I wish to share. In other words, it has been pent up within me, and I cannot keep it to myself." This afternoon, he opened his well-prepared notebook, and they would begin with a superficial discussion on Dream of the Red Chamber. Su Changchun spoke fluently on stage, occasionally inviting students to interact with him. Yet Wang Anbai remained disinterested in the audience. It was not that he was pretentious. Rather, the system's reward of insights from 1,000 literary masterpieces was overwhelmingly profound. This knowledge was not merely a matter of simple addition. It ignited a chemical reaction, forming exponentially increasing dimensions of understanding within his mind. Although Changchun's perspectives were indeed novel and unique, they felt mundane to him. It was akin to being forced to rewatch a film one had seen multiple times, making it difficult to muster any enthusiasm. Nevertheless, Wang Anbai had to concede that this author did possess genuine talent, both in his eloquence and his warm demeanor, which provided a pleasant impression. More remarkably, he was able to stir the emotions of the audience, creating a rich literary atmosphere that easily captivated those present. Bored, Wang Anbai pulled out his phone to pass the time, and by chance caught a glimpse of Shun ruching beside him. She too seemed somewhat unfocused, her cool eyes appearing a tad distant, as her thumb mindlessly traced small circles on the phone screen, again and again, exuding a rare sense of endearing oblivion. Wang Anbai immediately raised his phone, intending to capture this rare moment of hers. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted in the hall, startling him, causing his fingers to tremble. He looked up to see Hanjua, or rather, the chicken eye, descending from the stage. He too was looking this way, more accurately, his gaze fixated on Shun ruching beside him. However, Shun ruching remained oblivious, lost in her thoughts, completely unaware of his intense stare. Classmate Hanjua's perspective is indeed unique, and I would like to invite Wang Anbai to the stage to share his insights on this viewpoint. Wang Anbai was momentarily taken aback by the warm voice calling his name, shifting his gaze to find Su Changchun looking at him with a smile. As Wang Anbai's name was announced, a wave of whispers cascaded through the hall as countless eyes converged upon him like spotlights. Unlike his peers who merely raised their hands for interaction, he was the only one directly summoned to the stage, and the very name itself was enough to command attention. Shun Ruching abruptly regained her focus, her cool, piercing gaze narrowing at Su Changchun and Hanjua in front of her. Meanwhile, Meng Sisi widened her eyes in astonishment. Looking towards Wang Anbai, Su Changchun smiled and addressed the audience. A reader of mine specifically recommended Wang, stating that he possesses profound literary insight. Today, by sheer coincidence, I simply could not restrain my curiosity and wish to hear this young man's unique perspectives. Wang Anbai retorted, "Isn't that reader Hanjua? Discussing literature, does anyone here truly understand it better than I do? This feels like you're forcing me to shine in front of everyone." He felt insulted, perceiving this as a childish ploy to unsettle him. Hanjua defended himself. Who would know you had such connections? Noticing Wang Anbai still lost in thought, the surrounding classmates began to nudge him quietly. "Hey, Shun's boyfriend isn't getting stage fright, is he? Stop talking nonsense. They clearly have no relationship whatsoever. Absolutely none. Why are you acting shy, like a little bride?" A few boys even raised their voices intentionally, prompting laughter from those around them. Meng Sisi, having witnessed the commotion at the entrance, realized that Wang Anbai was once again being targeted by Hanjua. "Are you confident, or should you just decline?" Wang Anbai's gaze lingered subtly on her for a moment, as if to say, "If it were you, you could handle it effortlessly." He leaned closer, his breath brushing against her ear. "What was the topic we were discussing just now?" It resembled the scene of a student dozing off in class, suddenly being called upon by the teacher, seeking help from a deskmate. Meng Sisi's face flushed slightly, recalling the ending of Dream of the Red Chamber. Shen Ruching's eyes fell on the two, her lips pressed together slightly. At the podium, Wang Anbai stood firm before the microphone, turning to Su Changchun. "Mr. Su, you're the writer I admire most. To have the opportunity to consult you in person today is indeed a stroke of fortune. No need for formalities. Let us consider this a friendly chat," Su replied. The flattering words of youth were indeed pleasing, for who does not enjoy hearing compliments? Yet, there was no denying that the Han family had bestowed him with considerable favors. Su Changchun was a man who sought reputation over profit, bordering on obsession. However, an interesting hierarchy existed within the literary community. Novelists looked down upon those writing novellas, who in turn scorned short story writers, and the latter held disdain for authors of essay magazines. As for those at the very bottom, essay magazine writers, they could only cast disparaging glances at one another. Su Changchun's sole lengthy novel could not be published for certain reasons, and it was Hanjua's father who facilitated its release, leading to a significant leap in his fame. Now, with the expectation of reciprocation, Hanjua merely wished to place this young man in a somewhat awkward position, a request he deemed not excessive but rather harmless. "What should we discuss?" Wang Anbai honestly had no idea. As soon as the words left his mouth, the audience erupted in astonishment. Was he even listening before? How audacious. One moment he was praising Mr. Su, and the next he is slapping him in the face? How cunning. Whispers rippled through the crowd, as Wang Anbai's initial flattery was swiftly followed by a stark rebuttal, leaving Su Changchun seemingly roasted. The school leaders seated in the front row collectively furrowed their brows, exchanging displeased glances. Director Lu's expression darkened, Such a rude display was indeed detrimental to the university's image. However, in the back row, Shun Ruching revealed a faint smile. Her previously cool demeanor suddenly animated. Meng Cici stared in disbelief at Shun Ruching. Was she actually smiling? Yet, the smile only enhanced her already stunning beauty, making Meng feel a twinge of jealousy. Surely, no woman could remain unjealous in the face of such allure. Wait, that is not the point. The real issue is just how deep your grievances with Wang Anbai run. She found it incomprehensible. Yet Shun Ruching understood Wang Anbai when he began to stir trouble. It signaled that he was in complete control, even when teasing girls. Chapter 44. The excited director Liu. Su Changchun maintained his composure. When one's opponent is exceedingly weak, any provocation merely appears ludicrous. Regarding the latter 40 chapters, I believe it is unnecessary to pay them heed. The myriad aspects of nobility and the subtlety of human nature have been fully explored in the first 80 chapters. To be fixated on this is akin to buying the case while discarding the pearl. Of course, this was merely my personal opinion, and I would be keen to hear everyone else's thoughts on the matter. The audience below observed Su Changchun's demeanor during the interactive segment. Regardless of how naive the students' viewpoints were, he patiently guided them. Wang Anbai responded, "I concur with your viewpoint." Su Changchun maintained a smile. "I would love to hear more." Agreement does not equate to absence of dissent. Wang Anbai continued, "The essence of Dream of the Red Chamber lies in the capricious nature of fortune. The myriad beauties share a common sorrow, while the 12 beauties' verdict serves as its soul. Without a conclusion that resonates, the theme becomes fragmented, and all foreshadowing turns into mere illusion. I believe, as a writer, you understand this truth better than anyone." Su Changchun visibly paused, then calmly replied. From the variations in the deaths of Qin Kaching across different versions, along with the traces of deletions revealed in the annotations, it is evident that the author's conception was ever-evolving. Wang Anbai countered, "The annotations clearly state that the foreshadowing is intricate and far-reaching. To argue there is no predetermined ending would be contradictory to these critiques." The two engaged in a back-and-forth on stage, captivating the audience, who watched with bated breath. Initially, their discussion remained within the realm of comprehension, but as they delved deeper, many began to feel lost amidst the complexities. "Dude, you really know your stuff. We're all university students here, and I feel completely out of my depth." Not only were they struggling to keep pace, but the obscure terms and scholarly references felt like an impenetrable script. The students below murmured, "Is this even Chinese? Can someone translate?" This sensation was akin to two masters sparring. Before unleashing their true power, onlookers could discern their techniques, but once the real strength was exerted, only fleeting shadows remained. More people began to understand why Wang Anbai could pursue the goddess and engage Su Changchun in such a debate. His talent was indeed unparalleled among ordinary university students. Many female students felt their hearts flutter. The audience was largely composed of literature enthusiasts, and Wang Anbai's displayed talent was irresistibly alluring to them. Some seasoned romantics would often masquerade as artistic youths, skillfully charming these innocent girls enamored with literature. On the day their facade crumbled, they would simply move on to the next victim. Yet Wang Anbai's intellect, charisma, and handsome visage created a powerful allure, a multi-layered enchantment that was hard for them to resist. From a different perspective, Wang Anbai was also a rare gem, impossible to discard. Moreover, on a deeper level, he retained the innocence of a big boy. The few school leaders seated in the front row were also taken aback. So, High University had such a literary genius? Director Liu grew increasingly delighted as he listened, recalling Vice President Zhou's recent concerns regarding the Lanting literary competition. This young man before him was indeed the ideal candidate. This favor, he thought, would surely merit acknowledgement from Vice President Zhou during the next evaluation. Han Zhuo and Zheng Chun's expressions darkened further, their faces like storm clouds. At this point, Wang Anbai had become as formidable as a peppercorn to the first emperor of Qin. Winning was simply unbearable. Watching Wang Anbai flaunt his talents on stage felt worse than a death sentence. "What kind of ridiculous idea did you come up with?" Han Zhuo hissed in his ear. Zheng Qin's petty tricks were nothing short of an insult to his intelligence. He intended to act according to his own methods. Who could have anticipated this? Zheng Chun felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, genuinely intimidated by the unpredictable temperament of the man before him, whose strength was both formidable and unyielding. His initial suggestion, however, was commendable, as it at least allowed him to make an appearance on stage. With a sigh of relief, Zheng Chun relaxed. Han Zhuo pondered for a moment. Shen Ruqing had not even glanced his way, rendering all his meticulously rehearsed lines utterly futile. Suddenly, two punches landed squarely on Zheng Chen's side. Employing a swift and powerful force. On the platform, Su Changchun was inwardly alarmed, beginning to perspire, not from physical exertion, but from the mounting pressure of the situation. He had intended to wait until Wang Anbai presented his views, then casually reprimand the young man, hoping to embarrass him in front of everyone and let the matter fade away. What was initially a trivial incident turned out to be anything but, as the young man not only articulated profound insights, but also left Su astonished by his extensive knowledge, which surpassed his own. Although literary critique lacks absolute standards and is based on the depth of one's understanding, those seated below were discerning. At that moment, it was evident that Su had fallen into a disadvantageous position, losing face. Thus, the reprimands he had prepared could not be uttered. Wang Anbai, on the other hand, stood on stage, appearing somewhat bored. Their exchange amounted to little more than a few words, with Su mostly lost in contemplation. Yet, he found himself genuinely respecting this renowned author, realizing he was not merely a tool for exploitation by certain individuals, but rather a person of true talent and skill. The audience exchanged glances, bewildered that a prominent writer had been stumped by a student. Meanwhile, Director Liu, seated in the front row, felt a surge of joy as he pressed his fingers firmly on his knee. This was a victory. At that moment, Meng Sisi finally understood why Shan Ruching had smiled. She must have known all along, and she yearned for confirmation. However, the aloofness that surrounded Shan Ruching deterred her, leading her to cautiously steal glances at her. Akin to a thief. Your insights are indeed unique, yet in the realm of literature, the essence lies in nurturing one's character and self-cultivation. Your words are too sharp and driven by utilitarian mindset. I hope this debate enlightens you on the virtue of reverence. Su Changchun reflected for long, while before ultimately letting out a deep sigh and opting for the most dignified response. His grandiloquent statement maintained an air of sophistication while concealing a subtle edge. If the young man were to harbor resentment and retaliate with mockery, it would only reveal his lack of decorum, thereby highlighting Su's own magnanimity. As Su Changchun calculated his next move, unexpectedly, Wang Anbai bowed and sincerely remarked, "Your guidance today has truly opened my mind, sir. Your profound insights are indeed a model for our generation, and I shall forever remember this invaluable lesson." Su Changchun found himself momentarily speechless. Sincerity often serves as a formidable weapon, ineffective against the foolish. This time, the man, typically unyielding, decided to exhibit a rare moment of kindness and reluctantly act like a decent human being. Though he did not comprehend why this nearly 60-year-old man would engage in frivolity with the youth, he respected his knowledge enough to choose to leave a line of retreat. Suddenly, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, echoing throughout the hall. Wang Anbai instinctively began to nervously scrape his shoe with his toes. As his gaze swept across the crowd, it quickly locked onto the figure leading the applause, Director Liu. Truly, he was a seasoned veteran in the workplace, exhibiting remarkable insight and initiative. At that moment, Liu had turned, casting his gaze over the seats to the back row where Zhou Ping sat. "Please send me a copy of the recording from earlier," he instructed. He had noticed that since Wang Anbai took the stage, this student had been filming with his phone. Zhou Ping instinctively began to say it would be in the post. But upon realizing he was addressing a school leader, he swallowed his words. "All right, do you know this student named Wang Anbai?" Director Liu inquired. "What is his major?" Zhou Ping's expression revealed surprise. "You don't know him?" Liu furrowed his brow, questioning the absurdity of the statement. As a school director, it was impossible for him to know every ordinary student. Noticing his superior's silence, Zhou Ping quickly clarified. "He the one who has been rumored to be involved with Shen Ruching lately." Upon saying this, Zhou Ping couldn't help but display a smug expression, reveling in the juicy tidbit he had uncovered. Director Liu recalled that this matter had indeed been mentioned in a prior meeting. The name Wang Anbai did ring a bell. "Got it. Send me the video," he ordered nonchalantly, while internally calculating that Vice President Zhou would be overjoyed upon viewing the footage. This favor was assuredly secured. Chapter 45, He Escapes, He Chases. Let us conclude for today. Tomorrow we shall discuss water margin, Su Changchun announced, picking up his thermos. As he departed, he cast a lingering glance at Wang Anbai. The students gradually filed out, leaving the auditorium growing increasingly empty. "Would you like to join me for a meal?" Meng Sisi mustered her courage to ask, feeling an increasing curiosity about Wang Anbai and an urge to delve deeper into understanding him. "I need to stop by the literature club, so I can't," Wang Anbai politely declined. Had he been aware of the girl's current impulse, he might have offered a different reply, provided, of course, that Shen Ruching was not present. "Let's connect on WeChat," Meng Sisi suggested, rising gracefully, her skirt tracing a delicate arc. "All right." After Meng Sisi walked away, Wang Anbai turned to Shen Ruching. "Do you have any plans?" "Heading back to my dorm," Shun Ruching replied, her expression indifferent. Would you like to grab a bite? The man remarked, I only care about you. Who is Meng Cici anyway? I hardly know her. Shun Ruching, receiving this preferential treatment, slightly raised the corners of her lips, forming a cold smile that held a hint of mockery. Such childish antics. Wang Anbai paid no mind to her frosty demeanor, finding her smile rather appealing. Especially the sardonic curve of her lips, complemented by her stunning features, exhibited an air of divine allure. Although this little tactic was juvenile, the man aimed to convey a hint of ambiguity. His feelings for her were distinct. Otherwise, he would be left lamenting in solitude, regretting not having pursued something more. In truth, after confirming that he and Meng Cici were not in a romantic relationship, the joy that surfaced on his face was intentional. At that moment, it felt as though time had circled back to an earlier moment. What do you want to eat? Shun Ruching asked coolly. Whatever you prefer, but let us eat out. I've had enough of the cafeteria, Wang Anbai insisted, firmly refusing to dine in the cafeteria. Hot pot. Perfect, I know of a good hot pot place off campus. Local cuisine? Sure. There's an excellent Lao Zhengxing nearby. Forget it, Shun Ruching coldly retorted, discarding the suggestion with two curt words as she strode past Wang Anbai. Her long legs striking an impressive figure, not bothering to look back. Wang Anbai raised an eyebrow bemused. If you're not eating, then why ask? The aloof goddess seemed to be exhibiting a playful side lately, a welcome development indeed. In the boys' dormitory corridor, Wang Anbai lightly knocked on a door, producing two muffled sounds. He had tucked away the renovation plans Shun Ruching had designed and made his way directly to Zhou Ping's dormitory. One could not deny that Shun Ruching's sense of aesthetics was indeed admirable. With a bit more experience, she could undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the industry. Who are you looking for? A square-faced boy with a buzz cut answered as he opened the door. Is this Zhou Ping's dormitory? I need to speak with him about something. Oh, just a moment. Thank you, Wang Anbai replied, but before he could finish his sentence, the boy suddenly dashed out the door like an arrow, racing down the stairs with pounding footsteps. Damn, Wang Anbai hastily pursued, displaying an unmistakable air of nervousness that could only belong to Zhou Ping. He traversed the playground, circled the cafeteria, glided past the laboratory building, and, after a convoluted journey, found himself once more at the dormitory, tracing circles at its base. He fled, he chased, and it was as if he had wings yet could not escape. Stop running. I assure you, I shall not make things difficult for you. Wang Anbai called out with steady breath. Zhou Ping remained silent, merely escalating his frantic pace. The exertion of this day surely equated to his total activity for the month, and the sole force propelling him onward was the fervent desire to avoid deleting his post. Wang Anbai, trailing behind at a leisurely pace, showed no signs of fatigue. His unparalleled endurance only seemed to intensify. Once I catch you, there will be no mercy, he warned. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping, who had already begun to slow his pace, suddenly quickened again. After another lap, it became evident that he was struggling to maintain his speed, his footsteps faltering once more. I'm going to catch up with you. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth, mustering every ounce of strength to accelerate again. With a thud, Wang Anbai observed as Zhou Ping abruptly dropped lower. His gaze shifting downwards to discover Zhou Ping half sprawled on the ground. How delightful it is to be young, capable of sleeping at a moment's notice. Wang Anbai ambled over, crouching before the panting Zhou Ping. He could hardly contain his laughter at the sight of him in such disarray. Goose, 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 he chuckled. How utterly pitiful, considering you could have been caught at any moment. Are you Zhou Ping? Zhou Ping, gasping for air, finally managed to squeeze out two words. I'm not. What fortitude? Wang Anbai inquired. Have you posted today? Not yet. I told you I am not Zhou Ping. Stop pretending. If you admit the truth, I want to make things difficult for you. However, if you continue to be obstinate, I want to hesitate to speak with your counselor. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Ping relented. I haven't posted yet. I'm still brainstorming. I recall you saying in your first post that if there's even a hint of exaggeration, may thunder strike me dead. I'm not superstitious, Wang Anbai replied. If it cannot be chosen, then so be it. He regarded Zhou Ping as someone with potential, for like himself, he possessed a certain shamelessness. Brother Bai, do you think I can still post this? Zhou Ping asked, a sheen of sweat on his brow. Promise me two conditions, and you may post as you wish. Wang Anbai contemplated the situation. Since it had escalated, secrecy was no longer feasible, and whether or not to post had become inconsequential. No problem. First, the content of the post must be revised according to my specifications. No way. Zhou Ping immediately protested, agitated, for he detested others meddling with his writing. Isn't it better to publish than to let it die? Besides, it's not a major revision. It won't misconstrue your intent. He acquiesced, gazing at Wang Anbai with a pained expression. How should it be revised? First, it must clarify that it was Shun Ruching who pursued me. Understood? Zhou Ping quickly grasped this. Men do care about appearances. Secondly, remove all trivial descriptions of physical contact and focus on the main theme, leaving details unsaid. What about the details that propel the main theme? There are countless ways. For instance, you may say a fleeting spring breeze, or clouds disperse after rain, or simply state silence prevailed through the night, and by the next morning, 3,000 words were omitted. Wang Anbai quipped, "You're referring to the hand-holding part, right? That could be retained." Understood. Zhou Ping nodded vigorously. Now for the second condition. Wang Anbai's gaze sharpened. "How well do you know Hanjua?" He is quite a notorious figure at school, known for his many misdeeds. "Perfect. Assist me in gathering detailed information about him, particularly regarding his wrongdoings." He scrutinized Zhou Ping with interest, recognizing that the ability to discreetly gather intelligence was a rare talent. This endeavor could serve a righteous cause, ridding society of harm. Zhou Ping quickly realized. "Are you planning to take him down?" Wang Anbai did not respond, merely advising, "Be cautious in your actions. Contact me immediately if trouble arises." Rest assured, only a fool would engage in reckless ventures. Wang Anbai increasingly regarded him as a promising ally, shrewd, unashamed, adaptable, and perceptive of human nature, capable of deftly navigating the psyche of the masses. With proper cultivation, he would undoubtedly become a valuable partner. Rising, he casually pulled Zhou Ping to his feet. "Pleasure collaborating." "Indeed, pleasure collaborating." Zhou Ping dusted off his clothes, "though I still have many questions about you and Shun Ruching." "No rush. We can discuss that on WeChat later. For now, just post it." After Wang Anbai had taken a few steps, a sudden cry of agony erupted from behind him. "What's wrong?" He turned to inquire. Zhou Ping winced in pain. "My leg cramped." Wang Anbai approached and, in a princess carry, hoisted him up. "I'll take you upstairs." Zhou Ping shyly nodded, lowering his gaze in silence. "What with this inexplicable shyness?" Wang Anbai questioned, perplexed. "What on earth are you blushing for?" Chapter 46 Principal Zhou. It was I who raised my voice. Amidst the bewildered or gradually understanding gazes of the students, Wang Anbai set Zhou Ping down on his bed. No sooner had Zhou Ping settled than he swiftly opened his laptop, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he edited the post. As Wang Anbai leaned into review, he couldn't help but frown. The title was so cringeworthy it sent chills down his spine, and the content was extravagantly exaggerated. The most dazzling goddess of Haida, Sued Momins Umbailat. Wang Anbai encounters oppression. Shun Ruching boldly defends her man. Literary earthquake. Haida student Wang Anbai engages in verbal warfare with literary titans. Titans exclaim, "Why was there ever a you without a Liang?" And this was merely the title. The content of the post was even more explosive. One could only say that Zhou Ping was far too authoritative. Just imagining the uproar these two posts would create made Wang Anbai's temples throb. "This post cannot be published," Wang Anbai confessed, feeling a twinge of cowardice. No matter how much he enjoyed posturing, this wasn't the way to do it. When he raised his eyes and met those pleading ones, his hand instinctively paused. He recalled the time shortly after his graduation when he had been relentlessly pressured by clients, revising proposals over and over, yet they remained unsatisfied, demanding further adjustments until the wee hours, only for no one to ever review the final product. As the client had long since gone home to sleep, after spending years in servitude, Wang Anbai resolutely decided to venture into entrepreneurship, only to be ensnared by a wealthy second-generation heir in no time, rendering his previous efforts futile. Having endured the rain himself, he yearned to offer shelter to others. In light of his own experiences, he decided not to impose undue hardship on Zhou Ping. After all, it was not a matter of principle. In truth, there was another layer to Wang Anbai's reasoning for permitting the post. If Zhou Ping garnered followers, it could sway public opinion. Public opinion is a form of power, and such power is substantial. On a smaller scale, it could make a bubble tea shop thrive, leading to Hanjua's disgrace. On a larger scale, the implications could be monumental. Always a readily available weapon, it should be wielded when necessary, so long as it serves a righteous cause. Once the post was uploaded, Wang Anbai squinted at him. "You don't have a voyeuristic tendency, do you?" Wang Anbai noted that Zhou Ping had previously written 2 similar posts, albeit without success. "By heaven's conscience," Zhou Ping hurriedly protested. "It's purely coincidental. How could I engage in such despicable acts of stalking? Otherwise, how could I have only published these few posts? I simply enjoy the act of sharing and the satisfaction of having my messages read." Wang Anbai chuckled, patting Zhou Ping's shoulder. "Just a jest, don't be so tense." Meanwhile, Director Liu, holding the prepared video, rapped on the door of the vice principal's office. "Come in." came the reply. As Director Liu entered, he was immediately assaulted by a thick cloud of smoke that made him cough uncontrollably, despite the wide-open windows that failed to dispel the haze. Vice Principal Zhou sat at his desk, poring over a lengthy list with a furrowed brow. Lao Lu, what brings you here? Zhou Yuan glanced up for a moment before his gaze fell back to the list, overwhelmed by his troubles and unable to pay attention to the niceties. Noticing the situation, Director Liu forewent pleasantries and got straight to the point. I have a commendable recommendation for a contestant in the Lanting literary competition. Zhou Yuan's immediate reaction was to suspect that a colleague's child was seeking a spot. Although Haida had never achieved notable success in previous Lanting literary competitions, it remained a valuable opportunity for students to enhance their resumes. Lao Lu, the Lanting literary competition is no trivial matter. Have you seen the caliber of candidates sent by Jinghua University? This issue pertains to my future. I cannot afford to placate anyone. If we continue to push special candidates, we might even lose our eligibility to participate. If it comes to that, who will bear the brunt of the school's tarnished reputation? You or I? Understanding that he had been misunderstood, Director Liu was about to clarify, but Zhou Yuan raised his hand to halt him. If there is nothing else, you may leave. It's best to refrain from involving yourself in such matters in the future. Director Liu stood still, unwilling to budge. Actually, Lao Lu, do you think I'm too easy to talk to? Zhou Yuan's frustration boiled over. He was already grappling with the pressures of managing such a mess, and the principal's constant insistence had him seething. Having reached his limit of restraint, he was incensed that Liu was still pressing the issue, his fingers drumming on the desk. The Lanting literary competition is not a marketplace for favors. If I catch wind of such activities again, you won't be in your position much longer. Zhou Yuan thought that having spoken so firmly, Director Liu would retreat. Yet, upon meeting Liu's expression, he was taken aback to find it tinged with a hint of grievance. What was going on? Liu, having been subjected to Zhou's harsh reprimand, felt a mix of emotions, his face alternating between pale and flushed. You are aware that Writer Su is giving a lecture at our Haida today, correct? I organized it myself. How could I not know? Zhou Yuan replied, a note of confusion lacing his voice, feeling the disconnection in their conversation. Director Liu silently pulled out his phone, opened a video, and gently pushed it across the desk. The screen flickered to life, the content becoming starkly clear in the quiet office. What should we discuss? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. The audacity of a student to treat a literary giant like Su Changchun so dismissively could tarnish Haida's reputation. Moving forward, he envisioned a grim outlook where esteemed professors and scholars would harbor negative sentiments towards the university. As vice principal, his considerations were decidedly long-term. Are you here to report a grievance? Don't rush. Keep watching. Suppressing his rising agitation, Zhou Yuan focused intently on the screen. As the video progressed, his expression shifted from anger to astonishment, ultimately settling into an unmistakable joy. Wow! As the video concluded, Zhou Yuan inhaled sharply, his fingers drumming rhythmically on the desk, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He had truly seen the light. This was something the former vice principal had failed to achieve. Not only was the issue resolved, but would also add a significant highlight to his resume. Who is this student? Zhou Yuan exclaimed, his tone urgent. Director Liu retorted. You don't recognize him? Zhou Yuan frowned. What kind of question was that? As the vice principal of a school, how could he possibly know every ordinary student? He was mentioned in the last meeting. Yes, the boy who recently stirred quite a commotion with Miss Shun in the Haida Forum, Director Liu explained. Zhou Yuan felt a flicker of recognition. Contact his counselor immediately. No, wait. Out of courtesy, let the counselor take us to meet him personally. It was a twofold benefit, both establishing a paradigm of knowledge and achievement for the student, and showcasing his own pragmatic work ethic as vice principal to the faculty and student body alike. Achieving this level of prominence by just over 40 was no mere stroke of luck. It spoke volumes of his capabilities. Director Liu teased. Doesn't his relationship with Miss Shun count as a backdoor entry? Recalling his earlier unrestrained reprimand, Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet years of experience had taught him not to dwell on such awkwardness. Coupled with his current elation, he found himself shaking his head with a chuckle. Lao Lu, your heart is smaller than a pinhead. Director Liu, however, had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. The moment I discovered this promising talent, I didn't hesitate to report it to you. Rest assured, the school will appreciate your efforts. Though Zhou Yuan did not explicitly state it, the implication of gratitude was clear to both men. Chapter 47. The Male Miscreant Faces Online Harassment. Dormitory 404. Wang Anbai leaned over the edge of the bed, poking Chun Changba's arm with his fingertips. Chen Changba, remaining silent, turned over and continued scrolling through his phone, presenting the back of his head to the others. Zhang Yang, sitting nearby, remarked, Changba and his senior sister have completely broken off. Wang Anbai had already surmised the situation, returning to the dormitory today. There had been no card games or online matches, just a heavy atmosphere of despondency. However, he believed that this judgment was unnecessary. The senior sister's friend would surely come to Changba's rescue. Perhaps she was already in the process of doing so. How envious. If only Tian Susu were as understanding. Wang Anbai mused. Boss Wang, when do you think my sister will come over? Zhang Yang inquired. Wang Anbai quickly calculated his schedule in his mind. He was unavailable tomorrow due to renovations during the day and assisting by Shujia with her own renovations that evening. The day after was still tied up with renovations. Being a scoundrel for so long was exhausting. What harm could a few days of indulgence do? How about we set it for next Monday? Wang Anbai thought it best not to delay the matter any longer and to consider her employment from the outset. In the coming days, he needed to secure a rental for the house and ensure that both by Shujia and Zhang Yang's sister were comfortably settled. As for the renovation of the milk tea shop, that would undoubtedly take half a month. It could be expedited, but he currently lacked manpower. All right, that's settled then. Zhang Yang reclined back onto his bed, picking up his phone to flirt with a junior. Wang Anbai lowered himself and sat at Hosie's bedside. He held in his hands a sci-fi masterpiece by teacher Liu, which, if he was not mistaken, was the third installment. Wang Anbai recalled that this series had surged in popularity this year. By August, upon winning the Hugo Award, it would achieve meteoric success. However, the copyright had long been sold in 2009. What a pity. I heard you chatted with Li Qian about science fiction novels for a whole day. Wang Anbai nudged Hosie with his shoulder. Summer Ho suppressed a smile that threatened to rise. We hit it off well. Wang Anbai's eye twitched. This kid was hopeless. Haven't you considered that she might not be interested in discussing these topics? Summer Ho initially looked down upon him, but then activated his sharp tongue. If someone truly understood a girl's heart, they wouldn't have broken up with Chen Yao. Hey, I can't believe I'm being looked down upon by the most aimless Hosie. Wang Anbai thought it was time to bring him back to reality. Are you planning to remain just a friend of the book for the rest of your life? Why not take a step forward? Summer Ho paused. The phrase lifelong book friends echoed in his mind, resonating repeatedly. Old Wang, quick, look at the class group. Zhang Yang suddenly sprang up from his bed, causing it to shake. He dashed over to the two, holding his phone almost to their faces. The entire class is going wild. Wang Anbai's gaze fell upon the chat content, where a post initiated by Zhou Ping had already been transferred to their class group, complete with a video. Upon clicking the video, he witnessed Shun Ruching gripping his wrist, traversing the academic report hall corridor under the scrutinizing eyes of many. From an observer's perspective, Shun Ruching exuded an unparalleled aura, her magnetic presence almost overwhelming. Her innate sense of icy detachment, combined with a breathtakingly perfect physique, rendered every step she took strikingly graceful. The world may be replete with beautiful women, yet charisma and charm are exceedingly rare qualities, and Shun Ruching epitomizes both attributes to near perfection. Wang Anbai foresaw that once this footage circulated, it would not only fail to diminish her admirers, but rather ignite a new wave of fervent adoration. Who among the boys and girls does not relish the sensation of being protected by an older sister figure? After viewing the video, Zhang Yang and Xia Horen were momentarily taken aback. When a first post had surfaced, Wang Anbai had clarified that they were merely friends, a claim they had readily accepted, considering the two were indeed from different worlds. However, this newly revealed video shattered their previous perceptions, revealing that they were, in fact, together. Chun Zhongba had already risen from his bed, leaning against the window while silently lighting a cigarette. His own failures were certainly daunting, but the success of a friend was even more disheartening. They all recalled that fateful night when Wang Anbai had uttered his classic line during his breakup with Chen Yao. What s just a woman? Perhaps I can find someone even more beautiful than Chen Yao. In hindsight, it seemed he was not merely boasting. Xiaoho's pupils, hidden behind his glasses, scrutinized Wang Anbai. Have you been possessed? Is this a rebirth? Wang Anbai began to launch indiscriminate attacks on everyone. Do not seek reasons in me. Your failures must be addressed within yourselves. Chun Zhongba, feeling the sting of the veiled remarks directed at him, clenched his teeth in frustration but remained silent, merely continuing to smoke. In the past, he would have retaliated, but faced with a rival who repeatedly triumphed, he was left with only numbness and helplessness. Old Wang, the comment section is tearing you apart, Zhang Yang remarked, scrolling through his phone, his eyes suddenly widening in shock. Damn, this is too harsh. They've even started a poll. Thousands have participated. The title suggests immediate cremation for Wang Anbai. Cremation? Wang Anbai was momentarily taken aback. Isn't my opinion needed for such matters? This is utterly absurd. I'll cast a vote. Chen Zhongba's mood slightly improved as he began to browse the post. The writing was remarkably clever. Though it did not explicitly state it, the subtext heavily implied that Shun Ruqing was the one pursuing Wang Anbai, coupled with the video showcasing her commanding presence. The comments section erupted in outrage. Who is Wang Anbai? What is he doing here? Has the icy goddess been bewitched? The school authorities should investigate thoroughly. Wang Anbai is nothing special. Why should he be pursued by the goddess? He has merely a pretty face. What right does he have to be chased? The vitriol directed at Wang Anbai in the comments brought Chen Zhongba a sense of satisfaction. If only the details of Wang Anbai's entanglements with other girls were revealed. Chen Zhongba quickly shook his head, reminding himself not to take his brother's matters lightly. You seem to be on everyone's hit list, Chen Zhongba said gleefully. Zhang Yang clicked his tongue. I've seen it all now. Online bullying right in front of me. Many classmates are joining in to defend you against them. Wang Anbai remained unfazed, believing the situation was not as dire as it appeared. After all, it was merely a campus forum. The outbursts were from a few irate individuals, and the more crude comments would soon be moderated away. In reality, many were expressing an emotion that was hard to accept. The high and aloof flower should remain cold and solitary. How could it be plucked? The most intolerable aspect was that it was a reversal of roles, and the pursuer was a relatively unknown individual. Yet, Wang Anbai, born under the sign of the bee, relished the nectar of various flowers. However, he was discerning, choosing not to indulge in just any blossom. Moreover, the comment section was not devoid of voices in his favor. Wang Anbai is truly talented. Just look at how effortlessly he handles high-stakes situations. He is far from ordinary. Ruqing and Wang Anbai would make a stunning couple. The comment section had clearly divided into three factions. The skeptics resembling Chao Wei, numerous and vociferous. The spectators akin to Eastern Wu, fanning the flames without participating. And the supporters of Ruqing and Anbai, resembling Shu Han, awaiting their moment to shine. Lost in thought, Wang Anbai's phone suddenly chimed. A message popped up on WeChat. He opened the voice note to hear Meng Cici's gentle, concerned tone. Brother Bai, are you all right? The three of them instinctively shifted their attention from the screen, fixating intently on Wang Anbai. Chapter 48. A long-awaited system task. Wang Anbai paid no heed to the gazes of his friends, responding to Meng Cici. It's just a minor incident. Meng Cici replied, I'm so angry. Why are they saying such things about you when they know nothing? Wang Anbai countered, it's not about you. Why are you getting worked up? I just can't stand it. Meng Cici's tone carried a hint of playful reproach. The three eavesdropping friends felt their hearts melt at her words. Even our class group is discussing you. I defended you, but several people rebuffed me. And the one who posted, that is no good person. Meng Cici's tone shifted, her voice tinged with disappointment. Why do they only choose to spread such baseless gossip? Why haven't they shared the highlights of your debate with Writer Su? Zhou Ping felt the sting, as he was already under pressure to keep up with the pace. Wang Anbai suspected that a second post was already on its way. The cunning nature of the online world often dictated that one must first suppress before uplifting, creating dramatic turns for maximum impact. Such tactics, common in later times, would not merely be a lateral attack in this era, but rather effective nonetheless. Meng Cici continued, it's a pity I didn't T-record it. Otherwise, I would definitely post it and slap those haters in the face. Wang Anbai replied, as expected of you. After exchanging a few more words, Wang Anbai excused himself to take a bath, concluding the conversation. Meng Cici's words were laced with concern for him, while he merely added another small fish to the pond, his backup pond. Meng Cici was perhaps the most normal girl he had interacted with at university. A touch of mischief was not a flaw, but rather added charm. If there was a downside, it was that her beauty did not rival that of Shun Ruqing or Chun Yao, and comparing her to the likes of Neza was hardly fair. Who is she? Chen Zhongba inquired, puzzled. Just a few days have passed, and another girl has emerged after Shun Ruqing and Chun Yao. Is this some sort of stamp collection? Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned. What do you mean by that? Xiaoho's mouth hung open, his curious gaze flitting between the two. Chen Zhongba said nothing, merely watching Wang Anbai, leaving the decision of whether to disclose the truth to him. Wang Anbai understood that this matter could not remain concealed for long. His friends would eventually discover the truth. It was better to lay all cards on the table now and silence their inquiries. Just as he contemplated how to broach the subject, a WeChat call notification chimed. Wang Anbai casually accepted the call. Xiaobai, you seem so pitiful. Do you need your sister's comfort? Tian Susu feigned concern. One day, I shall make you cry for your master. Wang Anbai replied, I do need it. Should I come to you, or will you come to me? You deserve every bit of scorn you receive for your previous deception. Women's moods can change as swiftly as the wind. Wang Anbai remarked. Have I not already apologized? That was mere manipulation, a blatant attempt at psychological play. As if I were oblivious to your intentions. He suspected that Shun Ruching must have been the one to inform her. Although Tian Susu adorned herself like a thorny wild rose, at her core, she was simply a naive and sweet girl, typically oblivious to such intricacies. With that, he ended the call and headed for the shower. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the serious gazes of his friends, as though they were judging a heinous criminal. Wait a moment, he exclaimed. Just as Tian Susu was about to finish her sentence, the call was abruptly cut off. Wang Anbai met the 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. What is the matter? Zhang Yang interjected. You need not explain. We already understand. Xiaohou added. A scoundrel never meets a favorable end. Zhang Yang lamented. My brother, you've pursued a goddess of Shun Ruching's caliber. Yet you still linger over what you already possess? Are you not satisfied? Xiaohou coldly chimed in, toying with emotions. Do you not feel the weight of your own conscience? Zhang Yang remarked. Old Wang, you're truly not the person you once were. Xiaohou echoed. Quite unfamiliar. Shun Zhongba nodded in agreement, fully endorsing their sentiments. In the face of their relentless critique, Wang Anbai remained unfazed. The man's resilience was commendable. Besides, once they graduated and entered the workforce, they would come to understand that youth is fleeting. If one does not indulge in it now, when will they? After the demands of work exhaust one's body, the desire may remain, but the ability would surely wane. Wang Anbai cautioned, do not spread rumors. There's nothing to discuss. Xiaohou adjusted his glasses and replied earnestly. I would never deceive you. Zhang Yang concurred. Nor would I, hey. Wang Anbai threatened. Zhang Yang, your sister's job is relying on Xiaohou. He may be your future brother-in-law. The two fell silent, their thoughts synchronizing. Shun Zhongba felt he could now manipulate this increasingly pretentious brother to his advantage. I too would never deceive you. Then you are indeed honest, Shun Zhongba retorted. Wang Anbai knew Zhongba was tight-lipped and trustworthy. Ding! Detected a rupture in the host's emotional connection. Temporary task 1. Mend this relationship. Reward, skill acquisition, color change. Temporary task 2. Abandon this relationship. Reward, skill acquisition, tissue regeneration. As anticipated, the inevitable had arrived. Although the forum post had elaborately and exaggeratedly detailed the events, the implications from Zhou Ping were overly suggestive, painting an ambiguous picture of him and Shun Ruching. Regardless of the truth, Chen Yao's proud disposition would surely not tolerate it. The oblivious Yao was unlike the two above, merely concerned for her brother. How to placate her this time? Wang Anbai pondered, ultimately deciding that sincerity was the best approach. A face-to-face conversation was necessary. It was also time to pay a visit to this neglected concubine. He grabbed his coat and said, I have matters to attend to. Ensure you do not turn fiction into fact. Shun Zhongba was already irritated by his presence. Get lost. Wait. He suddenly called out to Wang Anbai, furrowing his brow at his phone's screen. The counselor, old Zhao, had sent a brief message. Vice Principal Zhou will arrive in 5 minutes. He is looking for Wang Anbai. Shun Zhongba thrust the phone towards the trio. The message glaringly evident. Zhang Yang immediately seized his jesting demeanor. Perplexed, old Wang, what have you done? Once it became apparent that this was a serious matter concerning their brother, the atmosphere shifted. Shun Zhongba speculated. The incident at Gao Mi was due to his abuse of power. If there is to be a reprimand, it should be directed at him. Such matters hardly warrant the vice principal's involvement. Yet, could Hanzhua possess such influence? Xiaohou's gaze turned toward the similarly affluent Chen Zhongba. It seemed unlikely, but it could not be entirely dismissed. If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome. Zhongba furrowed his brow. Wang Anbai considered that the vice principal's personal involvement likely related to Su Changchun, a prominent writer being so petty. Had he truly misjudged the situation? Wang Anbai remained indifferent. It was best not to overthink it. As the four furrowed their brows in contemplation, the dormitory door creaked open. Counselor Old Zhao entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man, dressed in a sharp suit with a somewhat exaggerated beer belly. His once handsome features now bore the marks of time, exuding a unique air of sophistication. Chapter 49. The principal shows no favoritism. Old Zhao hastily approached Wang Anbai, introducing, Principal Zhou, this is Wang Anbai. In his 50s, Old Zhao was amiable, with thinning hair styled in a way that suggested a receding central part. Wang Anbai shot him a questioning look, to which Old Zhao responded with a reassuring smile. It seemed to be a positive development, and Wang Anbai felt reassured. Anbai, you are in your 2nd year, correct? Zhou Yuan observed Wang Anbai with growing approval. I've heard you consistently excel academically. What are your plans for the future? Wang Anbai replied. I have yet to consider it. I merely wish to enrich myself through learning. Chun Zhongbai shot him a disdainful glance. You haven't even attended class for several days. And you dare say that? I watched your debate with writer Su. It was quite impressive. The current generation is remarkably capable, Zhou Yuan remarked with approval. The three exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with questions. Was this not merely the viral video circulating in school? Were there other recordings? Wang Anbai inwardly scoffed. Could he not speak plainly? Must he meander around the subject? He was eager to confront the imperious Chen Yao and feel the weight of her authority. Surely, the vice principal had not come at night solely to offer him compliments. That would suggest a rather extravagant life. Wang Anbai smiled humbly. It is all due to the excellent guidance of my teachers. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Zhou Yuan nodded subtly, appreciating the young man's understanding, unlike some students who, upon achieving a modicum of success, become utterly lost. Anbai, regarding this year's Lanting literary competition, I wonder if you would be interested in participating? He did not directly command Wang Anbai to join, but intentionally left room for him to take the initiative, framing the request as an opportunity. This way, he transformed a situation where he was the one seeking favor into one where Wang Anbai would owe him a favor. The cunning fox had a multitude of schemes, all cloaked in darkness. The three could hardly comprehend the situation, their disbelief palpable. The vice principal himself was personally inviting Wang Anbai to participate in the prestigious Lanting literary competition. What had Wang Anbai done to earn such an honor? Old Zhao stood nearby, unable to contain his amusement. Principal Zhou, I am currently unable to commit, Wang Anbai replied bluntly. Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, as were the others. A top-tier event that countless individuals yearned to join was being offered to him, and he declined? Wang Anbai was well aware of the significance of the Lanting literary competition, yet he genuinely had no desire to participate. Firstly, the refurbishment of the Tao Ji Yao milk tea shop was imminent, and secondly, his schedule was exceedingly packed. He needed to appease the irate Chen Dadi, socialize with Bai Shujia the next day, and continue the festivities the day after. The weekend would involve laboring at Guan Ning's place, where he would also meet his future sister-in-law and her close friend. On Monday, he had to ensure Zhang Yang's sister was properly settled. Apart from the final matter, the rest pertained to significant life events, none of which can afford to be delayed. Wang Anbai has begun to comprehend the mindset of his esteemed predecessor, the Luo family, and finds the concept of time management rather intriguing. Anbai realizes that the Lanting literary competition is held once every 3 years, and missing this opportunity would make it exceedingly difficult to participate again. Zhou Yuan, having relaxed for a brief moment, now feels the tension return. He initially believed that inviting a student to such a prestigious event would elicit gratitude, if not outright appreciation. To his dismay, he felt as though he had been struck in the face. The direst concern, however, is that if he cannot persuade this revered figure to participate and the event yields no results, the principal will surely hold him accountable. Old Zhao anxiously wrings his hands. This is a golden opportunity. With such a credential, future employment prospects would be exceedingly favorable. The milk tea shop is about to undergo renovations, and he truly finds himself stretched thin. Wang Anbai merely shrugs his shoulders. Zhou Yuan's eyes suddenly light up, sensing an opportunity. College students embarking on entrepreneurial ventures? Excellent. The school will provide full support. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to voice them. As he spoke, he shifted the conversation. The literary competition will take place next Wednesday in the capital, spanning 3 days to a week. Although there is a scheduling conflict, the school can help coordinate the renovation. Ah, this vice principal is quite astute, and Wang Anbai immediately perked up. He feigned indignation, stating, in fact, I have another more troublesome issue. The co-owner of the milk tea shop, Xie Chong, has made threats to sabotage my renovations. Oh, dear Lord, I implore you to intervene. Rest assured, no one can bully our school. Xie Chong, is it? I've taken note and will handle it with due diligence. At this critical juncture, Wang Anbai is clinging to this last lifeline, determined not to let go. However, after agreeing, Zhou Yuan felt an inexplicable discomfort. Here he is, a dignified vice principal, seemingly outmaneuvered by a student after all these years. Wang Anbai expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I'm immensely thankful, Vice Principal Zhou. With your support, I will undoubtedly make the milk tea shop thrive. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Who truly cares whether your milk tea shop flourishes? I need you to participate in the competition. He discreetly cleared his throat and steered the conversation back on track. Anbai, I believe you will shine brilliantly at the literary competition. It would be a pity to miss this chance. Old Zhao chimed in. Indeed, as the saying goes, while there are many steeds, true talent is rare. Vice Principal Zhou, may I have a few days to consider? Wang Anbai wished to be the one to identify talent, rather than being the talent ridden by others, unless the price was right. Having faced a setback, Zhou Yuan began to question his career choices. After over 20 years in education, he had never encountered such a challenging student. He decided to lay his cards on the table, realizing that beating around the bush with such a cunning individual was futile. Anbai, you know that High University has never achieved any results at the Lanting literary competition, and now this burden rests solely on my shoulders. You are not only the hope of the school, but also my aspiration. Consider it a favor to me. Old Zhao kept nudging Wang Anbai with his eyebrows, urging him to agree as the vice principal had openly expressed his stance. The trio was sweating bullets, urging Wang Anbai not to squander this opportunity, lest he face repercussions later. The sincerity was a boomerang that struck too swiftly, catching Wang Anbai completely off guard. He, who preferred gentle persuasion over force, was amenable to the notion. After some consideration, he realized that participating in the competition next Wednesday wouldn't truly hinder him, as he would return in just a few days. Should he indeed win an award, it could serve as an impressive embellishment. More importantly, with Vice Principal Zhou's connections, the renovations for the milk tea shop could be completed within a week. Why not capitalize on available resources? After a moment's contemplation, he declared, Vice Principal Zhou, I will participate. Excellent. Zhou Yuan beamed, as the heavy stone weighing on his chest finally lifted. Wang Anbai then inquired, regarding the specifics of the milk tea shop renovations. Would it be convenient for you to discuss them in detail? Come to my office tomorrow morning. I'm unavailable tomorrow morning. How about the afternoon of the day after? All right. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched. Why not just state it plainly instead of making himself look awkward in front of everyone? Was it intentional or merely an oversight? Sensing that Zhou Yuan still had something to say, Wang Anbai quickly interjected. Do you have any other instructions? None. Zhou Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Chapter 50. A Trap for the Best Friend. As soon as the vice principal stepped out, Wang Anbai grabbed his coat and prepared to leave. Wait. Chun Changba grasped the hem of his coat, demanding an explanation. Zhang Yang also brimmed with questions. Why did the principal choose you for the literary competition? It seems you're the only one he wants. Xiaohou added. Wang Anbai scoffed at the idea of explaining himself to them, as he was eager to experience the weight of imperial authority. He shrugged off Chun Changba's grip, paused at the door, turned his head, and in a low voice uttered 3 words. Check your phone. He then pushed the door open and departed, leaving the 3 brothers staring at one another in bewilderment. Chun Changba exclaimed, What a show-off! What is his deal? What does he mean? Zhang Yang asked, utterly confused. Xiaohou had already opened his phone. The class group had long since shared post. He clicked it and instinctively read aloud. Literary world quake. High University student Wang Anbai engages in a verbal duel with literary giants, who exclaim in astonishment. Why was there both you in Lyon? Chun Changba looked at him as if he were a fool. Hosey, have you lost your mind? Just look at the group. The literary world was indeed shaken, and High University's Chun Changba was left in shock. The post's author seemed to be Wang Anbai's sycophant, excessively praising him as if he were a celestial being descended upon earth. The post was accompanied by a video. After watching it, Chun Changba felt as though he were in a dream. It was akin to a brother, with whom he had shared countless childhood mischiefs, suddenly revealing he was a superhero. Just as he was about to mock him, the brother soared into the sky. It was utterly surreal. He scrolled through the comments, noting that the previous skepticism had been largely obliterated by Wang Anbai supporters, with only a few still resisting. Wang Anbai was now receiving accolades from all sides. The tide of public opinion had reversed in a mere half hour. Wang Anbai sent a message to Guan Xin. What is Yao Yao up to? Directly calling Chun Yao would likely result in rejection, so he opted for a more circuitous route. It seemed that this cold and distant princess required some careful handling. Soon, Guan Xin replied, You really are a scumbag. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Unjustly accused. Then tell me, what is going on with Shenruqing? Wang Anbai proceeded to embellish the tale of how Gao Mi had abused his power, portraying himself as wronged, helpless, and pitiable. As for his relationship with Shenruqing, it was merely a figment of the poster's imagination. Guan Xin responded with an eye-roll emoji. Why are you explaining this to me? I want to see Qin Yao. So, help me find a reason to invite her downstairs, but don't mention that I want to see her. Deceiving her? Guan Xin sent a conflicted emoji. I really can't do that. Fine, I've encountered another who cannot lie, Wang Anbai thought. But he understood her character and began to manipulate her emotions. You're her best friend, right? Yes, why? If trivial misunderstandings were to cause Yao Yao and I to miss each other, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken upon learning the truth later. She would probably be very sad. Thus, now that you are aware of the truth, It is imperative that you assist in resolving the misunderstanding, so that Yao Yao may harbor no regrets, correct? I shall do my utmost. Very well, I shall await you downstairs. Wang Anbai glanced at his phone and couldn't help but smile. The name Guan Xian was indeed well chosen, as it signified a lifetime of diligence. In the girls' dormitory, Guan Xian hesitated momentarily before climbing onto Chun Yao's bunk, gently shaking her delicate arm. Yao Yao, I'm famished. You only ate 2 hours ago, Chun Yao retorted, her anger flaring as she believed her best friend was merely inquiring about her well-being. I have little appetite. A sudden pang of distress surged within Guan Xian. While her best friend thought it was a sisterly concern, she had intermingled her genuine feelings with ulterior motives. It was all Wang Anbai's fault. I'm really hungry. She suppressed her guilt and tugged at Chun Yao's slender wrist. Will you accompany me to the cafeteria? Let us go. Chun Yao sighed and slowly donned her coat. Upon reaching the bottom of the dormitory, Guan Xian scanned her surroundings, searching for the person she was supposed to meet. What are you looking for? Chun Yao inquired, puzzled by her friend's peculiar behavior. Guan Xian hurriedly averted her gaze. Nothing. It's nothing. As her words faded, a figure emerged from the shadows beneath a tree. Yao Yao. Hearing her name, Chun Yao turned, and upon recognizing Wang Anbai, she was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize the situation and glared at Guan Xian. With a look of feigned innocence, Guan Xian replied, There truly is a misunderstanding between you two. Chun Yao scoffed. The recent video was merely a catalyst for her ire, exacerbated by Wang Anbai's prolonged silence. Traitor. She pivoted to leave, but as she neared the dormitory entrance, her pace gradually slackened. Wang Anbai swiftly stepped forward, grasping her wrist. Chun Yao pretended to struggle for a moment before yielding to his grip. A glimmer of amusement danced in Wang Anbai's eyes. Her defiance was admirable, yet her body betrayed her honesty. This dissonance in Chun Yao's demeanor only fueled his desire to impart a lesson. Guan Xian positioned herself before them. I'm heading back. Chun Yao, mindful of her pride, though inwardly agreeing with Guan Xian's intentions, feigned displeasure at having been tricked into coming downstairs. Xin, how could you betray my trust? When you said you were hungry, I was touched, only to discover it was a ruse. Guan Xian was rendered speechless by the reproach and cast a pitiful glance towards Wang Anbai for assistance. Understanding her unspoken plea for an exit strategy, he interjected. It was I who sought Guan Xian's help. Her intentions were pure. Chun Yao huffed, shooting a sidelong glance at her still-standing friend. Wang Anbai waved a hand dismissively. You should return. All right, Guan Xian pouted, her demeanor one of feigned grievance as she shuffled away. Wang Anbai's gaze settled on Chun Yao, who had casually thrown on a light blue shirt, the open collar revealing a white camisole adorned with tiny pearls. The delicate straps sank into her fair skin, creating an arresting curve, while the sheer fabric clung enticingly to her form. Let us head to the lakeside, Wang Anbai proposed. Chun Yao recalled the enchanting moments by the lake and felt her ears flush slightly. Without granting her a chance to refuse, he took her hand and led her away. Chapter 51. Let us make our relationship public. The moonlight was ethereal, casting a gentle glow upon the wooden bench by the lakeside, where the willows swayed softly in the night breeze. The familiar lakeside ambience felt different this time, as the night was still young, with clusters of students occasionally passing by. With a beautiful companion at his side, Wang Anbai attempted to wrap his arm around her slender waist, only to be met with a heartless rejection. What's wrong? Chun Yao's tone bore a hint of reproach. What do you think? Wang Anbai preemptively countered. Surely, you don't believe those rumors? Huh, Chun Yao scoffed. You wouldn't dare suggest that the video was manipulated, would you? Shen Ruqing intervened out of sheer disgust for Gao Mi's actions. Wang Anbai recounted with embellishments how Gao Mi had abused her power, portraying himself as a victim in a way that was both pitiful and helpless. This subtle display of vulnerability was designed to invoke a protective instinct in women. In a relationship, mutual dependence is key, where partners assume various roles to satisfy each other's emotional and physical needs. For instance, when one requires support, the other must embody a pillar of strength. When one is hurt, the other must act as a comforter. It is this reciprocity that enables them to journey further together. Chun Yao blinked her doe-like eyes. You've become increasingly adept at weaving tales. I can scarcely discern truth from fiction, unlike before when you were so straightforward. Why are we resorting to insults in this conversation? Wang Anbai, irritated, grasped her hand, his fingertips gently tracing the soft skin on her wrist. I would never dream of deceiving you. Chun Yao promptly withdrew her hand from his grasp, demanding, confess, what is your relationship with Shen Ruqing? Just ordinary friends. I assure you, nothing beyond that. If I lie, I shall pay 100-fold in bride price, Wang Anbai declared with mock seriousness. Yet years later, such jestful vows would resonate deeply. Chun Yao regarded him silently, her eyes sparkling like clear springs under the moonlight. After a moment, she nodded gently. Are you cold? Wang Anbai inquired softly. Chun Yao's cheeks flushed, recalling his so-called warmth from their last encounter, which had been both tender and mischievous. After returning to her dormitory and receiving consolation from Guan Xian, she immediately took a shower and changed her clothes. I'm not cold. Indeed, if it weren't for the overcast sky, it would be quite warm, almost balmy. Wang Anbai shed his jacket, resolutely draping it over her graceful legs. But your waist is still exposed. What if you catch a chill? He gazed up at her, mischief glinting in his eyes. Mind your own business, Chun Yao retorted, shifting her weight slightly. As she moved, so did he, adhering to the unspoken laws of physics. It was as though she hadn't moved at all. Wang Anbai's arm encircled her slender waist, enveloping her in warmth against the cool night air. In contrast to Shun Ruqing's firm and powerful grip, Chun Yao's waist felt softer and more delicate, its curvature even more slender. It was indeed remarkable how one hand could encompass her lower back. Such a phenomenon was almost exaggerated. One could say he was fortunate. Chun Yao anticipated his mischief, feigning resistance while secretly welcoming his assertiveness, perhaps even relishing it. She was unaware that this shift in her feelings stemmed from the profound lesson she had learned after Wang Anbai's previous reprimand. With a sense of compliance, Chun Yao rested her head on his shoulder, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Why have you been ignoring me these past few days? I've been preoccupied with the milk tea shop. I must gather enough pieces for your bride price, Wang Anbai replied, looking down at her. The angle was quite intimate, and with her innate charm, Chun Yao's allure became irresistible. One could hardly deny that she was a true masterpiece of delicate beauty. If one were to suggest that when Yua fashioned humanity, she allocated at least 60% of her divine gifts to this exquisite figure, it would not be far from the truth. Alas, the moonlight is still too early this night, and the lakeside is graced by the presence of indistinct passers-by, rendering it less than ideal for unrestrained admiration. What a pity that such a beautiful occasion is marred by the whims of fate. Chun Yao raised her delicate visage. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. That Gao Mi was utterly excessive, and she resolved to persuade her parents to expel him from the student council. There's no need, Wang Anbai reassured her, well aware that her parents were professors at the prestigious Ocean University and indeed possessed the influence to enact such a decision, though it seemed unnecessary. By the way, my parents just saw the video of you debating with writer Sue, and they hold you in high esteem, Chun Yao added, a hint of shyness creeping into her tone. I nearly blurted out that you're my boyfriend. Fortunately, you refrained, Wang Anbai replied with a teasing inflection. But they'll find out eventually. Chun Yao's gaze turned mournful, yet at present, everyone believes you are Shun Ruqing's boyfriend. Wang Anbai feigned a sigh. This matter has caused me no small amount of vexation. You cannot imagine the vitriol directed at me online. I have seen it, Chun Yao interjected. However, there are also many who sing your praises, though I find it disconcerting to see them waving the Qingbai banner. I feel the same way, Wang Anbai admitted. Chun Yao huffed lightly. I can see how pleased you are about it. Is it that obvious? Wang Anbai pretended to be helpless. It's all the fault of that troublemaker posting online. Zhou Ping is taking all the blame, she quipped. Perhaps we should publicly declare our relationship. With a gaze imbued with emotion, Chun Yao looked at him, her long lashes fluttering in the moonlight. Wang Anbai hesitated, momentarily pausing his fingers as they brushed against her soft waist. Her suggestion struck a chord deep within him. Very well, I mentioned it previously, he replied, his fingertip playfully pinching her slender waist, but someone has consistently disagreed. Following a series of events, Chun Yao had undergone substantial introspection. Things have changed. In what way? She buried her face in his shoulder, her voice a mere whisper. I've realized I can't imagine my life without you. Wang Anbai was not taken aback by her sudden confession. He had sensed her transformation since their last encounter. Her once proud essence lay trampled beneath, akin to a white orchid crushed into the mud, its petals scattered, sullied by dust. Yet, Chun Yao's nature was such that she would eventually rekindle her pride, and Wang Anbai would be there to extinguish it once more. Her character required occasional chastisement. As he tenderly stroked her hair, he sighed inwardly. Being a cad was no simple feat. It demanded a thick skin, a mastery of various skills, and the ability to navigate the treacherous waters of interpersonal relationships. What proved most challenging was reconciling with his own conscience, enduring the pangs of guilt. Upon reflection, he realized he bore no significant reproach towards Chun Yao. Perhaps that was a boon. This weekend, I will visit your home, Wang Anbai announced. Chun Yao's eyes sparkled with curiosity, tinged with uncertainty. Why the sudden desire to visit my home? Since we are to make our relationship public, your parents will inevitably want to know. It would be courteous to pay a visit beforehand. Chen Yao bit her lip, but I am not prepared. I never anticipated meeting your parents so soon. Your parents will seek you out eventually. They must see for themselves what sort of young man has captured their precious daughter's heart. Then perhaps we should delay our public declaration. Wang Anbai affectionately pinched her delicate cheek, speaking softly. Regardless, you will always be my priority. A sense of bliss enveloped Chen Yao as she playfully nestled against him. You will be tolerant of my shortcomings. Tolerant? Wang Anbai mused, for he too required her understanding. If one day I were to commit an egregious act against you, such as betrayal, would you still be able to forgive me? Chapter 52. The Second Torment of Chen Yao. The delicate figure leaning against him suddenly stiffened. Wang Anbai felt the tension in her waist beneath his palm. What troubles you? He inquired, his tone laced with playful intrigue. Please, do not jest about such matters. What if I were serious? Wang Anbai tightened his embrace, drawing her closer. Consider it a hypothetical scenario. Chen Yao pressed her lips together, and silence enveloped them. In this emotional tug-of-war, she felt herself retreating step by step toward the precipice. Previously, when she had asked Wang Anbai to refrain from interacting with other girls, he had categorically refused. After days of silence, she acted as though she had never made the request. The rumors circulating about Wang Anbai and Shun Ruching were the subject of her quietude. Even today, a video surfaced. Had Wang Anbai merely offered an explanation, her feelings of anguish would have dissipated entirely. If only, before that fateful night, given their relationship, coupled with Chen Yao's inherent pride. No matter the offense, she would have forced Wang Anbai to plead like a dog for her forgiveness. But now, she found herself increasingly humbled. Wang Anbai remained steadfast in his previous assessment, occasionally trampling her pride and dignity. It was not that he was cruel. Rather, different personalities required distinct approaches. For instance, to handle Guan Xin, one must exploit her tendency to worry for others. In contrast, with Bai Shujia, one could touch upon her inner softness to gain favor. Wang Anbai had learned to discern how to manipulate emotions to his advantage. Chen Yao lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, glistening like starlight under the moon's glow. Hypotheticals are not allowed. Her pitiful expression would evoke a protective instinct in anyone who beheld it. Yet, Wang Anbai was heartless, and his ultimate objective was to subdue Chen Yao, testing her limits until her innate pride was entirely tamed. Given your affections for me, why would you deny me even a hypothetical scenario? Chen Yao bit her lip, her voice trembling. You never treated me like this before. Can we return to the beginning? Tears streamed down her porcelain cheeks, leaving glistening trails. Wang Anbai's fingers gently traced the damp corners of her eyes, his gaze filled with playful curiosity. Once, he had cradled her in his hands with utmost care, only to receive aloofness in return. Now, having cast her into the mire, he found her utterly devoted. Yao Yao, I was merely jesting. Why take it to heart? Wang Anbai's voice softened with compassion. Seeing you cry like this breaks my heart. Too much pressure can yield adverse results. Taming such a proud girl was akin to training a hawk. It required patience. Each probing action needed to leave a mark on her heart, followed by a sweet reward, ensuring she would not lose hope while gradually relinquishing her boundaries. Gradually, Chen Yao's tears subsided, tiny droplets clinging to her lashes. She acutely sensed Wang Anbai's deliberate malice, akin to a dull knife slicing through flesh, a torment that made her yearn to escape. Yet, amidst this agony, there lingered a subtle thrill. I was merely teasing you. Why did you truly cry? Wang Anbai jested. A rush of embarrassment surged through her, and Chen Yao buried her flushed face against his chest, refusing to meet his gaze. Her muffled voice was laced with grievance. I have shown you my heart, yet you only mock me. Is this all you can muster? He had returned with an insatiable appetite, greedy for everything, and his patience was unparalleled. Let this be the last time. Wang Anbai lightly traced her waist with his fingertips. Chen Yao shivered at the contact. Please, don't tease me. Intriguing, it seems I have discovered the Achilles heel of this girl. Wang Anbai's fingertips intensified their teasing, eliciting a series of tremors from the one nestled in his embrace. Anbai, stop it. Chen Yao's voice was soft to the point of being almost unrecognizable. Her sweet, syrupy tone wrapped around him, only serving to entice him to be even more audacious. However, Wang Anbai chose to withdraw gracefully, enveloping her entirely in his arms, his cheek brushing against her delicate hair, the scent of shampoo wafting intoxicatingly in the air. What are your plans for the weekend? Wang Anbai had grand ambitions. Her current submissive demeanor presented the perfect opportunity to breach the last bastion of the Empress Chen Yao. Although their schedule was already tightly packed, time, much like the water within a sponge, always has a way of being squeezed out. The value of time management was ever on a rise. He was eager to see if Chen Yao would dare to react as she had previously, wielding an ashtray as a weapon against him. Chen Yao replied, "On Saturday, I have plans with Xin to visit her sister's house, and on Sunday, my elder brother's baby is having a full-month celebration." Wang Anbai contemplated her words. The full-month celebration was non-negotiable, yet Saturday still held potential for maneuvering. Although he too had engagement with Guan Ning that day, it would not extend late into the night, as he anticipated returning by the afternoon, especially with the presence of two unwelcome light bulbs. When he casually inquired during their visit to Guan Xin's house, "What time do you plan to stay?" Chen Yao instantly grasped his implication, her cheeks flushing with warmth. What could be the reason for a private outing with her? "I don't know," she thought, unwilling to grant this man any advantage. "You don't know?" Wang Anbai decided to analyze her situation further. "What activities are you planning?" "It's Xin," she explained. Her sister recently started dating and insists on dragging me along to help. In truth, Chen Yao was simply curious to join the festivities. The new boyfriend of Xin's sister had two light bulbs named Guan. Wang Anbai felt a throbbing at his temples, but quickly dismissed the notion. These two were entirely different types. One exuded the aura of an accomplished professional woman, while the other embodied the sweetness of a charming neighbor. One was captivatingly voluptuous, her curves almost exaggerated, while the other was simply adorable. By the way, Wang Anbai casually toyed with the soft fabric at his waist. "What is your friend's sister's name?" Chen Yao blinked her doe-like eyes. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" "Ah," she gasped softly as he playfully pinched her slender waist. Wang Anbai leaned closer, his voice unwavering. "Your best friend's sister, rounded up, is essentially my sister-in-law. Is it not permissible to inquire?" Chapter 53. This skill is indeed invincible. Wang Anbai stumbled through the moonlit path back to the dormitory, his heart tumultuous despite the lingering scent on his fingertips. Yet it must be said, the design of her short camisole was astutely crafted, eliminating any sense of distance between them, drawing their hearts closer together. Previous grievances and suspicions dissipated as they listened to one another's heartbeat. However, his fleeting glance as he departed caused Chen Yao to exclaim in surprise. The three words Wang Anbai echoed in her ears, a mix of humiliation and anger that sent a fine sheen of sweat down his back. Wang Anbai's notoriety at High University was too formidable. Luckily, he frightened only himself, as there was no one around at that moment. Despite being highly skilled, the Empress Chen Yao remained remarkably vulnerable. He could not continue to bully her, for she was his. With a sense of guilt, Wang Anbai gazed up at the hazy moonlight, his eyes devoid of luster. He had meticulously studied the art of the scoundrel, only to stumble at the hands of the Guan sisters. Thankfully, he had managed to coax Chen Yao downstairs tonight. It had been a close call. Under rigorous questioning, Chen Yao provided clarity. Guan Ning's father was Guan Xin's uncle, while Guan Xin's father was Guan Ning's second uncle. Guan Xin's father ran a fairly substantial toy company, demonstrating considerable influence. Currently, Guan Ning was employed at her father's company, yet her family owned multiple properties in High City. Should she choose to resign, mere rental income would suffice to sustain her. Wang Anbai expressed profound envy. Moreover, both families cherished their singular gem of a daughter. At that moment, Wang Anbai felt a surge of affection for the petite and endearing Guan Xin, whose sweet visage and charming dimples shone through when she smiled, her eyes delightfully crescent-shaped. Particularly captivating was her petite stature, standing just shy of 5 feet 6 inches. He could easily cradle her in one arm. Her diversity rivaled that of Shun Ruqing. Yet, Wang Anbai found himself in a predicament. Within the confines of the school, Guan Xin had covertly captured images of him with Shun Ruqing and reported them to Chen Yao. Outside of school, Guan Ning had set a trap, planning to ensnare him in one fell swoop. The Guan sisters were in hot pursuit. As for inheriting this family fortune, that could be discussed at a later date. As the saying goes, a fall teaches a lesson. Wang Anbai paused, leaning against the rough bark of a tree, retrieving his phone from his pocket and dialing a number. The call was swiftly answered. "Anbai, what's the matter?" Came a voice, warm and soothing. "Sister Bai, has Xie Chong been bothering you these past few days?" "Not at all. I've been exceedingly cautious." "That's reassuring." While on the call, Wang Anbai wrapped his knuckles against the tree trunk. "By the way, do you have any relatives or friends studying at High University?" "None." Bai Shu's gentle voice carried a hint of confusion. "Why the sudden inquiry? If you do, please let me know. I could use some support." The line fell silent, save for the soft sound of breathing. Wang Anbai waited a moment. "What's wrong? Is that all you call to ask?" "Well, I also want to check if you're free tomorrow. After school, Chan will be picked up by her grandmother, so it wouldn't interfere with work." Bai Shuja had planned this meticulously. The scoundrel chuckled. "Sister Bai, is there anything else?" "I am available. came her barely perceptible reply after a brief pause. Very well. Wang Anbai hung up, acknowledging that a mature woman understands everything, exuding an air of sophistication. Fortunately, Bai Shujia's complex relationship with High University posed no entanglements. This meant he could take a bold leap. With confirmed information in hand, Wang Anbai had to reassess the situation with Guanning. To not give up was akin to navigating a hellish obstacle course. If he were to adapt this experience into a film where he served as the director, he would be at a loss for how to orchestrate the ensuing plot. The challenges were formidable, akin to walking a tightrope. One misstep could lead to a plunge into the abyss, risking the collapse of both cliffs. The falling debris could very well construct his tomb. Choosing to abandon this endeavor would render the option in the game of life gray and inactive, merely displaying that the click was ineffective. Wang Anbai pondered the image of chestnut waves cascading down, an exquisite visage adorned with makeup, clad in a professional ensemble, her figure both voluptuous and alluring. The weighty, near-exaggerated curves of her peach-shaped backside swayed with every step, each movement creating a mesmerizing rhythm. A mature woman, a commanding presence in the workplace. System. Must you insist I play the role of a scoundrel? It is utterly exhausting. Unashamed, Wang Anbai grumbled, yet resolved to tackle the immediate challenges. Should he cancel their plans for the weekend, their relationship would plunge into an interminable stagnation. Moreover, Wang the scoundrel was not one to shy away. The pressing matter was to ensure the two unwelcome light bulbs discreetly vanished. This way, not only would they remain undetected, but it would also create a private world for just him and Guanning, with Guanning's seemingly tough yet inherently soft demeanor. Her relationship with the charming rogue progresses at an astonishing pace under his playful provocations. The scoundrel's mind races with various strategies, yet before the daunting challenge ahead, he feels like a mere novice. Think of something, you fool. Wang Anbai flops onto his bed the moment he returns to the dormitory, burying his face in the pillow. Well, look who's back. The literary star? Chun Changba approaches with a cheeky grin. Get lost, comes the muffled reply from the pillow. Feeling a bit too high and mighty. Are we? Is that how you speak to your brothers? Tonight, did your senior's friend offer you some comfort? Chun Changba's expression stiffens. No, stop pretending. Hurry up and continue your chat with her. Wang Anbai waves him off impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. Chun Changba glances at him before slinking off to the balcony for a smoke. Wang, what's that into you? Zhang Yang comes over. Wang Anbai still doesn't lift his head. Go play somewhere else. Instead of leaving, Zhang Yang plops down on the edge of the bed, causing it to shake. I had no idea you had literary talent. Spill it. Have you been secretly studying behind our backs? Don't bother, Wang Anbai retorts. Fine, I'm leaving. Zhang Yang promptly retreats to his own bed, engrossed in his phone. I'm curious too, Xiaoho chimes in. Get lost. Okay. Xiaoho departs. Wang Fengxian stands guard at Hilagwan, while Chun Xia and Zhang retreat to Suanzaking. Temporary task 1. Mend this relationship. Reward. Skill. Color change. Reward distribution in progress. Wang Anbai's previously agitated mood softens somewhat. At least he has a system that remains steadfast. Furthermore, this marks the system's first skill unlock. Skills are undeniably powerful enhancements, such as time stoppage, memory erasure, vine manipulation, acupoint control, and body elasticity. If he could possess even a fraction of such capabilities, he would be content. What need is there for romance? Love is trivial. He should be saving the world instead. Reward distribution. Skill, color change. Color change. Alter the color of any hair for 1 hour, with a 24-hour cooldown. What the heck? I was just aiming for romance. Chapter 54. Chun Yao has departed, yet Guan Xin remains. Wang Anbai stares at the skill description, momentarily at a loss for words. Am I incapable of dyeing my hair? This is utter nonsense. Completely ridiculous. Wang Anbai has never encountered such a ludicrous skill. What purpose does it serve? A myriad of colorful hair hues, or perhaps a rainbow of armpit hair. In a comic universe or a high-powered supernatural novel, this skill would not survive past 3 chapters. If confronted by a villain, or if the class flower were to call off an engagement, Wang Anbai would be left in despair. Am I meant to battle them with a head full of multicolored hair? Wang Anbai flips over, his thoughts activating the skill. 2 strands of hair fall forward, one transforming into a vibrant yellow and the other into a deep burgundy, shimmering under the light. Then, the skill enters a 24-hour cooldown. It can only last for 1 hour, yet requires a full 24 hours to recharge. If the skill could evolve, it wouldn't be entirely useless. Wang Anbai plucks the 2 colorful strands, holds them to his eyes, and rubs them between his fingers, entwining the yellow and burgundy together. He muses that next time he could create several different colors and perhaps weave a bracelet. Tossing the tangled strands aside, he rises from the bed, grabs his phone, and heads toward the balcony. As the glass door closes behind him, he dials a number. The call connects instantly. Calling me right after we parted? What's up? Chun Yao's tone is smug, laced with unrestrained delight. Chun Yao is not particularly cunning. Wang Anbai finds Guan Xian's subtlety to be deeper. Among the entire pond of fish, if one were to speak of cunning, it would be Shan Ruqing, followed closely by Shujia. I just called you back for dinner. Don't you dare, just eat a few bites and brush it off. His firm concern is a tactic he knows she responds to. I ate. I'm not going hungry. Wang Anbai feigns seriousness. I need to confirm with Guan Xian first. Although he feels a tad awkward, it is a bit childish, yet such is the nature of romance. Especially with someone like Chun Yao. There inevitably arise sweetly awkward interactions, akin to soothing a child. Emotional value must be maximized. Are you annoying? Chun Yao's voice is sweet as honey, almost syrupy. I've already eaten. Guan Xian suddenly interjects, her disdain palpable. You two are so nauseating. I had to eavesdrop on your entire conversation. Guan Xian happens to be lounging on Chun Yao's bed, listening intently to their flirtation. Wang Anbai chuckles softly, relieved that this responsible friend is privy to their interaction. Yao, didn't you mention before that your parents want you to wait until you start working before dating? Yeah. Chun Yao's tone deflates. My parents are so old-fashioned. They've probably seen too many breakups right after graduation, which is why they impose such restrictions on me. It's infuriating. Wang Anbai understands. If these two professors were to witness their daughter becoming the protagonist of a graduation breakup saga, they would be utterly humiliated after years of teaching at high university. In his previous life, his breakup with Chun Yao was amicable, resolved with a single phone call. Had he intended to be malicious, the professors would not have been so lenient. What then? Surely I can't remain her boyfriend forever. Wang Anbai begins to playfully tease. I'm just as frustrated. Chun Yao snaps back. Forget what my parents think. Wang Anbai's heart skips a beat. Please don't, my dear. He quickly softens his tone. Let us not stir up conflict between you and your parents. Such matters require a gradual approach. How about this weekend? When you return home, you gauge their sentiments. Perfect timing with the full moon banquet on Sunday. I'll give a shot. Wang Anbai immediately objects. Sunday is too rushed with guests coming and going. There's no chance for privacy. Saturday would be far more suitable. Wang Anbai finds himself cornered, patching one hole with another. This is genuinely playing with fire. Chun Yao hesitates, but I promised Guan Xian we would hang out on Saturday. You know that. Your presence would only be a hindrance. It's not exactly legitimate. Guan Xian chimes in, her tone laced with amusement. Guan Xian, don't touch me. Wang Anbai silently nods, confirming that Guan Xian can hear him. An responsible friend is stepping up. On the other end of the line, playful sounds echo, and Guan Xian's antics spark vivid imagination. Moments later, the receiver captures their hurried breaths. Wang Anbai, your girlfriend is bullying me. Guan Xian complains. Can I join in? Wang Anbai clears his throat. Yao, you must be cautious with your words. If your parents catch wind of anything, they will go to any lengths to separate us. Sending you abroad will be the least of their worries. Chun Yao's bravado falters. No way. It'll be fine. Suddenly, Guan Xian suggests, how about I accompany you? But Guan Xian scoffed. At 27 years old, having navigated the complexities of the professional world for many years, does she truly require me to act as her caretaker? Wang Anbai increasingly found Guan Xian endearing. Her maturity was both admirable and poignant. Chun Yao hesitated. I'll think it over. Very well. Wang Anbai hung up the phone, confident that the matter was nearly settled. As long as Chun Yao returned home on Saturday, Guan Xian would certainly not neglect her. It's all right, Guan Xian reassured her friend. This weekend, we'll visit my sister Guan Ning, and next week, you can come home with me. Can you contain your eagerness? I truly wonder if Wang Anbai has bewitched you. Even after he treated you that way, you still silence. I've made my decision, and it shall be as I said. At that moment, two roommates returned from their date, pushing open the dormitory door. Lu Yu excitedly approached the beds of Chun Yao and Guan Xian. Have you seen the video? Shan Ruqing was so impressive. Her presence, her charisma. I never imagined she could be so fierce in protecting her boyfriend. I haven't seen it. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Chun Yao reclined on her bed, pulling the blanket over her eyes. Oh, Lu Yu, recognizing the cue, went to change clothes. Yuan shook his head in amusement behind her. Suddenly, an eye peeked out from under the covers. I've made my decision. I'll return home this Saturday. Chun Yao grabbed her phone and dialed. Anbai, let us proceed, as you suggested. Are you going with Guan Xian? Yes. Wang Anbai's lips involuntarily curved into a smile, his spirits lifted. Be cautious in all matters. After hanging up, Lu Yu leaned in again. Yao, who are you on the phone with? Shan Ruqing's boyfriend. Lu Yu opened her mouth in surprise, but discreetly withdrew. Chun Yao turned to Guan Xian. Even though Guan Ning is 27, she has never been in a relationship. You still need to keep an eye on her. Guan Xin looked puzzled. Didn't you already agree with Wang Anbai? I don't want him to worry. What if you accidentally let something slip? I'll be careful. Just don't tell Wang Anbai that you're not going. Guan Xin sighed in resignation. All right, I'll keep it from him. This Saturday, I'll go to Guan Ning's place by myself. Chapter 55. A gift for by Shu De. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. An irrepressible energy hinted to Wang Anbai that today was destined to be extraordinary. Very well, let him have this. In the dormitory, Zhang Yang and Xiaohou had already left for class, while Chun Zhongba lingered in bed, feeling secure with the family's property. Wang Anbai climbed out of bed and began to complete his daily system tasks. Though the skills offered were subpar, the rewards were indeed substantial. Progressive task, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, a 10-kilometer run for 6 consecutive days. Reward, significant enhancement of physical strength and power, slight increase in speed. Having completed his tasks and freshened up, Wang Anbai glanced at the brilliant sunlight outside and casually grabbed a shirt to wear. Where are you headed? Chun Zhongba poked his head out like a chicken. On a date. With whom? Someone you don't know. Not knowing is too much. It stings. Chun Zhongba flopped back into bed. Wang Anbai wrapped his knuckles against the bed frame. I might not return tonight. Get lost. Goodbye then. Wang Anbai entered the mall, beginning to select essential items for his upcoming rendezvous. In the beverage section, he purchased a bottle of fine red wine, leaving a balance of $13.99. One must maintain a certain elegance, especially for a first drink. Carrying a box of beer or a bottle of white wine would suffice. But creating a more refined atmosphere would yield a distinctive charm. Passing a jewelry store, a pair of dazzling diamond earrings caught his eye, sparkling under the lights. Wang Anbai recalled that Bai Shuja had pierced ears, though he hadn't seen her wear jewelry during their last encounter. A proper gift was indispensable. The sales lady, noticing his interest, eagerly introduced, "This is our new AFN series, crafted from 18K gold and diamonds, each earring weighing 0.55 g. Wang Anbai interrupted her lengthy description, requesting simply for her to wrap it up. Such diamond earrings are versatile, suitable for everyone from youthful maidens to graceful women, each wearing them with a unique flair. After taking the receipt, he noted the balance was now $3,200. Coupled with the earlier purchase of the wine, the total was approximately $4,600. He placed the receipt into the small bag containing the earrings, unconcerned about whether Bai Shuja would notice it. Hailing a taxi to Shengping Community, the familiar elderly security guard was still dozing. If asked, he would likely respond by what? What Shuja? Climbing to the 7th floor, Wang Anbai knocked on the security door a few times. I'm here. Bai Shuja's gentle voice responded from within. Having exchanged greetings moments before, the door was soon opened gently from the inside. No need for any more spirits today. Wang Anbai waved the red wine gift box playfully, a smile brightening his face. After 2 days, Bai Shuja had fully regained her composure. Now being teased by him made her feel somewhat bashful. Come in, but remember to change into slippers. She stepped aside, allowing him passage. Wang Anbai glanced down to see a pair of brand new men-s slippers waiting on the floor. His smile grew even wider. During his last visit, these slippers had been absent, suggesting Bai Shuja had intentionally bought them for him. After changing into the slippers, he placed the red wine gift box and the small bag on the coffee table, then casually sat on the sofa. What are you standing there for? This isn't my home. He turned his gaze toward Bai Shuja. Bai Shuja had evidently taken great care in her appearance over the past few days. Her long, dark hair was elegantly styled up, and her subtle makeup accentuated her gentle, oval face. She exuded a warmth reminiscent of a neighborly aunt, albeit one in her early 30s. Today's outfit was daringly eye-catching. She wore a fitted gray dress that hugged her curves, its elastic fabric showcasing every contour of her figure, emphasizing her pear-shaped silhouette exquisitely. The dress clung tightly due to her voluptuous hips and shapely rear, while the fabric at the front created a striking curve. Such a dress could enhance allure, but without the right physique to support it, it risked appearing unrefined. Yet, on Bai Shuja, it bordered on inappropriate. Bai Shuja felt the heat of his intense gaze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she began to regret wearing such an outfit. She had adored the dress when trying it on in the store, but at home, it felt too bold to wear out, gathering dust in her wardrobe. Today, on a whim, she donned it, almost as if to intentionally entice him, leaving her feeling bashful. However, having already stepped out, there was no point in regretting it. Please have a seat. Wang Anbai patted the cushion beside him. Bai Shuja approached the sofa and sat down at a distance from him. At that moment, she felt uncertain about how to interact with her younger boss, her emotions swirling in a complex mix. Noticing her averted gaze, Wang Anbai sensed that she had yet to overcome her inner hesitations. Let us get the contract signed first. He casually pulled out the printed contract from the printing shop, laying out 2 copies on the coffee table. Let's take care of business first. Bai Shujia stood up to retrieve a pen from her bedroom, then leaned over the coffee table to sign. In this posture, the elastic fabric of the skirt is stretched to its limits, taut, as if it might tear at any moment. Wang Anbai perceives that Bai Shujia remains excessively authoritative. After signing the contract, he casually picked up 1 copy, folded it twice, and tucked it into his pocket. Subsequently, he pushed a small bag containing diamond earrings toward Bai Shujia, leaning in closer as he took a seat beside her. A gift for you, he declared. Bai Shujia, perplexed, retrieved the gift box and opened it. The diamond studs refracted dazzling light under the sun, rendering her unable to look away. You mustn't bestow me such an extravagant gift. I do not require it, she protested, hastily closing the box and stuffing it back into the bag. Wang Anbai fully understood her internal conflict. Not only had the nature of their relationship altered, but she also feared the gossip that might ensue. Yet, the barrier was merely a thin veil, one that Bai Shujia stubbornly refused to pierce, instead waiting passively for him to play the villain. The distinction between initiative and passivity held profound significance in her heart. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but smile. The intricacies of a woman's thoughts, though exasperating, possessed a unique charm. Wang Anbai extended his arm, naturally encircling her waist, and indeed, the fabric of her clothing was remarkably soft. However, there was no tension in her body, nor did she instinctively withdraw. This confirmed his suspicion that Bai Shujia had long been prepared. The mischief of the dogman was evident as he playfully squeezed her waist. Soft yet firm. The effect was astonishing on such a voluptuous figure. You must have a habit of practicing yoga, don't you? Wang Anbai inquired, voicing a long-held curiosity. Yes, I have never ceased, Bai Shujia replied softly. Then you must possess quite a collection of yoga attire. Tight tank tops and yoga pants, perhaps? Bai Shujia's fair cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She hadn't anticipated Wang Anbai's playfulness. Why is your face suddenly so red? He asked, puzzled. What do you think? Bai Shujia shot him an indignant glance, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I truly do not know. Wang Anbai responded, bewildered, failing to grasp her meaning. Chapter 56, Renovation. After a leisurely conversation, Bai Shujia extricated herself from his embrace and stood up, smoothing the wrinkles from her skirt with her fingers. I will go prepare lunch, she said gently, her cheeks still aglow with a lingering blush. Wang Anbai's gaze followed her as she made her way to the kitchen. Her full hips swayed with each step, each movement sending delightful tremors through him. He reclined on the sofa, fingers rubbing his palms, although there remained a barrier between them. He felt a certain ease. Shortly, the kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of sizzling ingredients, the mingling scent of ginger and scallions wafting through the air. Wang Anbai had tasted Bai Shujia's culinary skills before, and they were indeed commendable. Once she was settled near the milk tea shop, their interactions would become much more convenient. He envisioned himself frequently visiting for meals and drinks. What bliss that would be, even if she grew weary of his presence. He would stubbornly continue to intrude. This thought made Wang Anbai involuntarily smile. Bai Shujia brought each dish to the coffee table, the clinking of bowls and plates creating a symphony of sound. It's time to eat, she announced, turning to gaze at Wang Anbai, who remained lazily sprawled on the sofa, her eyes tinged with shyness. The afternoon sun cast dappled shadows on the living room floor. A white porcelain vase on the coffee table held a few wildflowers, and a framed photograph of mother and daughter adorned the wall. The ordinary scene radiated warmth, leaving Bai Shujia momentarily lost in thought. In this moment, they resembled a married couple, she busy in the kitchen, while her husband rested in the living room. Wang Anbai rose. Today's meal was far more sumptuous than the last, featuring classic braised pork, steamed fish, and several stir-fried vegetables. Give me your shirt, Bai Shujia indicated. I'll hang it up to prevent it from getting dirty. Wang Anbai removed his shirt and handed it to her, revealing a short-sleeved shirt beneath. Observing her carefully smooth the fabric, he couldn't help but reflect on how considerate a mature woman could be. In this regard, she surpassed Shun Ruqing and Shun Yao. Moreover, even the rice in the bowl was perfectly served at just the right temperature. When Bai Shujia settled back beside him, Wang Anbai opened a bottle of red wine. Care for a sip? He asked mischievously. I don't want any, Bai Shujia replied, casting him an annoyed glance. She could have easily poured herself a glass, but chose instead to feign reluctance. This man before her was incorrigibly mischievous. Why set out 2 glasses if you don't want to drink? Wang Anbai teased, fingers caressing the glass as he laughed unabashedly. He was determined to unearth Bai Shujia's little secrets, a villain indeed, one not even worthy of a dog's regard. Please, don't be like this, Bai Shuja sighed helplessly, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. The mixture of helplessness and shyness exuded an enchanting allure. Very well, let this villain play his part just this once. Wang Anbai poured wine into the glass. Drinking was essential, or else Bai Shuja would lack even a self-deceiving excuse. How old is Qianqian? Wang Anbai initiated a conversation, sipping as he spoke. 6 years old, already in the first grade, Bai Shuja replied, downing her drink in one go, the movement causing her throat to subtly shift. Setting down the glass, a few drops of wine lingered on her rosy lips. Wang Anbai continued, Qianqian spends every weekend at the hospital. But at least she has you for company. Bai Shuja quickly clarified. Usually, it's her grandmother who accompanies her. She poured herself another half glass, the bottle clinking against the rim of the glass. When will the milk tea shop be renovated? Wang Anbai's gaze fell upon her cheeks, which were now slightly flushed. In such a short time, Bai Shuja had consumed several glasses. You needn't worry. The vice president of High University has agreed to take full responsibility. I'm still concerned. Let me supervise? Bai Shuja nodded lightly. With each glass she consumed, the rosy hue crept from her cheeks to her ears, staining her neck with a delicate pink. The originally demure and graceful oval face, under the influence of alcohol, revealed a rare and captivating allure, distinct from her usual gentleness. Wang Anbai mused that the wine was well worth the purchase. Still want more? Bai Shuja nodded, slightly dazed. Wang Anbai grasped the wine bottle with one hand, while the other gently encircled her voluptuous form. He leaned closer, whispering near her warm earlobe. Let me teach you how to drink. Bai Shuja weakly pushed against his chest. Not here, please. It's fine. It's just the two of us. Wang Anbai glanced out the window. The sunlight was abundant. The midday sun streamed through the glass, creating a natural mirror, for according to the laws of physics, light reflects, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Moreover, they were on the 7th floor. After consuming most of a bottle of wine, Wang Anbai prudently set the bottle down, ensuring she wouldn't become completely intoxicated. He did not wish to take advantage of her vulnerability. He simply wanted to avoid the sight of her eyes. A blend of clarity and inebriation. Bai Shuja, with her intoxicated gaze, tilted her face upward, her full, crimson lips parting. I still want to drink. Wang Anbai licked his lips. You seem to be developing a taste for it. Just one last sip. Ugh. Bai Shuja sensed that she hadn't yet reached complete inebriation. She wished to remain in this state of blissful ignorance. However, this time, her lips held no wine. Bai Shuja, flustered, pushed him away with more force. But Wang Anbai remained unyielding, and she stumbled back, collapsing onto the sofa. Her hair, having come undone, cascaded like a waterfall over the cushions. The rhythm of breathing caused the exaggerated curves of the body to gently rise and fall, the posture stretching the fabric of the stepmother's dress tighter, accentuating a breathtaking silhouette defined by a slender waist and wide hips. The material gleamed under the light. Wang Anbai set down the bottle of wine, suddenly recalling the poor sound insulation of the room. He took out his phone, turned the volume to the maximum, and played an old Cantonese song. The melody of the lyrics instantly filled the entire space. His weary eyes sparkled with expectation. Today was merely a remnant of a corporeal existence, ready to embrace the glory of life. In the midst of storms, freedom was held tightly, a lifetime spent in a struggle of confusion. Below, a young couple snuggled on the couch, engrossed in a film. Whose music was that? The girl perked up her ears. The boy listened intently before nonchalantly changing the subject. This song has quite the taste. The girl listened for a moment longer, her gaze at her boyfriend turning scornful and dismissive. She pursed her lips and quietly increased the volume of the television. It couldn't be, the boy instinctively retorted. That's completely unscientific. It must be renovation. Chapter 57. The Fearful Bai Shuja. The renovation had persisted from afternoon until evening. A sporadic cacophony of the drills buzzing and the muffled thuds of hammering. As time wore on, the machines began emitting abnormal sounds, mixed with the vibrations of metal fatigue. Wang Anbai found this increasingly irksome, unable to find peace even in sleep. Dusk was settling in, the setting sun casting a hazy orange glow through the glass, illuminating the unlit bedroom. Clothes lay scattered about, and the gray stepmother's dress pitifully draped over the corner of the bed, its fabric seemingly torn in several places. Wang Anbai was entranced, lost in a world of assets worth billions. He wanted to take a shower, yet he felt lethargic. Bai Shuja's voice was soft, her damp, yearning gaze filled with melancholy. This house was inherently poorly insulated, and all she desired was to lie in bed and rest, completely devoid of energy. It seemed he had gone too far. Wang Anbai observed her, limp as if turned to clay, the blush on her cheeks not yet faded, and silently regretted. Such an exaggerated physique was indeed hard to resist. It was all the system's fault for bestowing such improper rewards. Yet he had to admit, her capacity for endurance was truly remarkable, swallowing back words that ought not to be spoken. However, he thought, if it were Shun Ruqing or Chun Yao perhaps. Wang Anbai contemplated allowing her to rest for a while, wrapping one arm around her while scrolling through videos on his phone with the other. During this time, notifications from WeChat kept popping up. Chun Yao sent 2 messages and then fell silent. Tian Susu bombarded him with message after message. Notifications cascading from the top of the screen. Wang Anbai chose to ignore them, knowing that eventually he would have to let Bai Shujia know, but not at this tender moment. That would be a bit heart-wrenching. After a while, the phone suddenly erupted with a jarring ringtone. A voice message invitation from Tian Susu danced across the screen. Wang Anbai hung up and replied with a brief busy, then instinctively lowering his head. He met Bai Shujia's gaze. My friend, MHM. Bai Shujia was not surprised. She understood her position well, though a touch of disappointment lingered. The world of adults ought not to demand too much. Wang Anbai felt a pang of sympathy for her understanding, tightening his embrace around her. Soon after, another voice message invitation flickered on the screen, this time from Chun Yao. Is she also a friend? Bai Shujia's eyes held an ineffable complexity. Wang Anbai replied to Chun Yao with a simple busy, tossing his phone aside. I'll take a shower first, then I'll carry you. Bai Shujia would not delve too deeply into Wang Anbai's romantic entanglements, but still advised, a man should remain loyal. Wang Anbai questioned, what do we count as now? Bai Shujia shook her head, we're different. Then let us shower. I can do it myself. She attempted to prop herself up, but as she exerted herself, a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, her brows instinctively knitting together. Wang Anbai noticed her slightly trembling arms and without hesitation bent down to lift her. The ripe peach of her body weighed heavily in his embrace. Let me go. With a resigned sigh, Bai Shujia had buried her face in his shoulder, her hair cascading down to conceal her flushed cheeks. Given the circumstances, what was there left to be coy about? After some time, Wang Anbai carried her back to the bed, his fingers brushing her slightly damp hair ends. Are you hungry? This time, try my cooking. Bai Shujia, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, turned away from him. You should leave. Wang Anbai raised an eyebrow. Are you upset? It was indeed impulsive of him. Bai Shujia gently shook her head, her voice calm. I'm not angry, just your sudden presence here is something I'm still adjusting to. You'll get used to it after a few more nights. Wang Anbai chuckled softly, his fingertips gliding over her warm cheek. Faced with the advances of this youthful suitor, Bai Shujia felt somewhat powerless. Anbai, please let me acclimatize gradually. Then I want to know, what kind of relationship are we in now? The dogged man always remembered the system's tasks. Random quality rewards, though uncontrollable, would never be as ridiculous as a skill that changed hair color. The thrill of opening a blind box was undeniably exhilarating. Wang Anbai noticed her continued silence and pressed on. What's wrong? Bai Shujia turned her head, her moist eyes locking onto his. You can define our relationship as you wish, but in my eyes, you will always be my boss. Wang Anbai found this amusing. Her words carried a certain weight. Indulging in everything that transpired, he could plunge deeper into this ambiguous relationship without crossing that delicate line. Bai Shujia, despite her seemingly gentle exterior, akin to a friendly neighbor, harbored a stubbornness deep within. However, had he not already shattered her defiance? Wang Anbai leaned closer. The term you just called me was not boss. At such a young age, can't you be a bit more serious? Bai Shujia glared at him, a mix of embarrassment and indignation. I'm young. Must I still act serious? With a resigned sigh, she found her attempt at authority utterly ineffective before him. Let me have some time to calm down. This time, her voice was soft, laced with a plea. Not wanting to hurt her, Wang Anbai could only feel helpless. The women around him were all quite strong-willed. Shun Ruqing needed no further mention. Whether due to family issues or her innate disposition, her character remained distant, better at suppressing her feelings. The others seemed easier to handle, provided he could navigate through the intricate web of relationships without revealing his identity. That would truly test his skills. His heart felt heavy. If he could be reborn, he would choose to be a pure love advocate. Long live pure love. Wang Anbai's fingers gently caressed her soft cheek. Promise me one condition. I want to stay here tonight. Bai Shujia lifted her gaze. What is it? Not merely spoken. Wang Anbai slowly leaned in. But in action. No. Bai Shujia shuddered, her previously languid form suddenly taut. The exaggerated curve beneath the covers rising and falling sharply with her breath. Why? I can't. Truly I can't. Bai Shujia's fingers gripped the blanket tightly. Wang Anbai playfully pinched her cheek and stood up straight. Just teasing you. The man, despite his canine demeanor, is indeed capable of cherishing the delicate beauty before him. He merely feigns a desire to observe her in such a state. Bai Shujia, initially tense, gradually relaxed as she became acutely aware of her own embarrassment. Especially when her gaze met his mischievous smile, the realization that he had witnessed her unguarded moment caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, despite her mature disposition. This little scamp truly knows how to tug at one's heartstrings. Abruptly, she turned, leaving Wang Anbai with an irate view of her back. Yet, upon reflection, she recalled that he had already seen her in more compromising situations, allowing her rigid shoulders to finally relax. Dressed appropriately, Wang Anbai made his way to the living room, where remnants of their meal lay untouched on the coffee table. A wine bottle, toppled over at some point, had spilled its dark crimson contents onto the floor, filling the air with a rich bouquet of wine. Fortunately, little remained in the bottle. He first tidied up the mess, then carried the remaining dishes to the kitchen, reheating anything that could be warmed. Once everything was in order, he returned to the bedroom, announcing, "The food is ready. Remember to eat. We move tomorrow. I must be off." Bai Shujia, her back turned to him, softly replied, "Understood." Chapter 58, Nanyan. Once again, Wang Anbai found himself seated in a taxi heading back, gazing out at the flowing neon lights, his fingers unconsciously drumming against his knee. A mature woman, indeed, possesses an exquisite sensitivity, yet within that tenderness lies an impenetrable boundary, sharp and stinging. He had intended to stay the night, but upon seeing her gentle eyes misted with unshed tears and hearing her pleading tone, this rare moment of weakness softened his heart. She truly needed a moment of calm. Perhaps he could take his time to coax her stubbornness out of her. Ultimately, she must verbally acknowledge their connection. However, having left without a meal, the day's exertions left him ravenous, prompting a resigned smile. Upon returning to campus, he made his way directly to the cafeteria. As he settled into a corner, he felt the heat of several gazes directed at him. A group of exquisitely dressed young women nudged each other playfully before ultimately taking a seat beside him, sharing the table. The intensity of their attention escalated. Filled with envy and admiration, he mused that perhaps he should frequent the cafeteria less, even when alone. Why is the junior eating alone? Did she not accompany you? Surely, she fears the scrutiny. Wang Anbai remained silent, focused solely on his meal. He must maintain the facade of the innocent young man. Unexpectedly, the junior who had spoken so eloquently in videos was exceedingly bashful in person, resembling a timid puppy, evoking an urge to ruffle his hair. Wang Anbai nearly choked on his food. The audacity of contemporary students was indeed astonishing. A girl with a ponytail reached out, pinching the cheek of the girl beside her, exclaiming, "You're becoming increasingly shameless." The girl merely blinked her large eyes at Wang Anbai, replying, "Oh, it's just internet slang. A little Rua 1T hurt." Wang Anbai hastily resumed his meal, finding the situation rather daunting. The girl who had shouted about wanting to Rua suddenly thrust her phone screen in front of him, asking, "Junior, can we add each other on WeChat? I'm deeply passionate about literature, but have yet to find a mentor." The three accompanying girls exchanged knowing glances. Stifling their laughter, was her passion for literature genuine, or merely a guise for her attraction? Wang Anbai scrutinized the girl who had made the request. Her makeup was impeccable, her eyes alluringly feline. The short t-shirt she wore, propped up by her arms on the table, revealed a generous expanse of her fair waist, while her denim shorts were alarmingly brief, barely covering her thighs. Although she was not of the same ilk as Meng Cici, in terms of beauty, they were comparable, both striking in their own right. Nonetheless, this girl seemed to embody a more fiery allure. After his encounter with the exceptional Bai Shujia, Wang Anbai felt no worldly desire. Even if she were a bad girl, he intended to overlook her advances. The girl's expression was earnest as she insisted, "Adding me on WeChat would bring us closer. Junior, I genuinely seek your guidance. Please help me." Her sweet, melodic voice was quite pleasant, yet Wang Anbai still declined. That seems rather inappropriate. Seeing his refusal, the girl placed her phone before him, clasping her hands in a prayer-like gesture, tilting her head playfully. "Junior, I beg you." Wang Anbai hesitated, elongating his tone to feign distress. He wished for this girl to understand the potential dangers of human intentions, hoping to rescue a wandering soul. "Well, it seems no one will teach me," she lamented, lowering her head, her lips forming a sorrowful curve, her shoulders slumping in a display of feigned helplessness. Finally, Wang Anbai retrieved his phone, hovering his finger over the WeChat icon in a show of reluctance, still pretending. "Junior, please help me," the girl urged, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, though he remained unyielding. Affecting to be swayed, he finally accepted her request with a chime of notification. "Thank you so much, Junior," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "You're welcome," He replied nonchalantly, glancing at the name she had sent. Nan Yen, a lovely name. Enjoy your meal, he added coolly. Turning to leave, one of her companions remarked to Nan Yen, don't push your luck. That junior seems genuinely earnest and shy, unlike the playboys you've encountered before. She shot a pointed glance at Wang Anbai's retreating figure, noting how rare such honorable men were nowadays. Another girl chimed in, exactly. The junior and Shun Ruching seem well suited. If you dare to interfere, you'll regret it. Nan Yen's eyes glimmered as her lips curled into a satisfied smile. Rest assured, I won tea. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wang Anbai found his friends sitting cross-legged on the bed, engrossed in a card game. As soon as Chun Changba spotted him, a grin spread across his face, and he winked at Zhang Yang and Xiaoho. Didn't someone declare this morning that he wouldn't be returning tonight? You should have seen his smug expression then. Zhang Yang, without looking up, tossed out 2 cards. Enough already. You've imitated that enough times. Xiao glanced at Wang Anbai, realizing his plan for a night away had evidently faltered. The 3 of them sighed in relief, sharing a mischievous laugh. It was fortunate they were all on the same starting line. Anyone who tried to get ahead would face the disdain of the others. Wang Anbai was undoubtedly putting on a show, so he sauntered over to his friends, leisurely rolling up his sleeves. Chun Changba feigned nonchalance, sneaking a glance, only to break into a wide grin. He nudged the others. Look, he has even got bite marks. Zhang Yang shook his head. Old Wang. Some things ought not to be forced. Wang Anbai tugged at the collar of his shirt, revealing a deep bite mark on his shoulder. If Bai Shujia, with her gentle demeanor, was driven to such actions, one could only imagine the implications of their encounter. Chun Changba swallowed hard, attempting to maintain his composure. Little Bai, we must refrain from engaging in any scandalous behavior. Yet, his gaze betrayed his curiosity towards the bite mark. Brother, you must regale me with the tale. Wang Anbai reclined back on his bed, casually tossing out. The scars on a man's body are a mark of honor. Zhang Yang looked between the two. Still playing? Chun Changba threw his cards down in defeat, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it, forget it. Wang Anbai opened his phone. Overwhelmed by a mountain of WeChat messages from Chun Yao, Tian Susu, Meng Sisi, and the newly acquainted Nan Yen, it is certainly impossible to cover all bases. When dealing with a scoundrel, one must learn to make choices. Small fish and shrimp can be fed periodically, and one should not lament their demise. However, 2 big fish must be carefully nurtured. It is truly exhausting. Chapter 59, Mother-in-Law is Coming. Wang Anbai lingered for a moment with his finger hovering over the screen before ultimately opening the chat with Tian Susu. There was no other reason. It was simply the most active conversation. It is indeed true that the weeping child is the one who receives milk. In truth, even without opening it, he could surmise the general content, most likely a questioning of why Shun Ruching had taken his hand. Yet upon opening it, Wang Anbai's expression shifted through various stages, first displaying shock with widened pupils, followed by a furrowed brow of confusion, and finally settling into a complex expression. If a director were to witness this scene, Wang Anbai would undoubtedly be propelled into stardom, exclaiming, good, good, good. The changing expressions are on point. This is a seasoned performer, though Tian Susu's messages were plentiful. The crux was encapsulated in one glaring sentence. Shun Ruching's mother is returning to Haishur tomorrow and wishes to meet you. Wang Anbai's throat involuntarily bobbed. He admitted he was not prepared and felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Hello, Auntie. I've led your daughter astray. He silently covered his face. This was very much in line with Shun's mother's style, and Shun Ruching had mentioned this before. From Tian Susu's earlier words, he could roughly piece together an image of Shun's mother, vivacious and spirited, a stark contrast to Shun Ruching's demeanor, representing 2 extremes. Nevertheless, she was indeed her biological mother, not a stepmother from his father's later marriage. Wang Anbai believed Shun's mother merely wished to meet her daughter's friend in a parental capacity. It was quite ordinary. There was no need for her to utter something like you are unworthy of our Ching-Ching, nor to enact some melodramatic scenario. However, tomorrow's meeting was indeed rather sudden. Should he address her as mother or simply aunt? If he truly did address her as such, the typically aloof Shun Ruching would surely falter. What's going on? Wang Anbai texted. Tian Susu replied instantly. I thought you had perished. You've been unresponsive all day. Where have you been hiding? The palpable resentment made it seem as though she were a girlfriend checking up on him. Wang Anbai responded. Adult matters are not for children to inquire. This was not entirely a lie. Tian Susu retorted, the fire is already at your feet, and you still have the leisure to joke? With a day's time? They had already devised a plan. All he needed to do was cooperate. Wang Anbai added, why are you the one notifying me? Is Miss Shun too bothered to deliver the message herself? You seem quite dedicated as a dowry maid. Say that again, and I'll go find you in the boys' dorm. The silly girl still harbored a sense of entitlement. Wang Anbai texted, once I move out, You are always welcome. Although Shinruching was certainly by Tian Susu's side, paying attention to their conversation, she made no attempt to intervene. After all, one day, the young lady must face such a scenario. Wang Anbai, not waiting for her reply, promptly sent a surrender emoji and then inquired, "So, how should I cooperate? Should I play a corpse or simply go missing?" Though he could not evade the influence of the Shun family, he was confident that Shinruching's intelligence would account for this detail. Tian Susu replied, "A performance is indeed required, just, Wang Anbai." The fact that the typically forthright Tian Susu was hesitant filled him with dread. Surely, they wouldn't truly submerge him in the river, would they? In the girls' dormitory, Tian Susu clung to her friend, who was adorned in silk pajamas, her long legs defying gravity, with an expression of grievance. "Ching, do we really have to do this?" Shinruching looked at her coldly. "The whole predicament began because of you. You brought this upon yourself." Tian Susu pouted, muttering softly, "Isn't it because you waited for him for so long that others noticed, and it was posted in the Haida forum?" You could say it out loud. "Umph. How dare I? You are the young lady, and I am merely a maid, a dowry maid without rights." Shinruching's gaze sharpened, prompting Tian Susu to instinctively grab her phone. "I'll admit it. Is that enough?" Tian Susu typed, "Do you know why Ching's mother wants to meet you?" Wang Anbai, "Did she see the rumors about my Ching flying all over?" "Exactly. She was originally scheduled to return to Haishur in half a month. But upon seeing the video of you two holding hands in public, she immediately booked a flight for tomorrow." Tian Susu lamented, "It's all that bastard's fault for posting. We originally had half a month to figure something out, and now everything is in disarray. It was indeed Zhou Ping's fault." And Wang Anbai had not given it much thought. "So what do you want from me?" After much hesitation, Tian Susu finally sent. Wang Anbai raised an eyebrow at the outrageous proposal that even Tian Susu found difficult to articulate. "Tian Susu, you just need to come by tomorrow afternoon. It's merely a meet and greet, nothing more." What kind of solution was that? Wang Anbai had to help by Shu to move in the morning and then discuss the renovation of the milk tea shop with Principal Zhou in the afternoon. His schedule was packed. Not attending would still reflect poorly on Shinruching. "Dogman, is this your so-called solution?" "Not entirely." Shinruching snatched the phone from her uncooperative friend and quickly typed, "You are Susu's boyfriend." Wang Anbai thought perhaps he had pushed the cool goddess to a corner, leading her to devise an unsatisfactory plan. But was it truly appropriate to thrust himself into this role? Even a scoundrel could feel heartache. Wang Anbai immediately sent a question mark and then typed, "I do not agree." Tian Susu nestled closer to Shinruching, protesting, "I'm not pleased either." Shinruching ignored her, simply typing, "You are only pretending with Susu. It is just for one afternoon. If it were merely a clarification with my mother-esque personality, she would certainly try to match us up, but if she discovers you and Susu are in a romantic relationship, she would be at a loss." The cool goddess, aware of her own fault, unusually typed a lengthy explanation. Ultimately, a message popped up on the screen, "Then let her match us." Shinruching's slender fingers hovered above the screen, her lips unconsciously pressing together. Once again teased, this scoundrel did not forget to take advantage even in such moments. Tian Susu chuckled, "You only bully me. You're at a loss when it comes to Wang Anbai, aren't you?" Shinruching's ears turned slightly red as she gently pushed her friend away with her fingertip. "Be quiet." Just as she was about to type, her phone suddenly vibrated. Wang Anbai's message appeared on the screen. "There is really no need to pretend. We can meet openly. If your mother wants to match us, let her. After all." A subsequent message followed. "We are innocent." Shinruching's fingers paused just above the screen, trembling imperceptibly. "So, you truly want me to pretend to be Susu's boyfriend?" The cold, white light from the screen reflected on Shinruching's face, casting a layer of ethereal detachment over her already aloof features. Her finger lingered, hesitant to descend. As she realized she was actually wavering, it seemed that after typing that simple something profoundly significant would be lost. This thought was unfamiliar to her, uncomfortable and uncontrollable. Tian Susu also sensed this change. Her typically decisive friend displayed an unusual hesitation. With a sigh, she thought to herself that her friend surely had issues. Some things could be faced openly, so why suppress them within? Ultimately, Shinruching gently pressed the send button. Wang Anbai gazed at the briefing on the screen, a wry smile escaping his lips. "Ah, you, Shinruching." Chapter 60, The Epiphany of Emoji. The heartbroken scoundrel opened a message from his legitimate girlfriend. Although there would be many legitimate girlfriends in the future, none would be aware of each other. For now, however, it was still Dayo Yao who stood out uniquely. Her messages began with the garrulousness typical of a passionate romance, inquiring about his whereabouts, who he was with, and what he had eaten in meticulous detail. Gradually, the tone of her words grew increasingly irritable, culminating in a final message that conveyed, "I am upset. Hurry and come to appease me." After a considerable interval, she sent yet another message, subtly hinting, "Though I am angry, your coaxing will soon make everything all right." It was no longer mere insinuation. It was quite overt, easily comprehensible even to the naive Tiansu. Dao Yao was still too clingy. A girl's lack of clinginess does not necessarily indicate disinterest. For instance, Shun Ruqing, Wang Anbai could hardly fathom her being clingy, acting like a little girl, pouting and playing coy. It was a stark contrast. Merely imagining such a scene tightened his throat. However, when a girl is perpetually attached to you, devoid of greed for wealth or material desires, it becomes simple. She either yearns for your looks or craves your physique. In such circumstances, it is advisable for the young man to safeguard himself diligently, ensuring that the other party is not afforded any opportunity. "What are you doing, Yao Yao?" Wang Anbai inquired. Chun Yao's voice crackled with anger. "You still remember to answer me. You vanished for an entire day. What on earth were you doing?" This was a genuine inquiry from the legitimate girlfriend. "I told you I was busy." Shun Ruqing had not attended class all day. "Are you doubting me?" Though he was unaware of how she had acquired this information, he genuinely felt wronged. "Otherwise," Wang Anbai retorted, "Principal Zhou suddenly summoned me for the Lanting literary competition. I was in closed-door training all day." Chun Yao immediately softened. "Really? You must perform well. If you can win a prize, I'll have a better chance of convincing my parents." Wang Anbai suddenly lost interest in participating. "You were just doubting me. Apologize." Chun Yao protested. "How was I to know you were entering a literary competition? You didn't inform me in advance." "Apologize." The phone fell into a brief silence. And after a few seconds, a voice message, faint as a whisper, emerged. "I'm sorry." Wang Anbai nodded in satisfaction. Dao Yao was becoming increasingly obedient. But he still typed. "Not sincere enough. Your voice is too soft. Don't push your luck, Wang Anbai." Chun Yao's voice suddenly escalated, then hurriedly lowered. "If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. I was planning to invite you to the movies tomorrow afternoon." That tone sounded as if it were a concession to me. Dao Yao still hadn't recognized her place. "Apologize loudly, and I'll make time to accompany you to the movies tomorrow." Chun Yao's voice was flustered. "Stop messing around. Xin is still here." Having originally intended to let her off the hook, Wang Anbai deliberately chose not to reply, leaving her in suspense for a while, until his phone vibrated again, delivering a trembling, "I'm sorry. Forgiven. You're the worst," Chun Yao said, both embarrassed and annoyed. "You have no idea how strangely Xin is looking at me right now." Wang Anbai reassured her. "Why care about that little girl?" Chun Yao gently inquired. "What time will you be free tomorrow afternoon?" "Around 9 or 10. That is not afternoon." Wang Anbai, "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I really can't help it." After a few moments of silence, Chun Yao sulked. "Then I want to go." Wang Anbai replied disinterestedly, "I'm going to take a shower." This was precisely the excuse she often used to brush him off. Chun Yao, incensed, exploded. "You can't treat me like this." Wang Anbai ignored that message entirely, his fingers gliding to open Meng Cc's WeChat chat. "Another movie invitation? What new films are out recently?" Zhang Lang, Zui Air. Fast and Furious. Wang Anbai, employing the same literary competition ruse, politely declined the invitation. Meng Cc then sent a flurry of encouragement, urging him to not be nervous and assuring him that with his talent, he would surely succeed, among other supportive phrases. Her words were imbued with warmth and consideration. Wang Anbai then opened the chat with the final lucky audience member, Nan Yin, whom he had just met 2 hours ago. Upon opening the chat, a shadow crossed his face. This girl was indeed inquiring about literature, but her messages were laced with a considerable amount of explicit content. Wang Anbai sent a blushing emoji. "This is a serious literary discussion. The junior must approach it with an academic perspective," Nan Yin wrote with a tone of utmost seriousness. Yet her sultry voice could not be concealed. Wang Anbai, a paragon of virtue, chose to withdraw from the conversation, but Nan Yin quickly followed up with a movie invitation, claiming it was to repay the junior for his attentive guidance. Wang Anbai had merely sent an emoji. His guidance amounted to little. He had heard of enlightenment through meditation, travel, and observation, but never of achieving enlightenment through emoji. Cyber cultivation? Nan Yan's mental state was indeed a cause for concern. "I want to take advantage of you if I can't be of assistance," Wang Anbai replied and ceased further communication, implying that had he been able to help, he would have felt justified in accepting the favor. It was truly difficult to determine who was the fish in whose pond, the sea king or the sea queen. The next morning, Zhang Yang stood at the foot of the bed, poking at Wang Anbai's blanket. "Lao Wang, skipping class again today?" Wang Anbai groggily opened his eyes, spotting Zhang Yang's hand reaching into the blanket, causing him to jolt, retreating to the wall's corner. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. What? Wang Anbai tightened the blanket and cautiously asked, do I smell good? Stop being disgusting so early in the morning. He felt relieved. Zhang Yang remained the same boy he had always known, unchanged in the slightest. How is your relationship with Li Qian progressing? Wang Anbai propped himself up, lazily yawning. Zhang Yang interjected eagerly. Aside from being a bit sharp-tongued, she is more or less human now. Wang Anbai felt a wave of gratitude. By the way, Feng Zihan asked me to pass along a message. He wants to invite you to dinner this weekend. Wang Anbai recalled that he had previously mentioned in the class group that he was interested in Zhang Zhizhi, but had no means to approach him. Not available. Chapter 61, The Key. In front of a real estate agency in Wanlin community, 2 streets away from the commercial district. Anbai, there is really no need for this. Bai Shuja gazed at the boy before her, who was over a decade her junior, her heart swelling with complex emotions. Wang Anbai smiled. It's merely a rental. In a few months, I'll help you buy a place here directly, so you can bring both Qian Qian and your mother over. It's a way to establish roots in Haishur. A woman's attachment to a home runs deep. It is not just a shelter, but an anchor amidst her wanderings, symbolizing security. His gaze swept over by Shujia's weary countenance. Her pear-shaped curves were still alluring, yet she moved with considerable restraint, her once natural sway now markedly stiffened. He had initially intended for her to rest at home, but could not withstand her insistence. Don't you think this disturbs the peace? Bai Shuja glanced around nervously before shooting Wang Anbai an irritated glare. Let us go. Wang Anbai pushed open the door of the real estate agency. Immediately, a woman in professional attire approached briskly. Hanyu wore a standard smile on her face as she greeted them. Hello? May I inquire if you're here to view properties or for consultation? Her gaze subtly flitted between the two, her professional instincts allowing her to swiftly draw conclusions. The gentleman's attractiveness, in her eyes, easily surpassed a score of 90, rivaling that of idol boy bands, exuding a captivating aura, both noble and laced with a hint of aloofness. Beside him stood a lady of remarkable beauty, her oval face radiating grace, and her curvaceous pear-shaped figure was enviable even to Hanyu. However, the essence she projected was steeped in a familiarity that conveyed a certain allure unique to young married women. While their looks were perfectly matched, their temperaments appeared subtly misaligned. They did not resemble a couple, or even siblings. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Hanyu's eyes, yet she quickly regained her professional demeanor. Bai Shujia, fidgeting with the clasp of her small leather bag, stood alongside Wang Anbai, feeling the dissonance created by their age gap, a stark reminder of the insurmountable chasm between her 34 years and his youthful 20s. After a restless night filled with turmoil, Bai Shujia had come to terms with her situation, resigning herself to Wang Anbai's whims, aware that she was already deeply ensnared, powerless and indifferent to escape. She understood her position was one shrouded in secrecy, relying on her fading beauty, with no hopes for the future, like a moth drawn to a flame. She was acutely aware of the inevitable outcome, yet remained enamored with the fleeting warmth of the moment. Noticing her unease, Wang Anbai naturally grasped her delicate wrist, his thumb gently caressing her skin. Bai Shujia instinctively tried to pull away, but ultimately acquiesced to his touch. Hanyu observed this exchange intently, recognizing the flicker of hesitation and concession in the lady's eyes, confirming her suspicions, a May-December romance. In her line of work, she had encountered far more bizarre pairings that had shattered her worldview. In contrast, this couple seemed almost normal and undeniably pleasing to the eye. Wang Anbai cut straight to the chase. We wish to rent 2 apartments, a 2-bedroom and a 1-bedroom, fully furnished within the same community. Hanyu's eyes brightened at the prospect. Not a problem. Please have a seat for a moment. The commission from 2 rental agreements would be a lucrative income. Before long, she returned with 2 sets of keys. I have just the right apartments available, one on the 5th floor and another on the 2nd. During the viewing, Bai Shujia meticulously examined the spacious room on the 5th floor, her discerning nature making Hanyu anxious. It was only when Wang Anbai spoke up. It's just for a temporary stay of 6 months. Once we purchase a new home in a few months, everything will be tailored to your preferences. That Bai Shujia lightly squeezed his arm and cast a furtive glance at Hanyu. Hanyu could only feel envy. How fortunate the young man was. How romantic. Why had no one ever shown her such romance? Where had all the good men gone? After signing the contract, Hanyu discreetly departed, leaving the empty new apartment to just the 2 of them. Wang Anbai's rent was set at $37,800. The 2nd floor rent was $2,400 per month, while the 3rd floor was $3,000, with a deposit and agency fee amounting to half the rent, totaling $5,400. The value was indeed justified, though not particularly high-end. The community radiated cleanliness and order, a significant improvement over Bai Shujia's previous rental. Moreover, This community, built in the early 90s, featured 12 stories and an elevator, with excellent soundproofing that allowed for peace as long as one refrained from excessive noise. Despite Baishujia's internal conflict, it seemed manageable. After helping with the move and dining at a nearby restaurant, they had settled in, and by 1 o'clock, Baishujia, fatigued from the morning's exertions, collapsed onto the sofa. This sofa was favored by Wang Anbai for its spaciousness, and he lounged lazily, his fingers absently pinching his elastic jeans. "Sister Bai, could you do me a favor?" Wang Anbai always remembered his tasks. Baishujia's eyes widened, astonished by the young man's stamina. "Aren't you tired?" "Not at all," he replied, while she felt utterly drained. "I am." Baishujia's voice trembled as she shrank further into the sofa. Wang Anbai realized his image was entirely ruined. "What I meant to say is, I would like you to be my girlfriend." Baishujia's breath hitched noticeably, avoiding his gaze. The atmosphere suddenly thickened. Wang Anbai gently prodded. "Haven't you figured out yet?" "Why? You must have plenty of options for girlfriends, right?" Baishujia had no desire to probe further. The question felt like a thorn, piercing her heart even as she pressed it deeper. The truth often shattered the last remnants of her remaining fantasies. Yet, curiously at this juncture, where events should have unfolded differently, she exhibited no signs of resistance, regardless of the nature of their relationship. Why was this young man so insistent on tearing down this barrier? Was it sympathy? "I don't have a girlfriend," Wang Anbai revealed candidly. Baishujia did not hesitate. "You will find someone better. Don't waste your time." Wang Anbai, clearing his throat, replied, "I meant to say, why do you consistently undervalue yourself? Self-deprecation serves only to create endless mental strain and suffering. Life is too short to live for the perceptions of others. Those idle gossipers are irrelevant. What matters is how you perceive yourself." Baishujia's eyelashes fluttered, her lips pressed tightly together. Wang Anbai rose from the sofa. "I'll come by again tomorrow." "Wait," Baishujia called out, detaching a key from the bunch. "You forgot your key." Wang Anbai chuckled softly, playfully pinching her delicate cheek before accepting the key. "Don't be too handsy." Baishujia turned her head, her ears turning slightly pink. "I just wanted to ensure the key wouldn't get lost. That's why I entrusted you with it." "Understood," Wang Anbai said, shaking the keys. "From now on, if you mention a lost key, I'll understand immediately." He thought to himself that mature women were simply too alluring. Such veiled implications stirred something within him. Baishujia's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a shy glance. "You think too much." Wang Anbai smiled silently, hoping that by then, her resolve would still be intact. However, her act of voluntarily handing over the key suggested that her defenses were beginning to wane. "Be my girlfriend?" He suddenly pressed closer, cupping her warm face between his hands, trapping her between the sofa and his chest. "Or else, there will be consequences." Baishujia's eyelashes trembled as she averted her gaze, her eyes falling to his Adam's apple. Wang Anbai, captivated by her luscious lips, leaned down to claim her in a kiss that brooked no refusal. Baishujia's fingers quivered as she closed her eyes, responding to the kiss with an undeniable fervor. Wang Anbai brushed his fingertips over her moist lips. "Give me an answer." Baishujia imperceptibly nodded, her eyes glistening with moisture, a tender vulnerability that was utterly endearing. With this appearance, combined with her alluring pear-shaped curves, Wang Anbai would have eagerly handed over the keys if not for other pressing matters that afternoon. "Tomorrow evening, I shall return to see you." "Not possible." Baishujia quickly objected. "I need to pick up Qian and my mother tomorrow, and then I must go to the hospital." "Very well," Wang Anbai replied with a mischievous grin as he shook the keys. "If by any chance the keys get lost, do remember to call me." "Understood." Stepping out of the community, Wang Anbai's list has gained yet another name. His girlfriend, Baishujia. She ought to be the kind of woman who lives in the envy of all, with her exquisite beauty and alluring figure, complemented by a rare and gentle demeanor. Yet, fate has played a cruel trick on her. A shattered marriage and a daughter afflicted with a hereditary blood disease have compelled this resilient woman to forsake all the trappings of femininity to support her family. To this day, she has never asked for anything, not even a hint of desire, and Wang Anbai is well aware that he is unable to offer any promises, especially since there are still 2 other significant women in his life. Nonetheless, he is determined to provide this woman, who has been dealt a harsh hand by life, with a taste of sweetness. Though he may exhibit a touch of roguishness and a hint of emotional manipulation, he is, at heart, a good man, one who is not under duress to be virtuous. As he pondered, a system notification echoed in his mind. Advanced task, simultaneously date 2 girlfriends, achieving a minimum affection level of 60 for both. Reward, random premium reward. Distributing random premium reward. Finally, he had completed the task, and Wang Anbai was overwhelmed with joy. Only he knew the extent of the moral turmoil this task had caused him, a steadfast advocate of pure love. and the sleepless nights spent in torment. Before he knew it, he found himself at the pinnacle of the rogue hierarchy, effortlessly surpassing 80% of his peers. Cursed be the system task. It had transformed this once innocent romantic into a veritable king of the dating arena. Random premium reward distribution. Skill, treasure detection. Treasure detection. Accurately perceive the location of unclaimed valuable items within a 100-mile radius and continuously guide the host to acquire them. CD, 7 days. The skill seems quite impressive, vastly superior to the previous one. However, it leaves a nagging feeling that one might easily slip away unnoticed. So it is imperative to refrain from any immoral conduct. Wang Anbai hailed a taxi by the roadside, uttering the name Dexing Building, and then fell into deep contemplation. He suddenly realized that since his rebirth, he had not even owned a car, which felt rather pitiful. It was the system's lack of support. Even more embarrassing was that it seemed he hadn't even obtained a driver's license in this lifetime. Dexing Building, a high-end local cuisine restaurant in Haishur. Inside a private room, a crystal chandelier cast a warm glow. Shun Mu, Zhong Yinshu, sat at the head of the table, her gaze flitting between her two daughters, her eyes betraying an unmistakable fondness. Clad in an elegant black chiffon gown adorned with intricate yet understated Su embroidery, and with only a jade bracelet on her wrist, she exuded a subtle aura of refinement. While she bore some resemblance to Shun Ruching, it was not the sort that would be instantly recognizable on the street. Today, she appeared even more spirited than usual, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes smoothed out. Ching. Zhong Yinshu grasped her daughter's slender hand. It's been nearly half a year since we last saw each other, and yet you seem so glum upon my return. I had no idea my absence would affect you so. She was well aware of her daughter's cold demeanor towards everyone, yet she feigned ignorance in a manner that was all too familiar. Shun Ruching raised her gaze, her icy stare meeting her mother's. You could have chosen not to return. Oh, you child. Zhong Yinshu reached out to caress her daughter's cheek, only for Shun Ruching to turn her head away to avoid the gesture. Tian Susu still vividly recalled her initial encounter with this scene. In the same private room with the same trio, she remembered how she had sat frozen in her chair, feeling as though she had unwittingly stumbled into a significant family conflict, her discomfort akin to sitting on pins and needles, wishing to vanish entirely. It was only through repeated exposure that she came to understand this was simply the way they interacted. Zhong Yinshu inquired again. Have you visited your grandparents these past few days? Shun Ruching nodded slightly. I went last weekend. Your grandparents doted on you immensely, but they seem to harbor some resentment towards me. Your mother, Zhong Yinshu. As the saying goes, a daughter-in-law is not raised by her mother-in-law. The layers of separation can create deep chasms. In my youth, I often clashed with your grandmother, and when I faced difficulties, I would vent my frustrations on your father. Even now, she greets me with a frosty demeanor, but she genuinely cares for you. Thank goodness I bore daughters. Had I given birth to a son, I can only imagine the trials I would have faced. Tian Susu nearly blurted out. Your son-in-law is even more infuriating. Shun Ruching's expression darkened. Could you refrain from saying everything that comes to mind? Zhong Yinshu smiled nonchalantly. It's just the three of us here. What is there that cannot be said? Tian Susu privately lamented. Clearly, Miss Shun's intention was to suggest that even in the presence of her own daughters, such domestic matters need not be discussed in such detail. But, alas, these life experiences will eventually be understood in due course. Zhong Yinshu fixed her intense gaze upon her daughter, shifting the topic. Wang Anbai, our little classmate, should be arriving soon. Shun Ruching turned her attention to her close friend. Tian Susu trembled slightly. After 2 years of observing the dynamic between this mother and daughter, the flames of familial conflict had finally drawn closer to her. He's already on his way. It should only be a few minutes, she murmured, feeling inexplicably anxious, her fingers fidgeting on her lap. Zhong Yinshu's gaze remained on her daughter. Ching, don't you know? Why should I? Shun Ruching replied coolly, meeting her mother's gaze with unwavering detachment. Zhong Yinshu, unfazed, smiled more brightly. I've heard that High University has been quite lively lately. Do share with me, dear. I would know, was Shun Ruching's curt response, her porcelain-like face revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. And Susu? Zhong Yinshu redirected, her eyes glinting with mischief. I'm sure you have some insights? Tian Susu felt overwhelmed, caught between them, wishing they could just lay their cards on the table instead of leaving her in discomfort. Well, I do know some things, but they're merely rumors. Really? Zhong Yinshu remarked with a knowing tone. Fortunately, they're just rumors. Otherwise, one might think I've painstakingly raised my daughter for 20 years only for her to be so easily given away. Tian Susu stole a glance at her close friend, who remained as composed as ever, unable to provoke a quarrel. After all, if there were to be an argument, it would only be Shen Ruching who would come off worse, as was always the case. Zhong Yinshu turned to both of them. Do you know why I invited Wang Anbai today? Shen Ruching pursed her lips in silence. What else could it be? Surely you saw the post. Tian Susu interjected, feigning ignorance. Zhong Yinshu set down her teacup. During my last phone call with Qingqing, I heard a boy's laughter in the background, sounding so close, it had to be him. During the call, he dared to whisper right next to my daughter's ear, and that post implied that Qingqing was the one pursuing him. Zhong Yinshu was quite irate. Yet, what bewildered her more was that her own daughter didn't seem the least bit upset. It was true that Qingqing had indeed taken the initiative, albeit for a reason. But her daughter had so many alternative solutions at her disposal, yet she chose the one with the most comments. As any mother would know, having devoted 20 years to raising her daughter, it felt like a slap in the face. Frantic after seeing the post the next day, she hurried back to Haishur to confront this scoundrel. She couldn't relax without ensuring everything was in order. If he lacked character, he could simply leave. But if he proved worthy, she would not only support him, but encourage Qingqing to expand her social circle and perhaps even change her demeanor. In the end, she had hoped her daughter would make friends, only for her to end up with a boyfriend. Zhong Yinshu reluctantly accepted the reality that her daughter would eventually marry. However, she feared that her daughter might remain indifferent to men, and at over 30 years old, she could end up alone. Tian Susu tilted her head, glancing at her best friend. A phone call? Why was I unaware of this? It seems these two have their own little secrets behind my back. The effort she invested in matchmaking suddenly felt like a betrayal. What happened to the trio? Why did they leave me out? Truly, a girl must not remain at home for too long. Zhong Yinshu sighed softly, feeling helpless about her daughter's cool demeanor. She had witnessed all those actions in the video. What was there left to conceal? One should not heed rumors without basis. Shen Ruching furrowed her delicate brow. Zhong Yinshu's knowing expression suggested she had seen through it all. I thought you would mention that he is Susu's boyfriend. Regardless, it seems this future son-in-law is here to stay. Under the icy gaze of her friend, Tian Susu straightened her neck defiantly. Wang Anbai is indeed my boyfriend. Zhong Yinshu slightly turned her head toward her, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of her mouth. Tian Susu felt a pang of guilt, yet she stood firm. It's true. No lying to Mom. Zhong Yinshu looked at Tian Susu with her usual affectionate gaze. Shen Ruching regarded her friend with a cool stare. Tian Susu felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles, caught between her beloved friend and her godmother. Despite not spending much time with this elder, the affection shown was no less than that given to a biological daughter. Shen Ruching ensured she was never neglected. All because of that scoundrel. It's entirely his fault. As the air grew tense, Zhong Yinshu let out a soft chuckle. You two silly girls. Tian Susu breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't fear that gripped her, but an unwillingness to betray such rare affection. Shen Ruching knew she could not deceive her. This insistence was merely a ploy to halt her mother's inquiries and her incessant matchmaking. By claiming Wang Anbai was Susu's boyfriend, she would leave Zhong Yinshu with no recourse. Zhong Yinshu elegantly rested her chin on her hand, half-jokingly remarking, I've watched his debate videos. They were rather mediocre. An educated mind should be nimble. Susu, why don't you tell your mother more about this prospective son-in-law? After all, both were her daughters, regardless of circumstances. He was indeed a future son-in-law. Tian Susu, in a fit of defiance, blurted, Wang Anbai is truly not a good person. Just then, the door to the private room creaked open, and a uniformed waiter stepped aside to let Wang Anbai enter with a smile. Upon arrival, he overheard Tian Susu disparaging him. Their first meeting had utterly tarnished his image. He quickly scanned the three of them. The woman seated at the head of the table was undoubtedly Shen's mother, possessing a resemblance to Shen Ruching, albeit limited, and appearing younger than her actual age. Her presence exuded a quiet strength, akin to a tranquil ancient well, calm on the surface yet brimming with hidden currents. Wang Anbai's first impression of her was thus, and he activated his golden finger. His favorability rating fluctuated around 32, which was quite acceptable for a first encounter. Guanning's score hovered around 60, boosted by the sheer weight of stereotypes. She resembled a male lead from a romantic drama. Wang Anbai considered giving her a glimpse of the domineering characters from such dramas tomorrow, but faced with a tricky dilemma, he pondered where to sit. As Shen's mother had a guest on either side, Shen Ruching hastily signaled to her friend, prompting Tian Susu to reluctantly guide Wang Anbai to the seat beside her. This is my classmate, Wang Anbai, Tian Susu introduced dryly. At that moment, she was presenting him as her boyfriend to her best friend's mother. Yet he was technically her friend's boyfriend. Although they had not confirmed their relationship, the melodrama felt excessively cliché, reminiscent of a high society romance. which made Tian Susu feel quite uncomfortable. Zhong Yinshu was slightly taken aback. Having seen his photograph numerous times, the refined aura that surrounded him exceeded her expectations. Just as on the video, he was indeed handsome. Zhong Yinshu smiled warmly, exuding kindness. I am Qingqing's mother. You may call me Aunt Zhong. Wang Anbai politely replied, Hello. Aunt Zhong. With everyone present, she inquired, Anbai, do you have any favorite dishes? Aunt, I'm not picky. Anything is fine, he responded. Zhong Yinshu raised an eyebrow. Not picky? Wang Anbai asked, should I be? Zhong Yinshu began to signal the waiter to bring out the dishes. At that moment, Wang Anbai's gaze fell upon the two friends. Shen Ruqing wore a white puff-sleeve blouse crafted from luxurious fabric that shimmered with a lustrous sheen. The hem tucked into a black high-waisted skirt that perfectly accentuated her slender waist. The contrast of the white blouse against her fair skin lent her an ethereal quality. Upon entering, Wang Anbai had also noticed her white high-heeled shoes, the straps wrapping around her delicate ankles, exposing a fair portion of her foot. Against the backdrop of her black skirt, her feet resembled precious gems, irresistibly alluring. With legs that were nothing short of art, adorned with exquisite heels. Wang Anbai felt an overwhelming admiration. Tian Susu had also dressed with subtle intention. Her white off-the-shoulder top showcased her delicate collarbone and enviable shoulder line, gleaming under the light with a pearlescent sheen, paired with jeans that flattered her leg proportions. She maintained a soft, smoky eye that deepened her features, with wavy golden brown hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an undeniable aura of confidence. The different styles of makeup rendered her no less stunning than Shen Ruqing. Together, this pair of friends would undoubtedly turn heads on the street. After instructing the waiter, Zhong Yinshu turned back to Wang Anbai, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. My daughter mentioned that you are currently dating her? Wang Anbai was momentarily at a loss for words. Shen's mother's straightforwardness caught him off guard, especially since they had previously agreed he would pretend to be Tian Susu's boyfriend. Had the plan changed? Mom, Tian Susu interjected playfully. Please don't put him on the spot. He is a bit shy. Mom? Wang Anbai began to piece together the situation, realizing that Shen's mother, who seemed poised and reserved, was actually quite cunning. The two women, though differing in temperament, shared a core trait of being quite shrewd. Wang Anbai raised an eyebrow at Shen Ruqing, his eyes filled with skepticism. How could such a clever woman be fooled by such a clumsy lie? Shen Ruqing, serious and resolute, nodded with an undeniable certainty in her cool gaze. Wang Anbai was almost amused. He thought to himself that she shouldn't assume her charm could deceive him. He felt a growing sense of unease, fearing that following Shen Ruqing's script would lead him down a treacherous path filled with unpleasant outcomes. Yet, he had little choice at the moment. Zhong Yinshu casually initiated small talk. Is your family from around here? My family hails from Engshi, Wang Anbai replied. So, we are indeed fellow townsfolk, Zhong Yinshu mused, taking a sip of tea before casually asking. Did you attend Engshi No. 1 High School? Yes, he confirmed. Knowing this information was not confidential. What a coincidence, Zhong Yinshu remarked, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. Qingqing also attended Engshi No. 1 High School and was in the same year as you. She cast a worried glance at her daughter. Having known each other for years, they had managed to keep their relationship completely under wraps, even to the extent of not knowing how far it had progressed. Zhong Yinshu's heart was undeniably wounded, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a jolt of apprehension. God forbid, she thought, let there not be a child. If it came to that, regardless of her son-in-law's character, she would have to accept him with a pinch of salt. Yet, even a poor character could be amended under the guidance of her grandfather and father. As it stood, without children, Zhong Yinshu sighed deeply within. After all these years, they were likely irrevocably entwined. What troubled her even more was the fear that her daughter was utterly ensnared by this young man before her. Shen Ruqing never confided her worries to her parents, which made Zhong Yinshu's suspicions all the more understandable. Did they have younger siblings? No. Wang Anbai sensed a sudden surge of warmth in her gaze. What had transpired? He discreetly glanced at the favorability rating, which remained unchanged at 32. Were her parents still in good health? They were both quite well. Zhong Yinshu inquired further about familial matters, to which Wang Anbai responded dutifully. It was always prudent to present oneself as a well-mannered and considerate young man in the presence of a potential future mother-in-law. Of course, if faced with a superficial mother-in-law, no amount of feigned politeness or exemplary behavior would spare one from the underlying disdain that permeated the family. Perhaps it would be better to upend the table, letting her witness what true audacity looked like. To wield the daughter as leverage over the entire family, with the father-in-law toasting, the mother-in-law lighting cigarettes, and the younger sisters offering massages, what a splendid display of respect that would be. Shen Ruqing could no longer bear to watch. She was on the verge of revealing Wang Anbai's identity card number. She signaled to her friend, Su Su, to intervene. Su Su, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. Reluctant to get involved, she had come to understand the dynamics at play. In this unspoken battle between mother and daughter, she and Wang Anbai were mere pawns caught in the crossfire. Zhong Yunshu relentlessly pressed on, determined to pry open her daughter's tightly shut heart, while Shun Ruching stubbornly fortified her defenses, attempting to evade the confrontation. In their back and forth, she and Wang Anbai had unwittingly become victims, used as weapons in this maternal duel. Seeing her unreliable friend falter, Shun Ruching decided to take matters into her own hands. "Mom, please stop asking about these things." Her voice carried a hint of helplessness. Zhong Yunshu cast a mournful glance at her daughter, retorting, "If I don't inquire, do you expect her to reveal it herself?" "Yes, not my own son." Shun Ruching, stung by the veiled insinuation, furrowed her brow, her expression growing colder. "Then by all means, treat him as your son." "Isn't Su Su also considered your daughter?" Wang Anbai panicked. This morally convoluted situation was untenable. Zhong Yunshu adopted a stern demeanor, chiding, "Nonsense. Anbai is my legitimate future son-in-law." "Isn't that right, Su Su?" The startled Su Su nodded numbly, her heart already flooded with tears. "Aunt, your penchant for theatrics is rather excessive. Just lay it bare and I'll confess my guilt." Zhong Yunshu turned her gaze to Wang Anbai, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. "What does Anbai think? You must think this through." Shun Ruching's icy gaze swept over, her long lashes casting delicate shadows on her porcelain skin. Su Su leaned back against her chair, her eyes betraying her delight at the unfolding drama. Finally, someone was there to share the brunt of this mother-daughter conflict. Wang Anbai found himself acutely aware of the familial strife. Dealing with one parent was already a headache, and he could only imagine what was to come. It was clear that this was no casual chat. Rather, a subtle tug-of-war between mother and daughter. He had heard Su Su mention that Shun Ruching's relationship with her parents was distant, with only her grandparents being close. But he had not anticipated the rift between her and her mother to be so profound. Such familial dynamics were indeed worrisome. Despite their contrasting personalities, their stubbornness was strikingly similar, making harmonious coexistence a formidable challenge. It seemed nearly impossible for this mother-daughter duo to enjoy a warm, familial bond akin to that of an ordinary household. The question arose, which side should he align with? While he pondered, the waiter began serving the dishes. Wang Anbai silently thanked his lucky stars and suggested, "The dishes are nearly served. Let us enjoy our meal." Yet, none of the three reached for their chopsticks. 6 pairs of eyes fixated on him as if glued in place. Feeling like a clown, Wang Anbai reluctantly set down the chopsticks he had just picked up and surveyed the trio. Su Su's gleeful anticipation was palpable, as she seemed to relish the unfolding chaos. On the surface, Shun Yunshu appeared calm and composed, yet beneath her placid exterior, turbulent currents stirred. Shun Ruching and Wang Anbai were momentarily taken aback. Her usually aloof eyes now sparkled with an unusual seriousness, a look he had never seen on her before. It seemed she was particularly invested in his response. Chapter 65. The Mother-in-Law's Scrutiny. Often, many situations appear to present choices, yet in reality, they do not. They merely deceive you. Much like a mobile app, to enhance your experience, we require access to your photos, contacts, location, and microphone. You may choose to decline only to be met with a prompt saying, "Goodbye." It seems as though there's a right to refuse, when in truth, one can only choose to uninstall. Life may seem to offer choices at every turn, yet more often than not, it merely requires one to adjust their stance in accepting reality. However, if one were to click agree, the app might exclaim, "Damn it, you poor soul. A plethora of spam is wasting my time." In summary, Wang Anbai currently found himself in such a predicament. Helping Zhong Yunshu to speak the truth could earn him a crucial vote, but at the cost of losing a long-legged goddess. Conversely, aiding Shun Ruching in maintaining the facade would mean sacrificing a vital vote, with the potential of losing that same goddess. Thus, he had no choice but to side with the long-legged goddess, relegating the mother-in-law to a mere afterthought. Yet this mother-in-law was far too astute, operating on a completely different level than the carefree young lady he had previously teased. If he miscalculated his approach, he risked incurring her ire, leading to unpleasant consequences in the future. Though she appeared amiable and playful, she was undoubtedly a formidable figure, a leader of a conglomerate with sharp wits. Zhong Yunshu observed Wang Anbai with a steady gaze, a smile slowly curving her lips. She was genuinely curious about where this young man would align himself. She felt that inviting Wang Anbai today was fortuitous, not only to assess her daughter, but also because today's youth proved quite intriguing. "Anbai," she softened her tone, her voice warm Don't be anxious. We're merely engaging in casual conversation. Wang Anbai felt a wave of frustration. He would bide his time to unleash his grievances upon her daughter later. "And Zhong," he replied. Zhong Yinshu's eyes glimmered. The moment had arrived. Wang Anbai stood firm. A son-in-law is akin to a son. What Ruching said is entirely reasonable. It seemed that in his previous life, he hadn't been reprimanded enough. Otherwise, he might have directly called her mom. Shen Ruching unconsciously released a breath, the inexplicable tension she had felt earlier now surfacing in recognition. This awareness made her frown slightly, puzzled as to why she cared so much about Wang Anbai's choice of allegiance. Zhong Yinshu appeared somewhat disappointed by his answer, finding it too diplomatic. Choices themselves are neither right nor wrong, but if Wang Anbai had chosen her side, she would have simply dismissed him. Someone who seeks to please others at the expense of betraying his girlfriend is not worth trusting. With the dishes finally laid out, she picked up the serving chopsticks and offered Wang Anbai a piece of fish. "Son-in-law, try this. It's fresh river fish from the Yangtze. The meat is exceptionally tender." "Thank you, mother-in-law." Wang Anbai thought she was mocking his delicate stomach, a critical point given that his digestion was quite poor. Zhong Yinshu chuckled lightly. "You are getting quite adept at calling me mother-in-law." Wang Anbai raised an eyebrow and then chuckled. "I, along with Susu and Qingqing, will certainly be filial to you in the future. Just consider me your own son." A son-in-law is akin to a son. Having two sons-in-law is logically equivalent to having a biological son. Zhong Yinshu placed her chopsticks down on the plate, saying, "Stop putting on this act with Qingqing. Don't you tire of it? As if you're not acting yourself." Wang Anbai lifted his gaze towards Shen Ruching, his eyes inquiring, implying that it was entirely up to her. Shen Ruching was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated his behavior to be so unlike his usual roguish self, unexpectedly docile and obedient. She found herself preferring this version of Wang Anbai. Shen Ruching subtly shook her head. Zhong Yinshu was quite pleased with Wang Anbai's performance, recognizing that he had sought her daughter's opinion beforehand. She turned to Shen Ruching, her tone softening. "The reason I nag you is that I worry about your character. It's all our fault, your father and I, for having such a significant influence on you. It's too late to feel guilty now, but seeing you with a boyfriend has put my mind at ease. As for your romantic affairs, I wouldn't dream of meddling. I have enough messes to deal with at the company to spare any energy for that. Be honest with me. How far have you two progressed?" Shen Ruching's cold eyes flickered with a ripple, and she replied frostily, "It's nothing." Truly, it was nothing, otherwise Anbai wouldn't be here. Zhong Yinshu understood her daughter's disposition, dismissing the baseless claims without a second thought. The mere fact that she allowed Wang Anbai to come over and play this charade indicated her concern. Shen Ruching pressed her lips together, her long eyelashes casting shadows, while her earlobes, as delicate as jade, flushed faintly, a striking contrast against her pale skin. Such translucent skin could hardly conceal her inner thoughts. Zhong Yinshu tenderly reached out to touch her daughter's warm earlobes, only to have Shen Ruching turn her head aside. Resigned, Zhong Yinshu gracefully withdrew her hand, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Having said I wouldn't interfere, you may proceed however you wish." Wang Anbai sighed inwardly, appreciating the warmth of the scene before him and wondering why they needed to engage in this covert rivalry. Moreover, Aunt Zhong was indeed a master at handling the aloof goddess. Her approach was deftly infused with sincerity, care, and a touch of vulnerability, all brimming with affection. Wang Anbai felt he had much to learn and resolved to try his hand at this with Shen Ruching when the opportunity arose. "Anbai, how far along are you?" Zhong Yinshu suddenly directed her gaze at him. Shen Ruching lifted her head, shooting him a glare that warned him against speaking out of turn. "Didn't you just say you wouldn't ask?" Wang Anbai thought to himself that if he were to recount how he had bullied Shen Ruching in detail, it could very well lead to his demise. There's really no progress. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yinshu's brows relaxed. Observing the two, it didn't seem as though they had been dating for long, and her earlier concerns appeared to have been unfounded. Shifting her focus, she began to assess each of them. "Susu, your performance has improved remarkably. You dare to team up with Qingqing to deceive me." Tian Susu, caught off guard, realized she had inadvertently offended both sides. "It was Qingqing who forced me. I'll settle the score with you later." Zhong Yinshu feigned anger as she remarked, "Your acting was quite commendable. A mother-in-law's word is not to be taken lightly." Wang Anbai was no pushover like Tian Susu. Though their act was merely for show, he did not take the title of mother-in-law lightly. "No more of this sweet talk in the future," Zhong Yinshu admonished sternly. "Understood," Wang Anbai replied, recognizing that a man ought to be more composed. Zhong Yinshu continued, "Qingqing's father is a remarkably steady individual. In our youth, I found him excessively dull, which was a frequent source of our quarrels. It took time for me to understand that this steadiness, like a fine aged wine, only grows richer with time. Wang Anbai was astonished. Was this truly something he could hear? Tian Susu subtly leaned in closer, her half-body nearly resting against Wang Anbai's shoulder, whispering. To speak so candidly indicates that your future mother-in-law has temporarily accepted you as one of her own. The warmth of her breath was laced with a hint of perfume. As she leaned, the delicate white lace of her top subtly revealed her collarbone and neck, glistening under the light. The design of this garment was indeed quite exquisite. Wang Anbai's throat moved slightly. He nodded nonchalantly and then turned to Shen Ruqing, seeking her confirmation. Was it truly so? Shen Ruqing abruptly turned her face away. The graceful curve of her long neck accentuated, with only the tips of her ears revealing a faint blush. At the dining table, Zhong Yinshu and Tian Susu dominated the conversation, while Wang Anbai only chimed in when questioned. Suddenly, a phone rang. Zhong Yinshu glanced at the caller ID and gracefully stood up, saying, "I'll take this call." Tian Susu inquired with concern, "Is it about work again?" This had become a frequent occurrence. Zhong Yinshu nodded helplessly. "Even during meals, I can't find peace. I'll probably be occupied for a while. You all continue eating." Once Zhong Yinshu's figure vanished through the door, Wang Anbai immediately turned to Tian Susu. "You've had quite a bit to drink, haven't you?" Tian Susu blinked. "I was nervous earlier, so I ended up sweating a lot. I'm especially thirsty now." Wang Anbai pointed at her hands. "You made quite a mess peeling shrimp." "Just wipe it off," Tian Susu said dismissively, shaking her fingers. "Go wash them," Wang Anbai insisted. Suddenly, Tian Susu seemed to grasp his intent, a sly smile spreading across her face. "If you want to send me away, just say so. Don't worry, my godmother said this will take at least 20 minutes, maybe even longer." With that, she stood up and walked toward the door. Shen Ruqing's cool voice immediately rang out, "I'll go with you." However, before Shen Ruqing could rise, Tian Susu had already darted to the door, winking at Wang Anbai as she closed it behind her. With the door softly shutting, only the two of them remained in the room. Wang Anbai moved to the seat beside Shen Ruqing, but before he could sit down, she attempted to leave. Quick as a flash, he grasped her wrist. "Let us talk." "Let go." Wang Anbai appeared unfazed, exerting just enough pressure to draw her back into her seat, then turned to look at her. Shen Ruqing's cheeks, framed by the pure white fabric, appeared even more striking, cold and distant, yet ethereal. Wang Anbai noticed that when she wore white, she exuded a celestial coolness, whereas in black, she radiated an ascetic detachment. A girl's beauty is most fundamentally determined by four aspects: appearance, temperament, figure, and posture. Shen Ruqing possessed all four, as if the heavens themselves had conspired to bestow her with grace, making any attire she donned uniquely enchanting. Wang Anbai's thumb grazed her porcelain wrist. "I've been helping you today, unlike that traitor Tian Susu." A strange sensation coursed through Shen Ruqing as his skin brushed against hers. Yet, she forced herself to maintain composure, raising her gaze with a voice that, though soft, brooked no argument. "Let go." Wang Anbai was not easily intimidated by her demeanor. Indeed, she was not truly resisting, merely comforted by her own belief in being passive. If she truly wanted to oppose him, she would have long since sunk into the depths. Wang Anbai had come to understand her well. Every time their relationship began to warm, it only took a brief moment for Shen Ruqing to revert to her cold, distant self, as if nothing had transpired, returning everything to the starting point. Their relationship was akin to a delicate balance, more familiar than strangers, yet far less intimate than lovers. Wang Anbai even suspected that she possessed some sort of hard drive in her mind, formatting itself automatically each time she fell asleep. In a game that she enjoyed playing, they always started from the first level, and anyone would grow weary of such a routine. Pursuing Shen Ruqing is akin to navigating through the depths of hell, a challenge that Wang Anbai finds both infuriating and inescapable. "I assisted you today. Aren't you going to express your gratitude?" he inquires. "Thank you," she replies. "Do you have any idea about the immense pressure I faced while confronting your mother?" "I had to tread carefully and thoughtfully," Wang Anbai laments. Shen Ruqing raises an eyebrow. "And what do you desire?" Wang Anbai, with a smile, responds, "Your mother has already consented to this union, so how about becoming my girlfriend?" Shen Ruqing sees through his intentions, her cold gaze shimmering with amusement. "Do you truly believe I would acquiesce?" Thus, he reveals his ulterior motive: "Allow me to embrace you." Once the psychological barrier is breached, it flows forth like a deluge, rendering further restraint futile. This first embrace would tacitly permit countless subsequent intimacies. Ordinarily, such an act would be formatted by Shen Ruqing, yet she recalls that they have technically embraced before, albeit without her explicit consent. Gaining her approval for this embrace would be far more intriguing, especially since it involves Shunruching. That won't do, she declines. After being rebuffed, Wang Anbai senses that no matter what he says, she would likely agree, without needing to appeal to emotions. Susu has betrayed me, but I have not, he muses. Well, consider it a form of recompense. Shunruching tries to rationalize her response. Before Wang Anbai made his choice, she felt an inexplicable tension, akin to a clingy pet cat about to leap into another's arms, filled with unexplainable anger and disappointment. Yet, once he made his decision, an indescribable sense of relief washed over her, unclear but evidently reassuring. Thus, embracing him was inconsequential, especially since he had already taken advantage of her. She quickly added, but not here. Then it shall remain a debt, Wang Anbai chuckled, his gaze lingering on her waist. But how about some interest? Today her attire, slightly puffy on the top and abruptly cinched at the waist, visually accentuated her delicate form. What interest? Shunruching was still processing the interaction when Wang Anbai answered with action. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist, easily encircling her with one arm, even with room to spare. The sudden intimacy caused Shunruching's heart to race. Her earlobes flushed crimson, and her long neck took on a faint rosy hue, striking against her pale skin. Her gaze instinctively darted towards the door, her entire being tense. Wang Anbai's palm rested against her delicate waist, his fingers gently tightening. One must admit, the fabric of her clothing was exquisite, soft yet structured, a testament to its quality. Beneath it, her waist was firm and supple, the elastic texture tightening beneath his touch. Feeling his movements, Shunruching's body stiffened, tiny beads of perspiration forming on her alabaster skin. Let go, she urged. Wang Anbai exerted a slight pressure, drawing her closer. Suddenly, they were face to face, their noses mere inches apart, their warm breaths intertwining. He boldly declared, I do not wish for you to continually suppress your emotions, and I yearn to understand your innermost thoughts. Do you have feelings for me? Shunruching's heart raced wildly. In this exhilarating yet ambiguous moment, particularly when he posed that question, she found herself somewhat dazed, her thoughts sluggish. The distinction between affection and aversion blurred. I don't know, she stammered. Wang Anbai was convinced that indicates you do like me. Do you dislike me? Not at all. Then indeed, you like me very much. Wang Anbai's gaze was fixed upon her exquisite features, momentarily captivated. Her innate coolness juxtaposed with the flush of her skin and her slightly dazed eyes created an irresistible allure. His attention fell upon her delicate lips, and he swallowed hard. I can. No. Why not? My mother is still outside. Wang Anbai chuckled, realizing it wasn't tea about his own reservations. Shunruching felt his face magnifying in her vision. Should she close her eyes? Perhaps she ought to. Wang Anbai gazed at her compliant, yet undeniably enticing demeanor, amusement flickering in his eyes. Feeling a sense of vindication, he teased, I'll grant you a chance to reconsider. Her long eyelashes trembled, casting fragmented shadows upon her skin. Yet she remained steadfastly closed-eyed. This time, no formatting. Wang Anbai approached without hesitation. Moments later, Shunruching abruptly opened her eyes wide. Confronted with a reality far from her imagination, she pushed against Wang Anbai's chest, but her feeble attempts were futile, further weakened by the moment's softness. This display bore a resemblance to coy reluctance. Wang Anbai caught her flustered gaze, a triumphant smile dancing in his eyes. The instant their eyes met, Shunruching promptly shut her eyes again, surrendering to the futility of resistance. Just then, the sound of the door lock turning echoed ominously. Wang Anbai's mind raced with a singular thought. Tian Susu has led me astray. Where was the promised 20 minutes? This was barely 5. Shunruching trembled. Her face no longer merely flushed, but crimson enough to draw blood. She tightly shut her eyes, her long lashes quivering, unwilling to confront the impending embarrassment. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her. Let it be. Chapter 67. You arrived just in time. Her lips, as delicate as jade, exuded an unexpectedly soft fragrance. Even Wang Anbai, seasoned as he was, felt an unprecedented thrill. The allure of conquering an ordinary flower paled in comparison to the challenge of winning over this ethereal blossom. Provided, of course, that he didn't drown in the depths of despair. Imagine if Zhong Yinshu merely stepped out to take a phone call and returned to find her cherished jewel, nurtured for 20 years, being devoured by a recently acquainted rogue. She would likely be enraged to the point of explosion. If her temper flared uncontrollably, she might have already stormed into the kitchen to retrieve a knife. Before Wang Anbai could retreat from this intimate embrace, he found himself ensnared. Shunruching leaned weakly against him, her slender arms resting between them, but lacking the strength to resist. She seemed resigned to her fate. Unlike other girls who dream of a romantic first kiss, Shinruching found herself facing an utterly unromantic predicament, fraught with impending embarrassment. Wang Anbai held her firmly, and amidst the charged atmosphere, a rush of unexplainable emotion surged through him. Anticipation, fear, warmth, and reassurance swirled within him like boiling water, leaving him dizzy. Then, he unconsciously closed his eyes. Afterward, Wang Anbai even offered her a chance to retract her decision, yet it felt like nothing more than blatant humiliation. She remained silent. His approach was not gentle, but rather fervent. Any semblance of protest on her part was merely symbolic. In that moment, those thoughts whirled through Shinruching's mind, leaving her seething with humiliation and anger. This scoundrel was utterly insufferable. As she contemplated the inevitable gaze of her mother or her friends, she felt utterly lost. It was all this scoundrel's fault. In an instant, as the door creaked open, she did not shy away, but instead bit down fiercely. Creak! The door creaked open gently. A sharp sting on his tongue made Wang Anbai gasp. Yet he instinctively turned his gaze toward the entrance. Shinruching, too embarrassed to open her eyes, maintained her original posture, her delicate form languidly nestled in Wang Anbai's embrace. Her body, taut with shame, trembled ever so slightly. Perhaps this was the way to endure it all. If she simply kept her eyes shut, then none of this had transpired. A classic case of self-deception. What a tangled web. Tian Susu's eyes widened in shock. Her lips parted slightly, as if struck by lightning, frozen at the threshold. She clearly witnessed the moment the silver thread snapped as the two parted, shattering her understanding. How could the aloof goddess, known for her cold demeanor towards everyone, exhibit such an unseemly display? No, it was the fact that she could reveal such a vibrant side that left her flabbergasted. Gazing at her close friend's tightly shut eyes and slightly parted, dewy red lips, a blush blooming on her porcelain skin, Tian Susu felt an overwhelming sense of unreality wash over her. Upon realizing it was her, Wang Anbai's tense back relaxed. The weight on his heart lifted. For Shinruching, it hardly mattered who entered. Death was death, irrespective of the hand that dealt it. Yet Wang Anbai was different. His skin was thick enough to withstand it. How did you arrive so soon? He raised an eyebrow, questioning. Wasn't it supposed to take at least 20 minutes? Still reeling from her shock, Tian Susu couldn't fathom that her usually terrifyingly cold friend was now in a compromising situation with Wang Anbai. Even in a booth where her mother could return at any moment, she suddenly felt that over the past 2 years, she had utterly failed to comprehend her best friend. I asked you a question, Wang Anbai pressed. What? Tian Susu finally snapped back to reality. How did you finish so quickly? Wasn't it supposed to take at least 20 minutes? I was just washing my hands. Tian Susu instinctively wiggled her fingers, then suddenly realized. I didn't expect you to be doing this. What exactly were you two up to? Wang Anbai found her incoherence amusing, his gaze subtly falling upon the person in his arms. You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? But I think it was an illusion. Tian Susu blinked in confusion, even absurdly pinching her own arm to verify. Wang Anbai chuckled softly, observing her. Was it merely an illusion? I think not. Tian Susu sheepishly withdrew her hand, suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable awkwardness, even though she wasn't the one doing anything wrong. In stark contrast, Wang Anbai appeared utterly unfazed, displaying an air of nonchalance that made her question her own reactions. Well, you two certainly know how to have fun. It seems quite thrilling, she stammered. Shinruching was overwhelmed by a surge of embarrassment, her exposed arch tightening, the straps of her stiletto heels leaving faint marks. Tian Susu gestured towards her own lips, whispering, You might want to clean that up for Ching-Ching. Her voice grew ever softer. Wang Anbai immediately lowered his head, noticing the slight glimmer at the corner of Shinruching's mouth, and gently wiped it away with his fingertip. On that breathtakingly beautiful face, a mark unique to their encounter lingered. Shinruching no longer tilted her face upward, burying her features into his chest, her reddened ears and slightly trembling shoulders silently conveying her utter despair. Witnessing their intimate exchange, Tian Susu felt even more awkward. The world for the three of them was indeed too crowded. Should the man have successfully wooed the long-legged goddess, he might quote a classic line from a drama. No. You arrived just in time. But now, it felt entirely superfluous. Tian Susu stammered, You two can continue. I can keep watch for you. Yes, keep watch. With that, she hastily made her exit, eager to leave without lingering. As the door creaked shut behind her, Wang Anbai felt the delicate form in his arms shudder lightly. He tightened his embrace, feeling her firm yet supple waist, urging her not to feign unconsciousness. Shinruching slowly opened her eyes, her usually cold gaze now shimmering. her porcelain skin adorned with a faint blush. She deceitfully murmured, "Anbai, none of this ever happened." With a temperature of 37 degrees, how could she utter such chilling words? Wang Anbai flashed a grin. To take everything and deny responsibility? At this juncture, still choosing to deceive oneself is truly quintessential shunruching. If she were a heartless seductress, it would be normal to take everything without acknowledgement. If she continued to entangle herself, it would be redundant, showing a lack of understanding. Was it merely shame and anger that plagued her? A simple refusal to confront the situation? In that moment of frustration, Wang Anbai found himself questioning shunruching sanity, even contemplating administering a more potent remedy. His hand glided over her tempting curves, reaching the firm and full contours, lifting her slightly to appreciate her form. While not as grand as Chunyao, it was certainly well concealed. If Guanxin were the unit of measure, it would require a calculator to quantify. At that moment, shunruching merely desired distance from him, straightening her spine, arching her slender back, showcasing her astonishing physique and flexibility. Wang Anbai gazed in her eyes. This is my first kiss. The system possessed a hidden skill, refreshing the first kiss automatically every 24 hours, regardless of how many girlfriends he had. Never ask. Each was merely a first kiss. After all, both genders harboring a form of spiritual cleanliness. This was not deceit, but rather a sacrifice made to maintain familial harmony. Upon hearing the term first kiss, shunruching's eyes brimmed with indignation, her frosty gaze fixed firmly on Wang Anbai. In such an absurd situation, her first kiss had been confusingly taken, and what was more infuriating was that this man continued to mock her. What filled her with the utmost shame was how she would face Susu moving forward. Her brow furrowed in anger as she reproached, "Wang Anbai, you are becoming increasingly outrageous." Wang Anbai chuckled softly, little glutton, taking everything and wanting to deny it. Who is truly more outrageous? Upon hearing his words, shunruching immediately pressed her lips tightly together and turned her face away. The porcelain curve of her neck arched beautifully, her stunning profile tinged with irritation. Wang Anbai gently cradled the back of her head, coaxing her stubborn face to turn back towards him. In defiance, shunruching chose to shut her eyes, refusing to look at him. Amusement flickered in Wang Anbai's gaze. The icy goddess before him had only her closed eyes left to express dissent. "Shunruching." He softened his tone. "Can we talk?" Silence was her only response. In truth, both of them understood certain things. There was no need to feign ignorance. "Do you know what your actions are called?" "It's termed as taking advantage." Shunruching's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet she still kept her eyes firmly shut. Wang Anbai gazed at her breathtakingly beautiful face, suddenly recalling his previous jest. "I'll give you a chance to reconsider." Instinctively, shunruching tried to turn her head to evade him, yet he held her firmly in place. If she remained silent and kept her eyes closed, it was tantamount to acquiescence. From a novice to the adept, there is always a process, with the most crucial element being the guidance of a good teacher. And Wang Anbai was that very instructor. He recalled their initial meeting when shunruching half-jokingly remarked, "So you are the teacher, and I am the student." Now it was indeed true. It seemed prophetic, as the earlier boomerang struck shunruching squarely between the brows. What surprised him was her capacity for learning. Beneath that cold exterior lay a remarkable talent. The contrast is hardly as pronounced as hers. With a celestial beauty and an ethereal temperament, she coldly asserts a refusal, while, as the saying goes, life is indeed a paradox. Shunruching is truly an exquisite gem. Just as the fervor of her dance reaches its zenith, a deliberately elevated voice suddenly pierces through from outside. "Mom, have you finished your call?" Shunruching's eyes widen in shock, her delicate frame tensing instantly as she begins to resist Wang Anbai's embrace with all her might. Wang Anbai steps back slightly, yet maintains his original posture, gazing at her flustered eyes with a playful smile. "Promise to be my girlfriend, and I shall let you go." "You." Shunruching's eyes glimmer with a faint blush, her voice tinged with an unusual panic. "You are shameless." Wang Anbai muses that this girl revels in the fruits of their interaction, but refuses to acknowledge it. Her transformation from affectionate to cold-hearted is utterly ruthless. Such matters can be discussed later. A rare hint of vulnerability seeps into shunruching's typically frigid tone. Wang Anbai understands all too well that even if she concedes now, she would soon revert to her previous demeanor, perhaps not even waiting until the next day, but rather a mere moment later. Yet, he finds himself wanting to tease this feisty feline. "Promise me, and I shall release you." "You." The door creaks open, and Zhong Yinshu strides in, followed by Tian Susu, who appears to be sneaking in like a thief. "Ching Ching, your face seems a bit flushed." Zhong Yinshu takes her seat, her gaze lingering on her daughter's rosy cheeks, then casting a curious glance at Wang Anbai, who has shifted positions without her notice. Shen Ruqing feels a pang of guilt, especially under that piercing gaze, yet she forces herself to maintain her usual demeanor and coldly replies, "It's hot." Her voice, still icy, betrays a hint of uncharacteristic fragility. Zhong Yinshu assumes it's merely youthful playfulness, never considering that they would dare to be so brazen under her watchful eye. I believe it's a warm feeling inside. With a slight arch of her brow, she smiles warmly at the two. "Rest assured, I have promised not to interfere with your affairs." Shen Ruqing tightens her lips. Lowering her head to feign fiddling with her phone, her fingertips unconsciously gliding across the screen. "You have already interfered," Wang Anbai remarks. Tian Susu, meanwhile, breathes a sigh of relief, casting a resentful glare at Wang Anbai. Zhong Yinshu turns her attention back to Tian Susu. "So, Susu, where were we?" Tian Susu obediently replies, "About your friend's child." Zhong Yinshu sighs lightly. "My friend is quite foolish, allowing her young child to associate with dubious characters. If it were me, I would have cut off his financial support. If he doesn't reform, I'd cast him out of the house." Tian Susu, filled with righteous indignation, exclaims, "Exactly. You mentioned he takes advantage of his family's wealth to toy with others' feelings at school. He truly is a scoundrel." Wang Anbai, unfazed, knows he's a good person. Zhong Yinshu reflects, "What a pity for my friend. She is simply too soft-hearted, compounded by her excessive pampering of her son." Tian Susu nods. "When I have children, I will certainly enforce strict discipline. I'll help keep an eye on them." Zhong Yinshu raises an eyebrow, smiling as she adds, "You must at least call me grandma, right?" Tian Susu glances nervously at Wang Anbai and Shen Ruqing, thinking to herself, perhaps it will be soon. As the two converse, Wang Anbai glances at Shen Ruqing, whose cold expression reveals no trace of emotional fluctuation, as if the previous intimate moment had never occurred. Indeed, Shen Ruqing had bested him earlier, and Wang Anbai had no genuine desire to drown in despair. Before long, Zhong Yinshu elegantly wipes her lips. "The hour grows late. Ching Ching, accompany me to your grandfather's house. Anbai, please see Susu back to her dormitory." Shen Ruqing and Tian Susu nod in agreement, as this had been arranged in advance. "Ching Ching, please settle the bill." Zhong Yinshu suddenly declares. Shen Ruqing's gaze flickers, and under her mother's affirming gaze, she strides out with long strides. "Susu, you should accompany her," Zhong Yinshu adds. Tian Susu nods blankly, realizing that this was meant to send them away, making her feel like the perpetual outsider. The private room is immediately left with just the two of them. Wang Anbai feels a pang of anxiety, his heart racing. He wonders if she has discerned anything amiss. Chapter 69. The drowning river has arrived. The light from the crystal chandelier cascades over the room, enveloping the furniture in a soft, warm hue. Zhong Yinshu sits composedly, her expression neutral as she observes Wang Anbai. This future mother-in-law suppresses her mirth, naturally exuding an aura of authority that, while not overtly pronounced, nonetheless instills an invisible pressure in the hearts of others. Wang Anbai maintains a facade of composure, yet feels a twinge of guilt, especially after having just teased her daughter, now under the watchful eye of her prospective mother-in-law. Frankly speaking, having reduced the aloof goddess to a state where her eyes glimmer with unshed tears granted him an unprecedented satisfaction, and her demeanor was simply irresistible. However, he had perhaps gone a bit too far, for Shen Ruqing was genuinely angry this time. Given her nature, if they were to meet again, she would likely treat him as if he were a stranger. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but think he would dare again. Wang Anbai suddenly finds it amusing that Shen Ruqing seems to undergo a transformation every time, revealing a fascinating duality in her character. Zhong Yinshu gently caresses the rim of her teacup, taking a delicate sip before saying, "To be honest, your presence today surprised me. Your appearance today surprised me as well." Wang Anbai replies, discreetly gauging Zhong Yinshu's level of fondness for him, which shows an increase of 5 points, now at 37. This is the natural trajectory of interpersonal relations. Guan Ning is truly intimidating, and he fears that tomorrow's engagement might be a perilous venture, causing an involuntary shiver down his spine. Although the concept of favorability is somewhat abstract and fluctuates based on various factors, it remains a reliable reference. Wang Anbai has never before utilized this ability to gauge someone's favorability so frequently. Typically, he checks once upon first meeting, thereafter relying on observation to discern any shifts in attitude. He can often intuit a person's character immediately upon meeting them, such as Hanjua or Nanyan, without needing to assess favorability. However, this future mother-in-law is exceedingly astute, well-versed in the ways of the world, and cannot be compared to those naive young girls. Even those with extensive life experiences would find it hard to match her. Zhong Yunshu calmly inquires, "Did I startle you?" Wang Anbai shakes his head. "I don't believe so. Do you know when I first began to take notice of you?" Wang Anbai contemplates. "It should have been those posts. Naturally, I pay special attention to anything regarding my daughter." Zhong Yunshu's lips curve into a subtle smile. "What did the first post say? The aloof goddess transformed into a stone of longing, correct?" Wang Anbai responds sheepishly. "That was indeed an exaggeration. The theory of awkwardness is undoubtedly the first truth of the universe, and fortunately, his skin is thick enough. Initially, I found it absurd, but that phone call, along with the subsequent video, indicated that my instincts were not mistaken, leading to today's dinner." Zhong Yunshu continues, "Do you know why I invited you today?" Wang Anbai replies, "You saw that video and the various rumors circulating in the posts, and wish to confirm them for peace of mind." Indeed, any boy who can elicit a hand-holding moment from Ching Ching must be someone she cares for deeply, and there are only a handful of people who could earn her affection. Currently, there are two. Zhong Yunshu leans forward. "Thus, I had to come and assess the situation, and upon seeing you, I felt even less assured. Your mother-in-law has a rather humorous way of speaking." Wang Anbai manages a dry smile. Zhong Yunshu straightforwardly states, "You can accept a direct manner of conversation like this, can't you?" "I can." Finding a comfortable mode of conversation between each other renders the exchange quite effortless. Before his rebirth, Wang Anbai could be considered a modest entrepreneur, managing employees from all corners of the country, each with distinct personalities and habits. He strived to maintain basic principles while discovering a rhythm of interaction that was agreeable to all. Although he often jested about the workforce, it was never to the extent of treating them as mere beasts of burden. Wang Anbai endeavored to uphold the notion of brotherhood, but this was only feasible under the condition that the other party was indeed a fellow human. Even so, this approach surpassed that of over 80% of small business owners. As for discerning whether someone is genuinely human, it is akin to navigating the complexities of romantic relationships. After enduring a few disappointments, one naturally becomes adept at making such judgments. Given that his future mother-in-law had broached the subject, Wang Anbai inquired directly, "Do you harbor any opinions about me?" He reassured her, "Rest assured, I shall not interfere in your matters." Zhong Yunshu continued, in haste, "I conducted a brief investigation into your background. Both of your parents are upright individuals, and so are you. Furthermore, your academic performance has consistently been commendable, which pleases me greatly." This was a classic example of raising expectations only to temper them, a tactic Wang Anbai was all too familiar with. Often employed by Chun Yao, "You possess commendable attributes in various aspects, yet you are, fundamentally, a good person." After taking a sip from her teacup, Zhong Yunshu remarked, "However, upon meeting you in person, I found you exceptionally astute, shrewd, and mature. I have an innate ability to read people accurately, which makes me even more concerned about Ching Ching." Wang Anbai replied earnestly, "I believe you can be at ease. Don't be anxious," she added, casting a meaningful glance his way, before shifting the topic. "What are your plans post-graduation?" Wang Anbai had numerous aspirations, including a chain of bubble tea shops, a new media company, and potentially transitioning to a film production company when the time was ripe, all while generously supporting rising stars. In essence, the choices were plentiful. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of stepping into the game. "Currently, I am operating a bubble tea shop named Peach Blossoms, as suggested by Ching Ching, with the intention of developing it into a chain brand." Zhong Yunshu furrowed her brow slightly, her business acumen allowing her to quickly identify the weak point. As a chain brand, the name lacks sufficient promotional strength. The costs of memory retention and dissemination are relatively high. Wang Anbai responded with poise. Brand recognition is essentially a process of memory conditioning. As long as there is frequent exposure, consumers will naturally remember it. The specific name is not of utmost importance, provided it does not awkwardly latch onto trending topics. What truly matters is the product's quality and marketing strategy. Zhong Yunshu appeared somewhat taken aback, then suddenly chuckled, her tone a blend of sincerity and jest. "Do you need my assistance?" Wang Anbai straightened his posture. "No help is necessary, but we may collaborate in the future." "Sounds good. I shall await that opportunity," she replied, genuinely laughing, her eyes crinkling. "What is it that young people say these days?" Wang Anbai cleared his throat. "Do not underestimate the youth." "All right." Zhong Yunshu pulled out her phone. "Let us exchange contact information. I can inquire about Ching Ching's matters, and I will also keep an eye on your progress." Wang Anbai hesitated momentarily, recalling that Zhong Yunshu had previously stated she would not interfere in their affairs. This cunning fox not only expressed concern for Ching Ching, but also wielded a contact that felt rather precarious. After exchanging numbers, Zhong Yinshu contentedly tucked away her phone. Let us go. Those two girls must be waiting impatiently. Just as Wang Anbai stood up, Zhong Yinshu spoke again. I still harbor some concerns. Her voice was soft yet caused the atmosphere within the room to stiffen abruptly. Wang Anbai slowly turned to meet her gaze. Zhong Yinshu continued. Whether as friends or romantic partners, regardless of the nature of your relationship, as long as you do not harm Qingqing, I shall assist you. However, if the situation were to reverse, you might find yourself adrift. The ominous warning had indeed arrived, and Wang Anbai reassured her, I would never do such a thing. Moreover, the manner in which you and your daughter interact, some statements, once uttered, might lead to repercussions later that evening. Zhong Yinshu's brow furrowed slightly. This is not your concern. There are many aspects you do not comprehend. Wang Anbai shrugged. I merely offered a suggestion. Chapter 70. The Gentle Evening Breeze. Under the night sky, the two walked side by side along the sidewalk, the sound of their footsteps resonating distinctly in the tranquil streets. Do you have something to ask me? Wang Anbai glanced sideways, just as a gentle evening breeze swept by. Tian Susu's golden hair danced lightly, shimmering under the streetlights with a honeyed glow, and the exposed collarbone beneath her off-the-shoulder top appeared dazzlingly pale in the night. This scene was as beautiful as a meticulously crafted close-up shot in a film. I just wanted to take a stroll. Tian Susu tightened the neckline of her top. It's not far anyway. She declined Zhong Yinshu's driver, expressing a desire for a post-meal walk. Wang Anbai gazed into the distance. From Dexing Building to the university was at least 5 kilometers, which was not far for him, but likely quite taxing for Tian Susu. Speak plainly. This isn't your usual style of sneaking from the girls' dormitory to the boys' dormitory. That was your doing. Tian Susu glared at him, her eyes reflecting the lights from the street. I've realized that you are quite the scoundrel. Wang Anbai raised his hands in mock innocence. This is unjustly accusatory, my lady. Huh, which criminal does not claim innocence? Tian Susu's gaze drifted forward, concealing a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Today, you displayed remarkable audacity. Wang Anbai nodded in agreement. Indeed, especially right under my future mother-in-law's nose, it was rather impulsive. I was not referring to that, Tian Susu continued. How could you dare to kiss me so directly? Well, your best friend was quite cooperative at that moment. Wang Anbai swallowed that remark and earnestly replied, I shall refrain from such actions in the future. Tian Susu huffed. You've already done it. What good is an apology now? Wang Anbai teased her. Qingqing didn't even glance my way. She must be quite upset. Can you help me? She didn't say a word to me. Tian Susu took a deep breath and retorted. Now we're both in an awkward position. It's all your fault. Wanting to help? Dream on. I recall you previously mentioned assisting your friend with her ailment. Now that there are adverse reactions to the medication, you are responsible. A potent remedy? You are quite impressive. Just a drop of poison could be fatal. Wang Anbai chuckled at her wit. Just tell me if it works or not. Tian Susu bit her lip in contemplation. Well, it could indeed be effective, but you can't be so forceful. Wang Anbai internally shook his head. She was still too naive in matters of the heart, and it was apparent she had little experience in romantic relationships. With her striking beauty and commanding presence, she exuded a strong exterior but possessed a soft interior, making her an irresistible target for unscrupulous individuals. Such men would swarm around her like flies, incessantly buzzing, ever ready to seize an opportunity. Wang Anbai coughed lightly. Consider this with a fraction of your intellect. If your friend was unwilling, do you think the situation would have unfolded as it did, based solely on my actions? If Qingqing truly did not want it, would I force her? Tian Susu's brows furrowed tightly, pondering for a long moment before abruptly stopping in her tracks. That cannot be, she exclaimed, her voice ringing clear in the empty street. Wang Anbai halted as well, gazing at her. Are you questioning your friend or my character? Tian Susu felt her heart shatter, as if something had broken into countless pieces, creating an unexpected rift in her understanding of her friend, leaving her beliefs shaken to their core. You must have coerced her. Wang Anbai remarked. Let us move on. The sound of footsteps once again echoed on the sidewalk, a rhythmic patter. After a moment of silence, Tian Susu turned her head, deliberately softening her tone. You must treat Qingqing well. Wang Anbai was taken aback. This sudden maternal instinct to marry off her daughter was quite unexpected. From now on, you must remain steadfast and refrain from being fickle, especially regarding that rich second-generation fellow we discussed earlier. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her tone lightened. Oh, right. You're broke, so that essay relief. Wang Anbai, feeling a pang in his heart, teased her in return. Who says being broke precludes one from being fickle? Huh? Tian Susu inquired, puzzled. Wang Anbai chuckled. Money is merely one key among many. For instance, possessing good modeling skills, eloquence, and physical fitness. Tian Susu's eyes widened under the streetlight as she gritted her teeth. I didn't realize you were that kind of person. Suddenly, a joke flitted through Wang Anbai's mind. If you're going to be a scoundrel with me, you can't be one with others either. Perhaps this could amuse Tian Susu. You wouldn't want your dear friend's boyfriend to be a scoundrel, would you? Wang Anbai said, his composure unwavering. Rest assured, I'm not, he added. You must be tired from walking all this while. You better not be, Tian Susu threatened fiercely before her demeanor softened. I am a bit. Wang Anbai glanced at the neatly lined up yellow e-bikes along the roadside. Can you ride an electric bike? I can, Tian Susu replied, biting her crimson lips as her golden hair danced in the night breeze, brushing against her warm earlobes. But I don't dare ride here. How about taking a cab? Taking a cab is so dull. Wang Anbai had already approached a yellow bike, deftly scanning the code to unlock it. He hopped onto the seat, tested the throttle, and the familiar hum of the engine caused a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. The thrill of riding with a beauty like Tian Susu on the back seat was undeniably exhilarating. Hop on, Wang Anbai called back to her. Let's enjoy the breeze. Tian Susu eyed the cramped back seat and shook her head vigorously. No, you didn't choose to take a ride at first, but now you have no choice. Wang Anbai declared. I have plenty of dirt on you. You wouldn't want Ching Ching to find out, would you? You. Tian Susu recalled how she had once sent her friend to fetch Wang Anbai for the literature club, as well as their subsequent conversations, and suddenly felt as if the sky were collapsing. Wang Anbai looked at her with a grin. Hurry up. She reluctantly approached the bike, lifting her leg to sit on the back seat. Hold on tight, he instructed. Tian Susu stubbornly maintained a distance, merely clutching the hem of his shirt. The night wind held past them. The off-shoulder top she wore became a sieve for the chill, the coolness creeping in through the neckline, forcing her to bite her lip an inch closer. At first, she tentatively grasped his waist with both hands, then cautiously inched her bottom closer, halting abruptly, as if fearful of being discovered. Finally, she nearly pressed her entire form against Wang Anbai's back, seeking shelter from the biting night wind, yet still maintaining a respectful distance. Wang Anbai felt the warmth radiating from her waist and began to steady the speed of the bike. Under the moonlight, their shadows danced on the pavement, her golden locks swaying gently in the wind, glimmering with fragmented light. As Tian Susu savored the sensation of the night breeze against her face and the soft rustling of the wheels over the ground, she felt a long-lost sense of relaxation wash over her tense shoulders. The figure shielding her from the wind offered an unexpected sense of security. She began to reassess Wang Anbai, realizing he wasn't as bad as she had initially thought. But then, a thought of her friend crossed her mind. After all, they were just buddies. She firmly believed this, unwaveringly. The electric bike glided forward, the gentle breeze caressing them, just as they were about to enter the school gate. Wang Anbai suddenly accelerated. Tian Susu instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing herself tightly against him. The bike shot past the school gate like an arrow, her flowing hair creating a dazzling golden streak in the air. After they had distanced themselves from the gate, the speed finally slowed. Tian Susu pinched his waist. You did that on purpose. Wang Anbai gasped. Her grip was surprisingly fierce, unlike Ching Ching, who never pinched anyone. He caught a glimpse of Nan Yan at the school gate, still dressed as she had been that fateful night, strikingly recognizable among the scattered pedestrians. Emergency evacuation. Chapter 71. Wang Anbai is in danger. I think I just saw Anbai, the freshman, Nan Yan exclaimed, tugging at her roommate's sleeve. With her alluring makeup and delicately arched brows, her fair skin bore a subtle blush, exuding an enticing charm. Dressed in a breezy short white t-shirt barely covering her waist and dark denim shorts that showcased her well-toned legs, she sported a pair of white Converse sneakers. The four girls had just returned from the night market outside the school. Their steps relaxed as they carried bubble tea. What? Have you lost your mind? Her roommate replied. Rolling her eyes, Nan Yan began gesturing animatedly. That electric bike zoomed past, and I caught a glimpse of a profile that looked just like him. Plus, there was a stunning blonde on the back seat. It stood out. The other roommates exchanged skeptical glances. Are you sure you didn't Miss C? Nan Yan huffed. It seems like the freshman isn't as innocent as he appears. Now I have something to hold over him. Mengyu, with her ponytail, frowned. You better not create more trouble. The last incident escalated to the student affairs office. If it weren't for the counselor intervening on your behalf, you would have faced serious consequences. Exactly, another roommate chimed in. If you can't contain your wild impulses, find someone else to mess with. That Anbai is clearly a decent guy. Zhang Ji just sent me a message. Yu Haven T even replied to him. Nan Yan, the bad girl, shared her views on being a seductress. He messages me every day, proving my allure. However, after conquering one peak, I naturally must seek to challenge even greater heights for a deeper sense of accomplishment. The more seemingly upright a man appears, the more I yearn to tear away his hypocritical facade until the day he bows to me, only to be kicked aside. Two of her roommates responded with enthusiasm. Wow, you're bold. Meng Yu, accustomed to her antics, could only shake her head in resignation. Go ahead. One day you'll regret it. Nanyan nonchalantly replied. Let us conquer first and worry about the rest later. Meng Yu shot her a skeptical look. What makes you think he would be interested in you? You don't need me to elaborate on Shun Ruching. I'm even better at winning hearts than she is, Nanyan declared, her lips curling into a confident smile. Meng Yu's brows knitted in concern, a wave of unease washing over her. Just don't make it worse. Nanyan laughed it off. I'm not foolish. Meng Yu sighed, her heart heavy with worry. Wang Anbai was in danger. The vice president's office was brightly lit. Zhao Jiqing is a student I hold in high regard. Although last year's competition results were not ideal, he has shown remarkable progress over the past 3 years. Most importantly, he possesses competition experience. Recommended director, Lee from the literature department, flipping through a dossier. Though he is only a freshman, his piece My Father won a city-level second prize in high school, showcasing a maturity in writing that belies his age. Several professors and department heads were gathered around the desk, surrounded by student works and recommendations. The selection process for the Lanting literary competition had entered its final stage, narrowing down from an initial pool of dozens to just 5 or 6 candidates. Zhou Yuan sat at the head of the table, absently tapping his fingers on the surface. As the deputy vice president, the final decision lay in his hands. Due to the perennial lack of success at Haida University, the organizers have reduced their initial quota of participants from 6 to 3. This trio is not merely a limitation for Haida, but rather the absolute minimum for the Lanting literary competition. Such a scarce opportunity has become exceedingly coveted, with professors and department heads, formerly on amicable terms, fervently arguing for their recommended students, their faces flushed with emotion. Zhou Yuan, overwhelmed by the cacophony, rose and paced to the floor-to-ceiling window, the night breeze brushing against his face as he extracted a cigarette and lit it, inhaling deeply. A middle-aged professor leaned closer, questioning. Principal Zhou, is it not rather hasty to allow that student named Wang Anbai to compete? After all, a mere video does not substantiate anything. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, several glares were directed at him, the assembled faculty evidently displeased with this unexpected intrusion. As yet another coveted spot seemed destined to be claimed. Zhou Yuan regarded the professor coolly. Is this not sufficient? Upon noticing Zhou Yuan's unusual silence in defense of Wang Anbai, the professor perked up. It certainly warrants reconsideration. Nonsense, Zhou Yuan retorted sharply. Taking a vigorous drag from his cigarette, he felt a surge of anger towards those selfishly pursuing personal interests. The professor, momentarily taken aback by the sudden rebuke, stood there in stunned silence. At that moment, Professor Ding He, his hair graying and leaning on a cane, slowly rose. Zhou Yuan, this decision indeed requires further contemplation. Determining a candidate based solely on a video is rather flimsy reasoning. Zhou Yuan's voice turned icy. The 2 students you recommended struggled even in the university competition. What do you expect them to achieve at the Lanting Award? Ding He's face turned ashen. As a seasoned professor, he had devoted considerable effort to ensure the quota remained within his circle. I propose that Wang Anbai undergo an assessment. Zhou Yuan's eyes sharpened. He could not afford to let this crucial ally be driven away by indignation. No need. The selection for the Lanting literary competition is my prerogative. Ding He scoffed repeatedly. Very well. Then prepare to witness his failure. When that time comes, I shall personally seek an audience with the principal. Zhou Yuan's brows knitted together. Such words were utterly unreasonable, attempting to stifle the potential of one who had a chance to excel. Were it not for Ding He's standing and connections, he would have unleashed a torrent of profanity. Interpreting Zhou Yuan's silence as fear, Ding He pressed on. I insist on Wang Anbai participating in the live assessment. Zhou Yuan's voice remained low and firm. This matter is at my discretion. Given your age, it will be prudent to focus on your health rather than fret over those unworthy students. You. Very well, those are your words. Ding He fumed, his face reddening with anger as he stormed out. Zhou Yuan extracted another cigarette from the pack, igniting it with a deep inhale. These obstinate old-timers, riding on their established networks and nearing retirement, seemed to have their noses raised to the heavens. It was only a matter of time before a reckoning would come. The remaining occupants of the office exchanged glances, the oppressive atmosphere thickening the air. A knock resounded, shattering the silence. All eyes turned toward the door, wondering if Ding He had returned. Come in, Zhou Yuan commanded, his voice still laced with residual ire. Wang Anbai pushed open the office door. Pausing abruptly as he sensed the heavy tension in the room. Was everyone truly under such pressure? The working environment at Haida was indeed concerning. Having just escorted Tian Susu back to the girls' dormitory, Wang Anbai had hurried over, initially scheduled for this afternoon, but Principal Zhou had expressed understanding, allowing him to come at any time. Upon Wang Anbai's arrival, the clouds of Zhou Yuan's demeanor dissipated, and he gestured warmly, "Come sit," surveying the office. He turned to a director, lounging on the sofa. "Old Liu, you've been sitting for ages. Get up and stretch a bit." Liu director responded with a smile. "Wang Anbai. Is it? Please take a seat." Wang Anbai politely inclined his head and turned to Zhou Yuan, inquiring, "Principal Zhou, shall we step outside to talk?" Zhou Yuan nodded in comprehension, addressing the others. "Please continue your discussions. We must finalize the last 2 spots tonight." Amidst the astonished gazes of the faculty, the two exited the office, Zhou Yuan leading Wang Anbai through the corridor and into a secluded room. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his suit pocket, lighting one. "I hope you don't mind?" "Not at all." With the smoke already swirling, Wang Anbai thought it a superfluous question. His gaze fell upon Zhou Yuan's fingertips, noting the impressive brand. "We will commence preparations for your project tomorrow. The administrative processes will be completed in the morning, and the construction team can commence work by afternoon. I assure you, upon your return from the competition, the renovations will be restored to your specifications. If you do not mind, I would be honored to consider you a father figure." Wang Anbai responded, genuinely pleased. What was originally projected to be a month-long endeavor had been condensed to just over a week. "Old Zhou is truly formidable." Zhou Yuan continued. "The construction team is top-notch. Yet you shall only need to pay the standard market rate for an ordinary renovation." Wang Anbai nodded solemnly, though it was framed as mutual benefit. The extent of Zhou Yuan's generosity felt akin to that of a true father, and he was keenly aware of the favor behind it. Zhou Yuan grinned at him, the smoke curling upward. "I have made a promise." Wang Anbai, a person of gratitude, assured him, "Rest assured, I shall give it my all." Zhou Yuan clapped him on the shoulder. "Do not bear too much pressure. Simply showcase your true abilities. I have immense confidence in you, especially after getting to know you better. I have something to discuss." Zhou Yuan waved his hand. "You are referring to that troublesome Gaomi who caused you distress. He has been expelled from the student council and received a demerit for his misconduct." "I have another matter," Wang Anbai replied. "Oh." Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. "The mastermind behind this incident is a wealthy heir named Han Zhua." Wang Anbai promptly sought his support. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. "I recall him vaguely." "Do not worry. He will not dare to act against you." Wang Anbai frowned, expressing his concerns. "It's not that I doubt you, but—" Zhou Yuan placed a reassuring hand on his chest. "Put your mind at ease. I will take care of everything. You just focus on preparing for the competition." Wang Anbai marveled. "You're truly a man of action at this school." Zhou Yuan chuckled, patting the back of his head. "Stop flattering me. I can see through your little schemes. You are just trying to take advantage of me." As Wang Anbai received the playful pat, he subtly shifted his position away. Returning to the dormitory past 9, Wang Anbai joined a game of filling the big pit, though unfortunately his luck did not favor him in the draw. After a couple of rounds, he pulled out his phone, recalling that he had neglected to accompany Chun Yao to the movies, resulting in her sending a curt message. "I'm home." Wang Anbai responded with concern. "Don't have a falling out with your parents." While appearing caring, it was a veiled reminder to think before speaking. The relatively new acquaintance, Nan Yen, sent him a few messages, this time posing some genuinely serious inquiries, rather than the lofty discussions of art. Wang Anbai continued to respond with indifferent brevity, recognizing that there were too many small fish in the pond, and it was wise to concentrate his efforts on the bigger catch. Moreover, regarding a girl like Nan Yen, he has consistently maintained a stance of enjoyment without possession, showing indifference and lack of concern, occasionally offering a facade of emotional value. When two earnest individuals come together, it is akin to the harmonious resonance of a zither and lute. However, when two nefarious characters encounter one another, only the instruments remain. Wang Anbai is a good man, who is rather reluctant to maintain even this state. The following day, coinciding with the weekend, the dormitory was engulfed in a languid atmosphere, with the boys sprawled lazily across their beds. It was only when Zhang Yang, the destined one from last night, returned with breakfast that they reluctantly roused themselves from their slumber. Although referred to as breakfast, it was already past 10 in the morning, an awkward time that fell between early and late. After finishing his meal, Wang Anbai rose to freshen up, having arranged to meet Guan Ning for lunch. Considering that he would be cooking himself, he planned to set off around 11, an hour in advance. At that moment, Chun Changba suddenly proclaimed loudly in the dormitory, "As per our usual custom, it's a weekend gathering, and no one is allowed to be absent." Zhang Yang immediately echoed, "Exactly. Anyone who tries to escape shall face dire consequences." Wang Anbai emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, observing the two engaging in their banter, realizing they must have colluded early that morning to say such things. For someone like Wang Anbai, who values loyalty, the choice between a woman and his brothers was obvious even with his eyes closed. Unfortunately, at present, he had no brothers, only a son by adoption. Chun Chengba approached. Xiao Bai, we're gathering for lunch. Wang Anbai nodded. Indeed, I have a lunch planned. That's settled then. Chun Chengba thought he wouldn't attend, considering he hadn't shown his face in a while, to the extent that even the rehearsed excuses had been rendered unnecessary. Although they often jested. The four of them had shared 2 years of living together, forging a bond that was quite rare, having never quarreled. Chun Chengba felt somewhat sentimental, wanting to express something but ultimately decided against it, merely giving Wang Anbai a hearty pat on the shoulder. Are we still going to the veteran barbecue? Wang Anbai looked up at him. You all go ahead. Chun Chengba's expression instantly froze, his fists clenched. You bastard. Zhang Yang hurried over to restrain him. Chun Chengba suppressed his anger and pulled out a prepared remark. Now you're Wang the boss. Thriving, aren't you? When you were destitute, we never looked down on you. Wang Anbai was immune to the taunts. I really don't have time today. How about I treat you all on Sunday instead? You choose the place, and I'll drink a few more bottles as an apology. What do you say, Chengba? Sunday it is. Zhang Yang quickly intervened, pressing down Chun Chengba's shoulder. Calm down, let's discuss this amicably. You can't take him on? Chun Chengba's gaze cleared, for Zhang Yang's sake. I'll let it go. He quietly moved to the window and lit a cigarette, puffing away. I'll take my leave now. Wang Anbai grabbed his coat, but then set it down again. The temperature had been quite high lately. Hosey, watching his retreating figure, lamented, my son's life is not long for this world. Chengba what? Zhang Yang, huh? Seeing the peculiar looks from both, Hosey felt a bit flustered and tentatively asked, You don't think so? Chun Chengba replied, I just didn't expect to hear such words from you. You started joking now. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. How did Li Qian manage to do it? Chapter 73, A Surprise. Ejin Garden, a serene yet upscale residential area amidst the hustle and bustle. As Wang Anbai pushed open the car door, he immediately noticed a graceful figure waiting at the entrance. Guan Ning was engrossed in her phone, her fingers tapping on the screen, producing faint clicking sounds. As he approached, the elegance she exuded, stripped of her professional attire, was further accentuated while still radiating the allure of a mature woman. Her makeup was impeccable, her chestnut curls loosely pinned up, with strands cascading down the side of her slender neck, diamond earrings glistening in the sunlight. She wore a chic, high-waisted little black dress reminiscent of Audrey Hepburn, the hem short and the halter neckline elegantly showcasing her refined shoulders and a hint of sultry back. The dress's tailored fit accentuated her slender waist, while the curve of her peachy backside, enveloped by the fabric, appeared even more enticing. Wang Anbai's gaze drifted downward, where the dress revealed long legs clad in black stockings, a sight that left him momentarily entranced. Her thighs were voluptuous, and her calves slender and straight, creating a striking contrast with smooth, natural lines, an embodiment of the classic hourglass figure, undeniably alluring. Wang Anbai mused internally that this ensemble made her even more stunning compared to before. Yet her naturally mature physique rendered anything she wore effortlessly sexy. Unlike her sister Guan Xen, despite her attempts at allure, merely came across as adorable. If one day Guan Xen were to stand before him in revealing attire, Wang Anbai would simply drape his coat over her shoulders, for he could never bring himself to harm his brotherhood. He approached her quietly, leaning in beside Guan Ning and softly inquiring, Senior, what are you busy with? Startled, Guan Ning spun around, instinctively taking a step back. You scare me half to death. She feigned annoyance, glaring at the seemingly aloof yet slightly cunning junior. It was just like last time at the store. He appeared obedient and compliant, only to later strike back unexpectedly. That gentle tap still lingered in her memory. Yet, she had no defenses against his charm. In her gaze was more playful reproach than anger, mingled with a hint of admiration. Wang Anbai complimented, You look beautiful today, Senior. Guan Ning raised a hand to playfully tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, her diamond earrings swaying gently with the motion, sparkling. She had intentionally dressed a bit younger today, although she already looked no different from those university students. However, the inherent elegance of her mature femininity, revealed in her every smile and frown, made her worry about appearing too mature in front of her junior. Hearing his words, a flicker of pride welled up within her, and she teasingly countered, What's beautiful about me? It's a short skirt today that showcases these sexy legs. Everything about you is beautiful, Wang Anbai responded. Guan Ning huffed lightly, smooth talker. As compensation for startling her, Wang Anbai mysteriously lowered his voice. I prepared a little surprise. Oh, let us see what little trick you've concocted. Guan Ning's bright eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Anbai extended his palm, gently swaying it in front of her. Behold, nothing at all, right? Plus, I'm wearing short sleeve today. Guan Ning's delicate face grew serious as she nodded, the diamond earring dancing with her movements, shimmering. Just at that tense moment, Wang Anbai suddenly remarked, "Senior, your shoelace is undone." Guan Ning instinctively looked down, only to see her white shoes exposing her instep. Realizing she had been tricked, when she looked up again, Wang Anbai was already holding a pristine satin gift box. "Are you being childish?" Guan Ning, flustered and annoyed, pinched his arm. "Aren't we adults already to be playing such childish tricks?" The upturned corners of her lips betrayed her, and the pressure of her fingers on his arm was reminiscent of a playful pout. Wang Anbai acknowledged the immaturity of the act, yet it was evident that Guan Ning was reveling in the moment. Among these women, aside from Bai Shujia, Guan Ning was the eldest, having surpassed the age of a young girl, yet she was the one who yearned for romance the most. Wang Anbai, seizing the opportunity, grasped her wrist, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her delicate skin. He noted that among these women, Guan Ning was the most prone to playful pinching, just like that time in the store. He presented the small gift box before her, saying, "Senior, this is a gift for you, but you must wait until I leave before you can open it." The act of gifting can be strategically timed during moments of separation, allowing one to relish the emotions tied to it repeatedly. Who does not relish the unexpected surprise that arrives without anticipation? Presenting a gift in advance has its own advantages, swiftly cultivating an atmosphere of flirtation. For one of the essential purposes of gifting a girl is to convey affection. Moreover, Diao Yao had long since laid bare Guan Ning's feelings. He had to express his stance on the matter. With all these insiders, how could the battle not ensue? I refuse. Such trivial tricks have been employed on countless girls before. Guan Ning sported an uncontrollable sweet smile at the corners of her mouth, yet feigned anger, saying, "Deceiving naive young girls is one thing, but attempting to deceive me is rather juvenile." Indeed, you are already 27 and have been in the workforce for many years. Having seen it all, Wang Anbai silently observed this idle drama fool. Though her words were resolute, refusing to concede, her theoretical knowledge was robust. Yet when faced with practical application, she faltered. A typical case of someone with grand aspirations but little experience, yearning for romance yet fearing rejection, resorting to dramas to understand loneliness. Otherwise, at 27, she would not still be a single woman. Wang Anbai pondered and rapidly searched his mind for the tropes of idle dramas. A wall slam confession kiss? A heartfelt vow interrupted by the female lead? A cool demeanor casting aside a gift, turning away to invoke regret and longing from the female lead? If only I had the insights from 1,000 classic novels instead of 1,000 idle dramas, it would certainly enrich this lifetime. Senior. Wang Anbai clasped his hands over his chest, sincerely stating, "I am merely a sophomore. I have never even had a girlfriend, and my first kiss is yet to come." Employing the tactics of idle dramas in front of Guan Ning was akin to showcasing one's inadequacy. Guan Ning's gaze leisurely drifted from his lips to his Adam's apple, and she discreetly swallowed hard. She felt as though she had discovered a treasure, a striking appearance and exceptional temperament, yet untouched by romantic relationships, like a blank canvas. This implied he knew nothing, but she understood. Quite well indeed. Guan Ning gently raised her clasped wrist, her fingertips cautiously intertwining with his. The initial act of physical connection made her heart race, as if it might leap from her chest. Each movement was imbued with tentative caution. This extraordinary sensation filled her with both anxiety and exhilaration, as if an electric current surged from their joined fingers straight to her heart. It was akin to a boy finally grasping a long-coveted AAA title in gaming. Guan Ning's cheeks flushed slightly, and she averted her gaze, fearful he might notice, lest her elder sister's authority be diminished. Wang Anbai felt the delicate connection of their intertwined fingers and gently shook their hands. "Shall we keep the gift?" Guan Ning bit her lip. "I have prepared a surprise for you as well. We will exchange it when we part." This romantic little sentiment was indeed characteristic of Guan Ning, prompting a smile to grace Wang Anbai's lips. "I look forward to it. Come home with me." Guan Ning led the way, her skirt gently swaying with each step, the fabric caressing her legs, creating the slightest tremor. Wang Anbai found himself captivated by her graceful silhouette. Her waist-to-hip ratio was quite striking. Moreover, her beautiful legs were irresistibly alluring, presenting a stark contrast to Guan Xan. Though they were not blood sisters, the difference was vast. Wang Anbai casually inquired, "What ingredients have you prepared?" Guan Ning replied with a smile, "A plethora of varieties. I've even prepared all the side dishes." Eagerly awaiting Chef Wang's grand performance. "How commendably domestic of you." he teased. I shall assist you in the kitchen, and any delicious dishes we create will be my contribution too. Guan Ning adopted a tone of earnest guidance, advising, Junior, when seeking a wife, use my standards. You will discover more delightful surprises in the process. Just say it to you, and that's that. Wang Anbai declared firmly, I will marry no one but you. Indeed, I shall marry no one but you, senior. A wave of sweetness washed over Guan Ning, akin to honey, flooding her heart, as she could not help but sneak a glance at Wang Anbai beside her. His handsome profile appeared especially striking in the sunlight, exuding an irresistible charm. Most importantly, he had yet to experience romantic love. She could genuinely teach him the ropes. Determined, Guan Ning resolved to bravely take that step this time. Her friend Chen Yao had remarked from the sidelines how rare it was to encounter someone who made one's heart flutter. Missing such an opportunity could lead to a lifetime of regret. The elevator ascended steadily, chiming softly upon reaching the 16th floor. As they exited, Guan Ning instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, only to have Wang Anbai mischievously retain his grip. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing to be holding hands with a boy in front of her sister. Yet, considering she had already confessed her feelings to Guan Xian, she realized this day was inevitable. Moreover, displaying affection before her sister felt rather romantic. With this thought, Guan Ning's lips curved into a smile. Let her sister, who incessantly chattered like an older sibling and remained a single dog, envy her thoroughly. Wang Anbai, however, was simply unwilling to let her slip away so easily. Hand in hand, they approached the door, where Guan Ning knocked gently. Wang Anbai paused, suddenly tightening his grip on her hand. Wait, why are we knocking? Guan Ning looked at him, puzzled, to open the door. I don't have a key. Are you nervous, Junior? Wang Anbai. Chapter 74 Bang. Before Wang Anbai could release her hand, the door swung open. A delicate, cherubic face peeked through the crack, the majority of her body still concealed behind the door. Guan Xian blinked her bright almond-shaped eyes, her voice ringing clear, Sister, you're back. Her words faltered midway. Guan Xian's gaze fixated on her sister's prospective boyfriend. Hey, ISNT, that Wang Anbai. Didn't T my sister say she was going downstairs to meet her boyfriend? Her gaze slowly descended, finally landing on their intertwined fingers. Guan Xian's round, doe-like eyes widened to their fullest, her rosy lips forming an exaggerated da shape. This was impossible. It must be an illusion. Such a thing could never happen to me. The unprecedented shock rendered Guan Xian momentarily dizzy, her small hands gripping the doorframe tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. With over 50,000 students at High University, why did it have to be him? The boyfriend of her best friend was now her sister's prospective boyfriend. This realization struck Guan Xian like a bolt of lightning, sending her world spinning. Wang Anbai stood dumbfounded. Was the Guan Xian supposed to be at Chen Yao's house? How did she end up here? Chen Yao. At this moment, Wang Anbai was utterly convinced he had been deceived. The downfall of a scoundrel's career was now at hand, and Wang Anbai felt utterly dazed. He had previously mentioned that becoming involved with Guan Ning was akin to walking a tightrope. One misstep could lead to a catastrophic fall. Now it was utterly shattered. Guan Ning, sensing her sister's unusual reaction, furrowed her brow in confusion. Do you two know each other? Wang Anbai quickly interjected. I never anticipated that Xian was your sister. He forced a calm smile. I and your sister are at the same school. Naturally, we know each other. We're quite familiar, aren't we? Xian? Even with their acquaintance, Xian's reaction was excessively peculiar. Guan Ning instinctively tightened her grip on Wang Anbai's hand, turning to look at her sister, who remained frozen in place. Xian? Guan Xian was utterly a loss, her mind swirling with countless question marks. Why did this happen to me? The boyfriend of my dearest friend, who is also my sister's ideal partner. And only I am privy to the truth. How ironic that I alone carry this knowledge. Caught between the two, she felt completely bewildered. Naturally soft-hearted, Guan Xian always considered the feelings of others, unable to bear even the slightest harm befalling those she cherished. She sensed the need to compose herself. Jia. She managed to force a faint smile, her voice barely a whisper. I suddenly feel a bit unwell. I'll retreat to my room for a while. With that, she turned and fled, her pure white dress adorned with a delicate bow swaying gracefully, resembling a fairy, while her slender legs were encased in white thigh-high socks embellished with black ribbons. In a state of panic, she hurried towards her bedroom. Guan Ning's brow furrowed deeper, casting a skeptical glance at Wang Anbai. Did he have a dubious reputation at school? No, given Guan Xian's character, if there were any issues, she would certainly expose them on the spot, never allowing herself to be hurt. Suddenly, a dreadful thought crossed her mind. Could Xian have harbored feelings for him? Yet Wang Anbai had claimed he had never dated anyone. leaving only the possibility that Guan Xian had feelings for him. The realization sent a jolt through Guan Ning's heart. She quickly withdrew her intertwined fingers, only to have Wang Anbai grip them more firmly. "What is wrong?" he inquired cautiously. At that moment, Guan Ning felt an unbearable turmoil, as if she were usurping her sister's beloved, an absurdity that weighed heavily upon her conscience. "Junior, please let go." Although she could not discern exactly what Guan Ning had perceived, it was crucial to remain calm and unafraid of the potential consequences. Wang Anbai, uncertain of her insight, steadied himself and met her gaze. "What is it really?" Taking a deep breath, Guan Ning pondered briefly, recognizing that this matter needed clarification. "Are you particularly close to Guan Xian?" Wang Anbai maintained a composed demeanor. "Not especially, just acquainted." Guan Ning fixed her gaze upon his eyes, her voice tightening slightly. "Can you sense that Xian has feelings for you?" "Feelings?" Wang Anbai began to piece together the puzzle. It seemed Guan Ning had misunderstood her sister's demeanor. He smiled reassuringly. "You've misinterpreted, senior." He gently caressed the back of her hand with his fingertips. "A good friend of Guan Xian once confessed to me, but I declined. There was a minor misunderstanding during that time. It's through that incident that I came to know Xian. His explanation was impeccable. Instantly, the tension in Guan Ning's shoulders dissipated. Her back, once tense, now returned to its natural curve. "So that is how it is. No wonder Guan Xian reacted so strangely to you." She exhaled deeply. Wang Anbai took the opportunity to add, "Perhaps my sudden transformation into your boyfriend caught Xian off guard. Who wants to be your girlfriend? Your audacity is growing, Junior. You mustn't speak so carelessly in the future." Guan Ning playfully shot him a glare, her eyes shimmering with a hint of sweet anticipation. She cherished the significance of rituals. A particularly romantic confession was a must. "All right, I'll heed your guidance, senior." Wang Anbai chuckled, his fingertips dancing over her hand. "Let us prepare lunch first. You should let go now, Junior." As she spoke, she bent down to retrieve her slippers, the hem of her skirt lifting slightly, revealing her beautifully shaped legs encased in black stockings. The contrast between her curvaceous thighs and slender calves strikingly alluring. Guan Ning placed the slippers before him and straightened up. Wang Anbai slipped into the slippers. "Let us get cooking." Guan Ning nodded, her diamond earrings swaying gently with her movement. "When we eat, let us unravel Xian's emotional knots together." "All right," Wang Anbai replied, somewhat dazed. He envisioned the impending scenario and already felt a headache brewing. The tension between emotions was palpable. Boom!